Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. A absolute beast of an episode. Dennis, who wrote this, I'm embarrassed now. He finished on the 18th of October last year. And I don't know when you're hearing this. I'm recording this in early March. And I'm sorry, Dennis. It took me so long because I'm like, oh God, I've got to dedicate like a week to doing this with like reasonable breaks for my voice. And all of this stuff, and it took me way too long. I'm sorry. It's Caspar Hauser, the Prince Without a Past, and Dennis has even included a dedication at the beginning. And I'll let him have it because it's such a long piece.
That's what she said.
Michael. And it's funny. To Todd Howard, executive producer at Bethesda Game Studios. Without him, this episode would have been completed a month earlier. Thank you, Todd. Bethesda's Game Studio. So I'm assuming Dennis is saying that he's been distracted by a game. I don't know which game. I used to play many more video games, and then I had children, and now I barely play video games at all, which is sad, because I like video games. In the last episode, if you're new here, never read this before, Dennis has written it, I read it. That's the format of the show. Settle in. It's a longin'. In the vast tapestry of inexplicable phenomena, few evoke fundamental unease as unfailingly as the abrupt vanishing of a person wiped from the grand stage of life with the blink of an eye. Our most basic concepts of reality dictate that nothing ever ceases to exist without reason. Yet if such a bizarre violation of nature does occur, the lack of answers may instill us with a chilling dread, potentially hinting at unknown forces that defy our understanding of cause and effect. There is, I'd be like, if this was my other show, Cash Criminal, I'd be like, nah. Some like unknown serial killer who's actually good at crimes, because there are plenty of them, just took that person and buried them on a beach or something like that, or cut them up and put them in the ocean. Like, that's what happens. It's not like some thing about physics. It's just they were killed. Or they decided to go and start a new life in, like, Borneo or something. There is, however, one type of mystery even more bewildering than the sudden erasure of an individual. Imagine a person not spontaneously cut from the fabric of the universe, but rather randomly popping into existence without a discernible past, without a known origin, without anything but a name, and two very ominous letters. This very scenario played out in 1828 when a teenage boy suddenly appeared in the streets of Nuremberg, confused, scared, and haunted by memories of never-ending darkness. And no, our enigma goes far beyond simple amnesia. Today's episode of Decoding the Casual Criminalist, or whatever. Yeah. I get the feeling this is going to have some crossover things. Casual Criminalist is another podcast I do, which if you wanted to check out, that'd be very welcome of you. Thank you. It chronicles the strange tale of Caspar Hauser, a case that has captivated philosophers, psychologists, and reputable historians for almost 200 years. A life that both commenced and concluded in thick veils of ambiguity, a secret, wrapped in a secret, embedded in a royal conspiracy that might very well have altered the political trajectory of the entire European continent. Okay. Just a random teenager who was like locked in a basement in the dark for like his entire life. Okay. But worry not. What might initially strike you as the dumbest nonsense you've ever heard in your entire life is, by my estimates at least, guaranteed to eventually make you go, Really selling this, aren't you, Dennis? This episode you're going to think is dumb, but it might make you think a little bit. There won't be any supernatural implications today, no extraterrestrials, no wacky wormhole physics, but just rather good old-fashioned hands-on research. So, follow me along, in the most literal sense, as I have not compiled this story from the comfort of my armchair, but once again travelled the continent to investigate on location, following every possible step of Caspar Hauser through both public and not-so-public places. As much as I've delayed this episode for, like, fear of tackling how long it is, I'm genuinely excited to crack on with this. Let me guide you through the Dan Brown novel that Dan Brown never wrote, a journey that culminates in one, nay, two murder mysteries of the highest order, bridging the realms of facts and folklore, deception and misconception, memories and dreams. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. Our tale begins in the mild summer of 1816, along the tranquil banks of the Rhine. Or maybe it doesn't. The vast river, forming a natural border between France and Germany, quietly carried an inconspicuous object downstream that day, which either held the key to unlocking a horrible crime or was entirely meaningless. The region, then known as Alsace, lay wounded and weary from a decade marred in Napoleonic cannon fire. The Corsican conqueror's downfall at Waterloo had led to the restoration of the French monarchy a year prior, much to the discontent of the populace, who still had their pitchforks from the last revolution at the ready. On the German side of the Rhine, stability proved equally elusive. Not yet a unified nation, the land was fractured into 39 individual territories that constantly vied for power and supremacy. Amidst these times of famine and chaos, the enigmatic object, a message in a bottle, peacefully meandered down the shallow waves. After a journey that might have taken weeks or hours, the container got tangled in the sedge close to the unassuming village of Kems, where an unnamed fisherman would discover it shortly after. When I was a kid, one of my dreams, I'd go to the beach. I don't know how young I was obviously pretty young. It's because now I see this is the sort of thing that my kid would get excited about. Finding a message in a bottle was like my dream. I'd walk up and down the beach, like when we go on holiday, looking for bottles with the hope that there'd be like a little scroll inside them with a message from some dude who's like on a life raft or on an island, and that we'd rescue him somehow. I think probably because I saw it in a movie, but that was like my dream. While the exact path remains unknown, the cryptic letter somehow found its way to the regional prefect, a French political title akin to a governor. Although he initially dismissed the message as a jest or some other kind of hoax, the prefect still decided to commission a copy for the archives, a copy which has fortunately survived the years since. The text read, "Whoever finds this letter, I'm being held prisoner in a dungeon near Laufenburg by the Rhine. My dungeon lies underground, and the location is known only to the person who has now seized my leaf. I cannot write more, as I am being carefully and cruelly guarded. S. Hans Sprancio." In case you're wondering about the leaf that had allegedly been seized, it is essential to note that the author had originally not used the English language. Yeah, I assume he meant life, right? Surprisingly, he did not write in French and German either. Instead, the handwritten plea for help was penned in Latin, a language deemed archaic even in the early 19th century, only used by clerics, scholars, and a handful of pretentious nobles. Folio, which translates to leaf, was likely a spelling mistake, assuming the word was intended to be solio. The unknown abductor had not snatched his victim's salad, but rather his throne. Now, who was this S. Hans Sprancio, you may ask? The French authorities of 1816 were absolutely clueless, or maybe they only pretended to be. But, for whatever reason, they set the case aside, letting the document rot and moulder in the sprawling labyrinths of the archives beneath the Préfecture de Haute-Rhin. Decades upon decades passed, until by pure chance the document miraculously fell into the hands of someone very familiar with the Caspar Hauser saga that had transpired in the meantime. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. In a later chapter, we'll circle around to Hans Sprancio, armed with more context and an anagram deciphering algorithm. We are on an adventure today. This is like a Dan Brown novel. After the foreboding bottle had been found and carelessly ignored, the trail went cold for a while. 12 years would pass for the second chapter of this tale to emerge from the shadows. It was on Whit Monday, 1828, that a young man was secretly being carried through the German landscapes like contraband, his eyes blindfolded, his destination, the Bavarian town of Nuremberg. In the early morning, he was dumped and abandoned in a lonely alleyway like a mangy dog whose owner had grown tired of caring for him. As the boy cautiously lifted the scarf that had shielded his eyes throughout the journey, he found himself left entirely alone. Confusion washed over him as he grappled with the mystery of his circumstances. Where had he come from? And why was he here? His blank mind offered no answers, as if his consciousness had just awakened from the timeless void. As he regained a semblance of focus, he realized that he was holding two sealed letters in his hands. Their origins or purpose he could not fathom. Intrigued by distant voices, he eventually made his way towards the nearby market square, disoriented and ungainly, with legs wobbling beneath him like those of a newborn foal. His worn-out shoes and tattered clothes were ill-fitted. His face, both innocent and bewildered, was covered in a light sheen of sweat, and his squinting eyes darted around as if it had never seen the light of day before. The oddity of his appearance and demeanor quickly drew curious glances from the traders preparing their stalls. Whispers began to spread quickly as onlookers tried to decipher this mysterious newcomer, their fingers pointing in his direction. Is this guy been kept in, the dark in some dude's basement since he was born, and now as a teenager is just being released into society? This is mental.
That's crazy.
As the crowd on the Unschlitt marketplace grew and murmurs amplified, a local cobbler named Wilhelm Weichmann, intrigued by the spectacle, decided to intervene. Pushing his way through the gathering throng, he reached the young man and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, asking if he needed help. The stranger looked up, his eyelids flickering as though staring directly into the sun. He presented one of 2 crumpled letters to Weichmann, who carefully unfolded it. To the Knight Commander of the 4th Escadron of the 6th Regiment. The envelope read, a title held by a man named Friedrich von Wessing at the time, who was well known among the Nuremberg townsfolk. Weichmann, his brows furrowing in confusion, tried to engage the boy in conversation, but the stranger's vocabulary proved limited and disjointed. In flawed German, he repeated the phrase, "I want to be a rider like my father was," over and over again, though it appeared as if he did not understand the meaning of his own words, akin to a parrot imitating sounds without any real comprehension. Yeah, because he's been in a basement and he's never been taught language. He's just been told what to say. There's some problem, right? Which is why they used to think deaf people were mentally handicapped, because they were never taught a language and that affects how the brain develops. So this guy's gonna, and I believe there's a point you go past where it's like that can't be fixed. You have to learn a language or your brain's not gonna work properly. And this kid's probably definitely past that time.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Sensing the growing tension and disarray around him, Weichmann quickly decided to take the boy away from prying eyes. He led him by the hand to his humble workshop, located in the western corner of the market. The air inside was filled with the scent of leather and acid, an aroma seemingly foreign to his new companion, who scanned his surroundings in the utmost wonder, yet bearing a grimace of disgust. Weichmann set the young man down on a wooden bench, offering him a cup of water. As the stranger sipped slowly, the cobbler scrutinized both the letters, hoping it might shed light on the mystery. Yet once the potential severity of this incident dawned on him, he instead decided to lead his guest to the local police ward immediately. The cobblestone streets of Nuremberg echoed with the sounds of Weichmann's hurried steps as the boy's slower, unsteady pace trailed behind. Arriving at the town hall, which doubled as a police station, Weichmann handed the letters to a constable, hastily explaining the morning's odd events. The officer's eyes skimmed through the words, occasionally throwing skeptical glances toward the fidgeting foundling in front of him. The first letter, addressed to the Knight Commander von Wessenig, lacked a signature. Instead, the author merely identified himself as a poor peasant who was not related to the boy by blood. Instead, the scribe spoke of a fateful day in 1812 when a newborn had been abandoned at his doorstep. He had taken custody of the baby unwillingly, taught him basic reading skills, introduced him to the Christian faith, but never allowed him to step outside the door, not even once. The orphan child had been raised in the confines of a locked room, completely unaware of the world outside and vice versa. No human contact, no windows, and nothing but complete and continuous isolation. Not a single second of his life had the boy witnessed the universe beyond his cell. Now that he had grown into a young man, the writer deemed him old enough to find his own path in life. The boy showed interest in becoming a cavalryman, the letter concluded. Thus, he should be referred to the Knight Commander, who may either recruit or simply hang him. Oh my god, they're not just going to hang him, my dude. What the The second letter was shorter, but no less bizarre. It was an apology of sorts, written by the baby's biological mother, who apparently had left this very parchment alongside her newborn child 16 years prior. Her lines begged the finder to take care of her offspring, a duty she felt unable to fulfill, as the father had died a hero on the battlefield. According to her words, the boy, born the 13th of April 1812, had been christened Caspar. The constable's confusion grew as he delved deeper into the letter's tales, made all the more perplexing by the stranger's otherworldly behavior. Sure, the ward had seen many drifters and crazy vagabonds come through Nuremberg, but none quite as enigmatic as this one. If those letters reflected the truth, the young man before him had never seen the beauty of a flower in his entire life, which would certainly explain why he was now attempting to lick the inspector's potted plants. Okay. After a short consultation with the commander in charge, the constable escorted Caspar to a separate room where he had faced hundreds of questions, none of which he could understand, let alone answer. As it would appear, the very concept of spoken language eluded him. Nevertheless, devoid of pity and compassion, the officers still persisted in their tactic of repeating the same inquiries for hours on end, hoping that they might eventually prompt a telltale response. Alas, with every imperious word thrown at him, Caspar only tensed up a little more, in turn leading the constables to increase the pressure even further. Is this so old school policing? This isn't going to work. He doesn't understand you. He's not pretending. As indicated by his adoptive father, Caspar did recognize a couple of Christian prayers recited to him, and curiously, the sight of Bavarian coin seemed to stir a diffuse memory, though the details of his exact reactions had not been preserved. Apart from these observations, however, their interrogation strategy proved fruitless, or so they thought. Hours later, as Casper's hand was led to put a cross below the protocol, the process of using a quill pen seemed utterly familiar to him. In notably beautiful handwriting, he signed the document, not with an X as instructed, but with a name that would accompany him for the rest of his life: Caspar Hauser. Unfortunately, those were the only 2 words that he could commit to paper. Later into the evening, with no further progress in deciphering the riddle at hand, frustration began to mount among the Nuremberg officials. Though the police now had a full name to work with, they could not locate any records about a potentially matching Hauser family. Moreover, they felt strong distrust towards Caspar for a particular reason. The 2 letters, supposedly written more than a decade apart by 2 entirely different individuals, bore suspiciously similar strokes when compared to each other. The ink on both papers glistened, not entirely settled, and their scent was a fresh alum rather than the musty aroma of age. Clearly, they'd been created, not to say forged, side by side, no longer than a few weeks earlier. Without the advent of methods like infrared spectroscopy, those suspicions could not be reliably confirmed in 1828. Nonetheless, instead of treating him as the victim of a cruel crime, the constable simply threw Caspar into the prison alongside drunks and beggars. What did he do? What's his crime? The past, everybody. Is like,
Oh yeah, well, we don't really know. What's she doing?
I don't know. Prison.
On what charge?
We don't need charges. This is the past. These events of May 20th are meticulously chronicled by a multitude of historical sources, leaving little room for dispute. Those include verified police reports, written testimonies from Wickman and numerous others, the 2 letters themselves, as well as other documents that we're not going to analyse in detail, such as the police ward's 1830 financial report, which listed all expenses for work in Caspar's case. Yet going forward, the popular narratives will branch out ever so slightly. Now let's start by clarifying to which jail specifically was Caspar taken by the police. Now this might seem like a trivial detail, but it will later emerge as crucial. Numerous modern accounts contend that he ended up in the subterranean dungeon beneath the town hall, a narrative often intensified by dramatically evoking the adjacent torture room. Even though this place does actually exist, connecting it to Caspar is highly inaccurate. Over a decade before his appearance in Nuremberg, the practice of torture had been outlawed and abolished for good, rendering the forlorn chambers obsolete and mostly forgotten. Yeah, but he can still be, like, if you go to see a castle today, you can still see the dungeon. There's just hopefully no one in the dungeon. In the late 19th century, the dungeon had been rediscovered and transformed into a mock medieval sham that bore little resemblance to its historical reality. What visitors get to see today, chains, pillories, cages, and other fun BDSM devices, are entirely modern fabrications, as are the unfounded claims tying Caspar Hauser to its roster of notable residents. No matter what Robert, the tour guide, will tell you, Caspar had neither been imprisoned nor tortured down there, and I still want my money back, mate. He went there to do this, and he's like, no. You're like the guy on the tour, he's like, who knows more than the tour guide. You're like, actually, my friend, I was on a tour once, and the tour guide was like, yeah, I don't really feel confident about, like, saying much in today's tour, because this dude's Simon, and he makes videos about all sorts of things, so he might know more about this than me. And it was really embarrassing. Rather than being held underground, Caspar was actually brought to Nuremberg's highest point, the Luginsland prison tower. Speaking of historical misconceptions, it should be noted that the not at all arbitrary concept of magically neutralizing guilt by making people in a room wait for several years is also a relatively modern phenomena. Prison sentences did not really exist in Europe until the mid-19th century, and it is undoubtedly not the timeless default form of punishment you might consider it to be. For the longest time, the oddly specific and somewhat bizarre idea of institutionalized naughty corners was a very rare exception. Rather, holding cells served exclusively pragmatic purposes, such as pre-trial detention, yet without being part of the actual punishment themselves. Yeah, Dennis, I feel you're like,
Yeah, I mean, prison's stupid.
but the alternative was like, well, they're only in like jail or whatever until they go to court, and then it's like, yeah, corporal punishment or death. It's like, well, prison sounds fine. I'll take prison, thank you. No 50 lashes, no gallows. This was the case with Caspar Hauser, who had not yet been sentenced to prison or anything like that. The constables just had no better idea where to put him. While the barren walls of Luginsland held Caspar's physical body captive during the subsequent days, the story of his enigmatic emergence could indeed not be shackled. Though the exact pathway remains unknown, word of the mystifying prisoner quickly leaked to the public and rippled throughout the town like an earthquake, captivating the imagination of peasants and nobles alike. Within a day or two, the strange occurrence had morphed into the focal point of local gossip and speculation. Soon enough, even the highest circles of society were drawn into the conundrum. Chapter 2. A Mayor Mistake. As spring gave way to summer, Casper remained a prisoner, neither accused nor cleared of any wrongdoing. What's he's just showed up. Why are we, wondering what to charge him with? King Maximilian's somewhat progressive constitution of 1818 may have ensured the rule of law in theory, yet when it came to the famous Orphan of Nuremberg, those in charge seemed to have forsaken any such ideals. Casper was not even subject to an official investigation anymore, but merely a spectacle, a local tourist attraction, a lonely, defenseless exhibit in a human menagerie. Throughout the war months of 1828, endless flocks of onlookers were drawn to his cell, yelling at him, banging against the gates, making faces, and feasting on his terrors. Why is this to the public? What's wrong with people in the past? Some came bearing gifts of sweets and trinkets, others with cruel intentions, attempting to startle or frighten him with sudden gestures or loud noises. The famous legal scholar and philosopher Anselm von Feuerbach, a regular visitor himself, described the situation as follows. Anyone who wanted to see him was admitted. In fact, Casper enjoyed hardly less popularity than a kangaroo or a tame hyena. Andreas Hiltel, the prison's chief warden, kept meticulous records of everyone's favourite inmate. According to his notes, Casper's initial sustenance was but the simplest of fare, clear water and unadorned bread. When presented with a platter of cheese, cuts of meat, or ripe fruit, Hiltel noted the young man's bewildered expression. It was as though he gazed upon fantastic artifacts, unfamiliar and unrecognizable as food. The very idea that they were items to be consumed seems foreign to him, though after he had been demonstrated the process of chewing and swallowing multiple times, Casper would gradually broaden his dietary habits. Can you imagine never tasting fruit before?
I don't really know what an orange tastes like. I've never had a real orange before.
Never tasting anything sweet, just having bread. You'd be like, holy apples, damn! Apples taste great! On the 3rd day of July, the town's court physician, Karl Prube, dismissed by many as a local quack, conducted a rather unconventional medical examination on Casper. He briefly looked at him from a safe distance. Prube concluded that the patient displayed characteristics of a semi-feral creature, suggesting he might have been raised by the wild animals from the neighbouring forests. In his report, then he'd have been at least familiar with flowers. He wouldn't be in that detective's room licking the plants, would he? In his report, he described Casper as an untamed beast, an anthropomorphic dog, a ferocious brute residing within a human form. Though clearly clashing with all the known facts, this rather misinformed narrative only intensified public interest. In the early 19th century, distorted and outrageously racist stories of indigenous people and so-called primitive tribes were very much in vogue in the arts and literature communities. A savage child captured from the primal realm beyond civilization's boundaries posed a temptation just impossible to resist for many. The past was the worst. Yes, in the past there were things such as human zoos, where in Europe there'd be just zoos with people from the colonies or whatever it was in the past. And it's the past. It was horrible. You don't want to be there. Unfortunately, you're not. You're probably in the future. Hello, future.
We've met before, have we not?
Among the intrigued and bewitched was Jacob Binder, the reigning mayor of Nuremberg. The case had stirred something strange within him, igniting a flame of curiosity that refused to be quenched. As the moon waxed and waned over Nuremberg, his visits to the prison tower became frequent, even habitual. He would sit and watch Casper, with the keen eye of a self-proclaimed scientist, his golden quill pen dancing on parchment as he captured his muse's every nuance, much like a New World explorer deciphering the wonders of an exotic species. But he was not simply swept up in the tide of narrow-minded sensationalism. Oh no, he fancied himself far too sophisticated for such follies. He gawked at Casper with a distinct mission, fueled by an underlying hypothesis he desperately yearned to prove. An idea so outlandish and bizarre that I chose to postpone it a little bit for some cheap narrative tension.
You jackass!
Binder's approach towards Casper was, in his own unbiased opinion at least, the very epitome of ethical excellence. He treated Casper not like a showpiece, but as an individual deserving of compassion and dignity. What a shocking idea! Yet for all his honourable pretences, the idea of releasing his unlawfully detained circus assets strangely eluded his moral highness. After all, there were pressing experiments to conduct. For instance, he once presented Casper with a lit candle, curious to see if an innate caution would prevent him from touching the open flame. However, that was not the case. Casper reached for the glowing light only to recoil in pain, a reaction that seemed disproportionately intense, almost as if he was experiencing heat for the very first time. Binder continued his series of tests, challenging Casper's memory, assessing his sense of smell, examining his physical reflexes, with a rather unsettling emphasis on tickling. Okay. What are you up to, Mayor? You're like, I am a scientist and I shall study this man. Coochie coochie coo!
Stop it. Get some help.
Over time, whilst respectfully tormenting Casper in the name of science or whatever, Binder's perception changed, but in a way unsurprising to him. Hidden within the orphan's silent gaze, he discerned an unusual sensitivity, pure and strangely powerful, as if the mysteries of his thoughts went way deeper than the letters had implied. Despite actively upholding the dire circumstances, Binder's visits were paved with benevolent gestures. Those experiments might have had ethics committees spontaneously bursting into flames. He never laid a hand on Casper, nor did he apply any pressure in their direct interaction. Well, he obviously laid hands on them. Did we just say that he enjoyed tickling him? Which is bizarre.
He's so relaxed. Not after I tickle him, though.
Stuck in this dance of light and shadow, Casper would remain silent, but not for long. As the weeks melted into months, Binder's very special brand of altruism allowed for a weirdly positive rapport to blossom between them, a phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome. Well, not back in the day. It's just known as... Stockholm Syndrome is weird. In consequence, Binder's unwavering patience and selfless commitment, as he would have called it, yielded unexpected results. It was during one of those questionably intimate moments that Casper, with eyes echoing untold horrors, began to communicate back. Though he would reply only with reluctant nods or subtle shakes of the head at first, he clearly comprehended some of the mayor's simpler questions, such as the grandiose offer of a pillow. This turn of events changed absolutely everything, as it shattered Carl Prue's assumption that the boy was some sort of animal. Casper was, in fact, very much human.
I must consume your soul to become a real boy.
Yeah, you could look at him, he's human, clearly. Binder, ever the beacon of moral consistency, promptly put an end to the exploitation of his protege, forbidding any further sightseeing tours through Lungisland Tower. This decision allowed Casper to prosper, although he remained locked up. His hesitant gestures rapidly evolved into rudimentary speech, though initially every spoken word would challenge his untrained voice considerably. Yet the range of his mental dictionary broadened steadily. What had started as meager baby talk turned into basic sentences, astonishingly fast, woven with increasingly sophisticated terms and grammatical structures. Looking at the more recent cases of children raised in extreme solitude, whose number is unfortunately greater than 0, no such rapid development had ever been recorded. Quite the opposite. Modern neurological research suggests that mastering the intricacies of human language becomes nearly impossible after a certain stage of brain development. Yes, this is what I thought. Although some of these unfortunate individuals might pick up a handful of phrases, true fluency will sadly elude them for life. Therefore, raising an eyebrow at Casper's steep learning curve is understandably justified. Nevertheless, it seems premature to label Casper a fraudster based on this argument, as people usually do. After all, he had been taught to read in his younger years, as mentioned in one of the letters. It's therefore quite plausible, perhaps even likely, that he was also exposed to spoken language at some point, even if this ability, in the absence of regular conversation partners, had then withered away over time. Yeah, this sounds pretty likely. Like, if you learn a second language, like, really well, and then you don't use it, you'll forget it, but then you'll learn it again really quickly. And maybe this is what has happened to him, just with his first language.
Only language you speak is failure!
Maybe he'd already been acquainted with the rudiments of German by the time of his arrival, with his initial silence being the result of paralyzing trauma. In any case, within a few more months, Casper's command of German became robust enough to recount his horrible upbringing to Binder, who hung on every word with bated breath, rapt with anticipation. For as long as his memory served, Casper explained, he had been confined to a dimly lit room, scarcely larger than the cell he now inhabited. Stone walls marked the borders of his world, as the low wooden ceiling constantly forced him into an agonizing posture, hovering somewhere between sitting and lying. Oh my god, for his whole life. Jesus. It's a horrible posture to be in. During his sleep, a mysterious hand would provide him with food and water through a small hatch in the ceiling, a hand he had managed to spot occasionally. Every once in a while, the water would bear a remarkably bitter tinge, upon which he would immediately fall into a deep slumber. On waking from the vivid fever dreams that usually ensued, he would find himself groomed, his hair and toenails trimmed, and his waste collected from a vessel. His sole companion in that haunting space, he explained, was a small wooden toy horse. That is Creepy dude. Keep this detail in mind, as it will re-emerge in a later chapter. Probably something to do with his wanting to become a cavalryman or something. Literally the only thing he knows is walls and a horse and a hand and food. Casper's story confirmed other parts of the letter too. Another human being had indeed taught him to pen his name and read a few words. Yet interestingly, according to his recollections, this encounter had taken place not a long time ago, but rather recently. It must be noted, however, that a lifetime spent in a shallow dungeon had likely warped his perception of time beyond repair. To Jacob Binder, every piece of evidence and testimony neatly fell into place. A vague theory had nestled in his mind right from the outset, and every spoken word of Casper further condensed this hunch into serious conviction. By the mayor's reckoning, Casper was of noble ancestry, a lost prince in the most literal sense. Oh my god, really? Now, reconstructing the mayor's thought process proved challenging. On the surface, hardly anything hinted at this radical idea. His reasons for jumping to that conclusion remain largely speculative. Although the path ahead will be littered with suggestive hints and tantalizing evidence in support of this exact theory, no such clues have surfaced at this point. That is, not to my knowledge. Wait, couldn't we are his bones still around?
What did you say?
Can't we dig up his... super grim, but can't we dig up his bones?
Bone!
Harvest some of his DNA and then compare it to, royal DNA that's also been harvested and see what's up. We could get an answer to this, couldn't we? Unfortunately, the exact words exchanged between Casper and Binder have been washed away by the sands of time. For lack of surviving sources, we can only assume that the mayor had been thrown some breadcrumbs and inklings by Casper, which led him down this rabbit hole of a theory. Only one of Binder's deductions can be delineated. Casper's rapid cognitive and linguistic maturation bordered on the superhuman. It was a blazing trail of growth, typically spanning years, all compressed into mere hours of explosive development, as if each blink brought forth a new milestone, met and surpassed. Yeah, I think this is as I said earlier, it's as if you were teaching... It's as if, let's say you're a language teacher, and someone used to be fluent in a language, and they come to you, and they don't know how to speak the language. But they do, and they've just not told you. And you're teaching it to them again, they're going to pick it up insanely fast, and you're going to be like,
Whoa, you are a superhuman learner.
And no, I used to speak this fluently. Mystery solved.
Great job.
Obviously, such extraordinary intellectual prowess, in Binder's estimation at least, was reserved for the noble class, to which he happened to belong himself, quite proudly at that. In his view, such brilliance could never emerge in a commoner. It was a privilege exclusive to his kind, yes, because all brilliant people only come from brilliant stock.
I am the perfect being. I was.
I mean, of course genetics are a thing, but it doesn't work exclusively like that. There's also plenty of dense royals. As British people well know. Then again, maybe Binder simply had succumbed to his penchant for conspiracies and grandiose stories. Indeed, some other historical sources that speak of him, though not directly connected to the Hauser tale, do allude to his affinity for making up stories, especially those highlighting his personal importance. Notably, he resigned as mayor in 1853 after his clandestine web of secret families and a staggering dozen extramarital children came to light. Holy shit. Also, he said he once met a mermaid.
我刚才被人鱼绑架。
The pro be tripping. In any case, the leader of Bavaria's second largest township had become consumed by this belief beyond the point of no return. He would announce his findings through official proclamations, ordering formal edicts to be displayed near marketplaces, churches, and other locations of significance. Caspar Hauser had been robbed of the advantages afforded by noble birth, the so-called Binder Decree stated, before retelling the dark story the mayor had learned from the alleged prince firsthand. Although not everyone was convinced by this version of events, it would instantly spread like wildfire, not only within city walls, but throughout the entire continent. The founding of Nuremberg turned into a medium-sized media sensation overnight. While some publications echoed the legend largely unchanged, most initial reports were openly skeptical, depicting Hauser as a clever conman who had successfully fooled an entire city and its magistrate. Well, and now you might be yelling, well, yes, obviously. But hold your horses, as the tides are about to change. Let us reserve our judgment until the entire tableau is laid out. I'm not that skeptical yet. And everyone who watches this show regularly knows I am the king of skepticism. And so far, I'm kind of inclined... maybe he's part of the noble class. Do I think he's a prince? Seems pretty unlikely. There aren't that many princes. But I'm not willing to write it all off just yet, Dennis. And I'm the king of skepticism. Again, the specific reasons for Binder's remarkably early foresight remain undetermined. Yet the deeper we delve into this story, the more puzzle pieces will surface, some as recently as 2007. Even if things seem a bit outlandish so far, they will gracefully snap into place, forming a somewhat convincing mosaic, a reasonable picture, gradually unblurring throughout the next 2 hours or so. Chapter 3: Mysterious Masteries. In an era riddled with political tumult and ceaseless crises, the announcement of harbouring a lost foreign prince inevitably ignited a maelstrom of curiosity amongst the higher echelons. King Ludwig I, who had regarded these events with a detached and fleeting amusement so far, now felt the weight of intrigue pressing down upon him personally. Imagine a US governor stepping before a throng of reporters declaring possession of Vladimir Putin's secret son. Such was the gravity and weirdness of the situation. Yeah, this I think is unlikely. As I said, maybe he's a noble, but him being like a prince, that's some high-up nobility. Anselm von Feuerbach, who I briefly mentioned before, ultimately took it upon himself to shed light on this mess, though he committed to a less speculative approach. As Bavaria's most influential legal scholar and trusted royal advisor, his words bore a weight unmatched in the nation's justice system. In fact, many of his proposed law principles, such as abolishing torture, served as role models even beyond Bavaria's borders. What Mozart had been to music, Feuerbach was to German jurisprudence. Therefore, he was quite incentivized to save Mayor Mermaids and, by extension, the kingdom's international reputation. Now that Caspar had unintentionally put Nuremberg into the center of European attention, he could no longer be held in a prison cell, a dehumanizing arrangement that Feuerbach never endorsed in the first place. Much to the protest of Binder, who was now rightfully worried about his remaining relevancy in this tale, Feuerbach ordered Caspar to be moved to the island of Schut, putting him under the protection and care of Professor George Friedrich Daumer. Contrary to popular misconception, this was far from an exile. Schut was certainly no St. Helena, the far-flung island to which Napoleon was banished in 1815. Instead, it was merely a petite ribbon of land nestled within the Pegnitz River, bisecting Nuremberg and linked to the surrounding town by several bridges, none longer than 20 meters. It's like, yeah, he was exiled to an island in a river with bridges that people crossed all the time. There were a few restaurants there, little lunch spots.
A roll, sir?
Screw you! Oatmeal?
Daumer, a close confidant of Feuerbach, gladly took Caspar under his wing. As a former high school professor of both philosophy and religion, he was widely known for his deep intellect and vast knowledge that spread across various disciplines, but also for his philanthropy and kindness. The first encounter was one of curious observation. In the venerable and wood-beamed sanctuary of Dharma study, Caspar was consumed by a whirlpool of awe and fear, adrift in a universe unfathomably stranger than any he had known. His fragile frame quaked as he tried to process 1,000 unfamiliar objects, endless rows of books and tomes, tall windows draped with velvets in rich burgundy, the flicker of a fireplace reflecting off lavishly crafted furniture, every detail revealing baffling complexities. Daumer took slow, careful steps towards Caspar, as one might approach a skittish deer. His eyes, deep wells of benevolence and understanding, locked onto his guest as if to transmit a silent promise of safety. He presented his long hand, revealing a symbolic morsel of home, freshly baked bread. The room's cacophony softened as Daumer uttered words of reassurance, his voice a comforting low timbre. "Eat, young one. You are not in danger here." Caspar timidly reached for the golden bread roll, still scanning his surroundings apprehensively, yet with a glimmer of nascent trust. As he tasted the warm, familiar yet new flavor, the overwhelming grandeur of the room seemed to fold into itself. It was as if at that moment, with that simple gesture of shared food, the vast world shrank to a more comprehensible size. During the following months, under the professor's empathic guidance, Caspar continued his journey of discovery and learning. They began with the fundamentals of societal conventions, the art of wielding a fork, the mechanics of operating a doorknob, and the unspoken etiquette governing toilet outhouses.
Now, young one, I shall teach you how to use the Come hither.
Our understanding of his adjustment to daily life remains notably limited. Details emerge only sporadically and are mostly insubstantial. Daumer's elderly mother, living in the adjacent building, might have played a somewhat maternal role in Caspar's subsequent upbringing. However, this theory remains open to interpretation, as it rests mainly on vague sideline remarks. In stark contrast, a robust body of evidence provides a tangible account of Caspar's academic strides, as both Daumer and Feuerbach assiduously chronicled his formal education. The daily regimen started promptly each morning post-breakfast and prayer, focusing on the foundational tenets of literacy. As per Daumer's notes, Caspar's initial attempts at holding a quill were clumsy, contradicting the writing capabilities he'd displayed months earlier. His fingers would tremble, and he would often smudge the ink, leaving blue splotches all over his palms. Well, that's completely understandable. Like, if you can play, like, a song on the piano, but then someone's like, let's teach you something else, And if you're not, like, good at piano, then it's going to be pretty clumsy.
Press one key.
He just knew how to write one thing really well, and if you teach him something else, he's going to struggle. But with time and patience, his grip strengthened, and his strokes became more deliberate. In the afternoons, Dahmer often read aloud to Caspar, allowing him to hear the natural ebb and flow of language from lyric verses to Bible stories. Though initially struggling to grasp the nuances, Caspar continued to pick up new words effortlessly. Easily. Before long, he would find delight even in Goethe and Schiller, Germany's most influential poets. Professor Dahmer quickly recognized Caspar's innate talents, but he was also surprised by Caspar's desire for knowledge, as his protege demanded more and more lessons and lectures with a persistence unlike any of his previous students. A prodigy, perhaps. Dahmer wrote, "What others learn in months, he accomplished in days." One day, he handed Caspar a sketchbook and a set of charcoal pencils. Though rough initially, the lines he drew soon transformed into detailed renditions of the world around him, from fruits and flowers to the sparrows that often perched on the windowsill. In their quieter moments, the two would sit on the balcony of the manor overlooking the glistening waters of the Pegnitz. While Dahmer silently pondered on the mysteries of the universe, Caspar would sketch the scene before them, capturing every ripple, every reflection with an artist's precision, which, at least to his mentor, revealed a deep emotional sensitivity. Okay. That is pushing me towards more of like the, what did he call him? A prodigy. Because like the language thing can be explained by the fact that he used to know the language, but learning how to draw with charcoal pencils like so quickly is pretty impressive. Just as the cryptic letter had foretold, Caspar harbored a deep fascination for horses. Of course he did, it's the only thing he knew. He probably also harbored a fascination for bricks and hands.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Recognizing this, Dahmer had arranged riding lessons for his foster child. Not long after, thanks to a natural affinity for riding, Caspar was seated in the saddle with the poise of a seasoned knight, proud and graceful, or as Dahmer put it, it seemed as if he could transmit his intentions to the horse through an unspoken mental connection.
It's okay.
I calmed you down, you Lars.
This was likely not meant as a metaphor. Dahmer noted several of Caspar's skills that he speculated to be somewhat supernatural. For instance, his journals detailed his students' cat-like ability to discern vivid colours even in total darkness, or his ability to somehow sense movement within the radius of 125 steps. Then again, maybe this was the only logical consequence of a life spent within the shadows of a basement prison. After all, it is a well-established fact that when one sense is compromised, the others often intensify in compensation, a tendency well documented in scientific research. So, do these observations lend credibility to Caspar's claims? Well, although Dahmer held a high reputation within the academic circles of his era, his interests occasionally strayed into realms deemed somewhat eccentric even by his contemporaries. For example, he ardently believed that the majority of maladies, even the spectre of death itself, were merely manifestations of electromagnetic imbalances that could be cured through the therapeutic application of magnets. People still believe this. People still believe about like magnet therapy and crystal therapy and all of this bullshit. I mean, this guy's an excuse. It was 200 years ago. But people these days, there's like Facebook adverts for this. I turned off all the tracking for ads. You know how, like, when websites ask you, I always click no. I disabled all the cookies and stuff, so I just am not tracked with ads. I get ads for the weirdest shit now. And no, this is not a joke. Dahmer had literally dabbled into magnet-based necromancy. Wait, talking to the dead? Is that necromancy?
Did that count as a question?
Yes.
Damn it.
Moreover, he passionately championed homeopathy, a branch of pseudoscience that is arguably even more insane. In other words, it appears that Dahmer had been susceptible to false positives and non-existent effects and phenomena as long as they correspond to his personal assumptions and ideologies. None of the experiments he had conducted on Caspar satisfied the demands of legitimate science, not even remotely. Therefore, we've got to take his findings with a metric ton of salt. To put it plainly, Dahmer was bad. Crazy. In his book, The Character and Innocence of Caspar Hauser, he devoted a whole chapter to undeniable miracles allegedly occurring during their intertwined time, putting Caspar right up there with our Lord and Saviour. His character was apparently flawless, his intelligence beyond human comprehension, his body near invulnerable, his senses finely attuned to every single data point around him, both physical and spiritual. Dahmer's adulation of his student bordered on pathological obsession, and he made no effort to hide this infatuated attitude. To give you an idea, here are some questionable statements taken directly from his notes or later publications, sentences one should most definitely not write about a teenage boy. His mind possessed huge command over his limp yet sensitive body. The soles of his feet were soft, flawless and vulnerable. His beautiful heart was full of desire and passion. I could go on for a while, but I really don't want to. No, but it is like, it's the past. It's not like he's not being weird about it. It's just like the past. You might, I hope. You might wonder if certain unspeakable things were happening behind closed doors, which is a good question. To be fair, there's no direct evidence to support such allegations. I superficially read some of his unrelated publications to get a feel for Dahmer as a person, quickly concluding that he had been a completely unhinged cringe virtuoso in general, but likely not an abuser.
Hello, Cotton. As you know, Valentine's Day is just around the proverbial corner of sorts.
Yeah, let's run with the assumption that people are not abusers, even if they write a bit weird. Yes, in any case, leaving an exploitable teenage boy at the mercy of a much older man without any real supervision seems a bit irresponsible to begin with. Again, this is 200 years ago. I'm sure this shit was happening all the time, wasn't it? Dahmer taught Casper about personal hygiene, underwear, and even sex. All things considered, a queasy feeling remains. I don't know. It's like... He's kind of like, in a way, he's taking a parental role, if anything. I don't think this is... the way he's like, his limp body, his beautiful heart. It's like, I would say my kids have beautiful hearts. There's nothing weird about it. They just have beautiful hearts. Although to say it was full of desire and passion is a bit weird. But it was the past. It could mean different things. Also, as mentioned earlier, Dahmer was first and foremost a Catholic scholar. Look, I'm obviously not alleging a link between Catholicism and child abuse. You're not, but many people would. But I absolutely will mention that a German court recently ruled it legal to call the Christian church a cult for kids, because this term aligns with the known facts sufficiently. So yeah, holy German courts. Wow. Casper found sanctuary in the relative seclusion of Schutt Island's vanilla year. The world beyond the river was mostly kept at bay, except for periodic visits from Feuerbach, who was engrossed not only in unraveling the mysteries of the enigmatic boy, but also in penning a forensic psychology study revolving around Casper's case and subsequent metamorphosis. Drawing from both Feuerbach and Dahmer's notes, it seems evidence that by the early months of 1829, Casper's mental state completely realigns with what one might term normal, maybe even exceeding his peers in several regards. His German was flawless, his creative output astonishing, his knowledge about the world vastly above average, and his mental state mostly stable. Yet the shadows of his past remained tantalizingly elusive to him, with very few flashbacks ever bleeding through into the present. Honestly, kind of sounds like a good idea. Maybe you should forget that shit and move on with your life, which has somehow come together. In early February 1829, however, the dormant corridors of Casper's memories suddenly flickered to life with a serendipitous dream. It granted him a vision, seemingly more than mere nocturnal whimsy. Quaking with excitement, he had sprung from his bed in the moonlit hours, seizing paper and charcoal with no second wasted, driven to capture the ephemeral glimpse into the past before it could fade from his inner eye. With the first rays of dawn, Casper, brimming in anticipation, presented his sketch to Dahmer. It depicted a heraldic emblem akin to a coat of arms that had graced banners and shields of knights and kingdoms since the medieval ages. The drawing was surprisingly rich in detail. A bold cross dissected the canvas, dividing it into 4 distinct quadrants. Each was adorned with a specific regalia, diamond chevrons and slashes and a proud lion. Crossed swords hovered above, capped by a closed crown, iconography reserved for dukes of the highest order. The image radiated dominion. Dahmer, ever the scholar, immediately set about combing through his vast library in search of a close enough match. His fingers danced across tomes and memorials for hours, yet to no avail. Casper's conviction remained unwavering as he begged Dahmer to check his books a second and even a third time. With an impassioned fervor, he insisted that this was actually serious, but the pages held no answers for them. On his next visit, Dahmer passed the sketch on to Feuerbach, who was well versed in such matters professionally and out of personal interest. Although it demanded some effort, Feuerbach would indeed strike a vein of insight. After days steeped in Munich State Library, he unearthed a connection that would immediately upend any of his previous assumptions. The banner belonged to Castle Bugen, drawing together 2 mysteries that until this very discovery he had regarded as entirely unrelated. But what if Caspar Hauser was only a puzzle piece in a much larger affair? Wait, is this the castle with the dungeon that the thing with the message in the bottle was released from earlier?
No.
You see, Castle Bugen's owner at the time was none other than Archduke Karl Friedrich, the autocratic ruler of a sovereign state called Baden. He had once acquired it as a small gesture of love for his second wife, Catherine Louise of Hochberg, a name Feuerbach and many conspiracy aficionados were quite familiar with, as she had been at the centre of a very delicate controversy. Chapter 4: Coup d'etat. As one might expect from a man in his influential position, Feuerbach was deeply entrenched in the German Confederation's political theatre. Therefore, a possible link between Castle Bugen and Caspar Hauser made his mind race and his hands tremble, unable to turn his astonished gaze from the heraldic lexicon before him. With the delicate knowledge of an insider, he swiftly connected the dots to a persistent rumour that had been whispered among his ranks for ages, a rumour that had started 16 years before Hauser's emergence in Nuremberg. Which has got to be around the time of his birth, right? The Grand Duchy of Baden, located to the west of Bavaria, had been governed by the esteemed Zähringer lineage for years. In the complex tapestry of European politics, Baden stood as a beacon of power and influence, rivaled only by the might and wealth of Austria and Prussia, despite its much smaller territory. However, with the twilight of Archduke Karl Friedrich of Baden in 1812, after an awe-inspiring reign that had spanned 73 years, the future of Baden's rule grew strangely uncertain. The nation fell into a tangled dispute concerning its royal succession, an ideal breeding ground for intrigue. The crux of the issue lay in the late Archduke's unorthodox marital choices. His widow, Catherine Louise of Hochberg, was once a commoner, a scandal in itself, but as a side effect of this dishonourable marriage, her sons were not entitled to the keys of the kingdom as long as they were breathing heirs of the former ruler's first marriage, which happened to be a union of equal status. As long as they're of the former... Oh, wow, okay, so not his kids, but the person who ruled before him.
Correct.
Unfortunately, the Duke's first marriage had been a fruitful one. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. These are his kids? From a first marriage? Well, that makes sense, because they were younger anyway, no? Unfortunately, the Duke's first marriage had been a fruitful one, bearing 6 eligible descendants. So to divert the line of succession from the main branch to the Hochberg family, a tragic fate would have to befall each of these 6 royal-blooded sons and grandsons. As luck would have it, this is exactly how things played out, with some of these untimely demises shrouded in suspicious circumstances. What a strange coincidence. Yeah, exactly. The last and most tragic of these 6 deaths occurred on the 16th of October, 1812, mere days before the Archduke's own passing. The grandson in question lived for only 12 fleeting days before falling victim to a sudden respiratory failure. With his death, the main bloodline ended. Stephanie Bonaparte, the distraught mother, did not shy away from voicing her dark suspicions. Most poignantly, in a heartfelt letter she wrote to her adoptive father Napoleon, she revealed a sorrowful truth. After giving birth, she had not been allowed even a single shared moment with her son for dubious reasons. Oh my, wait. This is him, isn't it? Like, in the conspiracy. This is him, and he didn't die, they just locked him in a basement. Also, she had been banned from attending the funeral, which was held in unusual secrecy. The crown was ultimately handed to Karl Ludwig Friedrich, the eldest son of the Hochberg side branch. This pattern of tragedies could hardly be chalked up to mere coincidence. It bore the clear hallmarks of a deliberate plot. Such whispers resonated widely at the time. Yet the populace still accepted their new sovereign as if nothing had happened. For what was the alternative? Challenging the ruling monarch's mother in court? Though only behind closed doors, Feuerbach had always sided with those sensing the tinge of a conspiracy. As a matter of fact, he was far from the only one giving weight to this perspective. One might argue that it had not even been considered a theory at all, but rather an open secret. As it would seem, the puppeteers of Baden had murdered every legitimate heir, including a baby, to force a shift in rulership. We will return to this later, but let's work under this assumption for now. Still, Feuerbach had always wondered about 2 obvious inconsistencies. Why, he pondered, was Stephanie Bonaparte kept at such a deliberate distance from a young prince, and why didn't they perform the expectedly opulent burial rites? These suspicious deviations from the norm did not contribute to the overarching plan in any way. But now that he was working on the Hauser case, a logical answer presented itself. What if the legitimate heir of the throne, for one reason or another, had not been murdered at all, but rather secretly relocated? What if they'd buried an empty coffin, or alternatively the body of a different child? In other words, what if Caspar Hauser was the grandson of Napoleon Bonaparte, the 6th legitimate heir of Archduke Karl Friedrich, and therefore the legitimate ruler of Baden? It's getting very Dan Brown, isn't it? How could Caspar vividly remember the emblem of Bugen down to the smallest details if he hadn't been there? Well, by this point, right, he's been studying with this dude for ages. There's a huge library and such, and just because the dude didn't find it doesn't mean he hasn't seen it another way. If he drew it, like, much earlier, then that would be way more suspicious. Or, like, way more, not suspicious, but, like, indicative of something weird. And why would anyone hold him prisoner at said castle if it was not for some delicate cover-up? Bugan was rather small, secluded, and far away from Barden's populated areas, the perfect location for a sinister purpose. Startled by his insight, Feuerbach feverishly checked the records. The prince's supposed date of birth matched that of Caspar Hauser. Not exactly, but it was alarmingly close. To summarize Feuerbach's working hypothesis, 16 years ago, Barden's conspirators urgently needed the prince removed from the power landscape, but, out of compassion perhaps, they spared the newborn's life by hiding him away in Castle Bugan, hoping that he'd never learn the truth about his importance. After a period of lying low and allowing the situation to stabilize, they fabricated 2 letters to cover their tracks before abandoning him in Bavaria, a considerable distance from the throne that was rightly his. You might argue it's a little far-fetched. Well, things are about to get weird. Yeah, I'd say this is conspiracy theory so far, but Dennis, I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise, let's see where it goes. To my knowledge, Feuerbach never set foot within Castle Bugan's walls, as he lacked the authority to do so. But modern-day historians and Hauser enthusiasts, drawn by the legends, have extensively probed Bugan's premises during the subsequent centuries, and they stumbled across something rather surprising. Long after Hauser, Feuerbach, and everyone else involved had passed, a rather enigmatic room was discovered in one of the castle's neglected and crumbling side buildings. It was a dungeon of sorts, remarkably shallow, devoid of any windows, and enclosed by impenetrable walls from every angle, with only a small slit allowing explorers to peek inside. The sole entrance, a trapdoor ensconced in the ceiling, was inaccessible for a rather suspicious reason. It had been masked with a blend of mortar and stone from the room above. Maybe this is ringing a bell. The call for an in-depth investigation was obviously immense. Nevertheless, the Heritage Protection Agency had thwarted every attempt to explore Bugan's Chamber of Secrets, invoking laws designed to safeguard historical sites. While other parts of the premises evolved, serving as an orphanage until 1985, followed by a stint as a Christian conference center, that specific wing remained untouchable, for the longest time off-limits to any research requiring construction tools. It was not until 2009 that a team of historians was finally permitted to breach the veiled trapdoor, an event televised in Germany and Switzerland. Inside was a small wooden horse. I'm just joking, but that would be like, oh my god, it's there!
My disappointment is immeasurable.
The relentless roar of the jackhammer tore through centuries of silence, slowly conceding to the tranquil hush that followed. As the dust slowly settled and the first sunlight in ages pierced the gloom, spectators far and near held their breath in anticipation. Yet to everyone's disappointment, the room proved underwhelming at first, with nothing to offer but years of dust and debris. But then, as eyes adjusted to its dimness, a profound curiosity emerged from the shadows. Oh my god, what if it's the horse? Etched into one of the walls, okay, it's not the horse, they discovered a faint drawing, bearing the innocent charm of a child's hand. It was the crude depiction of a toy horse. Oh my god, this is the next best thing. What the I mean, think about it. Almost 200 years after Caspar Hauser had spoken of his wooden steed, a sketch of this very item was found in a room linked to the mystery through entirely different means, a room that eerily mirrored Caspar's descriptions. Again, it's a very strange coincidence. Back in 1829, however, Feuerbach remained entirely oblivious to the dungeon and the equestrian drawing hidden within. I suppose his conviction would have increased tenfold had he somehow learned about it. Yeah, no doubt. This is making it seem less conspiracy theory and more like, oh my god, he was really in this room and he was carving a horse into the wall, because that's all he had. In contemporary times, Castle Bugan houses a quaint bed and breakfast alongside a comfy restaurant, both of them surprisingly budget-friendly given the luxurious charm and proximity to Basel, Switzerland's famously expensive cultural epicenter. If you enjoy fancy wine served by disturbingly attractive waiters that make you question your fragile heterosexuality, I can recommend a visit, even though Bugan's most interesting room remains inaccessible to visitors, even to begging ones, or so I've heard. However, the natural beauty of the neighbouring Rhine more than compensates. Indeed, the river is so close to the castle's walls that one can easily cast a small object, like a glass bottle perhaps, through an open window and watch it embark on a tranquil journey across gentle waters drifting northward into a region once called Alsace. Oh my. Okay then. Another point of considerable interest is Baden's royal crypt, of course, the alleged resting place of the newborn prince. According to Feuerbach's suspicions, there should be an empty coffin hiding amidst bygone monarchs. But alas, the secret might forever remain so. Feuerbach was obviously not allowed to check, and interestingly, as per the mandate of current lineage holders, the tomb chapel continues to be a forbidden vault of mysteries. Not a single researcher has ever been granted a glimpse inside. They could easily make all the accusations and rumors disappear immediately, but for nearly 200 years, they have maintained their decision not to do so. Not even I was allowed to Indiana Jones the out of the place, despite asking politely. It'd be awesome if you had. They'd be like, yeah, okay, we'll let you do it. Why not? Go crack open that coffin.
Do it.
Then again, this doesn't automatically imply that they're actually hiding something down there. Maybe they just don't feel like having a random YouTube writer messaging about the bones of their ancestors and potentially selling them on the black market, which is fair to some extent, I guess. They don't. Is the expectation that you'd steal the bones, Dennis? The boy who lived again. In the 1820s, vibrant emotions and a newfound sense of self-expression washed over society. More than a mere trend of creative connections, the artistic movement of Romanticism symbolized a rediscovery of beauty and imagination, passionately rebelling against the rigid dictates of pure reason that had defined the Enlightenment. The era brimmed with tales of folklore, where nymphs danced by moonlit rivers and ancient spirits whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Every gust of wind carried a story, every rustling leaf a hidden message. Nature became not just a backdrop, but a character itself, alive, sensitive, pulsating with feelings, and bearing witness to the joys and sorrows of humanity. Poets, painters, and musicians embarked on the quest of mapping out their hearts and souls, and so did Caspar Hauser. On the 26th of May, 1829, the anniversary of his release from captivity, he wrote a poem that could be translated as follows. Today I welcome my year one, with gratitude beneath the sun. Though burdened by so much strife, I vow to savor the delights of my life. But what may appear as an expression of inner fulfillment and genuine optimism revealed only half the story. The more Caspar adapted to his present situation, the heavier the burden of not knowing his past. He had grown into a full person with tastes, desires, opinions, aspirations, talents, and quirks. Yet all of these human elements seemed to orbit a black void of nothingness. The absence of memories remained his defining characteristic. He often retreated into Dahmer's garden, losing himself amongst the blooms and greenery, searching for solace. During one such moment of introspection, Dahmer approached his student with a novel idea. In his hands, he held a small box of cress seeds. "Let's plant these," he said, with a glint in his eye and a gesture toward an empty garden bed. "But in the shape of your name. Watch them grow, and maybe in their sprouting, you'll find a piece of yourself." Some cryptic going down. Okay. Caspar traced out the letters with a stick before filling the grooves, slowly and meticulously. Each following dawn found him kneeling among the tomatoes and lettuces, fingers brushing lightly over the cress sprouts, as if he were encouraging their efforts. As soon as the shoots began to spell Caspar's name in the lush green, they served as a metaphorical mirror, reflecting his own blossoming self-awareness. Dahmer believed that the magic of nature, with its unfathomable mysteries, might offer the answers Caspar sought, and perhaps, in some ethereal way, it did. His dreams would suddenly become incredibly vivid, lifelike even, as if incited by the garden's whisperings. Once shrouded in dark obscurity, the ensuing nights adorned Caspar's mind with colourful scenes, each unfolding with rich detail that sculpted tangible realities. Or, to be more precise, one particular reality. He would find himself in the marbled halls of an opulent palace, bathed in the soft golden light of arched windows, the air fragrant with the scent of burning sandalwood, and the distant sounds of a harpsichord wafting in from somewhere unseen. His younger, careless self ran through the corridors with unbridled joy, barefoot, his laughter echoing like the sweetest melody. The sound of giggling trailed him, and when glancing back, he would catch glimpses of a woman playfully chasing after him. Time and again, Caspar would drift into this very location, each visit unveiling new details. The unique shape of brass door handles, rows of ornate knight armor standing sentinel, a grand chandelier hanging from the vaulted ceiling. Of course, Caspar told his teacher about the recurring dreams, hoping he could help figure out their meaning. Were they a manifestation of inner yearning or echoes of a suppressed memory? Though Caspar could not place those scenes anywhere on his biographical timeline without glaring contradictions, the lavish hallways had resonated with an unmistakable sense of authenticity, as if they were, against all logic, remnants of a profound and genuine childhood experience. To make sense of this mess, he would commit to a more systematic approach going forward, writing down every thought, every suppressed flashback, every diffuse feeling that might, by the slightest of chances, hold the key to proving his true identity. What had started as a personal diary quickly transformed into a comprehensive memoir, prompting Dahmer to reshape Casper's scattered notes into something the world would hunger for: an autobiography. The editing process took him barely a few weeks to complete, ready to take the world by storm. Sure, the public's fascination with Casper had slightly ebbed away given his retreat from public view, but for the connoisseurs of intrigue, this suspicious absence only added layers to the mystery. According to most modern accounts, the book's release immediately ignited a firestorm of controversy. To some, it served as irrefutable proof of the era's most shocking scandal, while others dismissed it as an obvious fabrication, once again leveling accusations of fraud at Hauser and his publishers. This, however, strays very far from the historical truth. You see, for reasons not fully understood, Dahmer had chosen not to release the guaranteed bestseller at the 11th hour. Instead, the only existing copy of the manuscript remained locked in Dahmer's desk until his death, then journeyed through various custodians and private collections until it landed with the Dutch historian Antonius van der Linde, who first brought it to the public's attention in 1888, almost 6 decades later. Wow. Okay. I mean, why? He just didn't want the secret getting out, but I thought the whole thing, it was trying to find this out. It does also feel a bit like suspicious and
convenient,
doesn't it? Like, this all going on in quite a short period of time. Maybe this could all just be a ploy to get this guy, like, snuck into the royal family somehow and make him, like, king.
It's good to be the king.
As such, it was not the autobiography that made Casper reclaim the spotlight in 1829. Rather, a far more sinister event would put him back on the map. In the early morning hours of October the 17th, the silent shadow descended upon Dahmer's peaceful abode. It was the shadow of an intruder, slinking onto the island unannounced, armed with the gleam of a butcher's knife and a grim purpose. The attack was swift and brutal. Before Casper could even register the lurking danger, the enshrouded cutthroat launched his attack, hurling the knife's blade directly at his forehead. The forceful impact sent Casper reeling, but he did not succumb. With a staggering effort, he regained his balance, a primal instinct guiding his flight toward the basement. "You need to die before leaving Nuremberg," the attacker yelled after him as he bolted downstairs without looking back. In the dim recesses of the cellar, amidst wine racks and dormant gardening tools, Casper found a temporary hiding spot, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm in his chest. Every nerve on high alert, he strained his ears, trying to decipher any hint of encroaching footsteps, anticipating the looming figure to finish his business any moment. Yet even as the seconds merged into minutes, the oppressive silence remained. Instead of pursuing his cornered prey, the assassin had simply left Casper behind, severely wounded, but very much alive. As mysteriously as he had arrived, the intruder vanished from Schutt, slipping away without a trace. Is this because someone fears, there's the rumor, right? And maybe this person is like, "I will protect the bloodline," or whatever. They're not the real one. But, stop. You know what I mean.
I don't know.
Later that morning, as the sun streamed through the curtains, Dahmer made his way to the kitchen, his mind blissfully unburdened. But as he passed the corridor leading to Casper's room, his foot halted, hovering mid-air, as his eyes locked onto a streak of blood spread across his otherwise pristine floors. The ominous crimson snaked its path toward the basement. Compelled by dread and determination, Dahmer followed the trail downstairs, only to find a student lying on the ground with a serious wound to his head, barely conscious and hardly breathing. He wasted no time, sending one of his housekeepers to the nearest police ward. The house was soon abuzz with activity. While flocks of constables quickly searched the premises for the culprit, 2 on-duty physicians carefully tended to Casper. They cleaned and stitched the laceration with precise hands, occasionally exchanging relieved nods as they realized that Casper would be all right. Despite the dramatic looks, a quick examination revealed that the wound was far less grave than it appeared at first sight. The knife had struck him at a peculiar angle, more grazing his forehead than penetrating it. While he was indeed in a perilous state due to the substantial blood loss, the physical damage was manageable. Once the police officers had ensured the attacker's absence, they commenced a meticulous search for evidence. Some officers crouched low, passing the ground for footprints, while others focused on the windows, searching for any sign of forced entry. They investigated every corner, every nook, but nothing was found, and nobody had witnessed anything. It was as if the assailant had evaporated into thin air, or maybe as if it had never been there at all. Their most viable lead turned out to be Casper himself. Still feeble and distraught, he tried to muster the strength to speak, but as he recounted the morning's ordeal, only one revelation stood out. The intruder's voice had been hauntingly familiar to him. Though his memories were obscured by headache and dizziness, he could not shake the nagging thought that perhaps, just perhaps, he had been the same individual who had abandoned him in Nuremberg 18 months ago. Well, why would they do that? Why would they come back and try and kill you if they originally set you free? That doesn't seem to make any sense. Although the town's administration had offered a reward of staggering proportions for any viable leads, the case was swiftly designated as unsolvable, relegated to bureaucratic purgatory mere days after the incident had occurred. The rationale behind this abrupt and quite questionable classification remaining unknown to this day. Off the record, however, police officials had quickly arrived at a theory realigning with their previous skepticism of Casper. In their view, there had been no attempted murder at all. The wound was likely self-inflicted, and interpretations shared by several modern criminological examinations. Okay, but what exactly guided them to this perspective? Well, I'm glad you asked. We didn't ask Dennis, but okay. Firstly, we need to probe the puzzling decisions made by Casper. Why retreat to the confined space of the basement, a literal dead end, rather than seeking the safety of the upper floors where Dahmer and numerous house servants were sleeping? Sure, one might argue that rational thinking is a rare commodity in the moment of sheer panic, but strangely, Casper had not even cried out for help, thus defying the most basic of survival instincts. Secondly, we need to analyse the perplexing actions of the purported intruder, whose presence was marked by an absolute absence of evidence, if he had indeed existed. This individual must have been a veritable ninja with phantom-like abilities, highly skilled in the acts of stealth and intrusion, a professional hitman perhaps. Yet this theory crumbles when considering the alleged yelling the intruder had directed at Casper, an amateurish and unnecessary risk that could have betrayed his secret mission. Accordingly, it remains unexplained how Dahmer, a known light sleeper, remained undisturbed throughout the quite vocal encounter that had unfolded right below his bedroom. Also, there is obviously no explanation for why the mission had been aborted just shy of its certain success. It does seem very suspicious, doesn't it? But there's even more. Forensic consultant Johann Zimmermann, after assessing Casper's injuries on behalf of the police, noted several more discrepancies between the official story and his observations. According to his documentation, which took me ages to track down, the wound had resulted from a clean and precise cut, entirely inconsistent with the deep and ragged lacerations that one would expect from a blunt impact. Zimmermann also highlighted the disproportionate amount of blood at the crime scene, suggesting that Casper might have deliberately smeared his bodily fluids everywhere, willfully creating a macabre trail for Dahmer to quickly spot and follow. This does seem very suspicious. Whenever modern people like criminologists and stuff are getting involved, like let's test the bones for DNA and stuff, it's like, I take it so seriously because of like the years, decades, centuries of scientific method. Strangely, almost no one seemed to care about these urgent caveats. Barely a handful of moderately influential individuals had voiced their doubts publicly at the time. Among them, for example, was Johann Merker, a police administrator from Prussia. Though he was never involved with the investigation in any official capacity, he had remotely worked on the case as a hobby, releasing a 93-page summary of his findings under the title Caspar Hauser, Likely a Fraudster, to an audience of like 3.5 people, one of whom was me. Despite the overabundance of red flags, words of doubt played no major role in the public discourse anymore. With the combined naivete of well-known figures like Binder, Dahmer, and Feuerbach, it was ultimately Casper's version of events that gradually morphed into the universally accepted truth, firmly establishing his claim to the throne of Baden in Bavaria's collective consciousness. After all, why else would they send an assassin with orders to silence him? It certainly made for a conclusive narrative. Initially, the plotters had not anticipated Caspar ever learning the secret of his birthright. Yet, after Feuerbach's unforeseen discovery, the puppeteers had been compelled to immediately take action, mitigating damage by employing accordingly desperate measures. Obviously, Baden's diplomats refuted any such allegations, yet to many, their denial only further validated the theories. The sacred path of Bullshido. In wake of Casper's supposed near-death experience, a pervasive gloom hung over Schutt Island, as if a dark veil had been cast upon it. The once lively abode, resounding with the warm tones of laughter and learning, was now dominated by the tired creaks of the professor's ceaseless pacing, a constant, obsessive patrol from room to room, tracing imaginary threats that lurked in every nook and cranny. To him, the terrifying assassination attempt bore no ambiguity. It had fiercely clawed into Dahmer's reality, leaving him deeply traumatized and fearing for both Caspar's and his own life. His sunshiny habit of finding beauty in everything had faded, leaving fertile soil for paranoia to grow roots in his daily thoughts. Every passing stranger looked like yet another murderer to him. Every parcel at his doorstep reeked of potential poison, and every knock at the door turned into a harbinger of doom. During the day, he would immerse himself in pseudo-druidic rituals of protection that were both elaborate and nonsensical. With the descent of night, he took a stealthy post behind the curtain-draped windows, his eyes scouring the island's contours for any hints of hidden movement. It wasn't long before the scholar, a fragile man of fine sensitivities, had been reduced to a phantasm of his former self, tormented by an ever-churning sea of what-ifs. In stark contrast, Caspar recovered from his harrowing encounter with astonishing ease, as though it had been but a minor inconvenience. His wound faded without leaving a scar, neither on his forehead nor on his soul. Within mere days of the ordeal, his eyes had regained their sparkle and danced with the usual vibrant light, whereas Dahmer's gaze had morphed into a haunted and hollow mask. The breaking point followed shortly after, when Caspar inadvertently sent a silver plate crashing to the ground, prompting his mentor to grab a knife and rush to the scene. This simple accident had unspooled the senior's last threads of courage, leaving him pale, breathless, and wide-eyed in Caspar's doorway, his limbs trembling with fear. Although Caspar apologized profusely, the moment served as a subtle acknowledgement of a truth that they'd both been avoiding. Dahmer could no longer stand as Caspar's protector. His nerves were too frayed, the weight of constant anxiety too heavy on his shoulders. And so, under the old oak that had witnessed their happiest moments together, they shook hands for a final goodbye in early January of 1930, a gesture of mutual gratitude that nearly broke the older man's heart. Through the direct intervention of King Ludwig, Caspar was swiftly entrusted to the care of Johann Bieberbach, a Nuremberg alderman who lived a rather solitary life on the town's outskirts. His secluded home was nestled near the Tannenloher Woods. We know next to nothing about Bieberbach himself, as not even Google seems to be overly aware of him. Most search results refer to entirely unrelated individuals named Johann, who happen to live in the modern-day village of Bieberbach. Other entries lead to a 1908 novel written by Jacob Wasserman, which is indeed based on Caspar Hauser's life, but in a highly fictionalized and weirdly erotic way. Okay. Old-school erotica about this dude.
Can you not judge me for like 2 seconds?
I managed to unearth only a single mention of the actual Johann Bieberbach, hidden in a 1974 research paper which randomly fell into my hands while scouring the Bavarian State Library. The paragraph mentions that Bieberbach had been a tradesman, and apparently he had offered to pay for Caspar's expenses out of his own pocket. The author of this paper, a historian named Fritz Trautz, sadly chose not to cite any sources for this, so I hit a dead end immediately. Although Bieberbach remains a rather nondescript character to us, the patronage of Caspar is a matter of indisputed public record, and it marked a dramatic change for the worse. While Dahmer's magically romanticized worldview had fostered a rather liberal style of teaching, this new environment was governed by a harsh regime of unyielding expectations and moral conservatism, offering little in the way of freedom and enjoyment. Caspar quickly learned that his future would be one of discipline and total control, with every moment of his life judged by Bieberbach's draconian policies. Amplifying the already stern conditions, he was also burdened with the unwavering vigilance of King Ludwig himself. Keen to avoid additional sensationalism, the monarch had commanded the royal guard to follow Caspar's every steps and monitor his every action, thus obliterating even the faintest semblance of privacy. Some sources claim that this measure was invoked with Caspar's welfare in mind, intended to avert a second attempt on his life. Over here in the real world, however, the monarchy had likely sided with the police's unofficial findings rather than buying into the widespread narrative. Though we have no surviving documents directly confirming King Ludwig's skepticism, it stands to reason that he was among those highly doubting the first attack, therefore constraining Caspar to a tight leash mainly to keep his bull in check. Yet despite these efforts, it would take less than half a year for the next bloody incident to occur. On the brisk morning of April the 3rd, 1830, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted from within Bieberbach's private library. Almost instantaneously, on-duty soldiers surged through the door, finding a somewhat dazed Caspar sprawled out on the floor. Shaking off his stupor with commendable speed, truly an artist of resilience, Caspar gifted them with the all-time classic of "I can explain everything," asserting that the discharge had been nothing more than a minor accident born of his clumsiness. Mind you, his explanation was nothing short of a masterclass in crafting firearm discharge narratives. In case you're planning to accidentally shoot someone, feel free to take note for future reference. So, according to his words, Caspar had been trying to fetch a book from a high shelf while balancing on a rocking chair when he suddenly lost his footing. In a frantic bid to steady himself, he grabbed onto a decorative rifle mounted on the wall. Unfortunately, its supporting nut failed, resulting in a domino effect, sending him and the rifle crashing hard to the floor. To his horror, the rifle went off on impact, narrowly missing his head, but leaving a cut near his right temple as testimony. Why? If this is set up, which it seems likely to be, why? Why would you do this? Bieberbach, however, after slogging through the tale with the enthusiasm of a snail at a salt convention, dismissed the story outright by pointing out an obvious flaw. Old rifles could indeed accidentally fire when dropped, but only if the bolt had been manually cocked beforehand, which was a three-step process with this specific model, a Harper's Ferry M1803. Nonetheless, the situation demanded an official investigation. Nuremberg's medical examiner, Johann Zimmermann, was once again dragged in, tasked with evaluating Casper's near-fatal ouchie. With the kind of experience that only comes from seeing the worst war injuries imaginable, he quickly pointed out clear differences between the minor abrasion before him and those of genuine gunshot wounds, effectively debunking the claims a second time. Wait, so he just cut himself or whatever? People are going to know, dude. To his professional eyes, the superficial and entirely harmless bruise had likely been the dramatic result of a vicious attack by Casper's own fingernail. Dude, come on. Viewing the scene through lens of reason, only one plausible interpretation emerges. I can't think of one. What's the motivation here? Casper had scratched his skin intentionally before cocking and firing the weapon with just as much calculation. He then hastily lay down, ready for the guards to discover him. But if he had indeed fabricated the scene, one might wonder about his underlying motive. Yeah, I mean, the scene is like we know what happened. Why the motive is a mystery?
We're here to solve a mystery.
Simply a trick to garner attention, perhaps? Well, certainly possible. Some historians went even further, suspecting a double-layered ruse. What if Casper had crafted an implausible tale by choice, a flimsy lie designed to be seen through? This way, he seamlessly steered everyone towards an equally untrue but more dramatic implication, one that I cannot spell out on YouTube. Okay, that he wanted to off himself, right? Also, there might be yet another telltale peculiarity to consider, although, admittedly, I could be reading too much into it. You see, George Friedrich, not a creep Daumer, had never ceased chronicling Casper's life in questionable detail, even after their paths had diverged for good. In his book, Notes About Caspar Hauser, Daumer recounts a fierce dispute between Bieberbach and Casper, triggering the discovery that Casper had been skipping classes with Albert Baumer, a private Latin tutor. Upon being confronted, Casper slammed his fists onto the table and, raising a voice laden with despair, shouted, "If you treat me like this, I don't want to live anymore." This event preceded the rifle accident by merely 2 days. Not a coincidence, if you ask me. Nope, that sounds pretty thing. I think he was faking a suicide attempt to, make people take this seriously. Maybe the act was not about attention, but about pity, an attempt to soften Bieberbach's heart. Then again, how could Casper have possibly skipped his lessons in the first place, given the ever-present Royal Guards? Guess we'll never know. Just like Daumer before him, Bieberbach eventually decided to sever all ties with Casper, albeit for vastly different reasons. His decision was rooted neither in fear nor benevolence. Rather, it had been born out of sheer frustration with Caspar's incessant nonsense. While the specifics remain regrettably scarce, one can reasonably infer that a series of similar incidents had progressively eroded the foundations of their relationship. Interested in an example? Well, we know of one particularly strange incident in which Casper had randomly discovered a Hungarian book hidden within Bieberbach's collection. For some reason, he immediately asserted to recognize some of the words, implying yet another unexpected epiphany regarding its possible origin. However, when Bieberbach revealed himself to be fluent in Hungarian, challenging Casper to translate the parts he claimed to know, the latter fell mysteriously silent, sheepishly returning the book to its shelf. Busted. In the summer of 1830, after the last bit of trust had vaporized, Bieberbach kicked Casper out. A welcome conclusion for both parties, I suppose. I'm beginning to think that Casper's a bit of a con man. I'm coming around to that opinion. The Fresh Prince of Nuremberg. A visit to present-day Nuremberg is thoroughly confusing and, frankly, a bit misleading. Upon exiting the main train station, you're immediately greeted by an 8-lane beltway, a dreary, loud, and rather hostile first impression. But once you've crossed under the raging torrent made from asphalt and pragmatism, you'll find yourself whisked away to a bygone era, or several bygone eras. Again, it's a bit confusing. This is how I feel. The main train station in Prague, it's a really nice old building, and it's really beautiful inside. And your train pulls in, and the first impression you get upon leaving that train station is you enter a park, and you might think, oh, that's nice. This park is just filled with homeless people and drug addicts, and I'm fairly sure at night it's going to be filled with sex workers. It is the dreariest park, and it's kind of scary. And it's like, why wouldn't someone clear up this park and clear? Sounds very
oh, they're spoiling my beautiful city.
But it's come on now. This is the first impression that people get on arriving by train to this city. And it's just a park filled with drug addicts. And you're like,
this isn't good. This isn't a good vibe.
To your left stands a beautifully preserved castle, complete with a moat and watchtowers, in whose courtyard, tiny market stalls and workshops offer their handicrafts akin to a medieval market festival that never ends. Continue northward along the town wall, and the cobblestone alleyways will take you past half-timbered houses of inconsistent shapes and sizes, leaning snugly onto each other, with every wooden beam bearing the distinct touch of a different medieval carpenter. Yet, had you decided to turn right instead, you would now be immersed in a Renaissance avenue, lined with opulent multi-story residences on either side, interspersed with ornate pilasters and gilded balustrades that strangely seem to hint more at Baroque origin. As you stroll further, you'll encounter churches that whisper of the late 18th century, until of course you stumble upon yet another castle with a design that betrays an age of at least 700 years. And it's at this point that I have to mention that our video is sponsored by the city of Nuremberg. It's not, but it feels like it. Historical landmarks beckon you from every corner, angled and convoluted, cobbled together with random elements taken from every conceivable phase of European history, as long as they emit a diffuse sense of nostalgia. With its ancient charm and allure so pronounced and its chronological consistency so wrong, one might mistake Nuremberg for a meticulously crafted amusement park. Only one caveat: Nuremberg is actually just that. Wait, I've never been to Nuremberg. What's it like? I guess it's like this. I'm a little bit confused.
I'm into it.
You see, with barely any exception, everything in this town is a modern forgery. No way, really? Though you might be under the impression of strolling through an authentic piece of living history, you're nothing but a tourist falling for an illusion. Interested in visiting Lugersland Prison Tower? Well, feel free to admire this somewhat credible replica constructed in 1981. Are you in for the aesthetics of 15th century Gothic churches? Well, here's a building that is not the famous St. Lorenz Cathedral, but it certainly looks like it, as long as you don't look too closely. Why would they do this? Europe, you don't need to fake European history. There's plenty of European history.
Hold on.
Yet remarkably, through some mysterious providence, one structure evaded the brunt of the war's devastation. Oh, there we go, because it was destroyed in the war. It needed to be rebuilt. It's like when you're walking through London and there's this like beautiful like old row of like, you know, nice houses, terrace houses or whatever, and then you just see like two of them that are kind of crappy and don't have any of the nice brickwork or like ornamenting stuff on the outside. And it's like, yeah, because those ones were blown up with a bomb and they've just been replaced with like a cheap alternative. And by cheap, I'm sure it's still enormously expensive because it's London. I guess you can tell where this is going. On January the 2nd, 1945, just after sunset, a fleet of several American B-17 squadrons had dropped a total of 6,000 bombs onto the town, largely burning it to the ground within half an hour. Apart from Dresden, no other German city had been attacked this severely during the war. By the next morning, Nuremberg was basically gone, with 92% of the structures leveled and the rest largely disfigured beyond repair, compelling architects of subsequent generations to attempt recapturing Nuremberg's original essence, partially from memory and therefore with a degree of historical inconsistency. Yet remarkably, through some mysterious providence, one structure evaded the brunt of the war's destruction, with only some minor roof damage caused by the nearby impact of a phosphorus bomb. The Tucher mansion somehow survived not only this attack, but the entirety of Hitler's atrocious reign and the time since. Tucher Mansion is a site of multifaceted importance, serving as a focal point to many obscure stories. Among the narrative threads running through the hallways, one belongs to Caspar Hauser, of course, who took up residence there in 1830 after Bieberbach had politely asked him to off. The manor's esteemed proprietors, the Tucher family, are quite a notable lineage of patrician merchants, not royal, yet nearly as powerful. First mentioned in 1305, their trade dynasty had expanded massively throughout half a millennium, a meteoric rise culminating in the type of wealth that one can no longer imagine. At their zenith in the early 19th century, scarcely any economic sectors in southeast Germany remained out of their reach. It is therefore self-evident that they ranked among the era's most influential people, or in other words, they were best buddies with both the king and Feuerbach. Yeah, it's interesting, like in the past, you think there's like rich people today, like Bill Gates and Elon Musk and all this shit. But it's like back in the day, like comparatively, there were people, it's like, oh yeah, no, that guy's responsible for like 10% of the economy. It's like, that's money. Even today, Nuremberg is teeming with the Tucher name and their controversial emblem, which many argue is a bit racist. You could, for example, stroll down the Tucher street and sip a Tucher brand beer at the Tucher pub, or savour an admittedly delicious roast venison a la Tucher at the Tucher restaurant near the Tucherland indoor playground before treating yourself at the Dr. Tucher's all-you-can-eat pharmacy. What is going on? Why would there be an all-you-can-eat?
Hello there. Yes, morphine, please.
How much?
As much as I can take.
Also, I've got a picture of their emblem here. I'm putting it on the screen now. If you're listening, and I'm not going to describe it. If you're listening in a podcast form, you just have to go and check out the YouTube video, won't you? Or just use Google. It's spelled Tucher. Although I obviously made up that last one, about the all-you-can-eat pharmacy, okay, it cannot be understated that Nuremberg's culture and landscape is still heavily shaped by businesses, either owned or associated with the Tucher family. Gottlieb van Tucher, the family's patriarch during Casper's time, is a particularly interesting figure. Holding degrees in law, mathematics, physics, philosophy, and music, acquired at a plethora of prestigious universities, his intellect was not so easily fooled, making him the ideal countermeasure for Casper's incessant shenanigans. Though I could not pinpoint a primary source for definitive confirmation, indications suggest that Feuerbach had likely tried to bestow Casper upon the Tuchers at least once before, yet initially his proposal was met with a non-negotiable rejection. This time, however, for reasons unclear to me, they give in and assumed legal guardianship over Casper, albeit with certain reservations. Wait, so they thought this guy was a con man from the beginning, and then they're like, Fine, we'll take him! Understandably afraid of impending scandals, Gottlieb von Tucher tried his best to hide Casper away, mostly confining him to his room. At least that is what historians had long believed to be true, given the absence of any sources mentioning Casper during the subsequent months. However, in 2013, historian Michael Diefenbacher challenged this perspective by unveiling newly rediscovered documents depicting a vastly different scenario. As we now understand, Casper spent time with multiple branches of the Tucher family, many of whom resided outside of Nuremberg. Among his temporary guardians was even Maria Helena Susanna Tucher, the wife of philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, who stands out as one of Germany's most interesting influential thinkers alongside Kant and Marx. Casper and Hegel probably crossed paths, but curiously, Hegel never referenced their encounter in his vast collection of preserved notes and letters. Quite disappointing. As a philosophy graduate myself, I can affirm that both of them were, as the younger generation would phrase it, full of Their interaction would have been a compelling read, the intellectual equivalent of watching two toddlers competing in an MMA cage fight. In any case, Casper's time with the Tucher family was certainly not the period of borderline abusive imprisonment we once considered it to be. Oh no, it had been quite the opposite in fact. Casper enjoyed the glamorous life of immense privilege, moved among the finer social circles, indulged in endless feasts and exquisite banquets, and given his intriguing background, he was well liked by the rich and beautiful. According to author Schriebmuller, in his review of 150 years of Caspar Hauser research, Casper lived like royalty. Every extravagance the 19th century had to offer was available to him. This dude's doing well. He is like, I am kind of coming around to the fact that he's probably a con man. And he's a good con man. He conned himself into not royalty. He's basically worked out a way to live like it. That is, with one notable exception. Despite an overabundance of opportunities, Casper never showed any interest in women, preferring materialistic charms over female affection. And in materialistic terms, he lacked absolutely nothing. The Tuchers were so offensively wealthy that they owned separate tea rooms for different types of tea. Crazy. A fact that is not true at all, but it sets the narrative. Oh, I really wanted that to be true. Oh, that's great. What's that? That's the Earl Grey room. That's great. Quite an impressive climb on the social ladder, and a fast one at that. Within roughly 2 years, a literal nobody, a half-prisoner, half-circus animal, had made it to the highest echelons of German society, with influential friends throwing themselves at him left and right. Somewhat ironically, Casper indeed turned into a prince of sorts, though not by the means of an inherited bloodline, but by good old-fashioned money. Through Feuerbach's assistance, he had even attained a position as a courthouse copyist, not the most prestigious job, yet undoubtedly a stepping stone that reeked of privilege. Destiny had granted Casper access to many golden opportunities and illustrious characters for sure, yet one of his closest friends stands out. Earl Philip Stanhope, a British nobleman, politician, and regular business partner of the Tuchers. For some odd reason, Stanhope is often depicted as an agent of Baden, a spy, so to speak, sent on a mission to garner Casper's friendship and trust. The original that guy's on a wild goose chase. Why is he going after this guy? He's not that interesting. He's just a con man, in my opinion. The original source for this wild and very erroneous claim seems to be a low-budget and low-effort TV documentary from 1999. Okay. It's what's the motivation? Come on. Which led to a cascade of circular references. In truth, he did not have a relationship with the rulers of Baden at all. It is safe to assume Stanhope I'm sorry. I'm being an idiot. Barden is I forgot that because this episode's been really long and it's actually day 2 of me recording this. So you're probably like,
Simon, what are you talking about? Barden is the place where he's pretending to be the prince from and whatnot.
And it's like, yes, I just remembered. I recorded that bit yesterday. I'm sorry. Anyway, he didn't have a relationship with the rulers of Baden at all. It's safe to assume that Stanhope and Caspar first met at one of the lavish festivities at Tucher Mansion, either in April or May of 1831. The British Earl was a man of joy and extravagance, often seen in colourful and fancy clothes, not quite in line with the demure fashions of the time. Amidst a room filled with flawless manners and polite moderation, he was a burst of vivid energy, a peacock among sparrows, drawing curious glances and indignant stares upon him. As the only non-boring entities present, it was inevitable that he and Caspar would gravitate toward each other, losing themselves in a conversation governed by mutual fascination. Stanhope spoke of his life as a globe-trotting salesman, his words painting vibrant pictures of distant cultures and thrilling adventures. Caspar, in return, presented his own curious tale in rich detail, including his claim to Baden's throne. Despite their story's incredulous nature, each accepted the other's tall tales without the slightest pinch of doubt. Though separated by a substantial age gap of 33 years, their bonds flourished into a pivotal element in both their lives. Stanhope's trips to Nuremberg grew rather frequent, suspiciously frequent, one might say, and he spared no expense in lavishing Caspar with extravagant gifts, including the finest attire from France and unparalleled British art, masterfully robbed from the colony's greatest artists. Yet, even while business duties called Stanhope afar, the two kept in touch through a steady exchange of letters, ensuring their bond remained strong irrespective of borders. Most of those letters still exist within Nuremberg's archive. Much to my surprise, they are not nearly as romantically charged as I had somehow expected. Yes, I was totally expecting it to be like, oh, they've got some forbidden relationship. While they are in fact extremely personal and drenched with emotion, we must remember that this was the norm during the era of European Romanticism, which was aptly named for this reason. While certain interests beyond friendship cannot be ruled out entirely, the few ambiguous remarks at hand do not add up to reliable evidence of child abuse. Not in the strict sense, at least. Wait, how old is he? 33. I thought he was an adult by this point. Okay, Jesus. Sure, many historians have pointed out that Caspar, among other telltale signs, concluded his letters with "in love" or similar expressions. Although it might be tempting to take this literally for the sake of a more captivating story, I must once again emphasize that during this time, these phrases were commonly used as a generic all-purpose sign-off among friends. For comparison, Schiller's writings to Goethe seem considerably more passionate. Despite having an exclusively professional relationship, he ended his letters with thirsty stuff like, "If you are at home tomorrow, evening and in the mood, I will discreetly invite myself to your house, for I long to see you again." Oh my god, if someone wrote that today, there is no doubting what that means. But back in the day, apparently this was just cool. It'd be like,
"Yes, and I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Bob. And if you're home tonight, I shall slip into your bed and slip..."
Don't go there, Simon. Still, Caspar had been barely 17 when he met the 50-year-old Stanhope. While some details remain a bit murky and subject to interpretation, it seems fair to view the situation holistically and call Stanhope's overall behaviour by its name. It was clearly grooming. He's 17 though, and I know that it's like adult is 18 today, but this was 200 years ago. Would it really be considered I guess grooming doesn't necessarily just mean underage, does it? Does it?
Why are you the way that you are?
Again, he had relentlessly showered his underage buddy with expensive presents and promises, displaying that specific uncanny blend of fatherly devotion and relatable companionship often found in adults with certain unspeakable intentions. I don't want to dig myself in a hole here, but this was the past and he's 17. And yeah, the dude's way too old. But it also, if it's just friendship, is... okay, I don't know. Let's see where this goes. And their relationship was indeed very illegal by 1830s laws. Wait, but this wasn't a sexual relationship. As far like we have their letters. They were not romantic. They were platonic, weren't they? What's going on? Though unfortunately not because of the possible dangers to children, as the Bavarian age of consent was, and still is, 14. No shot. Really? In Germany, what are you up to? No, it was a crime due to its homosexual implications. But that's all they were just implications. What's going on? Which the law called an unnatural vice until 1969. I think we've mentioned this before, but the past was the worst. Either way, it sounds like in Germany, the present is still the worst. 14? Like, what the... Like, I know Americans, which is the majority of this audience, have that very, 18 years old, and then it's one day over or one day under. It's it becomes complicated. It doesn't really work that way in Europe, as far as I understand. But 14, my dudes? Jesus Christ. Either way, Stanhope became, and remained, Casper's closest confidant, but also a threat to his dance of decadence in a way that might surprise. Chapter 8. Lost in Translation. As far as we can tell, Casper's life remained surprisingly uneventful for the next 18 months, a time he spent enjoying the view from the top of the world. There was no attempted stabbing, no whoopsie involving a firearm, not even a single nocturnal epiphany revealing cryptic symbolism. In turn, Feuerbach's investigation efforts made barely any progress, despite him committing every ounce of energy to the project. Yet if the years spent in courtrooms had taught him one thing, it was this: it is often the smallest details that reveal the most astonishing truths. So when Casper continued to boast boldly, breaking bread with bourgeoisie business barons, Feuerbach meticulously revisited each and every piece of evidence, regardless of its apparent relevance. One question that persistently occupied Feuerbach's musings was Casper's reported knowledge of the Hungarian language. As you might recall, it first raised this claim to Bieberbach in 1830, but when put to the test, they were forced to set their counter of days since the last cringe-related accidents back to 0. Yeah, it was so cringe. I recorded this yesterday, but he was like... I'm just remembering it and how cringe it was, where he's like, oh yes, no, I know some of these words. And the guy's just like, well, I speak Hungarian. How about that one? Tell me what they mean. Oh, cringe. He's like a teenager, though. It's okay to be a bit cringe when you're a teenager. You would think that this blunder had served him a humble lesson in honesty, but sure enough, Casper would later confess his alleged Hungarian proficiency to Earl Stanhope, perhaps trying to impress his broad-minded friend with a bit of cosmopolitan experience of his own. Feuerbach, informed of Casper's renewed claims through mysterious means, promptly seized the chance and orchestrated a redemptive opportunity. He proposed to get together with actual native speakers, intended to conclusively substantiate the hypothesis. To my astonishment, not only did Casper willingly participate, but he also showcased surprisingly convincing results, leaving little room for doubt. Well, yeah, he's gone and learned Hungarian, which, I mean, is a dedication. He's a con man. That's what he does. He slips into other people's into the other people's skins. Not literally. Obviously not literally. But you know what I mean. He becomes someone else. That's what I'm trying to say. He would, for example, prove his ability to count in Hungarian up to the impressive number of 3. And wouldn't you know it, he was also able to understand both the words Appa and Anya, which translate to father and mother respectively. But all irony aside, I actually did discover some additional, slightly less absurd hints scattered across available sources, and here's a quick rundown. In June 1830, police director Eduard Hitzig published a book titled Annals of Criminal Jurisprudence. Within its pages, he cited a letter from a certain Lieutenant von Perch, who had once interviewed Casper in an official capacity. In a passing remark, Perch noted Casper's ability to understand many words from behind the Burma forest, alluding to the Habsburg Empire, which at this time encompassed the territory of what is now Hungary. In Revelations about Caspar Hauser, Dahmer recounted an episode in which Casper crossed paths with an unnamed friend of Bieberbach who had visited in early 1830. Dahmer noted not only Casper's pronounced reaction to them speaking Hungarian, but also described Casper's equally strong emotions upon hearing Polish words, a language distinct yet closely related to Hungarian. Oh, I thought there were no languages closely related to Hungarian. I remember I went to Hungary and I took a tour, where they walk you around the city and they tell you all these interesting things about the city or whatever. And they were like, yeah, Hungarian. There's no related languages. So when they have aliens in movies and they don't want to come up with their own alien language, apparently they use Hungarian. They just have the actors do their best impression of Hungarian or whatever. And so when international movies about aliens come to Hungary, they have to redub over the language because otherwise all the Hungarians are like,
right, why do the aliens speak Hungarian? We can understand the aliens.
Johann Merker mentioned the same story in his aggressively skeptical dirt-dishing expose, though it might be possible that one of them had simply copied the other without proper attribution. Incidentally, both were factually mistaken. While Poland and Hungary have always shared deep cultural ties, their languages stem from entirely different linguistic roots. Yes, I thought so. Okay, wait, so this is just what someone wrote. Oh, Dahmer noted about the languages being similar. However, even I know that that's wrong, and I know nothing about languages.
You know nothing.
Polish is a Slavic language, whereas Hungarian belongs to the Finno-Ugric family. Few languages on our planet are as different as these two. Another interesting anecdote comes from a certain Baumler, apparently a descendant of Hungarian immigrants who had once cursed in his mother tongue with Caspar present. The latter, in a state of visible shock, responded,
"But Herr Baumler, this is a word that I have heard before, and it is a bad word."
I mean, wow. So amazing. Like, if I hear someone curse in a language that I've never heard before, I'm going to know that it's a bad word, because they'll be like, just trying to make up a word. Verdunk. Or whatever. And you'd be like,
Verdunk, yes. A well-known swear word.
Because you say swear words in a certain way. Like, beep, beep, beak. Which is just going to sound like a bunch of beeps to you. But you know what I mean. By the way, this Baumler is not to be confused with Caspar's former Latin tutor, Baumer, despite the similarity in their names. Their identities had frequently been mixed up in research papers, hence my clarification. I could go on for quite a while. A genuinely spooky number of independent sources have mentioned Caspar's apparent Hungarian skills throughout the years, be it a sideline remark in a medical report by Dr. Osterhausen or a second-hand account by Konrad Krug, which was referenced in Julius Maer's 1872 collection, Authentic Testimonies Regarding Caspar Hauser, or another very important mention in the book, Oh, for fuck's sake, Dennis, we get it, please continue with the story, written by attention span researcher and retention rate enthusiast Simon. Earl Stanhope, a well-read man of widespread interests, had been thoroughly aware of Caspar's theorized roots in the lands of horses and vineyards. To him, the idea served as a Pandora's box of brand new narratives beckoning to be investigated. Though he held firm in his belief that Caspar's words shimmered with nothing but honesty, he was indeed very skeptical of the more popular interpretation revolving around Barden's line of succession. To his reasoning, the trail leading eastward seemed more promising. But was it? Well, most certainly not. Following the Ottoman advances in the late 15th and 16th centuries, many communities were compelled to abandon their homes, seeking refuge in the more stable regions of the northwest. Hungary, overrun by Suleiman the Magnificent in 1520, witnessed a significant exodus, predominantly to Poland, but also to territories that would later become Bavaria. Although some families eventually returned, others, like the ancestors of Bieberbach, as it would seem, opted to settle permanently. As a result, by the 1830s, Bavaria had a notable presence of those with Hungarian roots, providing ample opportunity to passively pick up a smattering of the language. Thus, knowing a handful of words meant absolutely nothing. With a bar this low, I'm the lost prince of 50 nations. Yet, he could have also just picked up a book. Like, I'm sure they had books about... The dude earlier had one book in the Hungarian language. He's probably got like a dictionary with like pronunciation guides in it and stuff. It's not like he learned a lot of words. He learned how to count to 3 and say mum and dad. My 2-year-old can count to 3 and say mum and dad. My 2-year-old can count to 10 and say mum and dad, and he's 2. Unswayed by this obvious argument, Stanhope, much like Binder, Feuerbach, and Daumer, became ensnared in a web of his own outlandish theories. As a worthy successor to Nuremberg's leading fools, he would even pursue some of those leads, but in a manner befitting a British nobleman. He paid someone else to do it. Yes. Dennis taking a dig at me right there. All I do is read these. I do no original research. I'm not, no pretense here. Like, I like reading. That's what I do. I like reading other people's words, not writing my own. God forbid. This someone was Joseph Hickel, a former police official turned private detective. Whenever Caspar mentioned anything related to Hungary, be it the familiarity with a certain place, event, or person, Hickel was immediately dispatched to investigate on site, making him travel back and forth at least twice during 1831 alone. It must have been quite convenient. Could you imagine a British dude having someone from Germany traverse the globe on his behalf, painstakingly gathering and compiling hard-to-acquire information regarding a weird mystery, only so that he can take most of the credit without ever leaving the comfort of his chair?
Dennis, no!
Anyway, Gottlieb von Tucher, a conservative academic with a no-nonsense attitude. I mean, steady on. I get most of the credit, but it's like, I make everyone knows these are not my words and not my research. Anyway, Gottlieb von Tucher, a conservative academic with a no-nonsense attitude, had never been particularly fond of Stanhope's childish theories or his flamboyant character in general. While their professional alliance somehow weathered private tensions, this partnership had certainly been a burden to both, a forced ceasefire rather than a desired coexistence. Unsurprisingly, Stanhope's constant visits to Caspar gave rise to further conflicts, with Tucher accusing the Earl of spoiling his foster son too much, slowly turning him into a pompous snob, whereas Stanhope was quick to volley that argument straight back to the sender, pointing out the irony of Tucher himself being the pinnacle of self-importance. This constant tug-of-war quickly rubbed off on Casper's mood. While his life remained free of any materialistic needs, he gradually grew aware of being a parasite. Oh really? You did just gradually grow aware of this, did you? You are a parasite! That's literally all you do! That's all you've done! It's like, am I mooching off these rich people? Pass me another baguette! The lavish meals, once a dream come true, had slowly morphed into a daily ordeal. Even though he was served with the finest silverware and most exquisite delicacies, Casper often felt an invisible wall between him and the other family members, as if their conversations were drenched in a coded language expertly tailored to exclude him. Yes, I'm not surprised, because you're a random outsider who's living in their house. Casual glances exchanged between Gottlieb and his biological children revealed a shared understanding and unspoken agreement of Casper's lower status. Well, yes, Casper, that's because you are of a lower status. That's what's going on here, Casper. I'm sorry to break it to you. You're very lucky, in many ways. Like, not that you were kept in a box or whatever, even if that was real. But it's like, you are living a life that most other people are only able to dream of. Stop being such a douche about it. While Stanhope travelled the world and the ballroom lay in silence, Caspar would often meander through the lonely vastness of the mansion, nostalgically recalling the connection he had once cherished with Dalma. He's like, oh no, this whole mansion is so empty. So many tea rooms. I don't even know what to do with them. No one else is here. Boo-hoo. Cry me a river, Casper. The irony was not lost on him. Surrounded by riches, he was poorer in belonging. The wealth had generously accommodated him, yet it was the warmth and acceptance of a family that remained a distant luxury. I mean, yeah, but you could have just gone and lived with, like, someone, like, a less noble or, like, wealthy family if you want to feel more on the level with them, couldn't you, Casper? Couldn't you? He confided in Stanhope about his emotions, of course, both face-to-face and through letters, describing his inner landscape as a desolate wasteland paved in gold. Stanhope, though only jokingly at first, replied by offering to overtake the guardianship, as he could provide not only the monetary means, but also an emotional bond. While this idea initially served more as a mental coping mechanism rather than a plan to be executed, it strangely lingered between them, as if each awaited the other's nudge to genuinely pursue it. Later that year, as if guided by the subdued hues of the impending winter, their shared fantasy would indeed become a reality, and it took Stanhope little effort to make Gottlieb von Tucher concur. On December 2nd, 1831, Earl Stanhope stepped forward as the fourth and last guardian of Caspar Hauser. He's 17 or 18 by now, whatever. Does he really need a guardian? He's an adult man. On a related note, the Tuchers are still going strong today, with several descendants residing at the Tucher mansion. Though their political influence has dwindled quite a bit ever since Germany gave democracy a shot, the name continues to be held in high esteem by many locals. I visited the estate, of course, of course you did, Dennis, trying to capture some exterior photographs without invading anyone's privacy. Yet unexpectedly, as I was looking for a good angle, an elderly gentleman emerged from the main entrance, his eyes locked onto mine, asking if I was interested in the mansion's history. I nodded reluctantly, halfway expecting him to call the police for trespassing, but to my surprise, he instead pointed to the door behind him with a smile on his face, inviting me to take a peek inside. What a legend! That's awesome!
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
I couldn't believe my luck at first, not entirely sure if he was being sarcastic, yet when he emphasized his offer with a friendly gesture, I seized the opportunity and quickly made my way through the door, whilst showering this apparent Tucher air with gratitude. He led me through a short hallway, straight to a wooden desk, where he would suddenly stop in his tracks, asking me for money. What the dude? You're rich, you live in a mansion. It's like, yes, I'm going to need some money, please. This demand came out of nowhere and it had me very, very confused, made all the more puzzling by his overly friendly tone. Somewhat offended, I replied in a slightly louder tone, asking if this is some sort of sick joke. Bro, is this a sick joke? And he's like, no, I'm sorry. I just thought this was a tour. You wanted a tour for my time. The man's face instantly shifted into a mirror of my own irritation. Clearly aggravated, he informed me of a possible social discount in case the standard fee was beyond my means. What are you doing? What is going on? It took me another second or two until I understood my mistake. This guy was not a Tucher, he was simply working there. They had turned some parts of the place into a museum. Oh no! I mean, this isn't your fault, Dennis, but you did have your own look. You've both had little cringe moments here. Although it should be clear. It's more cringe on him, because it should be clear it's a museum. So, whilst painfully dying on the inside, unable to explain or salvage the situation, I simply obliged the new discounted amount and without thinking told the cashier to keep the change, bringing the total back to the standard fee. Oh my god, if this happened to me, I'd never write it in a script. I'd be like, no, nothing happened. I took a photo and then I left. I did not have a cringe moment inside the mansion. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. As I mentioned, the Tucher Mansion has a myriad of captivating tales intertwined with its history, of which Caspar Hauser is only one. Still, I somehow expected them to highlight their link to the case with a certain pride, given the story's popularity both in the region and abroad. Yet, this assumption fell flat. The exhibition made not a single mention of Caspar. Evidence of an ongoing indifference towards their former patronage? Perhaps, or maybe I just missed a room. To be fair, I was sloshed to the gills that day because, as a reminder, I've been travelling across Bavaria for nearly a week at that point. Either way, I was eager to fuck off as quickly as possible following the incident, as you can imagine. And so was Caspar Hauser in 1891. Bavaria is famous for its beer. If our international listeners are not getting the reference. True to this time-honoured story, although people know that, right? Bavaria's fate, isn't it? Bavaria is where Oktoberfest happens, right? Which I think, funnily enough, actually happens in September or November. It's not quite in October. True to this time-honoured structure of a classical drama, the forthcoming chapter of his life, his last one, I should note, it will conclude in a tragedy, a blood-soaked finale where all the unresolved threads converge one final time. By the end of 1833, not one, but two of our main characters will be gone, with both deaths shrouded in questions, of which I can only answer some. I hope you recall all the details scattered across this episode, as we will need every single one of them in just a moment. Chapter 9. 3 strokes and you're out. Earl Philip Stanhope was a man of many contradictions, as if he had been repeatedly sabotaged by an evil twin, jeopardizing every positive deal with an equally messed up one. Goodness, couldn't he just pick a stereotype and stick with it like a normal person? Who needs more than 2 or 3 traits anyway? Researching his life and character truly tied my brain in knots, and I still did not find any suitable cliché that we could assign to him. For instance, he was a devoted and rather strict Christian, as evidenced by several prayer books that he'd authored, but paradoxically, he was also a fervent supporter of the secularist movement, campaigning vigorously against the political influence of popes and churches. I don't think those things are contradictory, are they? Like, you can certainly be religious and not want... I'm neither. Like, I don't think religion should be a part of the state, and I'm not religious. But I think there are people who are religious who are like, no, I don't think that should really be involved in politics, because there's more than one religion, and I respect those other religions in the hope that they respect my religion. And therefore, no one religion should be in politics. That doesn't seem contradictory to me. Whilst proud of his noble lineage and affiliated with the Conservative Tories, Stanhope still served as a driving force for parliamentary reforms, seeking fair representation across all social strata. I like this dude. That seems, again, like, I don't think that's contradictory. I think that you can be from one group, like, let's say you're rich and you want to vote like Tory or Conservative or whatever, and then you're also like, yeah, but I also think that other people should be able to vote, and whether they have the means or not. And I think that's fair. Would I rather my party be in power? Yes, sure. But I also understand if it's not. It just seems like this just seems big brain to me. While he displayed cartoonish levels of British patriotism, he held a deep respect and fascination for foreign cultures, never considering his own nation inherently superior. It's like, I mean, I don't have cartoonish levels of British patriotism, but I'm definitely British, but I also am fascinated by foreign cultures. I like this guy, seems cool. Other than the fact that he was grooming that. I just forgot about that. So that wasn't super cool, but let's see where this goes, shall we?
Righto.
He even played a role in advancing the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. Nonetheless, his political views still encompass colonial fantasies imbued with quite radical free market principles, a mix of ideologies sometimes called economic slavery in today's discourse. Oh my god, I've never heard of that. Both contemporary peers and historians have highlighted Stanhope's eclectic passions and unique fervour, but also his ability to flip-flop on opinions faster than a pancake on a griddle. I'm very much confused, please send help. I like this. I think this is a good thing. Like, to describe changing your opinion as flip-flopping on something, it's good to flip-flop sometimes. Like, if you've got an opinion and you're presented with new facts, or you just think about it a little bit longer, it's okay to be like, no, I changed my mind. And people will be like,
well, Aston, you're not standing by your convictions.
And it's like, my convictions changed because I thought about it more. I read about it more. I grew up a little bit. I have different opinions to what I had 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I hope that I have different opinions in 5 or 10 years. Because things change. Society evolves. Minds evolve. People evolve. This is cool. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
In the labyrinth of Stanhope's inscrutable motives, his relationship with Caspar Hauser had been equally fraught with twists and turns. To this day, I remain uncertain whether it was genuine kindness that had truly guided his decision to take the reins in Caspar's odyssey, or ulterior motives. Gottlieb von Tucher, among many others, held just as little trust in Stanhope's grandiose gestures and stories. Questions loomed large, not only regarding his patronage, but also his self-centered claims in general. Was he truly friends with William Pitt, the sitting British Prime Minister? Did his wealth really match the opulence of his attire? Or was this just the dazzling costume of a snake oil salesman from afar? And the promise of taking Caspar to his manor in Kent, that's where I'm from. Was he referring to a tangible brick-and-mortar edifice or a castle built in the clouds of imagination? Well, there are plenty of manors in Kent. There's not like a lack of manners. He probably had... why are we doubting this dude so much? Some Hauser documentaries and non-scientific retellings have depicted Stanhope as an heir of an impoverished and low-ranking squire, insinuating he had been all hat and no cattle, an Instagram influencer ahead of his time, artificially overstating his true social standing for lifestyle purposes. While I do see the poetic beauty in the two alleged fraudsters falling for each other's lies, my own research arrived at a different conclusion. The Earl was, in fact, not flashing fool's gold. His primary business involved large-scale foreign exchange trading, complemented by some alleged sideline money laundering, You don't do that if you're not making a lot of money. No one's money laundering small amounts of money for because otherwise it'd be just, why didn't you just do a non-criminal job? In an era characterized by fragmented microeconomies, both endeavors flourished financially, though his wealth still paled in comparison to the Tuchers by a significant margin. Well, yeah, because they've been building up their wealth for centuries. What would you expect? Stanhope was also successful at collecting benefactors and endorsements akin to rare Pokemon cards, making him powerful via both official titles and tactical nudge-nudge wink-wink networking. The roots of his connections extended far and deep, and yes, he was not only friends with the Prime Minister, they were second cousins. This dude's legit. I think he's legit. Therefore, in my assessment, Stanhope's promise of taking Caspar to the Isles of Mist and food had not been a whimsical fancy born of romanticized self-deception. No, it had been a genuine plan for both of them, meant to become a reality. Unfortunately, plans rarely play out the way they're intended. For example, hey Simon, remember when I sold you this script as a super short interlude between two larger projects? I don't even remember, but that's because it was ages ago and it took me ages to record this. And again, I apologize, Dennis. Well, in my defense, you did give me positive feedback on that Scrooge McDuck behemoth, so the length of this episode is kind of your fault after all.
Why would you do that?
I don't mind. I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying the shit out of this, and I enjoyed the shit out of the Scrooge McDuck one, which I think was on Casual Criminalist. Check it out. It's super popular as well. Everyone liked that. Anyway, relocating to England post-haste as previously settled was not the seamless transition they'd anticipated. Their abrupt decision came as a sudden key change, disrupting the calm harmony that had just settled in. The lawyer Anselm von Feuerbach had his reservations regarding this arrangement and required a moment to process the news and unravel its judicial intricacies. Meanwhile, the royal authorities, still wary of Caspar's unwavering claims to the Duchy of Baden and their potential diplomatic ramifications, cautiously treaded the newly stirred waters. Even Mayor Binder tried to intervene, though he lacked the authority to do so. Oh, Mayor Binder. That's a blast from the past. Blast for an hour and a half ago. Given the plethora of administrative hurdles and all-around objections, Stanhope was ultimately forced to leave Caspar behind for the time being. He returned to Kent in early 1831, but without the company of his cherished fosterling, who once again fell victim to an age-old tradition instead. Feuerbach temporarily entrusted Caspar to the care of a random private scholar. Third time's the charm, right? Well, wrong, and no, the wrongest kind of wrong. You see, Caspar was relocated to Ansbach, a charming town located west of Nuremberg, where he had been welcomed into the home of Johann Georg Meyer. But welcomed might be a misleading choice of words, as Meyer's pedagogic approach was basically Bieberbach all over again, but on steroids. He shared Bieberbach's skepticism when it came to Caspar's claims, quickly addressing his seemingly vain and dishonest characteristics with strict, no-nonsense household rules. The concept of humor was foreign to Meyer, and so was the idea of personal freedom. He's an adult by this point. What is going on? Gone were the days of boisterous bashes. In his pursuit of an even higher summit, Caspar had placed his foot confidently on the next rung of life's ladder. But the step betrayed him, crumbling underfoot and sending him spiraling downwards, straight into the arms of the strictest caregiver imaginable. What a dramatic irony. At least, there was one bit of good news. Thanks to Feuerbach's recommendation, he was able to continue his duties as a copyist at Ansbach's courthouse. History pages on Meyer are more shadow than ink, yet thanks to his regular correspondence with Feuerbach and Stanhope, we gain at least a handful of glimpses into their complicated relationship. There were two aspects that I found particularly interesting. First, Meyer's prose is nearly poetic in its elegance, and I'm not being sarcastic. German is an inherently ugly language. I didn't say that. Dennis said that, and he's German.
Bitte entschuldigen Sie meine kurze Unaufmerksamkeit. Ich musste kurz A Beautiful Mind, Genie und Wahnsinn. Babel. Wow, I can't believe I speak perfect German.
Yet his words radiate an unexpected beauty nonetheless. Just got to comment here. I just want to say it. Dennis's English, even though it's not his first language, is better than mine. Like, I read this and it's like, these are words I don't even know. Or like, I mean, I know, but I'd never use because... like, there's a big difference between reading a word and knowing what it is, and then actually using that word yourself. I'm genuinely impressed, but more importantly, every comment about his live-in student was thoroughly negative, a harsh and unyielding critique, insulting at best and outright cynical at worst. Take Dahmer's hyperbolic praise, multiply it by -1, and you'll arrive at Meyer's valuation. Frankly, it feels as if he found sadistic joy in listing Casper's shortcomings in the most aesthetically pleasing ways possible. Well, at least I found sadistic joy in reading it. For instance, Meyer frequently questioned his students' intellectual capabilities, predicting that Hauser will remain ill-equipped for any professions demanding any type of cognitive skills. He's too dumb. He's too dumb to have a good job. In another letter, he rhetorically asked if he should drop his endeavours of classical education altogether and teach him the art of lying instead, as Casper would certainly be capable of greater service to the guild of gullible benefactors than to bookbinders, clockmakers, or merchants. Stanhope replied to this remark with the 1831's formal equivalent of "go f*** yourself." So, while Casper was temporarily stuck with a bitter drill sergeant whilst desperately waiting for his knight in shining armor to come and pick him up, we must steer our focus towards our second protagonist, namely Anselm von Feuerbach. As you might recall, Feuerbach had been working on a publication ever since he first came into contact with the curious foundling of Nuremberg, trying to bridge the genres of psychological case studies and investigate criminal reports. His work culminated in a compendium whose title could roughly be translated as Caspar Hauser, a case study of crimes against human nature, and the importance of its publication could hardly be overstated. Originally conceived as a confidential resource exclusively for select legal professionals, his work quickly leaked into the public realm. This unintended disclosure, as per several accounts, fueled the swift circulation of unauthorized copies peddled by door-to-door salesmen well aware of the Hauser craze. This book's distribution was literally a crime, and therefore it sold by the thousands, yes! But why all the secrecy anyway? Was there some touchy intel Feuerbach needed to protect? Well, yeah, sort of. You see, since Feuerbach was a rather public person and state representative of Bavaria, openly accusing Baden's reigning rulership of both murder and high treason was, to put it mildly, a bit on the risky side of things. Lesser transgressions had indeed prompted wars in Europe's past. Take, for example, the War of the Three Henrys or the War of Spanish Succession. To be fair, the chance of Caspar Hauser prompting a literal full-blown military escalation was obviously non-existent, yet the atmosphere had been uncomfortably charged nonetheless. Many years ago, one of my professors for political sciences ended a lecture with the words, "Diplomacy is the art of strategic silence. It is not about what you say, but about what you do not say." This quote has lived with me rent-free ever since. For this reason, Feuerbach's Baden-related assertions were cloaked in several layers of artificial ambiguity. While his lines teemed with insanely provocative insinuations, his legal acumen led him to pepper each of these risky statements with various versions of allegedly, in my personal view, not a proven fact, please don't sue me. Yet his true stance was not that hard to discern amidst the mitigations. For example, he repeatedly pointed out that his claims would not carry any decisive weight before any judge, which is admittedly an elegant way to sidestep possible repercussions. His work strangely reminded me of Galileo Galilei's Dialogo, in which he described a heliocentric universe in the form of dialogue and then added a third character whose sole purpose was to emphasize the theoretical nature of their thought experiments, which was obviously fictional and easily disproven by the Bible. But the Pope still came after him big time. Yeah, because it's like, you're just like, allegedly. And it's like, you're legally covered, I imagine. But it's also like, people know what's up. The Pope's still coming for you.
Pope! Pope! It's a time to get up and put on your hat.
It's a stupid hat.
Yet Feuerbach's fate, according to one possible interpretation, turned out to be far more tragic. Whereas Galileo was put under a relatively comfortable all-inclusive house arrest for his unspeakable crimes against God, Feuerbach paid the ultimate price. Shortly after the unintended publication of his comprehensive research into Caspar Hauser's possible origin, Feuerbach's health took a rapid and alarming downturn. He's been poisoned! In a preserved letter to his son, he described bouts of severe dizziness and frequently caused him to lose consciousness altogether. He also spoke of a perpetual confusion and a marked deterioration in his memory, which impeded his daily activities and halted his investigations. These symptoms rapidly intensified, culminating in a series of severe strokes. While he remarkably returned from oblivion's edge twice, the third stroke sadly proved beyond his strength. In early 1833, Anselm von Feuerbach, the pioneer of modern law, had succumbed to a sudden illness that no one could quite identify. That is way suspicious. He has definitely been poisoned by this Bardon family, in my opinion. This was back in the day. They did it, in my opinion. I mean, it is my opinion. I'm not trying to cover myself. That's what I think. A near coincidence? Well, in case Feuerbach's condition somehow reminded you of atropine poisoning, then you're absolutely correct, and also a bit suspicious. Commonly derived from nightshade or belladonna plants, ingestion of this toxic substance can lead to symptoms similar to those experienced by Feuerbach. By the 1830s, nightshade had gained notoriety as a popular weapon for murder throughout Europe, as it was both undetectable and easy to come by. According to criminological estimations, it had been the #1 poison of the era, rivaled only by arsenic. Remember the 6 royal heirs of Baden who had died just in time to divert the line of succession? Would you be surprised to learn that atropine had been suspected in 2 of those deaths? Absolutely not surprised at all. In fact, it seems very fitting with the narrative that I think has happened. According to a pamphlet published by Ansbach's Office for Culture and Tourism in December 2022, the unnatural death of Feuerbach seems to be a near-proven fact, or to quote directly, we must assume he had been poisoned. While they might not state it with such a degree of certainty, the notion has indeed been approached by historians and medical professionals alike, concluding that foul play cannot be ruled out. At the same time, there is no way to verify it either, as the substance dissolves within a couple of months, leaving no trace behind. Even an exhumation would not provide any additional clarity. Feuerbach's unexpected death can be interpreted in 3 possible ways, each consistent with the known facts. Theory A. If Caspar Hauser was truly the lost Prince of Baden, then Feuerbach's research posed a significant threat to the legitimacy of Baden's current rulers. When his findings leaked to the public, those in power might have felt compelled to silence him quickly, especially given his influential position as a prominent lawyer. Although Feuerbach held no jurisdiction outside of Bavaria, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Theory B. Conversely, even if Caspar Hauser had not been a lost prince, Feuerbach's revelations still threatened international relationships. He was a walking liability in his own right, arguably even more so than Hauser. By this logic, it could have been Bavaria's leadership and not Baden's that had Feuerbach sent to the eternal after-party. Remember, King Ludwig went out of his way to keep Caspar's mouth under control, but controlling a well-known man would have proved more difficult, so murder might have been the only available option. Theory C. It's entirely feasible that Feuerbach died from natural causes. Strokes can occur without warning, and the timing of his death, while suspicious, could be purely coincidental. Yeah, but he's like, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Then he has a stroke and then he dies. It's poisoning, and I think it's theory A. Well, fine. But which one is it? Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Everything in this episode is interconnected, which is why we need to gather a few more puzzle pieces before we can set about putting them together. The boy who livn't. When Caspar learned about Feuerbach's potentially malicious death, the grim revelation draped him in a cold shroud of melancholy, fueled by a mix of anger and despair. The depth of his grief was so palpable that even Mayer, typically ever sarcastic, toned down his biting remarks for a while, seemingly touched by Caspar's genuine sadness. Understandably so. After all, Feuerbach seemed to have been the only reliable constant in Caspar's life, the only person whose honourable intentions truly remained beyond any reasonable doubt. And now he was gone. And the orphan of Nuremberg was once again just that, an abandoned orphan with no real sense of belonging. But there was still hope. Stanhope, to be precise, right? Well, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? As you may remember, Stanhope had hired a private detective of sort, a certain Joseph Hickel, tasked to confirm Caspar's tale about Hungary through on-the-ground sleuthing, a Hail Mary project that had spanned over a year. Not only would Hickel travel back and forth numerous times, but he also followed up with some other leads unrelated to Hungary in an attempt to unblur the overall picture. Though this might come as a shock to you, Hickel's explorations always had him return empty-handed. Nay, even worse, he would exclusively dig up evidence directly contradicting whatever Caspar had previously claimed with the utmost conviction. Yeah, it's not a surprise, because he's a con man, right?
Yep.
A pattern emerged. Though Caspar was usually quick to explain away any emerging discrepancies, he ultimately found himself trapped in the middle of an intricate web compiled of lies and even more lies, which Hickel, in turn, dismantled one by one. Before long, Stanhope could not turn a blind eye anymore. The seed of doubt had nestled in his mind, and with every new contradiction, its roots grew deeper. By the time of Feuerbach's death, Stanhope's perspective had shifted entirely. In consequence, the Earl slowly distanced himself from his protégé and abandoned any plans of taking him to England until eventually, by early 1833, he even joined forces with those attempting to obliterate Caspar's reputation. Stanhope would later compile his revised stance into a tell-all, kicking off with the not-so-subtle preamble, "I believe it is my duty to publicly confess that I have been deceived." Though his publication largely rehashed insights others had pointed out way before him, his words were remarkably objective, scientific even, as well as surprisingly transparent. The historian Walter Schriebmüller commented on it like this. On the whole, the materials give the impression of a careful author willing to ascertain nothing but the truth. Recognizing his own fallibility, the new enlightened Stanhope had not been driven by revenge or anger. He simply wanted to rectify his own misjudgments in a somewhat apologetic way. Again, Stanhope, bit of a legend, to be honest. But being a man of contradictions, it must be noted that for some odd reason, Stanhope still willingly remained Caspar's guardian on paper. Okay, Stanhope, you unusual man, you. In any case, it could have been much worse for Caspar, right? I mean, at least he had not been brutally stabbed to death. So, Caspar was then brutally stabbed to death in a public park. Oh, well, that happened quickly. The attack occurred on the 14th of December, 1833, and frankly, the circumstances could not have been any more confusing. It is arguably a myth in itself, a crime riddled with clues, both self-evident and absurd, as if the sequence of events had been ripped straight out of the pages of a Victorian-era crime novel, deliberately crafted to evoke tension for sharp-minded audiences. Actually, I might as well write it like a Victorian-era crime novel, as there is no better way of doing it justice. I'll be back in a minute. I'll get a nice cup of tea and a pipe. Okay. The Curious Case of the Purple Purse. In the heart of Ansbach, where eerie gas lamps spread a phantasmal glow over the fog-laden winter air, stood the majestic edifice of the regional courthouse. Shadows from the past loomed over its Gothic arches, whispering tales of mysteries unsolved and justice unmet. Cold rain incessantly battered against the facades, forming rivulets tainted with the grime of the city, swirling into the murky drains as if the heavens sought to wash away the sins that lurked in the building's every nook and cranny. Its hallowed halls were replete with grim tales and misfortunes of every variety. Yet the most peculiar enigma belonged to a diligent court assistant, a simple copyist of childlike stature, dedicating countless hours to transcribing legal documents in stoic silence. The name was Caspar Hauser, his pen strokes meticulous, and his demeanor ever-focused. I'm enjoying reading this like a novel. Caspar was not merely a man of habits, but a slave to them. Dawn after dawn, with an almost ritualistic precision, he'd step out from his teacher's domicile, clasping his leather-bound briefcase. He'd tread the path to his workplace, day in, day out, in a monotonous stride, belying his spectacular and most intriguing past. Yet one mist-enveloped morn, the sanctity of routine was shattered. While navigating the serpentine streets, a mysterious figure materialized from the milky veils, blocking Caspar's usual path. His clothes, simple and worn out, spoke of a life of civility. "Good sir," began the man, against rhythmic clops of horse-drawn carriages all around, "I am in the employ of the Royal Gardener, custodian of the verdant expanses that surround the Margrave's palace." Raising an eyebrow, both intrigued and wary, Caspar responded, "And pray tell, what business does the Royal Gardener have with a humble copyist?" "Sir requests the honour of a private audience," replied the stranger, his face half concealed by the brim of a tattered hat, and his voice filled with a hushed urgency. "A private audience with you at the ancient well, a sentinel of stone and moss within the palace gardens. You cannot miss it. My master has a revelation most dire to share." Though assailed by a sense of suspicion, Caspar accepted this odd invitation with a subtle nod and went his way. Hours later, after the courthouse's grand clock had tolled the end of his daily duties, Caspar found himself by the fabled well, just as agreed. Surrounded by the lonely call of unseen winter birds and an icy breeze, he awaited the groundskeeper's arrival calmly, wondering what revelation he was about to receive. Yet despite his timely appearance, the Royal Gardener was nowhere in sight. Time seemed to stretch, and with each passing moment, unease gripped Caspar's heart a little tighter. With his patience waning and his coldness creeping through the folds of his coat, Caspar began to doubt the purpose of his venture. Just as he was about to turn on his heel and abandon this fool's errand, a rustling sound caught his attention. His eyes darted toward the source. From the edge of his vision, a faint silhouette emerged, slowly solidifying as it moved closer. It was a slow, deliberate approach, almost taunting Caspar with its unhurriedness. Each step seemed to elongate the expense, and the very air grew thick with anticipation. The dim light revealed little, yet it was clearly neither the gardener's aid nor a guise befitting any royal servant. As the figure stepped into the patch where the fading twilight broke through, a bushy beard became visible, and the surprising hue of a petite purple reticule in his grasp caught Caspar's eye. "Caspar Hauser," the man intoned, his barking voice drenched with foreboding. "This bag is a present for you. It contains a message of utmost importance." Caspar, heartbeat loud in his ears, nodded. His eyes never left the figure, trying to discern more details, seeking some hint or clue. As he extended his hand to claim the mysterious object, the agonizingly slow moment was shattered. Without warning, the flash of cold steel suddenly gleamed in the dim light, and pain, sharp and immediate, erupted from Caspar's side. Only when he looked down to see the knife embedded deep within his guts did the reality of the situation truly hit. As darkness encroached on his vision, the assailant's footsteps retreated, fading fast. Caspar's anguished cries were desperate, raw, and filled with a kind of pain that resonates in the very soul of any who hears it. The echo lingered in the air, carried by the chilling winds through the maze-like hedges and ancient statues of the garden. But alas, there was none to bear witness to this dire scene. No soul ventured forth in aid, no comforting voice to allay his fears. Caspar's desperate pleas were but faint whispers, lost in the winter gusts. With a Herculean effort, driven by raw instincts of survival, Caspar dragged himself upright. Each step was laborious, a war waged against the pain that threatened to consume him. It took what seemed like an eternity, every footfall a testament to Caspar's determination, but finally, the familiar silhouette of Mayor's residence rose before him. As he crossed the threshold, the warm interior greeted him, the comforting scent of aged wood and burning hearth. Mayor, engrossed in some scholarly pursuit, looked up, eyes widening in shock upon seeing his pupil. The crimson stain on Caspar's clothes told a harrowing tale. The wound seeping through the fabric painted a macabre contrast against Caspar's pale face. Maya rushed to his side, arms outstretched, catching the faltering Caspar. "Good heavens, Caspar, what happened?" Maya's voice quivered with anxiety. Caspar, though faint, shook his head vehemently at Maya's insistence on seeking the immediate aid of physicians. "Sir," he rasped, "the garden. I must show you." Each word was an effort, but the fire in his eyes conveyed an urgency that could not be denied, despite Caspar seemingly closer to death than to life. Understanding the gravity of the quest, Maya hastily grabbed a clean tissue and pressed it against the wound, attempting to staunch the unrelenting flow. With an arm firmly around Caspar's waist, he aided his protege in retracing the steps to the palace garden. Yet the fates seemed to have decreed otherwise. The ardor that had initially fueled Caspar's steps began to wane as the streets unwound before him a second time. His strength ebbed, his steps faltered, and his breathing grew more ragged. By the time the ornate gates of the palace garden once again loomed ahead, Caspar's spirit, though indomitable, could no longer combat the debilitating physical strain. His body gave way, and he crumpled to the ground, the chilling grasp of unconsciousness taking hold. Maya, stricken with panic, knew that he had but one recourse. Lifting the feeble form of his pupil, he hailed a passing carriage, its wheels clattering urgently on the cobblestones, making haste to the nearest hospital. During the subsequent days, in a room wafting with the scent of medicinal herbs and iodine, Caspar Hauser lay ensconced in white linens, his once vital form weakened by the grievous wound inflicted upon him. The finest physicians of the town were summoned post-haste to attend to the enigmatic court assistant, and in due course his condition indeed did stabilize. The following dawn broke with numerous visitors, among them fellow court associates, and naturally a congregation of constables who had spent the night combing the crime scene. They had discovered the mysterious bag, speckled with soil and dew near the well, even before Caspar had a chance to mention it. With stern expressions, the investigators had carefully untied the reticule, but only a single solitary item lay within, a piece of parchment, square in shape and folded artistically, its four corners meeting at the center as if guarding its content with a secretive embrace. The head constable cautiously unfolded the note, unveiling its mysterious contents to the awaited assembly. However, as they strained their eyes to read, it became evident that this was no ordinary message. The symbols inscribed upon it were closer to regular German letters, but not quite. The room filled with puzzled murmurs as each officer tried to decipher the perplexing language in vain. The mystery persisted until one sharp-witted constable, struck by a sudden insight, held his pocket mirror to the paper. On its reversed surface, the enigmatic message was finally revealed in clarity. and the text read as such. Hauser will be able to tell you exactly what I look like and where I come from. To save the Hauser the trouble, I will tell you myself where I come from. I come from the Bavarian border near the river. I will even tell you my name. M-L-O. Though initially spirited and showing signs of improvement, Kaspar's condition took a turn for the worst on the third day. Fevered murmurs, delirious ramblings, and cold sweats consumed him, rendering him unrecognizable in his anguish. As dusk approached on December 17th, 1833, a somber stillness enveloped the chamber of Caspar Hauser's deathbed, the atmosphere thick with the heavy weight of impending doom. The shadows of the candle flames danced upon the walls, casting eerie spectres that seemed to sway in morbid anticipation, and as the sun's last light had receded below the horizon, the horrible truth could no longer be denied. For Caspar Hauser, dawn would never break anew. In his last fleeting moment of clarity, Caspar whispered, "Why should I have anger or hatred towards anyone? The people have not done anything bad to me." These profound words, filled with resilience and grace, marked his last utterance. As the night deepened, his battle ended. Just after 10 p.m., the foundling of Nuremberg was pronounced dead. 3 days later, the city of Augsburg witnessed an unparalleled assembly of mourners from near and far. News of Caspar's death deeply resonated with many, drawing crowds to pay their respects. On December the 20th, 1833, with the mournful toll of the Ansbach Cathedral bell in the background, Caspar Hauser was interned in the city cemetery. The gathered masses stood solemn in tribute. His body was lowered into its final resting place below a tombstone that read, "Here lies Caspar Hauser, enigma of his time, unknown origin, mysterious death." In 1833. That was like a novel, Dennis. I didn't have any comments. I was just reading it like a novel. Oh, that was fun. That was a really nice way of handling that. I'm very pleased. Random Game of Thrones pun or something. Now, in a traditional episode of Decoding the Unknown, this is the part where we would recap key takeaways, provide some clarifications, and then stitch everything together, constructing a somewhat convincing verdict, which usually goes along the lines of, yes, cool, but seriously though, this is obviously nonsense, thank you for watching. And to be fair, defaulting to skepticism surely holds water when it comes to debunking most age-old conspiracies. However, this episode works differently in a frustrating way, as such an easy escape route simply does not exist. Dismissing one theory immediately unravels another one, leading us down an infinite rabbit hole of even wilder narratives. There is only one more thing annoying than bullshit, and that's recursive bullshit. I mean, what even is the question we're trying to answer here? Well, who had murdered Caspar Hauser, of course, and why? But also, was he truly the Lost Prince of Baden? And if he was, why had his life been spared to begin with? Had he hidden within Castle Bugen throughout his early childhood? Had he been hidden in Castle Bugen throughout his early childhood? Heck, was there even a raw conspiracy at all? Did Feuerbach meet his ends because he came too close to the truth? And what about the failed assassination at Dahmer's abode? Even if we decided to throw out every single one of these angles, one teeny tiny question remains. Who the was Caspar Hauser then? And the answer might surprise you. Yeah, I do think he's a con man, and I do think this was all a setup. I think he's just a con man, and that's why he learned so quickly, and that's why you remember the letters at the beginning with the fresh ink all those hours ago. I think this was all just a big con. It's a mess, but not to worry. I've sacrificed my sanity to put things back in order, to get some factual footing before venturing forth to the more speculative realms. So let us begin with Baden's alleged bloodline bamboozle. Without access to Baden's documents and institutions, Feuerbach was significantly limited in resources when penning his theories roughly 2 centuries ago. His assertions largely rested on Caspar's words and behavior, complemented by the notes of Binder and Dahmer, which are clearly not the most reliable sources that one could imagine. As we have established before, their experiments on Caspar were fundamentally flawed, their observations tainted by esoteric spiritualism and the romantic mindset of that era. In a way, the three men formed a stable triangle of delusion, an echo chamber of self-deception, thus fortifying each other's conviction to the point of no return. These kinds of things have happened before. A man witnesses a dude walk on water, another tells of water turning to wine, and poof, everyone is stuck in a self-sustaining belief system for the next couple of millennia. Same story, different scale. Yes, indeed. Yet times have shifted since then. The Grand Duchy was eventually absorbed into the fabric of modern-day Germany, a transition that also marked the disclosure of countless documents formerly classified. Looking at it from today's perspective, with unrestricted access to the archives and Simon's unlimited budget for travel expenses, we can pick up the trail right where it went cold for Feuerbach. So, had he truly stumbled upon a forbidden truth? Is the coffin the supposed resting place of Barden's bygone prince actually empty? Well, it is with great pleasure to announce that Feuerbach's empty coffin theory is highly doubtful, to the extent that we may even consider it disproven. Many credible sources have surfaced since then, including royal autopsy reports and burial protocols, as well as multiple private letters written by those who, unlike Stephanie Bonaparte, had attended the funeral rites. Beyond any reasonable doubt, a baby's body had been buried that day in 1812. The evidence is overwhelming and virtually irrefutable, which is why I decided against breaking into the royal crypt at the last minute. If anyone could use a brand new crowbar, send me an offer. But the empty coffin theory was only one of two narratives, and the less popular one at that. You see, even if there had been a corpse, how can we be sure those remains truly belong to the newborn Prince of Baden? Yeah, it's not going to be hard for them. This is the past. Babies were dying all the time. It's not going to be hard for them to find another body to put in there. According to the bait and switch theory, this detail warrants closer inspection, as it provides a potential rationale for several intricacies that are difficult to explain otherwise. The bait and switch theory broadly mirrors Feuerbach's ideas, yet deviates in some important specifics. In essence, the Archduke's sixth heir stood in the way of a royal conspiracy and needed to vanish. Though the plotter's original plan might have been to simply commit yet another murder, they ultimately decided to spare the newborn and hide them away at Castle Bugen. So far so good, but they still needed to somehow fake his death in some believable way, which is hard, nay, near impossible without presenting a dead body, isn't it? Yeah, just so go find a dead body, you're rich and powerful, it's not going to be that hard. To rectify this glaring issue, they went for the most obvious strategy, somehow acquiring the corpse of another newborn baby, exactly one that had legitimately died from a respiratory illness, of which there were plenty in the time of pre-antibiotics. Exactly. This way, they could not only fool the royal coroner, but also stage an open casket funeral, which was the norm among 19th century nobility. Only one potential pitfall: Stephanie Bonaparte. Being the mother, she might have recognized that the child laid before her was in fact not her own flesh and blood. Therefore, with some made-up excuse, she had swiftly been banned from bidding her son farewell. The narrative seems highly logical and convincing. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I still think the dude was just a con man, but it's quite convincing. But unfortunately, there's a clear distinction between being plausible and being true. So which category does it fall into? Surprisingly, barely a handful of indicators can help determine this, with each piece of evidence thoroughly circumstantial and dependent on interpretation. For example, there's an interesting trail of letters left behind by Princess Amalie of Hesse-Darmstadt, who happened to reside at the Karlsruhe Palace alongside the Hochbergs. In her earlier correspondence, she painted the newborn prince as a beacon of vitality, robust and brimming with life. Yet as pages turned, so did her descriptions, charting a slow ebb of the toddler's previous vigor. The continuous and gradual transition might indicate that she was likely seeing the same child throughout. Then again, most other sources speak of a sudden respiratory failure rather than a slow progressing ailment, which is weird. So how can we explain this discrepancy? Well, it's important to remember that Princess Amalie lacked medical training and had no offspring herself, so her observations may not have been entirely accurate. Also, it's not entirely clear if the letters even mirrored her own first-hand observations, as pointed out by Reddit user Dripping Noodle. One could interpret her writings as relaying second-hand accounts passed on to her by others who might have been involved in the conspiracy. Another often overlooked key witness to consider is the midwife, Barbara Horst, who consistently cared for the young prince from his day of birth. Given her frequent interactions with the child and her attendance at the emergency baptism conducted shortly after his demise, it stands to reason that she would have noticed any behind-the-scenes switcheroo, which apparently she did not. Yet this argument hinges on whether one concurs with my personal belief that all infants look exactly the same. They do look very similar, they don't look the same, especially to the parents. You know which kid is yours. Also, if the prince had indeed been swapped for a decoy, another intriguing question arises. Where did the substitute body come from? Luckily, Baden maintained detailed records of every birth and death in the 16th century, reflecting Germany's stereotypical fetish for administrative accuracy. These documents can now be found in the General Archive of Karlsruhe, and they're publicly accessible. If the prince had indeed been exchanged with another baby boy, there should have been a record in those vast archives. Yeah, but these people are super rich and powerful. They could just, grease someone's palm and make a document go away, surely. A file detailing a male infant of the same age as the prince, linked to the Baden royal lineage in some subtle way, who had passed away from respiratory failure and lacks a documented burial location. So, may I suggest one Johann Ernst Jakob Blochmann. Born on the 26th of December 1812, he was but 3 days the senior to an unnamed royal son. And here is where the plot thickens. His father, a certain Christoph Blochmann, had been a craftsman under the direct employ of one Caroline Louise of Hochberg. Most intriguing, but it gets even stranger. There had not been a single other mention of this Johann Ernst Jakob Blochmann anywhere in the entire body of documents and registers, an eerie omission for one so closely tied to the royal family. The newborn had essentially disappeared from the pages of history right after his first cry. But this is only half the story. You see, there is a strange little entry in a church register of Karlsruhe's diocese which notes the death of a certain Caspar Jakob Blochmann, a perfect blend of names. Save for the death note, no record of a person bearing that name exists in any other register. So to summarize, one birth without death, one death without birth, the same person perhaps. Adding even another layer of confusion, the date of Blochmann's demise was 18th of December 1833, precisely one day after Caspar Hauser had succumbed to his wounds in Ansbach. The meaning of this? Well, I'm not exactly sure. People much smarter than me couldn't figure it out either, but there seems to be a vague connection, and it certainly gives me a headache. Yeah, so maybe. As you might have noticed, we are indeed grasping at straws. Yeah, exactly. It's just like big maybes. It's like, okay, could have happened. No idea if it did. I think it's just Occam's razor. The simplest answer is just a con man. To definitively prove the allegations either way, one would need to conduct a DNA analysis, comparing the remains of whoever had been buried to the genome of known descendants. Alas, this will likely never happen, as the crypt is pretty much the Vatican Vault of Germany, which might merit a bit of suspicion itself. But should it? Let's theorize for a moment. If we were to conduct DNA tests and discover that the line of succession had indeed been fraudulently altered 2 centuries ago, would that change the status of the current lineage holders? Could the legitimate heirs, if identified, legally claim the inheritance and adjust the line of succession retroactively? The short answer's no, and the longer answer is nope. Curiosity led me to pay a lawyer for insights into this matter.
I'm the law-talking guy.
The lawyer.
Right.
As the parasites in my brain needed to know, and I have absolutely zero self-control when it comes to useless trivia knowledge. This lawyer suggested that in such a scenario, a German court might apply the equity law of the United Kingdom. This is because the issue predates the formation of modern Germany, which operates under a principle of non-retroactivity, meaning current laws cannot address events before their existence. Yes, which makes a ton of sense. To overcome this, the lawyers reasoned that a judge might look into a similar international legal system, such as the UK's. While I double-checked this assessment later, I quickly realized that his explanation is not only wrong, it's nonsensical. First of all, applying foreign laws in German courtrooms breaches like a billion law principles at once. While they're not applying the foreign law, they're just looking at... They're taking inspiration from another jurisdiction. Like, if there are no laws about something and a new legal system or a newer legal system or whatever, and it doesn't have something dealing with that, they could look at how other countries do it. It doesn't mean they have any legal standing. It just means that they could be looking at it for inspiration. Additionally, Bavaria has its very own equity law at the time, the Codex Maximilianus Bavaricus Civilis, which would be a more appropriate reference than any English substitute. The supposed fraud occurred in what is now Germany, so any legal distinction would be based on the local law of that era. Simple as that. Well, yeah, that makes sense. If they've got like local laws for dealing with this, and it's obviously been applied before, then just go with the local stuff. Why would you? It doesn't... Yeah, of course.
My goodness, what an idea. Why didn't I think of that?
50 Shades of Grey areas. So, let us assign the Barden conspiracy a plausible in theory and carry on. Even if we had some sort of proof, we would still need to connect the dots to Caspar Hauser somehow. Had he been a prisoner at Castle Bugen or any other basement dungeon at all for that matter? From a medical standpoint, our story is obviously riddled with more holes than SpongeBob SquarePants. I've never heard SpongeBob SquarePants described as riddled before, but I suppose he is. I'm sure Simon has highlighted this like 1,000 times throughout the episode. If Caspar had indeed been locked in a dungeon for the first 16 years of his life, there would have been serious and irreversible health implications such as severe muscular atrophy, a drastic decrease in bone density, and a vitamin D deficiency that would have been impossible to survive. I actually haven't. And I just assumed that, pretty immediately, not immediately, but about, halfway through today's absolute beast of an episode, I was like, he's a con man. He's definitely a con man. Something's weird's going on. But I assumed that they were somehow dealing with this. Like, letting him walk around, or I don't know why his bones would be less dense. I guess from, lack of movement. And vitamin D, can't they just give him vitamin D? I guess I didn't think about that. It's the early 19th century, right? They probably didn't. I take a vitamin D supplement. When I saw the story, I went for a blood test. It must be 3 years ago now. Just have a yearly medical. And they're like, wow, your vitamin D is crazy low. Do you not go outside? And I'm like, no, I don't go outside. I just work and stay inside. And they're like, here's some pills. You take one of these once per day and come back and get a checkup. And I'm like, okay. And so I take vitamin D pills now to keep me nice and healthy so I don't have to go outside. Also, Daumer's assumption that continuous darkness leads to cat-like eyesight is clearly rubbish. The adage, use it or lose it, can apply to many neural functions, including vision. Without optical input, the brain's visual pathways might degrade to the point of blindness. Yet, when Caspar appeared in the streets of Nuremberg, he was able to walk, albeit with difficulty, and showed little to no immediate signs of severe malnutrition. Though he was a bit ruffled and shaky in his movements, he had been in genuinely good shape, all things considered. Can we therefore conclude that his claims of permanent imprisonment were grossly exaggerated, if not entirely fabricated? Yeah. I don't know what the next line's going to be, Dennis, but yes. To put it simply, yes, we absolutely can. Dennis and I, same page. But as mentioned before, this story is a hydra of sorts. For each theory slain, two more arise. How could Caspar recall Bugen's emblem if it had not been there? And how can we explain the drawing of a horse etched onto the walls of a dungeon which matched Caspar's description down to the smallest details? Well, you're in luck, because I think I can answer both of these questions conclusively. Yeah, it's a frame-up, right? Like, they've put that in there on purpose. And they've told him about the crest on purpose, because he's a con man. On the matter of the emblem, the answer might be surprisingly straightforward, albeit a tad underwhelming. Feuerbach, like many before him, may have been ensnared by a subtle trap of the mind, sometimes called the close enough hit bias. This is where you, someone draws something and you see something in it because you want to see it, or it's like, it's close enough, so you're like, this is definitely that, even though it's not. He's just drawing like a random crest. I mean, all crests kind of look the same, right? There's a shield, it's maybe divided into 4 quarters, it's got some like lions and shit on there. Like, come on, it's not, that's kind of a crest, right? To illustrate, consider this random example. Before Einstein shook the world to its core, scientists relied on Newton's laws of motion to explain planetary movements. While Newton's formula closely aligned with astronomical observations, there was always a slight discrepancy between theory and reality. This minor annoyance was often brushed aside, with many attributing it to imperfect telescopes or calculation errors. Instead of addressing the issue, they found numerous ways to sidestep it. It was not until over 2 centuries later that Einstein emerged, highlighting that Newtonian physics, while producing somewhat workable numbers, was not merely in need of a quick bug fixing. No, the theory was fundamentally flawed and misrepresented the universe's true nature. It is kind of wild. Like, that wasn't, in the grand scheme of things, that long ago. And it's like, that physics was shaken to its core. It's kind of nuts that was less than 100 years ago. Feuerbach's folly mirrors this anecdotal interlude. While he perceived the emblem of Castle Bugen as an almost impeccable match, a discerning eye would beg to differ. Caspar's preserved sketch, though bearing some undeniable resemblances, was anything but perfect. In fact, I was easily able to find banners that arguably fit Caspar's lines even better. Take the House of Wittelsbach, for example. Symbols such as chevrons, lions, swords, and crowns are no rarities in royal iconography. They are ubiquitous and certainly not the exclusive domain of Baden. It appears Feuerbach, perhaps subconsciously, yearned for the drawing to corroborate his pre-existing beliefs, leading him to generously overlook any discordant evidence. Yes, indeed he did. Alternatively, one might entertain the idea that Caspar deliberately looked up the banner of a random castle associated with Baden and concocted a tale of nocturnal revelation to mislead Feuerbach on purpose. Yes, totally. He looked it up. There's a whole giant room of books called a library. We know this. He just looked it up, or he was told about it. By someone else who was in on the con, probably the person who dropped him off in the town or whatever. As for the horse drawing, again, close enough hit bias. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being so dumb. This is the... You know how earlier in today's episode I was like, yeah, I started recording this yesterday. I started recording this now 2 days ago. Obviously, the horse in the basement, he would never have had access to that basement.
Oh.
So how did it get there? Sorry, I was like, well, yeah, someone could have carved it in their basement, but how would they have got in there? Everyone's probably screaming that at the screen or in their headphones while they're listening to this. But I'm sorry, it takes me 3 days. It's a very long episode. While I do understand the fun in drawing such connections, we must not fall victim to those oversensitive pattern-finding machines put between our ears by 7 million years of humanoid evolution. Caspar never mentioned the drawing of a horse. He spoke of a toy horse made from wood, which is clearly not the same thing. So here's the boring yet likely true explanation. The horse could indeed have been drawn by the hand of an orphan, but not by Caspar Hauser. I've hidden the decisive clue in a sideline remark roughly 20 pages ago, so some of you might have already figured it out, except small brain Simon. as mentioned before, Castle Bugan's main edifice served as an orphanage from 1820 to 1980. For a span exceeding 1.5 centuries, the vicinity had been abuzz with the energy and curiosity of several thousand children. Now, what are the chances of them not exploring the nearby ruins of a vacant side building? It's 0. Like, the odds of them exploring a vacant building is 0. There were there was an old gym at my school. There was there were lots of empty places at my school, where just, I don't know, they were used in the past. There was this entire gym building which was never used, and it was kind of derelict, but it had all this gym equipment in there. And we didn't break into it, but you could just open a window and climb in or whatever. And we'd just spend our lunch breaks pushing out. We'd have the giant things that you drop onto. I don't know what they're called, gym bags or whatever, where you crash mats. And we'd pile up all these crash mats in the gym, and there was a big balcony, and we'd jump off the balcony onto the crash mats. And so there's 0 chance. Kids are going to explore abandoned all the time. They would sneak into every hidden chamber they could find and vandalize the walls with the most cliche motive a child could draw, which would either be a horse or a massive penis. To curb this mischief, the orphanage authorities eventually sealed off the room using mortar, setting the stage for a televised revelation that was entirely meaningless. I cannot prove any of this, yet according to Occam's razor, my story is to be preferred over the one presented by Caspar Hauser fans. Yes, I'm with you, Dennis. He's a con man. It's a con. Or maybe the TV production company put the horse there to fix their otherwise lame-ass documentary. I tried to get a hold of those behind the project, but nobody replied to my attempted bribery. I suppose there would be an NDA anyway. Yeah, but NDAs expire. They don't go on forever. Wasn't the TV show really old? Yeah, before we turn our backs on Bugan for good, we must delve into one more intricate layer of mystery, the tale of S. Harnes Sprancio. To jog your memory, in the year 1816, against the tumultuous backdrop of post-war Europe, a message, enigmatic and forlorn, encased within a bottle. Oh, right, yes. I remember this from 2 days ago. Had been discovered near the French village of Chems. The note, written in archaic Latin, was a desperate cry for help, and its author, a dethroned ruler of sorts, begged the finder to rescue him from his dungeon near Laufenburg by the Rhine. For years, this cryptic letter gathered dust in the silent chambers of the French archives until historian Jean Missler, who I've quoted several times before, stumbled upon it during his research efforts. Intrigued, he could not dismiss the potential links to the Hauser myth, and understandably so. First of all, the town of Laufenburg is indeed quite close to Castle Bugan, barely a 20-minute drive along the flows of the Rhine. Second, a floating object tossed into the river's currents near Bugan could quite possibly end up near Chems, granted it somehow avoided narrow curves and other obstructions along its lengthy journey. The most important part, however, becomes apparent when looking at the name and squeezing your eyes a little. Upon rearranging the letters and then translating the German result back to English, S. Harnes Sprancio can be turned into his son Caspar. Hauser enthusiasts went ape after learning this, yet it must be noted that Jean Missler himself had remained rather skeptical of his own discovery, as virtually every name will spell some sort of secret message if you try hard enough. Ooh, I wonder what my name could be turned into. I must have looked that up when I was a kid, but I have no memory of what it could be. You could, for example, turn oh yes, we're doing it! Could turn Simon Whistler into Hitler is me now. Yes, me, reincarnated Hitler. Yes! Does this reveal any hidden truth? Well, I certainly do not hope so. The anagram doesn't even fully work, as I had to smuggle an additional E into it, just like his son Caspar requires the S. So this is just bull. You can't just put an E in there. Which is likely not a part of the name, but short for signed. Adding to the ambiguity, we must wonder why Caspar would scramble up his name to begin with, and why he would introduce himself as his son. Had he been referencing the late Archduke, Karl Friedrich of Baden? Seems reasonable at first glance, but make no mistake, the Archduke would not have been the prince's father, but his grandfather. Then again, consider all those spooky little coincidences. The message fits the timeline perfectly. The specified location is uncannily appropriate, and there is explicit mention of a royal conspiracy that could hardly align any closer with Feuerbach's subsequent theories, which he formed by means entirely unrelated to this piece of potential evidence. By the way, Caspar in this anagram begins with a C rather than a K, but worry not. Though the letter K exists in the Latin language, words must not begin with it, thus replacing it with a C is not really suspicious. It is simply the correct Latin transcription of the name, but it doesn't matter, because it's nonsense. So, is Harnes Sprancio the same person as Caspar Hauser? Well, if you ask me for my personal opinion, I would say, well, possibly in theory, yet rather improbable. I'd say exceedingly improbable. Funnily enough, the message in question fits with the entirely unrelated myth of Bathram Bruneau equally well, arguably even better. You know what, I may even retell his story in the future for a little crossover episode, so you can be like, hey, that's the thing from the other video. Audiences love this stuff, they sure do, Dennis, and it's also great for my viewer retention, because that means, like, someone will be listening to this episode and then they'll be like, ooh, cue that one up afterwards, yes please. So let's do that, Dennis, okay? In any case, assuming it's, like, an interesting story, which I assume it is, otherwise you wouldn't have pitched it. In any case, while acknowledging a slight chance of being wrong, it seems prudent to remain skeptical. Considering the factual evidence as is, we can safely assume that the prefect of chems had been right to dismiss the message in 1816. More likely than not, it was but a joke. Furthermore, it is reasonably certain that Caspar Hauser had never been at Castle Bugen, and if he was indeed abducted and brought to some other location, of which there are several more candidates, it was clearly not in the manner he had repeatedly described. Sure, one might argue that his memories had been clouded by decades of trauma, fostering slightly dramatized yet essentially truthful recollections of his time in captivity. Maybe he had been allowed outside occasionally and then somehow suppressed those rare glimmers of light. We may even explain his cress-induced visions of a palace this way. One small issue, though while traumatic experiences may alter or erase recollections of human brains, they certainly cannot change the contents of a letter. It was not only Caspar who had spoken of ceaseless darkness and solitude, but also the written lines addressed to Knight Commander von Wesenegg. There is simply no conceivable argument to explain away or sneakily reconcile this glaring contradiction. When Caspar had appeared at Nuremberg's Unschlitt marketplace, he did so bearing the most damning evidence, discrediting his very own claims. The Hauser always wins, until he does not. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Given we have refuted virtually everything, albeit with a slim degree of remaining uncertainty, it appears as though only one notion truly survived the last 3 hours of scrutiny. What if everything had been but a convoluted hoax, a gargantuan magic trick performed by a con man? Yes! Yes, Dennis! Though I've never fully spelled out this theory, I did allude to it on several occasions throughout the story, but now that we've completed our collection of facts and clues, we can weave them into a narrative of fraud and trickery from start to finish, and then see how well it adds up. So, let me paint you a picture. Imagine a young man navigating through the dusky streets of post-Napoleonic Bavaria. His threadbare attire, reminiscent of better days, rustled against the crisp, biting air of an unforgiving winter. The land, scarred and weary, struggled to yield enough for its children. The year 1815 had been befallen by many crises. The massive eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia, releasing enormous amounts of volcanic ash into the atmosphere and thus shielding crops from sunlight. That was only one of them. Bread had turned into a luxury for those of lower standing. People quenched the persistent gnawing hunger with turnips and whatever else they could forage. Ugh. Like, turnips are fine, but it's like, that's all we're eating? Just turnips, huh? What's for dinner? Turnips! What's the difference between a turnip and a parsnip? I quite like parsnips, but I remember turnips being a little less nice. The young man, too, bore the symptoms of lean times, cheeks slightly hollowed, but eyes still burning with an untamable fire of life and ambition. He ambled past the withered fields, monuments to the harvests that had failed them. Yet amidst the despair, the grandeur of the nobility remained unshaken. Castles and estates stood proud and tall, their opulent spires piercing the grey skies, casting long shadows over the cottages that housed the common folk. A stark tableau of inequality, painted in the harsh strokes of war's aftermath. I just want to say, that's a beautifully written paragraph, Dennis. Jesus Christ. That's very nice. Very impressed. I feel like I'm reading a very good book with that. One day, as the young man made his way to the market with meagre coins clinking in his pocket, a procession of the royal class with their plump horses and gleaming carriages passed him by. The air grew thick with the fragrance of their lavish feasts and sumptuous wines, a cruel reminder of his own Spartan existence. The stark divide stirred a bitterness within him. To imagine the lofty halls of aristocratic homes harbouring banquet after banquet, whilst his own table bore mere crumbs. It was an injustice that sowed seeds of resentment nurtured by every gust the Duke's gilded carriages threw in his face. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good idea. They're just like, everyone's starving and they're just rolling through the town having a feast. Is that feast happening in their carriage? What's going on? But like, dude, people gonna chop your head off, my dude. As the last echoes of the procession had faded, a daring thought began to form in the young man's mind. He paused, mid-step, the weight of the world momentarily lifted by an audacious idea. What if he could bridge the gap? Not through labour or marriage, but by fraud. The thought was surely mad. A flight of fancy birthed from the cruel juxtaposition of his reality and theirs. But as the wind whistled past him, it seemed to whisper words of encouragement. Noble ancestry was, after all, a tale told, a lineage recorded, and records, as we knew, could be forgotten, miscounted, or even fabricated. A few well-placed stories, perhaps a forged document or two. He'd heard of charlatans who had done far more with far less. The more he pondered upon it, the clearer his path became. During the forthcoming weeks, the young man embarked on a journey of research, and before long, he stumbled upon a certain myth regarding the Grand Duchy of Baden, a supposed coup d'etat with a rightful ruler replaced 16 years ago. The accusation was unproven, outlandish, and quite likely bogus, but it was just what he needed. From that day on, the upcoming conman immersed himself in this conspiracy. He became one with it. As the winter snow had melted and the spring began to blossom, his carefully crafted narrative was complete. He would not make any claims directly, though. Instead, he would carefully insinuate, leaving crumbs for others to piece together. Yes, like any good con. Among those subtle hints were 2 letters which he had artificially aged by fraying the edges and staining the parchment with tea. Both of them turned out to be masterpieces of deception, although he could not get the ink right. With both of his props and a brand new identity prepared, Caspar Hauser headed to the town of Nuremberg, a place where no one would recognize his face. The rest of his scheme? Pretty simple in theory. He chose some lively street at random, took position, and played the part of a bewildered soul who had just emerged from the shadows of an underground confinement. In no time, the Nuremberg townsfolk swarmed around his unfamiliar appearance. Nonetheless, Caspar's plan did not unfold as smoothly as it envisioned. His tale, though compelling, was laden with inconsistencies. The city's constabulary grew suspicious of the letters immediately. Instead of being treated with the sympathy or hailed as nostability, Caspar found himself thrown into the notorious Lugensland prison tower. However, all was not lost. Caspar's story had caught the ear of Mayor Binder, an individual of thoughts as sharp as fluffy pancakes. He posed no challenge at all. Caspar was indeed quite smart, thus he pretended to be stupid. Akin to a lion sneaking up on his prey, he feigned his own mental underdevelopment, only to grow at the fastest pace possible without raising eyebrows. Although it took a couple of months, he could not only trick Binder, but play him like a fiddle. Caspar dropped hints, spun more tales, and acted with such finesse that it was impossible for the gullible mayor to remain skeptical. Amazing. He's such a good con man. He's very smart. Dahmer, his subsequent caretaker, was just as easily fooled. As a scholar with a penchant for both esoteric stories and younger company, he could hardly imagine a living student more welcome. He happily housed the foundling of Nuremberg in his lavish abode, bestowing upon him all the comforts a young man of his alleged stature could desire. Yet for all the kindness presented to him, Caspar found this life a bit boring and overall not quite as satisfying in the long run. Oh, chill, Caspar. You've done very well for yourself. Just enjoy what you have. Just enjoy it, Caspar. You've come so far. He yearned for more, not just the benefits of an upper-class home and free meals, but the opulence and luxury that belonged to the true elite. Desperation and ambition intertwined, leading him to a risky move. He faked an assassination attempt on his life, hoping the officials would move him to a safer alternative in consequence. A castle, perhaps, a royal palace, guarded by soldiers at all times. Unfortunately, fate, it seemed, was not without a sense of irony. Instead of fulfilling his fantasies of power and wealth, Caspar found himself under the stern guardianship of Bieberbach, a man known for his strict, often cruel ways and somewhat ascetic living conditions. His leap of faith had backfired dramatically. I feel like this is those people who appeal a conviction and then they get more time. It's like, Caspar, you made an error. Things were so good, Caspar. But Hauser, always the strategist, quickly conjured another trick from his sleeve. After a particularly harrowing encounter with Bieberbach, he staged an accident. The noise of the rifle echoed throughout the house, and Caspar was found injured, though not critically. It was the dramatic spectacle he needed. The news spread like wildfire, and Caspar's safety was once again the talk of the town. This time, the gamble would pay off greatly. Enter the Tuch family, renowned not only for their immense riches, but also their firm standing within political and social echelons. It was a dream come true, with all his desires met and surpassed. Still, in our eternal quest for more, the insatiable drive of human nature often sees us sail too close to the sun, melting our own wings in the process. Caspar was no exception to this curse. When the chance of even further improvement arose in the form of Stanhope's promises, he could not resist grasping at the mirage. Alas, it was the Bieberbach debacle all over again. Stanhope proved more perceptive than Caspar had anticipated, leaving him stranded in less than fortunate conditions a second time. Meyer thought very little of Caspar's supposed royal roots, nay, of his person in general, and thus treated him in a degrading, perhaps humiliating way. Caspar even had to work for his expenses, which he deemed unworthy of a prince, albeit a fictional one. Chill, Casper. Again, it's just too much, Casper. Just, you don't push. To rectify this steep downfall, he resorted to methods he had successfully employed before. Caspar forged a confession letter signed by a made-up person with not-so-subtle roots in Baden. Given that Feuerbach had passed in the meantime, he could not hide any nuanced clues between the lines this time, as nobody was around to follow up on them. Instead, he was forced to spell out the connection to Baden. With this tampered evidence by his side, he made his way to a secluded corner of Ansbach's palace garden, mentally preparing for the step that would follow. Drawing in a shuddering breath, he clutched the knife tightly in his hand. The blade's cold edge promised both pain and release. At that moment, as time seemed to stretch to infinity before him, the ghost of all his past choices came rushing back, the birth of his audacious idea, the allure of extravagant life, the many deceptions, and the price of ambition. Mustering all the strength he could, Caspar thrust the knife into his abdomen, wincing as the pain lanced through his body. But it wasn't the sharp, brief sting he had anticipated. The overwhelming sensation was a wave of panic, cascading through his mind. His vision blurred, his ears rang, and for a moment, the world seemed to darken. Realizing he had gone deeper than intended, feeling the warmth of his own blood seeping through his clothes, Caspar knew he had gravely miscalculated. He'd stabbed himself in the back by stabbing himself in the front. There was no waiting for somebody to stumble upon him. He wouldn't survive that long. Drawing upon the last remnants of his strength, Caspar began to stagger and hobble. Every step sent a jolt of agony coursing through him, yet he was driven by a desperate will to survive. Dude, this is a really terrible idea. Stabbing yourself in the abdomen? Like, all the way through? You're in the past, dude. You're gonna die.
Yeah, logic, bitch!
But first, the knife. Evidence of his crooked act had to be discarded. Before long, he chanced upon the garden's deep well. With a strained effort, he threw the blade into its depths, ensuring its secrets were forever entombed in its watery abyss. In agonizing torment, he then made his way to Ma's home. The narrow alleys echoed his ragged breathing and faltering footsteps. Every shadow seemed to close in on him, as if the Grim Reaper was reaching for his soul. But Caspar managed to evade the grasp. The towering structure of his teacher's abode appeared as a beacon in his haze-filled vision. Drawing upon every ounce of willpower left, he fell against the door, knocking weakly, praying that Maya would be there. And he was. We are already aware of the subsequent events. However, when viewed through this particular narrative lens, they appear even more tragic. Instead of seeking immediate medical care and allowing Maya to summon assistance, Caspar gave precedence to his deceitful schemes, a decision that exacted the gravest toll. Hauser will be able to tell you exactly what I look like and where I am from, the letter said. To save the Hauser the trouble, I will tell you myself where I am from. I come from the Bavarian border near a river. I will tell you my name. M-L-O. But contrary to these assertions, Hauser never explicitly revealed any further details about his alleged assassin's identity. Well, at least not intentionally. You see, the note bore a peculiar spelling error. In German, the phrase "from where" is represented by the single word "woher." However, in the cryptic confession letter, it was written as "woher," 2 words, a unique and rather unusual mistake. Yet according to both Daumer and Meyer, it was one made quite frequently by Caspar Hauser. Oh, dude, you're so busted.
You got me.
We decoded your so hard. The wonders of stained underwear. Interesting name for a chapter here. Everyone convinced that Caspar Hauser was a fraud? Excellent. Now let me pull that rug out from under your feet. Oh, Dennis, no, I was convinced many hours ago, like 2 hours ago. And
oh no.
Though we scrutinise nearly every piece of evidence imaginable, there is still one item that might contain answers of much-needed clarity. I've got no elegant way of saying this, let me put it in all its disgusting glory. We are investigating the stains in Caspar Hauser's underpants. And I really hope this episode is not sponsored by Sheath. Yes. Upon Caspar Hauser's death, presumably by his own doing, the Ansbach authorities swiftly recognized the historical significance. His clothing from that fateful day was quickly taken, examined briefly, and then showcased in the town's museum. It's a poignant irony that even in death, Caspar Hauser served as a questionable object of display, or at least his garments did. Fast forward to 1996, nearly 2 centuries later, and technological advancements presented a unique opportunity, the extraction of brownish residues from inside the underwear. And just to be clear, I'm talking about the bloodstain. Okay. I thought maybe he himself after he stabbed himself, you know? He's in so much pain that he voids his bowels or something. Or, after he dies. Doesn't that happen?
When people die, they void their bowels. Ah! Oh my God! What a jackass!
In any case, they snipped a small fabric piece and dispatched it to the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Munich and the Forensic Science Service Laboratory in Birmingham for DNA analysis, comparing the genome to a living descendant of Stephanie Bonaparte, the alleged biological mother of Caspar Hauser. Both results were inconclusive, although they had been widely misreported as likely confirmative. Still, neither Munich nor Birmingham ruled out a close biological relationship between Baden's lineage and the orphan of Nuremberg. The idea of direct ancestry remained very consistent with their findings. Yes, but not conclusive at all. In 2002, further tests were conducted on hair samples from Hauser's hat. Once again, the outcomes were neither confirmed nor refuted any potential kinship, that is, not conclusively. Although there was significant overlap in the mitochondrial DNA, far more than could be attributed to pure luck, they also found some discrepancies, vastly beyond what you would expect from two directly related individuals. In theory, you could explain these differences with spontaneous mutations and declare it a match. Though the forensic laboratory maintained scientific caution, there had been a televised press conference, and they came like super close to confirming it. Quoting, "At this point, it would be very irresponsible to say no," the spokesman said, while staring and nodding in a weirdly intense way, as if to add, "if you know what I mean." A few pages ago, I wrote, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth." It's one of my favourite quotes, loosely taken from the Sherlock Holmes short story, The Sign of Four. Why do I like it so much? Well, because it's true. But what if multiple things are not impossible at the same time? Are they somehow both true? According to both quantum physics and Conan Doyle, yes.
Was is good?
Was Caspar Hauser a con artist who accidentally ended his own life? I laid out this narrative in excruciating detail, and there was nothing impossible about it, but at the same time, some of you may disagree, and you would be right to do so. Caspar Hauser, the Lost Prince of Baden? Improbable, but is it impossible, my dearest Watson? Now want to hear something super frustrating? No?
You're a coward.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. You see, even if we were to believe that Caspar Hauser had been a charlatan, the question of his true identity would still remain intriguing. Believe it or not, for a brief period of time, there existed a widely accepted consensus about that. Caspar's origin, his authentic origin, had always been suspected to be southern Bavaria. This was mainly attributed to the fact that Hauser had been vaccinated against smallpox, a practice that was mandatory only there and in Denmark. Gunther Hess, a medical expert with a passion for history, pursued this lead. He meticulously combed through vaccination records from 1810 to 1820, cross-referencing them with other historical documents. His mission was to trace every Bavarian boy named either Caspar or Hauser. Amid this intensive research, a particular entry caught his attention: Caspar Hechenberger. Intriguingly, the name vanished from the records at around the same time Caspar Hauser appeared in Nuremberg. Every clue and piece of evidence seemed to fit seamlessly, offering a tantalizing solution that appeared almost undeniable. Alas, this theory was later debunked. A subsequent investigation by the German Spiegel magazine discovered Hechenberger's actual resting place in a Tyrol village. Contrary to previous belief, Caspar Hechenberger had lived quite the normal life, yet somehow managed to leave no archival traces behind. With this revelation, Caspar Hauser's identity was left unsolved once more, and it remains unsolved to this day. Cryptic illusions. Number 1. The island of Schutt. Alright, here's a quirky tidbit for your next trivia night. Schutt translates from German to something like dump or fill, so Schutt is basically called Trash Pile Island. Back in the 14th century, folks in Nuremberg were digging massive tunnels under the town. And what do you do with all that leftover sandstone? Well, you dump it in the river. Obviously. Before they knew it, voila, they had their very own island. The digging did not stop there. More tunnels in the 15th and 16th centuries meant more sandstone, and yes, they dumped that in the river too, resulting in the Upper Trash Pile Island, or Upper Schutt if you want to be fancy. And now the million-dollar question. Why the extensive underground real estate? Was it for a secret society? A hideout for medieval superheroes? No. The OG purpose was to store 26 million litres of beer. Awesome. Classic Bavaria. Number 2. The Toy Horse of Castle Pilsach. To clarify, this script contains roughly 30,000 words. Good lord, we just read half a book, guys. Thanks for being here. If you're here at the end, well done. It's almost like an audiobook, but very weird because I keep interjecting. Translating to an episode duration of about 3 hours and 30 minutes. Dude, that's going to be pretty bang on, I reckon.
Wrong answer, forehead.
Had I included every relevant theory and piece of evidence, we could have easily stretched it beyond 6 or 7 times that duration. No way. Dennis, you should write the book on this. You should expand this. Numerous intriguing perspectives and historical sources were deliberately excluded for the sake of, brevity. However, the allure of Castle Pilsac could not be ignored, so I decided to sneak it in at the last minute. As mentioned before, Bugen was not the sole proposed location for Caspar Hauser's suspected dungeon. In fact, there were at least 8 contenders, with Castle Pilsac being one of them. In 1919, the castle had been acquired by German writer Clara Hoffner, better known by her pseudonym Clara Hoffer. During 1924 renovations, a room on the mezzanine floor came to light, which Hoffer believed was a concealed dungeon. She announced her find in a newspaper, suggesting that Caspar Hauser might have spent his early years there. She also authored a book on the subject, though it is not highly regarded by historians, as it would seem. Researcher and Hauser expert Fritz Klee later inspected the dungeon and found no historical evidence linking it to the Orphan of Nuremberg. Case closed? Oh, wait a second. Ownership of Castle Pilsac shifted soon after. The current owners, who prefer to remain anonymous, revamped the place in 1982, and lo and behold, amidst the rubble of an ancient staircase they tore down, in a twist worthy of a B-movie, there it was. A white, wooden toy horse. They had dendrochronological analysis conducted on it, and wouldn't you know it, the wood dated to around 1820. A perfect match. While this is an intriguing anecdote, it's worth noting that the details of the analysis have not been independently verified. The current owners have chosen to keep the horse as a private artifact and allegedly refused any independent tests to be conducted on it. Yeah, until I see that horse going off to a lab to be properly tested by an independent party, I just don't believe it. Needless to say, we should therefore take these claims with a grain of salt, or perhaps just throw in the entire salt shaker. Either way, Castle Pilsac sure knows how to keep the legends galloping. And after some 3.5 hours, we did it. We did it. We're finished.
I'm done! Do you hear me?
Thank you so much for being here. If you like this show and long episodes like this, why not leave me a rating or a review wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next episode. Go and give my voice a rest. Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Something a little bit different for you today, because I can't exactly remember how this played out, because honestly these trips are written like months ahead, and then I finally get to them. But I think I had an idea, or Kevin had an idea, and then he was like, this isn't big enough for like an episode, because we need to hit like, I don't know what, at least 20 minutes, half an hour for these, otherwise they're just not really full episodes and everyone gets disappointed. So Kevin was like, yeah, let's just do more than one in one episode, and I'm like, okay, why not? So that's what we got today. The creepiest mysteries discovered in video games. Little bit of a listicle, if you could call it that. Those do well on YouTube, or at least they did back in the day. Still do. Okay, the format of the show, if you're new here, Kevin writes it, I read it. Never read it before. Let's go. Mixing horror with video games is an idea as old as the medium itself. Yeah, I remember my parents let me play Doom when I was like 10. I'm not sure why. My parents didn't let me watch Power Rangers when I was a kid because they thought it was too violent. But video games seemed to get a complete pass. So I was playing like Doom, the original PlayStation 1 version or whatever as a kid. It was scary, dude. The oldest horror games date back to the 1970s, though they would obviously be hilariously tame by modern standards. Compared to games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill, these old games are a laughable relic of the past. Even Doom, I feel, is pretty laughable by today's standards of like VR horror games. Like I played a zombie game in VR the other day with a mate of mine, and I'm like,
dude, this is actually scary. My heart is actually racing.
Of course, few video games are capable of creating a genuine feeling of horror or fear in the player. Horror games often rely on cheap jump scares that may be startling but don't instill any real sense of fear. I've been playing video games nearly my entire life, and there is only one game that ever truly scared me. It was Eternal Darkness for the Nintendo GameCube. Oh my god. It's a blast from the past. Nintendo GameCube. What happened to that? Eternal Darkness was a creepy survivor horror game with a unique mechanic. Most games had a health bar for your character, and if there was magic involved, there would be a mana bar used to cast spells. Eternal Darkness had both of those, but it added a third resource, sanity. Ooh, I like that. That's clever. As your sanity was depleted by enemies, weird stuff would happen in the game. You might see blood dripping down the walls, the camera could get distorted or tilted, and you could even see monsters that weren't really there. Those monsters could still kill you, but they would disappear if you restored your sanity. However, the developers were also dicks, and they decided to toy with the sanity of the actual player rather than just the character you were controlling. Whoa, how? One night I was playing Eternal Darkness and decided it was time to save my game before going to bed. It had been an hour or two since the last time I had saved my progress, so imagine my terror when I went to the game menu, clicked on save game, and was suddenly met with a blue screen of death instead of seeing my game save as normal. They're just fucking with you, aren't they? It's just going to be like an image of blue screen. Eventually the game went back to normal and I was allowed to save, but by that point I'd already frozen in place and dropped my controller in horror. It's probably the most clever thing I've ever seen done to scare a player. Granted, there is no blue screen of death on Nintendo consoles, but this was back in 2002 when getting one from Windows felt like a near daily occurrence. Yeah, I haven't seen a blue screen of death, which is, when your computer crashes and you get that just very bright blue screen with the white text in it, which, I don't know, to a non-super technical person like me, it's just like, oh, a system error, huh? Okay, let's press the restart button and hope that doesn't happen again. The implications of that screen were so ingrained in all of us that I didn't have time to logic my way through the fact that it couldn't have been real. However, not all creepy things found in video games have been so innocuous. Sometimes, the things that appear on our screens could have truly sinister and mysterious backstories. And this isn't restricted to just horror games either. So now, it's time to talk about mini-golf. Okay, I've recently been, well, not recently, it's been a few months actually. I got quite into, what's it called? There's a golf game that you can play on the Oculus, and they've got like a little putting green. I got sadly compelled by the putting green. Just putting. And then they'll be like, do you want to go out on the main golf course? And be like, nah, just like putting. I am a sad man. Sentei's Missing Children. Sentei was a small arcade game company created by a few former members of Atari. In 1984, they were acquired by Bally Midway of Mortal Kombat fame. Bally Sentei only existed for a few years until the division went bankrupt in 1988 and became defunct, but they were able to pump out dozens of games in the few years that they existed. Really? Nowadays, it feels like, when was the last time we got Grand Theft Auto? Like Grand Theft Auto 5, I feel like that was like a decade ago. Come on! When's the new one? I'm excited! I just dropped an unreasonable amount of money on a brand new graphics card for my computer.
$3 million US.
So I'm like excited. Come on, Grand Theft Auto 6, let's go! Now imagine the year is 1985. I know you'd be like negative 2 years old at this point, Simon, but hear me out. I can imagine 1985. It was... Well done, Kevin. It was 2 years before I was born. You go to the local arcade with a fistful of quarters to kill some time, and out of the corner of your eye, a new machine catches your eye. The game is called Sentei Minigolf, possibly the first ever minigolf designed for arcade cabinets. That's kind of cool. Like a golfing simulator, but back in the day, and for putting. You walk towards the machine as it runs in attract mode, cycling through its screens like any other arcade cabinet. Oh, I didn't know that was called attract mode. Where it's like got insert coins flashing on the screen and it's showing racing or whatever. You see the game's title screen, the developer credits, and some demo footage of the game. By the time you reach the cabinet, the high score list is being displayed. But just as you're about to reach down to insert a quarter into the machine, you suddenly find yourself face to face with this image. Okay, so for our audio listeners... obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, hello there. This will be up on the screen. It is an image of a side-by-side of two children. One is, I would say, 3 years old. The other is, I don't know. I find it very hard to judge the age of children who are older than my children. Like, if you ask me the age of any child between the age of 1 and 4, I'll be like, that child is 2.5. But any child over 4, I'm like, no idea. Because I don't have a reference point. But I'd say 6 or 7, maybe 8. And basically it's a missing thing. So it's got a missing at the top and then a number, and then it's got their details. So 1982. That kid is 3 years old, and the other one is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. Okay, so I was right on the first one. Like I said, I could get the first one. Can't get the second one, because the first one's, my kids have been that old. The second one, I'm like, oh, that kid's 12. I thought he was 8. I've no idea. The concept of images like this showing up in daily life wasn't that unusual for those of us in the US. By the time I was a kid, it was no longer common, but anyone old enough to visit an arcade in 1985 had likely seen plenty of missing children notices like this on milk cartons. But nobody had seen it on video games before, and there's something a bit unsettling about the images. The grainy black and white pictures emanating from an otherwise colourful screen, combined with the almost overexposed quality of the image on the left. Yeah, the image on the left is just overexposed, the one on the right is slightly underexposed. overexposed, but still much better. Made this an eerie and unsettling sight for a lot of people, so much so that despite Sente games not being particularly successful, people remembered these pictures decades later and then began asking questions about them online. And in places where these old arcade machines are still in use, these images may still be appearing. Well, that's a weird thing, right? Like, this would make much more sense today, where there can be like over-the-air updates and such things, you know, like the machine can update via Wi-Fi from the central office. But these machines would be put in an arcade and then be forgotten about until some dude comes around to collect the money. Or like maybe do a software update? Is that even a thing? Or were these arcade machines just like, no, it's done. That's it, you know, until it dies. So it's not ever going to get updated. So if they find the kid, then it's just going to be like, oh, well, it's still locked in there. It doesn't make sense. The above pictures of Taj Allen Merriman and Stephen Philip Curtis are the most well known, but they aren't the only missing children to be featured in Sente's arcade games. This next image featured two girls who had gone missing, Melinda Marie Smith and April Rose Yates, and it also identifies the organization that was running the search. Okay, so again, for our audio listeners, we have something very similar to before. Missing at the top, a 1-800 number, two pictures of children with their information below, and then in the center, Hide and Seek Foundation vocal, that says vocal, just like a logo of a company or a search organization in the middle of the screen. Okay, these two screenshots both appeared in different versions of Minigolf, with another Sente game, Stompin', featuring pictures of Daniel Godfrey Owens and Charles Brandon Morris, both of whom disappeared in 1985. So what exactly was happening here? Fortunately, we do have some idea what was going on. In an interview, one of the creators and developers of Sente Minigolf was asked about the missing children images. Wait, isn't it just someone at the computer game studio or whatever who's putting these together is like, I've got a good idea. There's those missing kids, right? And they're on the side of cartoons. You know where kids are on the side of milk cartons. You know where kids actually look? Arcade games. So let's put pictures of missing kids in arcade games. It's kind of clever, isn't it? What's the big mystery? In an interview, one of the creators and developers of Sente Minigolf was asked about the missing children images. He explains that he was asked to add them to the game as a new way to test spreading the word about missing children. Okay, so far so sensible. Other interviews state that the FBI had specifically reached out with a request, which is certainly plausible since the images were sourced directly from the FBI. However, why they would have reached out to such a small developer instead of a larger one remains unclear. Probably because they got more sway. And they can test it. If they just reached out to like Atari or whatever and put it on like every Pac-Man machine. Kevin, I know you're probably listening to this, but I'm like,
Atari doesn't make Pac-Man. What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But there'd be like, that's a very large rollout very quickly. By targeting a smaller developer, they can test the impact of it before asking a bigger developer to do this. And the bigger developer's also more likely to say no. Perhaps it was because the biggest game developers were all in Japan at the time, so they were just contacting whoever they could in the United States. Fair play. Of course, there was no commercial internet to speak of. There was no way to connect the arcade cabinets to a server where information could be updated, which meant that these images had to be hard-coded into the game. Arcade cabinets feature a number of dip switches that control various features of the game, such as the price per play and difficulty level. These were historically only accessible to people who owned physical cabinets, but emulation has changed all of that. The premier arcade emulator is known as MAME, or Multi-Arcade Machine Emulator. One of the many features of MAME is that you can set and adjust the dip switches. Minigolf was essentially completed by the time the request came in, so the developers just added 3 dip switches to control the missing children message. The first switch, labeled Display Kids, that caused the images to appear on the screen while it was running in attract mode. The other switches are Kid on Left Located and Kid on Right Located, which would put the word located in red text over the corresponding image. Okay, that makes sense. It feels like a lot of, like, a very permanent thing. Because, I mean, I guess there are kids who just go missing and are never found, which is, like, a dark thought that I just want to quickly move on from. But this is a very permanent thing. It was honestly a clever idea in theory, and it's not like arcade cabinet attract modes didn't feature other messages as well. For example, anyone who grew up in the 1980s almost certainly had seen an arcade cabinet flash the FBI logo and the message, "Winners don't use drugs." There we go, spreading the good word. Notable people who didn't see their message include Lance Armstrong. I was just about to say, like, dude, have you not heard of Sports Doping? Maria Sharapova and Doc Ellis, who threw a no-hitter while tripping balls on acid. But while it may have been clever in theory, in practice it appears to have been an unsuccessful campaign. Among other reasons it was unlikely to work is that it was just way too creepy. The images were so sudden and jarring, and they were made all the more eerie by the game's normal and upbeat sound effects playing in the background behind the images. Why can't you just turn that off when the images are on the screen? That's weird. Although these images have been the subject of discussion on the internet for decades, there is still one question that remains. What actually happened to these children? Well, they were all happily found. Oh, I lied. I just said that because that's what I want to hear, but I know it's not going to be the case.
I hate you so much.
Sources typically state that of the 6 missing children shown, only Taj Merriman was ever located. In a forum discussion about these missing posters, a user managed to find an old newspaper article stating that Taj was the victim of a family kidnapping, having been taken by his mother. It's unclear when he was found, but she was convicted 3 years after his initial disappearance. Previous investigations have also found a Stephen P. Curtis who was the right age, down to the month, and living in the same general area as the boy who had gone missing. Though it's likely this is the same person, it's not a particularly unique name. Similarly, an appropriately aged Daniel Owens and Charles Morris have both been identified as well. I can't say with absolute certainty that those 3 men are the same boys that went missing in the 70s and 80s, but there's a decent chance they are alive and well. And if you know them, and you're listening to this shows like quite a few people watch this these days. If you know one of them, or like know someone who knows one, be like,
Yo, dude.
What's his name?
Charlie. Sea Dog. Is this you as a kid, Charlie?
While there are pictures available, it's hard to compare a picture of a man in his 40s with a low-quality picture of a 5-year-old kid and say that it's the same person. Fortunately, I managed to find something that other investigations were unable to regarding one of missing girls. Thanks to a 1997 yearbook, I can say with absolute certainty that April Rose Yates was recovered. Not only Kevin doing some detective work. Not only did the high school photo share some rather astonishing similarities to the picture of her as a young girl, but there was a childhood photo of her in the yearbook as well. It wasn't the same photo used for the missing poster, but it is unmistakably the same person. That just leaves Melinda Marie Smith. Though Smith is a painfully common last name, that spelling of Melinda is a bit unusual. Melinda. Oh, with an A. Malinda, rather than Melinda. With an E. Okay, and that should narrow down the search quite a bit. Unfortunately, that search turns up absolutely nothing. Neither I, nor anyone else, seem to have been able to find any information on if she were ever recovered, or if she might be alive somewhere today. I also mentioned earlier that Scent was a small... The problem is also Melinda Marie Smith is a woman, and... and that's a problem. No, I mean, if she got married, her last name probably will change, which will make, her more difficult to find. I also mentioned earlier that Scent was a small developer who folded after just a few years, despite being fully owned by Bally. As a result, there aren't ROMs available of all of their games. Some of the games they produced have faded completely into obscurity, lost to time. This means that there may have been other missing children featured in some of Sente's games whose images haven't been rediscovered. As such, there's no way to know how many people went to the arcade back in the 90s only to come face to face with the image of a lost child who was never found. Corpse01.mdl. Hey Simon, want to see a dead body? Not particularly, but I can see I can see the picture because it's on my screen already. You see, and it's like a not pixelated. What's it called? Where you can see the jagged edges in a video game. Like is that aliasing? It's like aliased. It's a digital body. Don't worry, it's just going to be a screenshot from a video game, allegedly. Half-Life 2 was the much-anticipated sequel to Valve's critical and commercial success Half-Life. God, Half-Life 2 is a banger of a game. And Half-Life 3 is the very much-anticipated sequel to Half-Life 2, and a thing that is definitely going to happen someday, I promise.
It's been 84 years.
However, Half-Life 2 went through some serious changes during its development. The original game was much darker, but a lot of the grittier elements were toned down after a beta version of the game was leaked. But not all of the darker elements were removed. There's a minor character in Half-Life 2 known only by his asset file name, Corpse01.mdl. The original beta version of Corpse01 had a larger role than in the released game, but he was still a minor character. However, the character model was extremely popular and has been prominently featured in many other games built on Valve's source engine, such as Garry's Mod. For anyone unfamiliar, this is Corpse01. Wait, Kevin left me a note that I was just reading. And he says, don't feel obligated to look at it if you don't want. It's a screenshot from Half-Life 2. How can... How can I not look at it? It's on the screen. It's there. I've already seen it. It's a screenshot from Half-Life 2 included for the editor's benefit, but it's even creepier than it first appears. Oh no, what am I missing in here? His face is like, it's really quite graphically grim, and he's watching some dude on the TV for some reason. The corpses. Okay, let's find out. This character model appears many times throughout Half-Life 2 on corpses whose lives are ended in a variety of different ways, but there's always been something about this texture that people find particularly eerie. Though not as dark as the original beta, Half-Life 2 is still a pretty dark game. Even so, something about this character model just seemed off, almost as if it was too lifelike. Perhaps that's why Corpse 01 has become such a popular asset in other Source Engine games, because it was so different than all the other models. Oh god, was it actually modeled on like someone's like burned corpse? That's really grim, Valve. What the f*** if that's true? And for 20 years, that's all Corpse 01 was. Half-Life 2 had cutting-edge graphics at the time, and this was just an overly realistic video game asset thought to be a leftover relic from the game's much more intense original beta version. But in late 2022, that all changed thanks to a post on the subreddit r/iBleach. Before it got banned from Reddit, iBleach was a community for sharing some of the most brutal gore on the internet. God damn. Just reading someone's description of videos that were posted there is enough to make me extremely uncomfortable. A user posted some pictures to iBleach that they found particularly gruesome. The user claimed that these images had come from a forensic pathology textbook, though to the best of my knowledge, that textbook has never been found. It's possible the book was identified on the original thread, but unfortunately, the way that the Wayback Machine works doesn't allow you to view subreddits that are marked as 18+, so I can't go scour the iBleach archives. Honestly, Kevin, probably for the best. However, the original image is very easy to find for any of you that truly want to.
Don't.
Wait, have Valve taken this image from like a pathology textbook of a horribly burned corpse and used it to model one of their dead bodies in their game? That is truly grim. Of course, there's very little need to see the original image, as it's almost identical to the face of Corpse 01. The only change they made was duplicating the empty eye socket, as the original photo still had one of its eyes fully intact. Perhaps the developers of Valve decided that leaving one real eye in the image would have made it too unsettling for their audience, or maybe it would have just become too obvious that there was a real dead body in their game. That's so grim and really scary, and the face on that thing is not nice. However, this all begs the question of who the person was and what happened to them. The person is clearly a burn victim, with their entire face having been burned off. The weird thing is the rest of the body is completely unscathed. The neck, shoulders, and chest are unharmed, with the only black spots being charred bits that fell off the person's face. Ah! There are potential ways that something like this could happen, I suppose, but the strangest detail is the man's long hair was completely unaffected by the fire as well. What happened to your face? It's as if someone intentionally burned that person's face off, and this has become the main speculation. The most common story that appears online is the person was the victim of a mafia hit, and that the face was burned off with a blowtorch. I'm certainly not going to suggest that the mafia wouldn't do something like this, but since the man's identity is unknown, this is pretty much just baseless speculation that has been repeated so many times that it's turning into fact. Yeah, it's like,
oh, why his face was burned off by the mafia?
Based on what? Based on what?
Then again, there's not really a better explanation for what happened. I've seen the idea floated around that the body could have been donated to science and the face was then burned off to demonstrate severe burn damage for the purpose of a textbook. However, as far as I can tell, something like that would be extremely unethical and would never actually happen. Wait, it wouldn't? Why is that unethical? If someone's donating their body to science, don't you go thinking that it's just going to be used for, like, curing cancer. Like, donating your body to science, all sorts of crazy shit can happen. Like, there's body farms. Well, they'll just, like, leave you in a field, like your body in a field, just to see how decomposition would happen. Or, like, they'll be like, oh, well, we just wanted to see what happens when we place a body on an ant's nest.
Oh, that's terrifying.
We just wanted to see, just in case we find a body on an ant's nest someday. We need to date how long it's been there. I mean, this seems fine. Like, if you're donating your body to science, yeah, maybe your burned face will end up in a textbook to demonstrate severe burns. It's science. I don't have a... Is that weird that I don't have a problem with that?
Yep.
Like, you've donated your body to science. You donated it to science. It's done. It's a shell. I like my shell. But once I'm dead, it's just a shell. Maybe in the 1930s or something it could have, but the photo is too high quality to be anything that old. Whatever happened to this man, it almost certainly happened before he wound up in the hands of forensic pathologists. But what was that? For what there was, and who he is, may be forever a mystery. Even if the original textbook is uncovered, medical confidentiality standards means that no names will be included to identify the cadavers contained within the textbook. Good. I think this is much better that we don't know who this random burn victim is. I think that's way more respectful. Let's just leave it at that and not dig into it too much, okay? Station.exe. This mystery isn't nearly as morbid. Good. It's just downright weird. The game was first posted to 4chan's paranormal board /x/ in 2013 as a single file, station.exe. If you're downloading an exe file from 4chan, what are you doing? What are you doing? According to the user that uploaded the file, they had purchased a CD containing this disc at a tech expo. Some reports say that he purchased the disc intentionally, while others say it was hidden in a jewel case beneath the disc he was intentionally purchasing. Oh, a jewel case. Like those old CD cases. Are they called jewel cases? I didn't know that. I can't confirm for certain which is the official story, but it doesn't really matter since it's undoubtedly bullshit anyway. Rather surprisingly, however, people downloaded Station.exe and started playing it. This is honestly shocking since it was a year after the release of LostBoy.exe on 4chan. Lost Boy was an unsolvable maze full of images that were designed to be creepy just for the hell of it. By itself, the game was nothing special, but it became famous as the game that hacked 4chan, sort of anyway. The game itself was harmless, but it was being distributed using a Mediafire link. Oh my god, there's something I haven't heard of Mediafire in about 20 years. Piggybacking off the popularity of the game, another user started distributing a different Mediafire link that claimed to be lostboy.exe. Again, what are you doing downloading exe files from people who are linking on 4chan? You're just gonna get a virus. Even I know this. Oh no. The file was actually a rat. That's a Trojan horse or whatever it is. What's it stand for? I'm sure Kevin will tell me. Remote access Trojan, there you go. That was downloaded by a surprising number of 4chan users. Some were f***ed with by receiving emails with images from their own webcams. It's so creepy. While others had their bank accounts emptied. Oh, Jesus. What would I rather... Would I rather have, like, someone access to my webcam? I'll just throw that computer away so fast. But my bank account being empty, I'll be like, bruh. Can that happen? Oh, God. I feel like now when I want to log into my bank, they're like, okay, enter your, like, your birth number here. Like, I think that's the European, I think you Americans call it a social security number. We'd call it a national insurance number in the UK. I'll enter your birth number. And it's like you enter the birth number, and then it's like you confirm it on your phone, and then it shows you a QR code. Then you scan the QR code, and then you click confirm in the app, and it finally lets you log into your internet bank. You're like, okay. I feel like I'm logging into like MI6's server at points. For many, it was a painful reminder of why you should never run random executable files you find online, especially on 4chan. And yet, despite this only taking place a year later, people began downloading and running Station.exe. Fortunately, it wasn't a virus this time around, but I can't stress enough how bad of an idea this is in general. With the public service announcement out of the way, what exactly was this game? Station.exe was a game made using Blender, and it's about as simple a game as it could possibly be. The game is set at an abandoned station with a bunch of generators. The building has 2 floors, though the second story is completely empty, and there's a dock leading off to the water. That's the entirety of the setting. Everything is barely textured, and there's nothing to do except wander around the desolate location. How weird. This sounds like someone's earliest attempts of Blender. After a couple of minutes, some weird ambient sounds would start to play in the background. The audio was slowed down for the game, but the sounds have been identified as recordings of the mysterious sky trumpets heard around the world. What are sky trumpets? Mysterious to some people anyway, there's a really simple explanation for all of them. What are they? Following the sounds commencing, the player would start to be chased by 3 disembodied circular heads that oddly resembled Thomas the Tank Engine's face, but creepier. It sounds like I've wandered into someone's bad dream. You can run as much as you like, but the environment is really small, so within a minute or so, the heads are guaranteed to catch you. And once that happens, the game crashes. The end. It's a really and seemingly incomplete game, and by itself, there wouldn't be anything particularly interesting about it. But it's also really small, both the game environment itself and the decompiled code of the game. So if there was anything secret hidden inside it, it wouldn't take long for people to find it. And they did. Inside the game, hidden on the bottom of one of the walls, are the numbers 62.61605711,113.947335. Immediately, I'm like, this is a longitude and latitude. These are clearly coordinates, yes, so people put them into Google Earth to see what was there. As it turns out, these coordinates are the location of an abandoned diamond mine deep in Siberia. This is just someone trolling, right? Station.exe is a one-to-one recreation of the mine, at least as far as we can tell from Google Earth. Well, how tiny is this mine? The station and dock were both there, but there was also another structure not present in the game, a silo labeled CC-18 Satan. My best guess is that the silo was, or probably is, home to the Russian R-36M intercontinental ballistic missile. NATO's reporting name for those missiles was SS-18 Satan, and if I know that, then obviously the Russians know that. They may have chosen to mark the silo with NATO's nickname for their missile to taunt them, but the letter S in Cyrillic looks like the Latin letter C. Hence it looks like CC-18 to Westerners rather than SS-18. That's just my personal speculation, but it's the most logical thing that I could come up with for why there would be a missile silo labeled Satan in the Siberian wilderness. Anyway, obviously the first step to follow that lead was for someone to go and check out the station in person in Siberia, okay? But this was a non-starter for a couple of reasons. First, it turns out that there aren't a lot of Anons living in the middle of nowhere in Siberia. Someone in Russia, who was close enough to make the journey, was eventually found, but they were stopped by military guards before they could get anywhere near the station. Turns out, it's located in one of Russia's restricted zones, so nobody can actually go there. So how did the person know what it looks like inside? Wait. They don't need to know what it looks like inside, because we just said that the people determined that the game was true to life of the diamond mine just based on Google Earth. So they could see the dock, they could see the two-story building from, like, satellite images. So they don't necessarily need to have been there to have made the game. However, there were other discoveries made in the game's code. These were numerous references to and quotes from /K, 4chan's weapons board. A couple of other images were found in the game as well that contained two more sets of coordinates. One was for a scientific research center for genetic experimentation and disease control, also in Siberia, and the other was for a biological weapons testing facility in Uzbekistan. But perhaps the most interesting part of decompiling the game was the code itself. To people familiar with Blender, it was clear the program was not originally created using the game engine. Instead, it was coded in some other language, then modified by hand so that it would compile and run in Blender. Wait, so maybe this was a floor plan, like when an architect like creates a what's it called? Is it a visualization? Is that like a 3D visualization maybe? When you're doing the kitchen or whatever, and they're like, and here's what your kitchen will look like. So maybe they took that and they put it into Blender so people could see it. This was weird to say the least, and it fueled speculation that this was originally some old Soviet-era program that was converted to a Blender game. Personally, I don't buy that bit of the story for a second, but it's still a weird detail I have no explanation for. Hidden inside the code was also a link to a now-defunct website called semperprotinum.com. The name translates to I will always resist, and it contained images and documents about military bases and weapons. However, while the different folder names and their sizes were all visible, everything was password protected. People were able to briefly get in using the username instrument and the password Glockenspiel, so some of the images were seen, but the password was quickly changed after being discovered, and the new password was never broken. Wow, people cracked that? Kind of like Glockenspiel? I guess it's quite simple because it's two words, I assume. Glocken and Spiel sounds German. So, like a brute force dictionary attack could have got that, maybe? The site's owner denied that any of the images that Anons had found there existed, making it both highly suspicious and a dead end once everyone was locked out. For as much as has been uncovered about Station.exe, nothing meaningful is really known. Why was this game created and uploaded to 4chan, and why does it point to specific locations? Is this actually connected to the Russian military in some way, or was everything deliberately set up to create as much mystery and intrigue as possible? I absolutely think that. I think someone's just trolling. It's 4chan, my dudes. Many people view it as some sort of failed alternate reality game or ARG, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. The whole point of an ARG is to tell some sort of story and for players to make their way to the end. But they were immediately locked out of the website associated with the game once it was uncovered, and the physical location is inaccessible to anyone without specific Russian military clearance. I know I already touched upon lostboy.exe, which was a deliberately unbeatable maze made for the lulz, so perhaps this was meant to be an unbeatable ARG. That just doesn't feel right to me though, and I believe there's almost certainly something else here. What that something else is, however, nobody knows. Sad Satan. Finally, we're going to end today with one of the darkest and most infamous mysteries in all of gaming. The story of Sad Satan. As a preface of this, do not seek out this game. Okay?
I do what I want.
Do not download this game. There are multiple different versions running around, but just assume that none of them are safe. Thinking that you'll be fine playing Sad Satan is like telling yourself you'll be fine only smoking crack recreationally. It's a terrible idea, and please don't do it. No, I only smoke crack recreationally, not a professional crack smoker, God forbid.
Is it crack? Is that what you smoke? Do you smell crack?
The reasons why will become apparent shortly, but please do not tempt fate. I realize that probably sounds like the start of a god-awful creepypasta, but it's a genuine warning. With that out of the way, let's travel back to June the 25th, 2015. That was the day that the YouTube channel Obscure Horror Corner, or OHC, introduced the world to Sad Satan. OHC was, ironically, an obscure horror channel. The entire channel was dedicated to let's plays of obscure horror games, except he was completely silent throughout the videos. It was just gameplay footage. There's going to be a winner. Not really, unless you're like absolute god tier at games. This is not a way to gain a following, as it's the personality of the host that makes Let's Play videos entertaining. Yes, unless you're an absolute god at playing games. Unsurprisingly, his videos didn't get many views. Even now, after his original Sad Satan video has received over 4 million views, most of OHC's videos have only a couple of thousand. So what made this game different? OHC posted a link to his video on Reddit, claiming that Sad Satan was a game that had been given to him on the dark web, the typical setting of all spooky internet stories. Yeah. It's like,
guys, I ordered a mystery box from the dark web.
So, come on now. The game was given to him by a user who identified himself only as ZK. Over the next week, OHC uploaded 4 more videos of gameplay footage. In the middle of all of those uploads, the website Kotaku published a story about Sad Satan, along with a brief interview with OHC. The gameplay itself was bad. Obviously, the point of the game was just to be scary, but nothing about it actually seems fun. You wander aimlessly through a bunch of corridors where somehow everything is disturbingly backlit. That's the entire game. As far as I can tell, there's no ending. You just walk around while creepy images occasionally flashed on the screen and disturbing audio played, much of which plays backwards. Or at least the images were supposed to be creepy, but perhaps it was just the surprise factor. The first one of these images to appear in OHC's playthrough was just a screen grab from Will Smith's The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That might be terrifying for Chris Rock.
Okay.
But back in 2015, all it would likely do is make people laugh. However, while not showing anything too outrageous, the images do start to take a darker tone. For example, there's a picture of JFK smiling from his Dallas motorcade moments before being killed. Other pictures feature Rolf Harris, an Australian musician and actor who was convicted of assaulting 4 underage girls, and Satomu Miyazaki, one of Japan's most infamous serial killers who exclusively targeted girls 4 through 7. There was even a picture of Jimmy Savile smiling alongside Margaret Thatcher while they both held up badges promoting the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. You've got to be shitting me. Really? Oh yes, and there was a picture of Satan with... because why not? Sounds like something you'd get from Midjourney, doesn't it? The audio included a good amount of creepy ambience and some screaming, but like I said before, there was also a lot of backwards audio included as well. Naturally, the creator of the game had to include Led Zeppelin's hit Stairway to Heaven, as it was the source of the game's name. In 1982, some batshit insane evangelist went on a tirade about demonic music, claiming that if you play Stairway to Heaven backwards, it says the lyrics... Here's to my sweet Satan, the one whose little path would make me sad, whose power is Satan, he will give those with him 666. There was a little tool shed where he made us suffer, sad Satan. It's such bullshit. While technically the portion of the song does sound a bit like that when played backwards, it's obviously a coincidence. Yet, if you played it to someone, people would be like, I have no idea, nothing. And then if you tell them these lyrics or whatever, and then they listen to the end, they'll be like, oh yeah, I hear it. Because you're primed to hear it. There are millions of examples of stuff like this because backwards audio is weird, and I bet if you play enough clips of Simon backwards, you'll eventually find one that sounds like he's saying, "Send me all your bitcoins." Whatever, Led Zeppelin doesn't need me to defend their work, but even though it's clearly a coincidence, it does still sound creepy. Another bit of backwards audio that's more relevant to the images I mentioned comes from The Doors. In their album cover of Alabama's song Whiskey Bar, Jim Morrison changed one of the original lyrics. The slightly altered lyric, which was played backwards in Sad Satan, is "Show me the way to the next little girl." There's also a bunch of audio clips of Charles Manson thrown in there as well, and those aren't backwards masked. You get to clearly hear Manson say, "If I started murdering people, there'd be none of you left," on a loop. Which is fun. In the descriptions for OHC's gameplay videos and his original Reddit post, it included a darkweb.onion link to the game, but that link didn't work. It's not a huge surprise since he claimed to have received the game months earlier, and .onion links have a bad habit of disappearing after a short period of time. However, the day after the final Let's Play video was uploaded, someone finally noticed the link OHC provided never could have worked because it contained the number 9. Onion links are created in base 32, which contains the letters A through Z and the numbers 2 through 7. A link containing 1, 8, or 9 could never have been real in the first place. This created a lot of questions surrounding the authenticity of the game. Was this actually some obscure horror game OHC had discovered, or was it something he made himself as a publicity stunt? Yeah, I definitely think it's the boring, publicity stunt thing. On July the 7th, nearly 2 weeks after this all began, the Kotaku interview with OHC was updated. He had responded to the writer's request for an updated statement in which he claimed that he deliberately gave everyone a broken link because the game was full of gore and illegal pornography, and he had to edit it out of his videos, and he didn't want others to download the game. But 18 minutes before this was posted on Kotaku, there was a new development on 4chan. Someone claiming to be the dark web user ZK was pissed off at OHC for lying to everyone. ZK claimed that OHC wasn't showing them the real Sad Satan, so he provided a clear web link to a download of what he claimed was the true Sad Satan. People have been eager to download the game ever since OHC had showed it off on his channel, so they jumped all over this link. I know I already told you in the last entry, but for the love of God, stop running random executable files you find online, especially from 4chan. Yes, it's not hard. This is how your grandma gets viruses. You should, people who are not over 80 should not be falling for this. Maybe everyone thought it had been a bluff, but the true Sad Satan contained everything that OHC claimed was in it. It was full of images of gore and illegal pornography, including brutal gore right on the title screen. To make matters even worse, as if that was necessary, most of the images of gore also featured children. What the f***? However, despite ZK claiming that this was the true Sad Satan, it was clear to players that it wasn't the original game featured on OHC. Despite still being referred to as the true or real version of Sad Satan, it was just a clone somebody threw together based off the original gameplay videos, making sure to add all sorts of illegal images and, of course, viruses. These weren't your typical run-of-the-mill viruses either, like Lost Boy EXE's Rat. If a person really knows what they're doing, viruses can cause irreparable damage. Writing an assembly, while much more difficult, gives a person low-level control over a system's hardware. You can just tell the machine to send voltage somewhere in quantities that the system should absolutely not allow. Someone with enough knowledge can easily destroy a person's CPU, and whoever wrote viruses included in the clone Sad Satan definitely had enough knowledge. The viruses were sophisticated enough that even when installed and run on virtual machines, they could break out into the actual computer and completely brick it. No fucking way. That's I didn't even know that was possible. I always been, if I was going to download an EXE from 4chan, I'd be like, definitely run that shit in a virtual machine. I'd run that shit on a virtual machine within a virtual machine on a PC that I don't want, that is not connected to the internet afterwards. But I didn't realize they could jump out of a virtual machine. Eventually, a couple of users banded together to remove the malware and illegal images to release a clean version of the game, but don't go looking for that either. At this point, there are at least 7 different versions of the game around, only one of which is clean. It's not worth the risk, especially because, and I cannot stress this enough, the actual game itself is boring as f***. Just watch someone else's playthrough on YouTube if you care that much. This all leaves us with a few mysteries, all of which remain officially unsolved to this day. Who created the original Sad Satan? Is it possible to play anywhere? And who created the cloned version? The easiest of these to address is whether or not the original Sad Satan, as featured on OHC, is available to play anywhere. The answer to that is no, and it never has been. OHC was playing it on his channel, so at least one copy of the game exists somewhere, but nobody else has ever uncovered a copy of the original game, and that ties into the first question of who made the original version, because it is believed that OHC made it himself as a publicity stunt. I tell you, it's always the boring option. There's pretty strong evidence for this as well. The story of the game's origin is obvious bullshit, and it's a game that nobody else in the world has ever found. That's not definitive of anything, because even if the dark story web was a lie, it could still have been an exceedingly rare game that nobody else online was aware of. More compelling is that roughly 5 months before the Sad Satan videos released on his channel, OHC was on Reddit asking how to make his own horror game. Trail, there you go, paper trail. You could certainly argue that it's just a coincidence, but it seems unlikely. Technically, this is considered unsolved, as nobody has proven the connection, and he hasn't admitted to it. But it is largely agreed that OHC made the original Sad Satan. But that's where things get really weird. He sent a revised statement to Kotaku claiming that he deliberately posted a fake link because the game contained illegal content, but it clearly didn't. Aside from there being no obvious splices in his footage, why would OHC fill a game with illegal content, knowing that nobody in the world but him would ever play that game, and that he couldn't include that content in his YouTube videos? I know that stupid people do stupid things all the time, but this seems to defy reason. Yeah, people don't like wasting their time pointlessly, though. Like, even stupid people are like, well, why am I doing this? So if Sad Satan and its fake backstory were designed as a publicity stunt, is it possible OHC sent his statement to Kotaku to further capitalize off the added hype from the cloned version posted to 4chan by ZK? There was an 18-minute gap between ZK's post on 4chan and the Kotaku update, although we don't know the exact time that OHC contacted Kotaku with his updated information and whether or not it was before or after the cloned version was published to 4chan. But even if he was trying to ride the wave of free publicity, what exactly was his goal? His YouTube channel was abandoned after all of this, never posting another video, and the original version of Sad Satan was never released. If he wanted to ramp up excitement so that he could sell his game, that would have been one thing, but since that didn't happen, I struggle to find out exactly what OHC's play was. But none of that addresses who created the cloned version with all the illegal shit in it. Under different circumstances, I'd say that why they did this was yet another mystery, but not when dealing with 4chan. I mean, yeah, this is... They just did it for the shits and the giggles. This is exactly the sort of thing I'd expect to happen on 4chan, so why someone did it isn't a question at all. Currently, there are two main suspects who created the cloned version. The first is Gary Graves, aka Scarebear. Gary has a tiny little YouTube channel called Scarebear that mostly featured music, but fortunately there was one horrible comedy video in which he was featured as well. This is a good thing because it gives confirmation about what he looked like, which can be matched to the known mugshot of Gary. Wait, mugshot? He got arrested? The first bit of evidence connecting Gary to Sad Satan was a video on the channel titled Sad Satan, which has since been deleted. This video was released roughly 3 years before the entire saga involving OHC, and the title was likely just a coincidence. After all, it is a reference to Stairway of Heaven. There was also a Reddit user by the name of ScareBearZK who made a few posts related to Sad Satan. The account was registered before the clone Sad Satan game was released, but after the Kotaku interview was published citing ZK as the dark web entity from whom the game originated, this means that there's a high probability that it was just someone, probably Gary, trolling and pretending to be the creator of the game. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, seems very reasonable. That's all pretty flimsy evidence. Yes, it's just circumstantial. It's the best we have. Do I think it's likely? Yeah, I mean, why not? It's not crazy. The Gary created the clone version, so what has people so convinced? That would be the mugshot that I mentioned earlier. On February the 5th, 2017, Gary was sitting in a cell in Lubbock County Jail on a burglary charge. His girlfriend was back home using his phone, and she discovered multiple images of illegal pornography on it. Uh-oh, she immediately called the police, though Gary was fortunately already in the right place. He was convicted in late 2017 and sentenced to 108 months in prison. Good. While it makes sense that the creator of the clone Sad Satan could be a person who would wind up in prison for such a crime, it's still a pretty weak connection. Yeah, again, it's is it possible? Yes. Maybe there's a lot of coincidences here. I'd be like, yeah, it's not bad. Is it enough to convict someone if they were convicting someone for this? No, it's definitely not beyond reasonable doubt. Is it even more likely than not? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Many people claim with absolute certainty that Gary was the one responsible for the illegal version of the game, but I'm not particularly convinced. I'm not saying that he definitely didn't do it, just that the existing evidence leaves a lot to be desired. And that brings us to the other main suspect, which is OHC himself. People called bullshit on his dark web story, right? And rightfully so. It's clearly a fake story designed to create an extra sense of spooky mystery around the game, and a number of people fell for it, including someone at Kotaku. However, a lot of people didn't. 4chan was full of people mocking OHC and what they saw as a dumb little creepypasta designed to promote his dumb little game. Because of that, some people argue that OHC created the clone Sad Satan himself as a way to silence the haters. If he wanted them to believe it was really a dark web game, then he had to release a version filled with dark web content. Oh yes, and he also had to get back at the Kotaku writer who was now calling bullshit so he could publicly claim that this stuff was in the game all along. Yeah, but it was released afterwards, dude. It's pretty transparent. If all that's the case, OHC should be sitting in a cell right alongside Gary. And yet, nobody knows where he is. After running a YouTube channel that garnered little to no attention, OHC pulled off a publicity stunt that raked in millions of views for his Sad Satan videos, and then he just vanished. The videos aren't even monetized, so it's not like he can collect passive income from all of this nonsense. Yeah, that's not going to be monetized, though. Those videos not going to be monetized. Though it's all but a certainty that OHC was behind the original version of Sad Satan that he featured in his videos, the mystery behind who created the clone version may never be solved. Though a case can be made for either Gary or OHC being the person responsible, but neither case is terribly convincing. The true creator is likely a completely unidentified person. All I know for sure is that I hope that this remains the darkest internet mystery for a long time so that we can talk about more wholesome things, like why Tiger Woods 99 PGA Tour Golf has an episode of South Park hidden on the disc. Now I'm extremely curious about that, Kevin. Don't leave me on that. And that's where I'll leave you on that, dear audience. Thanks for being here. Hope you liked the episode. Obviously something a little bit different today. Tell me if you liked it in the comments. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one all about glass delusion, written by Katie, read by me. Let's just jump in, shall we? Is this like that one with Samuel L. Jackson, the movie, where he has with Bruce Willis, where he's made of glass and he falls down the stairs and all his bones are broken? But I don't think people actually have this, right? It's just people think they do, that's why it's a delusion. That's all I know about it. That's why I read these things and Katie writes them, because she's got a big brain and I just read. What if you once had a love, and it was a gas, but it soon turned out they were a bum of glass? Okay, what is this beginning? Would the fact that they couldn't sit down for fear of breaking their buttocks complicate matters slightly? Yes, it would definitely complicate matters for all concerned, and it might sound strange, but believing that parts or even the whole of your body was made of glass and therefore liable to shatter at any time was a real concern amongst many people, especially during the medieval period. Known as glass delusion, this is one of those niche psychological oddities that has fascinated people, including me, as soon as they hear about it. So I'm pretty psyched to get to write about it for you. I used up quite a few good glass-related titles on the Kozyrev Mirrors episode, but don't worry, I'm sure there are still enough to be found in the menagerie to make this work. Yes, if you want to check out that previous episode, do. The Kozyrev Mirrors, the ones that let you see through time. It's a ridiculous episode. I mean, it was great. Thank you, Katie, for writing it, but the whole thing is... but everything on this channel is ridiculous. Except the ones where I'm like, oh my god, this could be real. A glass case of emotion. What is it? Okay, let's get this sorted out at the start. It's obvious that this was a mental illness of some kind. Are we here to make fun of mental illness? Yeah! What? No, we're not. Are we here to learn about an interesting thing from the past and maybe crack a few jokes along the way? Yes, I'm not a psychologist, and I sure as heck know Simon isn't. Excuse me. No, I'm not. My sister is, oddly enough. So, we'll have to rely on bigger brains than ours for some explanations here. Luckily, there's a bit of information to be found about this strange malady, so let's get into what it actually was. Cases of people suffering from glass delusion appear mainly in Europe between the 14th and even through the 19th century, although it peaked in the 15th and 17th centuries. Wait, how did this go away? Surely there are still some people who still believe that they're made of glass. Is this one of those mass hysteria ones? You know, where it's like, oh yeah, no, my arse is made of glass. Or ass is made of glass, if you're an American or from the north. and then everyone's like, oh yeah, mine too. Whereas then eventually people just forget about it. So I don't want to say it's not a real mental illness, because obviously mass hysteria can absolutely be a sort of mental illness. But okay, let's carry on. There were a few ways in which this delusion could present, and we'll get into specific examples in a minute. But the main symptoms were either thinking that parts of your body, usually extremities, although sometimes your organs, had temporarily turned to glass. Be like, oh no, my colon, I've got a glass colon. Thinking your entire body had turned to glass, thinking you had been turned into a vessel made of glass, thinking you'd ingested a glass object, or feeling that you'd become invisible or unseen by others as though you were a pane of glass. Obviously, mental health services were not really the best in the past, nor was knowledge of psychology or even medicine in general, so if you came down with anything other than a common non-plague cold, you were basically screwed. Yeah, I mean, because in the past it was like, oh no, I know you think that your colon is made of glass, but there's an actual man dying of plague over there. And I think as we've got better at physical medicine, we're turning our attention to mental health. And I think, in 50 years or whatever, we're going to look back at our time, now, maybe more 10, 20 years ago, like we looked back on how people dealt with physical ailments in the past, because I think just mental health is desperately underserved compared to physical health. Maybe slightly less so in America. I feel like America are quite good at this. But in Europe, in Britain, it's like, stiff upper lip, old chap. Keep calm, carry on. Oh God, here we go. This case is slightly different though, as it was clear to everyone apart from the ones suffering from it that their body was not, in fact, turning into glass. Treatment therefore ranged from indulging the sufferer until the delusion passed by keeping a safe distance away or wrapping soft things around them to protect them, to a kind of reverse psychology approach trying to shake them out of the idea that a piece of them was made of glass by proving that it wasn't. It's like, yeah, I've got glass colon. Doctor's like, come over here then. And he just punches you and kicks you in the arse, and it's like, you seem fine, don't you? But you're going to have a mighty bruise. That'll be $700. Here's an example of this from a piece on history.com by Hadley Mears. Another man, believing he possessed a glass rear end, was beaten by his doctor. Oh my god, really? I said I just made that up. In the hopes that it realised it was just his flesh that was sore from the thrashing. The doctor just beats the shit out of him. There's no further information on whether this worked or not, and to be honest, it just sounds like Glass Bum Man was a bit of a masochist. Steady on. Making fun of mental illness, are we there, Katie? The ruling glass. Famous examples. While this phenomena was a comparatively rare thing to suffer from, we know about it today, as some big names from the past came down with it. There are two historical figures who are the poster child for glass delusion, so let's find out more about how this disorder manifested in their lives. I get the feeling one of them was like King of England or something, and he thought was it his arms or his legs or something? Maybe it was his whole body. He thought it was made of glass. I feel like that's why I've heard about this. The first and maybe best known sufferer is Charles VI. Okay, he's the King of France. Sorry. Charles VI. Charles VI. I don't know if that's how they'd actually say it in France. From 1380 until his death in 1422. Poor Charles had a very difficult life, psychologically speaking, and went from being known as Charles the Beloved at the start of his reign to Charles the Mad by the end of it. I suppose it's a 40-year reign. It's not unreasonable that he went a bit mad. I suppose it's salient to point out that because glass delusion was one of the many things he suffered from over the course of his life, rather than it just being an isolated incident. Things started unraveling in 1392, when in an apparent fit of confusion, paranoia and rage, while on a military campaign, Charles attacked and killed 4 of his own knights before falling into a coma. Oh, it's good to be king though, isn't it? He'll wake up from this coma and it's like, "Are you alright, your majesty? Has your madness passed?" And the families of the knights are like, "We forgive you, your majesty. Please don't cut our heads off." Early the next year, another incident occurred which is unlikely to have soothed any mental anguish he might have been carrying from the attack. At a mass ball in January 1393, Charles and several of his noblemen friends dressed as so-called wild men. They wore linen costumes which had been soaked in pitch or resin and had plant material and rags stuck all over them so they looked shaggy, savage, and wild. It's good that some things don't change. Like, people, there's still fancy people having fancy dress parties, right? They also apparently had masks made of the same stuff, so nobody realised who they were. Some accounts say that they were sewn into the costumes, and others, oh wait, not to their actual flesh, but someone put the costumes on and then sewed them into it, like a zip, but with sewing. Some accounts say they were sewn into the costumes, and others also say that the dancers were chained together. Because of the highly flammable nature of the outfits, people had actually been sensible and removed all open flames and torches to the sides of the room when the wild men entered. Yeah, that sounds really dangerous. Like, someone's like, yeah, pitch, famously flammable. We're gonna soak linen in pitch, so we're basically creating a wick. And then we're gonna sew it onto your body and you're going to go into a room full of flames. So if you catch fire, which you probably could because it's the past, that's how we light shit up, and you're wearing something flammable that you literally can't remove because it's sewed onto your body. And if anyone in your group catches fire, you'll also probably got catch on fire as well because you're all chained together. They weren't the smartest in the past, were they?
I agree.
At first, everyone was having a great time as these apparently fabled spirits of the wood cavorted around, behaving quite outlandishly and rudely under the protection of anonymity and being really rich. Also, king. He could shoot 4 knights at this ball, or just wrap them in linen covered in pitch and set them on fire. And people will be like, whoa, that guy's taking this anonymity thing really far, and he just removes the mask. He's like, bitch, I'm the king. I don't need to wear this mask. I'm the king. Unfortunately, though, the king's brother Louis and his friend had rocked up late and came into the hall, flaming torches in hand, to see what all the commotion was about. As Louis tried to get a better look at the dancers, a spark from his torch landed on one of them and the whole gang of wild men went up in flames. Oh my god, who could have predicted this? Luckily for the king, he happened to be talking to the Duchess of Berry, who was wearing a massive dress, and he threw it over to protect him from the other dancers. Another man saved himself by either jumping into a tub of water or a barrel of wine, accounts vary, but the 4 other men died that night, or shortly after, of their wounds. This was a terrible idea! According to Michel Pintoin, the monk of Dennis, 4 men were burned alive, their flaming genitals dropping to the floor. Holy sh*! Releasing a stream of blood. Michelle, why'd you go so far? I don't need to know that last bit. I don't need to know this. Why are you mentioning their genitals so specifically? This event became known as the Bal d'Ardin, or the Ball of the Burning Men. This shouldn't be confused with the Burning Man Festival. Wasn't going to confuse it with the Burning Man Festival. I definitely know that's a different thing. But maybe you should think about your flaming genitals dropping off the next time you feel like heading to Nevada to express your inner self. After this traumatic event, King Charles VI's mental state deteriorated rapidly, and his outbursts and unpredictable episodes increased. One of the delusions that came and went over the remaining years of his life is that his whole body was made of glass. This meant that he took to wearing special clothing, reinforced with metal rods that would protect his upper half from shattering. His tailors didn't seem to be up to the task of making reinforced trousers, though, as he spent a lot of time lying still while wrapped in soft blankets and cushions. He also didn't want to touch or get too close to anyone so as to reduce the chances that he would break. This is kind of inconvenient if you're the king. However, Charles was not much more than a figurehead by the end of 1393 anyway, with his reign overseen by a procession of regents. He was so convinced that his body had turned to glass that at one point he went through a period of about 5 months without washing or changing his clothes. He died at the age of 53, but thanks to his publicly recorded behaviour, he's the most well-known victim of glass delusion. Yeah, he was also the king, so people are going to pay more attention. Princess Alexandra of Bavaria was also known to suffer from glass delusion, although in a different form to King Charles. This also happened a lot later, as Alexandra was born in 1826, several hundred years after the king. As with Charles VI, however, she had other psychological issues that had been noted at the time and was known to be in delicate health. She probably suffered from some sort of obsessive-compulsive disorder and was known to have her bedroom thoroughly cleaned every day as she was afraid of germs, which is kind of the opposite of what was going on with Charles. She also mainly wore white and never married, despite having interested suitors, with her family citing her fragile health as a reason to keep her single. This likely ended up ultimately working in her favour, as in her early 20s, Alexandra became convinced that she remembered swallowing a small glass piano as a child. As she had grown, the piano had grown inside her, meaning that she had to take care moving and walking in case it damaged her internal organs. Alexandra, you have lost your mind. It's just that magical piano growing inside her. If she had got married and was then expected to have a child, you can imagine what that might have done to her mental health if a baby was also growing inside. I went to some group classes when I was pregnant, and we saw a model of the inside of the female body, which was already pretty packed with organs and stuff as it was. We then saw how all of this was basically pushed and shoved around as a baby grew. So if you believed there was a piano in there, that was going to be a recipe for disaster. Look, your body's already packed with stuff. It's already a disaster. If you actually had a glass piano inside you, it would go bad. Alexandra died in 1875 at the age of 49, but seemed to work out a good way to deal with her psychological issues because she became a prolific writer, publishing poetry, essays, and plays, and donating the proceeds to charity. Those two royals seemed to bookend the most popular time period for glass delusion, but there were many more sufferers in between, as well as references to it in works of literature. The most notable was El Licenciado Vidriera, a short story by Miguel de Cervantes, which was published in 1613 between the two parts of his most famous work, Don Quixote. It's variously translated as The Glass Graduate or The Glass Lawyer, and in it, the protagonist, a quick-witted young lawyer named Thomas, is given a fruit laced with a love potion. He eats the fruit, and the potion doesn't work, and he becomes very ill. When he wakes up, he believes his entire body is made of glass. The combination of his strange condition and his way with words makes Thomas something of a celebrity. He does come out of his glass delusion, however, and tried to escape from all the attention he was getting, so he joins the army and then dies in battle. The end. I wonder if he ever managed to work on a class action lawsuit. Oh! Class action lawsuit. You get it? Well, probably not, because not many other people had this, so there's not going to be a very big class. Also, who's he suing? Okay, I'm taking this too far. It's just a joke.
I'm joking. That's just a joke. We like to have fun here.
The story came right at the midpoint of our two royal glass bookends, and it seems that glass delusion was definitely a thing that people were aware of, rather than Cervantes making up something bizarre out of thin air. The shattering truth. Why was this happening? Maybe because King Charles VI was so well known, glass delusion was quite the fad, especially among the aristocracy and upper classes across Europe between the 15th and 17th centuries. Sufferers were known as glass men, and according to an article on JSTOR by Amelia Soth, a debate swelled over whether its study belonged in the realm of medicine or faith, whether it was a disease of the body or the soul. The fact is, though, that while it seems to have been a delusion only affecting the higher echelons of European society, because all the other echelons of European society are actually suffering from real diseases, while the rich people are just like, oh, the king's got that glass delusion. Sick. I've got that too. I'm just like the king. Me and the king. Tight.
Oh, wow.
Whereas, John the pauper peasant, he's like, oh, John, what's wrong with you? You got that glass delusion as well? Like the king, he's like, no, I've got plague, mate, don't I? I've got plague. I've got bubonic plague. My whole family have died. I don't have time to think I'm made of glass. I just have to go out there and like farm toilets or something, whatever people were up to in the past. If old Bob in the third shack on the left suddenly announces that he can't hobble to the market because his legs turned into glass, that will not be noted for posterity. 1, because he's not important, and 2, there probably wouldn't have been anyone literate around to record his strange ailment. This kind of delusion almost seems like a luxury when you think about it, as Bob might not have had any nice soft things to wrap around his glass leg. He might not have had other people to do things for him either. So if Bob couldn't get out and about, Bob wouldn't be able to survive. Poor Bob. It also seems likely that most sufferers from glass delusion didn't get it out of the blue. They may have been aware of the issue first, meaning the majority of sufferers were therefore from the higher rungs of society, being familiar with the luxury glass items being created in Venice at the time, and also rubbing shoulders with other people who'd come down with the delusion. Bob probably also didn't have any Venetian glass doodads in his shack, so the thought of his leg turning into a fragile, transparent object wasn't something that was likely to pop into his head. As Molly Dowdswell writes on Collector.com, it is also important to note that sources may also be skewed in presenting this story. Intellectuals were, by nature, the most likely to leave a written record of their mental illness, whereas people of the lower classes who were illiterate or women who did not have the power to do so are lost from the historical narrative. This is why glass delusion has become seen as something of an upper-class ailment. It was apparently very distressing for some, but there's still the sheen of luxury, nobility, and beauty that the glass represents. You know what doesn't have luxury, nobility, and beauty? The plague. Poor Bob. This also hints to me that maybe people said they were turning into glass as some sort of social one-upmanship. Could it have been some kind of medieval meme with people potentially pretending to suffer from glass delusion because they believe it also inferred some sort of upper-class status on them, and people would think of them as more important or something? Yeah, I totally think this is a thing. It's like that, snobbery thing that's going on. Assuming that their family or servants or whoever actually cared about them, these people, usually men, as we've mentioned, would have been treated gently, wrapped up protectively, and generally babied until they got better. And who doesn't want to be looked after every once in a while? Yeah, it's like, Rich John is like, I had a really hard day at the knighting today. It's just come over and it's like, I think my colon's made of glass again. I'm just going to go have a lie down, okay? Take care of me. Bring me some comfortable blankets, wife. You may be asking at this point, why glass? Glass was not a new substance at this time in history. Glass beads dating back thousands of years BC have been found, and it was being put to decorative use in pharaohs' tombs centuries before King Charles thought he was turning into it. There was actually a shift in glassmaking at the time. However, glassmaking on the island of Murano in Venice was coming on leaps and bounds starting in the 13th century and accelerating into the 15th, with major innovations and expert skill levels making it the most sought-after glass in Europe. If you're a person of means, you had to have some Murano glass. I think I've been to Italy, and I went to one of these Venice. And I went to, I've definitely been to Venice. I think it was there that I saw, the glass makers making the glass. It's pretty cool. For the slightly less initiated of the Middle Ages, glass also held a magical power as a transformative substance capable of changing state and color. I think we've heard the argument about whether glass is technically a solid or liquid before, and the conclusion I came to is that there were people willing to die on both hills. According to the first Google result that popped up, in terms of molecular dynamics and thermodynamics, it's possible to justify various different views that it is a highly viscous liquid, an amorphous solid, or simply that glass is another state of matter that is neither liquid nor solid. Don't people say, when you go into a really old building, like some medieval, and the window is thicker at the bottom, people are saying that's because the glass is really slowly dripping down, because it's a liquid. I think that that's actually false, right? I think it's just when they made glass back in the day, then it's prop it up to let it dry. And just because they were a bit to making stuff in the past, it would kind of be thicker at the bottom as the glass moves down, the liquid glass moves down, and then dries and thickens up, and they're yeah, that's how windows are. That's what we got these days, guys. I'm sorry. I 100% feel like an amorphous solid from time to time, so maybe this is more relatable than I originally thought. The article by Philip Gibbs does go on to say that for all practical everyday uses, glass is a solid. But anyway, back in the day, people weren't talking about thermodynamics, they were talking about alchemy. Transmutation was a big part of the alchemical tradition, which was basically trying to get any old boring metal to turn into gold. The other main goals of alchemy were to create perfect health and long or immortal life, but as you can all see, it hasn't really gone very well. The transforming of base metals into gold, or a humdrum substance into a very precious one, is the idea that we're interested in here. Metaphorically, we can see how glass delusion ties in with our chemical thinking, maybe with people linking it to metamorphosis and the transformation into something more precious. As Victoria Shepherd wrote in her 2022 book, A History of Delusions, quoting, "The appeal of glass, a wondrous new material as a metaphor for a person's sense of themselves, is not difficult to understand in this context. To be made of glass is to be precious, rare, but fragile. It is an instruction to others to admire you, but not to get too close. There is something essentially magical, spectral about glass. Glass perfectly symbolizes a sense of both supreme refinement and a nail-biting sense of vulnerability and contingency." Whoa, you said a lot about glass there, didn't you? I have never thought so much about glass in my life. It's like, yeah, glass, shit I drink out of, that allows light to come into my house. Boom! That's my relationship with glass. Nail-biting sense of vulnerability. Chill out, Victoria. There was also a literal interpretation of the transmutation idea, though. In 1669, German alchemist Johann Becher published Physica Subterranea. His idea was that human bodies could be synonymous with glass vessels, not just metaphorically. He actually wanted to turn corpses into other things, living things that were made up of the same substance found in glass, so that after they died, Becher reckoned their bodies could be reformed as decorative glassware. It's weird, dude. Why are you thinking about that? Plants could be made into green vases, while human bodies could be transformed into lovely milky yellow pieces. While this could solve the issue of what to do with corpses, it's not actually possible. Humans and glass do share the component of silica, but it's not present in large enough amounts in the human body to be able to make a glass out of it. This does draw something of a parallel to poor old King Charles VI, though. Remember his Burning Man ball, which was one of the seminal moments in the story of his mental health struggles? Of course. Glass is forged in a fire and turns from sand into a fragile, transparent substance. The king was part of a fiery death scene, so maybe his subsequent glass delusion was a direct result of that accident. The fire turned him into glass. No, he didn't have a delusion. That king was actually made of glass, like Samuel Jackson in that movie. What is that movie? The one with the train. Bruce Willis is on the train, and he's super strong, and he can't die. Die Man? Unable to die man? Hard Man? Die Hard? What's that called? Shattered? No, that's that one about that guy who has multiple personalities, but also glass shatters, so you can see how I got there. I don't remember. I don't care. As we mentioned earlier, even though he was the king, it was clear that Charles wasn't in his right mind for most of his adult life. Glass delusion seems to have appeared more frequently in people who already had other mental illnesses, but medieval doctors did have ways of diagnosing and treating those issues. Well, at the time, they thought they did anyway. This leads us on to one of my favourite areas of medical knowledge in the past, the four humours. Laughing your glass off. The humours. Even though they're quite comical to look back on today, the four humours got their name from the Latin for fluid, or liquid. According to practitioners of physiotherapy in the European Middle Ages, I hesitate to call them doctors, the four humours that made up a person's general personality, temperament, and evil physical characteristics were blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Alright, the first one I can get behind. Everyone's heard of blood and phlegm. Yellow bile, though? I've thrown up before, and I know that we have bile ducts. I'm pretty comfortable that that's a thing. What about black bile, though? This is a bit confusing. As far as I can work out, what people in the past were calling black bile might have been some sort of sediment remaining from normal blood, or maybe connected with all the gross boils from bubonic plagues. Why didn't they choose another fluid that makes up the human body? Off the top of my head, water. You know, yes, it's like mostly water, our bodies. You know, as over half our bodies are made up of water. It comes out of our eyes and skin, and we pee it out multiple times a day. Guess it was a bit too obvious, though, and might have made the general populace realise that there was nothing to this four humours thing at all. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert, the four humours are no longer used as a medical diagnosis tool. If your doctor is talking about an imbalance in your black bile, find someone else quick. I bet if you go onto Google, you'll find someone who's like talking about this shit still. Being like, no, I'm a believer in the four humours still. I can fix your cancer. Like, come on. But anyway, the four humours weren't really about the actual physical presence of these things. It was a bit more esoteric than that, with the fluids representing qualities of a person. If all your four humours were in balance, congrats! You were fine. If you had too much blood in your humours, this was thought to give a person more sanguine characteristics, i.e. they were quite positive, but was also presented more ruddy facial features. It's very specific. What exactly does ruddy mean? Like worn? If you have excess of phlegm, you would be phlegmatic or somewhat unemotional with a pale complexion. An imbalance of yellow bile, also known as chola, would indicate your angry personality and show in your jaundiced appearance. And if your black bile, also called melancholy, was out of whack, you'd be a sad soul, wandering around with a dark complexion. There were various different combinations of these humours with various different potential treatments. An excess of yellow bile could be treated with changing your diet or purging your system through vomiting, which, if you ask me, would probably make you more aware of your yellow bile. Other popular methods for balancing the humours were using herbs and spices in your food, taking laxatives, and bloodletting, either with leeches or by popping down to your local barbers for a session with their bloodletting razors, which I'm sure were extremely well disinfected between patients. No, they weren't, because they didn't believe in disease. They didn't believe in germs. We're talking about this as if it was basically what any medical professionals were working with at the time the glass man cometh. If someone had any kind of medical complaint, from bad skin to epilepsy to cancer, it would be somewhere in the diagram of the humours and a treatment could be provided. While physicians at the time did believe they were on the right track here, they actually weren't. So really, any meeting you had with a doctor would have just been them stating what they guessed was the problem related to the humours, and then prescribing whatever the established remedy was at the time. While this probably worked okay for general sniffles and minor complaints, anything more serious was likely going to keep getting worse. In the case of the glass men, doctors decided that this delusion must have been an excess of melancholia or black bile in the body. This does make sense in that melancholia comes under the umbrella of depression and mental illness. If somebody is described as melancholic, it means they are gloomy, sorrowful, or really sad. As black bile was thought to originate in the spleen and kidneys, one of the treatments was to purge it all out through the use of laxatives. Also recommended was the eating of food with fragrant herbs and spices and moist, warm food to counteract the cold and dry classification of black bile. It's so strange. It's like, yes, the excess of black bile. Eat some warm food, okay, old chap? You'll be fine. Melancholics were also warned to avoid many types of beans and nuts, tomatoes, eggplants, and any type of fried food, as this really upsets the digestive system of a bona fide melancholic. Obviously, skipping the eggplant parmigiana isn't really going to help in the treatment of a psychological disorder, but bless them, at least they were trying. Yeah, I mean, it's like back in the day, there's like, I don't know, mate, you think you're middle class? We got nothing! So they're just like, yeah, black bile, why not? It's black bile, it's the black bile thing. Yeah, don't eat any KFC, and get some like McDonald's down you now. Well, McDonald's is also fried. Like, get some soup in your body. In Molly Dowderswell's piece on thecollector.com, she says, the delusion was also mentioned in the work of the English scholar Robert Burton. In his The Anatomy of Melancholy, 1621, which was about low moods and how they contributed to illness, he agreed that the glass delusion was a manifestation of melancholy, but he stated that it was fear-induced. Burton suggested that people who suffered from melancholy often experienced symptoms such as paranoia, which only exacerbated the glass delusion. See, while they were skating around the edges of medical progress and did not really understand much about the finer inner workings of the human body, it was already clear to people centuries ago that this kind of delusion was a symptom of a larger mental health issue. And while it's been presented as some sort of genteel disease that only rich, intelligent people suffered from, that allowed them to lounge around all day, suffer some of them did, and horribly too, with some glass men even killing themselves to be freed of the delusion. Okay. Ian Hacking, so I guess the kick in the ass for the glass colon wasn't working, was it? That seems like a much better actual treatment than being like, don't eat KFC, you know, balance that black bile. Just like smack him in the face and be like, see, face isn't made of glass, is it? Look, your face is fine, you idiot. Ian Hacking published a book called Mad Travelers, Reflections on the Reality of Transient Mental Illnesses, in which he lists factors necessary in a time and place in society for a specific illness to first of all flourish and then disappear. He names these vectors as medical taxonomy, cultural polarity, observability, and release. I couldn't read the bulk of the text of this book online, so we're turning to Carolyn Purnell, writing for PsychologyToday.com, to go into more detail here. 1. The disease must fit within existing medical models. We can agree with this one, as doctors at the time recognized glass delusion as pertaining to the excess of black bile and therefore humours setup. 2. Cultural polarity. The illness must fall between two opposing elements of contemporary culture. This leans into the stresses those in academia or the elite might have felt as they strive to keep up appearances, maintain their reputation, reputations or struggled to pursue new ideas. 3. A third vector requires that the disease is observable. Glass delusion definitely fits here, as well-known and highly placed people were noted as suffering from it. The visibility of the disorder would have been a factor for the spread of it. 4. The illness, despite the pain it produces, should provide some release that is not available elsewhere in the culture in which it thrives. Again, glass delusion can be factored in here, as it was almost always seen as a status symbol, something only the rich and or intelligentsia suffered from, even though, as we've said, more average members of society could still have it, but we'd never know. Yeah, no one remembers the peasants. No one cares about their plight. Maybe some sufferers could take a break from whatever was stressing them out while they waited for their bodies to go back to normal. As we can fit glass delusion into these 4 vectors and lump it in as a transient mental illness, this means that when society and culture moved on, there should have been no more cases of glass delusion. But is that strictly true? I mean, yeah, that doesn't mean it's suddenly going to drop to 0, does it? It just means okay, culture's moved on, so it's not really a thing anymore. But you'll get the weird edge cases, like 1 or 2 people who still have it, right? Like the people who still believe in the 4 humours. Idiots. I like the glass onion as a metaphor. Modern cases. While this does seem to be mainly an issue of the past, glass delusion has managed to persist through to the modern era, or modern-ish anyway. Dutch psychiatrist Andy Lamagin found references to glass delusion from a lecture in 1883 that's stating that a woman in a Scottish psychiatric institute believed her legs were made of glass. He also was contacted about a case from the 1930s of another woman admitted into an institute, again believing her legs were made of glass. She was so scared of breaking them that she pulled a King Charles and wouldn't let anyone near her to help or wash or change her clothes. Her outcome was thankfully different though, as she recovered after being treated, although who knows what kind of treatment she was given almost 100 years ago. Purging of the black bile. No KFC for you. Lamagin was notified of another case from 1964 when a man claiming to be made of glass walked into his own clinic in Leiden, although I'm not sure when that was. While Lamagin was excited to get to talk to this man, in my opinion, his delusion is not really the same. Back in the day, the general symptom of glass delusion was that a body part, whether a limb or internal organ or indeed your whole self, was made of glass and therefore at risk of shattering. This case was more along the lines of the person feeling invisible, as though he were a pane of glass. People were looking through him rather than at him. To me, this is a different thing, but hey, as we said at the start, I'm not a psychologist. Yeah, that seems like a completely different condition. He thinks he's invisible. He thinks no one can see him. Is different from he thinks he can be broken. The only thing that is shared here is that glass is transparent and fragile. That doesn't mean they're related. Glass delusion is still appearing in works of fiction too, with Ali Shaw's The Girl with Glass Feet from 2009 telling the story of a woman looking for a cure to stop her turning into glass from the feet up. Oh my. I think we can say with some certainty that, okay, while a few newer cases have popped up here and there, this was an illness of its time, a time when glass was seen as a magical element, when medicine was fumbling in the dark and strict social expectations were too much for some to bear. We can see other sorts of delusions comparable to glass delusion in other periods of history too. Strangely enough, it seems that believing you are made of or turning into glass, the hot substance of the day, is not merely a glass thing. Prior to everyone thinking they were made of glass, there were reported cases of people believing they were made of earthenware, and after glass delusion had died down, there were examples in the 19th century of people believing they were turning into concrete, the newest material on the block, so to speak. But why was this even a delusion at all? Researchers concluded that it's a delusion of fragility, the inner psyche manifesting in an imagined physical form. Amelia Soth's article on JSTOR notes, the shattered vessel is a common Christian symbol for the fragility and limitation of the body. Maybe thinking of oneself as a structure of delicate glass was a reaction to the fragility of the human body and the ease with which, in an instant, it could be shattered. The same could be said for earthenware, although concrete might be a tad more sturdy. It could be said that glass delusion was a cultural phenomenon as well. As we've noted, it swept through the more notable levels of society and seemed mostly a European nobility thing. Glass delusion would not exist in areas of the world where glass was not in regular use, as people would not equate it with the same meanings. Things like this always remind me of a delusion called Coro, where people believe their penises are shrinking into their bodies or disappearing despite visual evidence that they aren't. I've heard of this. This is classified as a culture-bound delusional disorder, meaning that it's more prevalent and likely to spread among people in the same particular societal or cultural bracket. Yeah, it feels like one of those like mass hysteria. This is like feels closely related to mass hysteria, right? While we can't rule out examples of glass delusion appearing again in the future, it's unlikely to reach the number of cases that were seen in the Middle Ages. These days, the most agreed upon equivalent that I've seen is more of a persecution complex or a feeling of being spied on, usually by the government, which might bring with it a feeling of paranoia, helplessness, and loss of autonomy. As we know, we are actually being spied on a lot, from online data collection to CCTV cameras, so this delusion probably isn't going to go away anytime soon, and as our reliance on technology continues, it seems like we might break into two camps. Ones that know we're being spied on and just shrug it off, handing data providers all our information left, right, and center. I fall into this camp, by the way. And the other that starts guarding all their personal information to the max, and from which a healthy dose of paranoia might end up spiraling out of control. We've already seen this kind of thing happening, most recently with QAnon, doomsday preppers, etc. So I suppose it's just a part of the established cycle of human experience. Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I think it's an interesting... I don't know if I agree with the strict connection there of the people's psyche being fragile to paranoia, but I don't know. Maybe when we invent those carbon nanotubes or whatever, people will be like, oh, my body's turning into carbon nanotubes. End fragments. To bring it back around to glass delusion, even now the qualities of glass when related to the human body are promoted as being desirable. Obviously, not the potential to get shattered into a million pieces, but I've clicked on many a link offering glass-like skin or hair with a mirror shine, so it's still seen as something of a positive attribute. Although the majority of the population will never fall victim to the delusion that they're made of glass, there are many other issues that could affect any one of us at any time, so let's have a couple of breaths on the surface of this story and draw a quick heart or a smiley face on it before it fades. Our little acknowledgement of a strange story from the past. Yeah, okay. I bet there are still people around who think they're made of glass, though. Like somewhere, there's a lot of people, and it's like someone will have heard of this and be like, yeah, I think my leg's made of glass, why not? Anyway, that's the end of today's episode. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. See you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, written by Danny, read by me. I'm Simon, you probably know that. The Curious Case of the Vanishing Actress and the Sinister Skeleton. Nice title. Not sure if that will remain the title on YouTube, but I like the word Sinister Skeleton. One of my first things on YouTube that I was like, oh no, what a terrible mistake that everyone was just reaming me for, was there was a video I made and I said skeleton rather than skeleton. And everyone was like, skeleton? What are you talking about? What's a skeleton? And I just, who knew it was actually not got a G in there? Today I found out. The format of the show, Danny writes it for me. I've never read it before. Let's get into it. When the police were called in to poke around an old neglected cottage in a small English village in 1949, they probably weren't expecting to find very much of interest. The last known owner of the cottage had been a lady by the name of Ada Constance Kent, who had apparently been something of a theatre star after the turn of the century, before retiring and retreating into a life of solitude. But she'd gone missing without a trace a whole 10 years earlier, and she certainly wasn't expected to suddenly turn up now where she disappeared and people just left her house there. It's got to be so great. Can you imagine just a house frozen in time from like 10 years ago? You just go in there, be like some iPhone 5 or whatever on the table, you'd be like, whoa, still works? Suspicious activity had led the police back to the cottage in 1949, where a somewhat gruesome discovery was made. Yet it was a discovery which may have thrown up more questions than answers, and not everyone could even agree on what exactly had been found lurking silently in the upstairs bedroom. Let me guess, Danny, a skeleton. It was a discovery which didn't appear to make any sense, a situation not helped by conflicting press reports which were painting a pretty hazy picture of events, even as they were unfolding. What? The press? The news media? Presenting a hazy picture of events based on half-truths? What? Never. No. No way. We could be talking about a myth, a murder, a double murder, a hoax, a staggering coincidence, or something else entirely taking place in a sleepy English village with the rather unfortunate name of Fing Ring Ho. Really? Where is Fing Ring Ho? I gotta look this up. Do you think it's still called that, or did they change it? Like, I feel like they changed things because, like, no one wants to be living in a village called Ho. No, it's a place. It exists. It's a tiny village in somewhere called Colchester. There's St Andrew's Church. There's the Whalebone, a lovely pub. 4.4. Google Maps. No one cares. God, it really is in the middle of nowhere. Colchester, a reasonable sized town, is quite nearby. This is in the north, right? Yeah. I mean, north. It's like, it's below Cambridge. Okay, so not really in the north. It's in the south, but it's above London. So the north to me. But can any of that provide any fresh clues as to the ultimate fate of Ada Constance Kent? Well, take your seats, already sitting, as we prepare to raise the curtain and separate fact from fiction on our quest to solve the curious case of the vanishing actress and the sinister skeleton. Nah, just joking, I know it's skeleton. I had that beaten over my head. I recently found out, like, I my whole life, I was saying coup de grace, you know? Like to swiftly attack, you know? That's a coup de main. Coup de grace. Like the final blow. Like to deliver the final blow. I thought it was coup de grace my whole life. And then I think people in the latest comments said, you mean coup de grace? And I'm like, no, I mean coup de grace. It's French. And I looked it up and it's totally coup de grace. I was even like so sure of this. I was like, I was on the phone with my dad and I'm like, Dad, how do you say the French for like the final blow? Like the coup de, and he's like, coup de grace. And I'm like, right. But no, he was also wrong.
Oh.
Act 1, waiting in the wings. Even the beginning of our story is buried in mystery, as it has to be said that Ada Constance Kent, better known to her friends, or at least her acquaintances, as Connie, was a bit of an enigma in herself. We don't even know what she looked like, although some online reports in the case depict photographs of a young actress at around the beginning of the 20th century, but they just seem to be generic photographs from the era with no credible sources. I realise that I might have just made the editor's job very difficult now, so I probably shouldn't have mentioned it just mid-journey. Create an image of a generic actress. Boom! This will be our... What was her name? Ada? This will be Ada. If you want, editor, I don't. That's your job. Just carry on. Maybe we'll just have to stick with generic images in lieu of anything more concrete. Yeah, I realize, like, Simon, why can't you show images of that? Why is there no video footage of that? And I was like, well, I can't. Like, sometimes you just can't get the copy. Like, often it's like police images and stuff for like this or Decoding the or Casual Criminalist. But sometimes it's like, I just can't use that image. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. And it's like, I'm not going to pay like $400 to license it or whatever for one little thing. No, sorry. Try and enjoy the show anyway. Although if it's any help, I'd like to think she had a bulbous nose, a cupped ear, and a mohawk hairdo. Mid-journey! It's believed that Connie was born around 1871 in the village of Fingringhoe in the city of Colchester, district of Essex, county of Essex. Isn't Essex a county? Between London and the North Sea. She apparently later moved to London after finding some degree of fame as an actress. In fact, it's widely reported that she was a moderately successful star of both the stage and screen during her heyday in the limelight. It's interesting how she's obviously I guess making a living doing this, but we just don't really have any records of her, and she was probably like a little bit famous back in her time. It's like in 100 years. People are like, Simon, who?
Who is that?
Because it's, you're just a little bit famous. You make your living doing it, and it's like, no one will remember you. Everyone will be forgotten. Even Julius Caesar. He'll eventually be forgotten. Oh, the existential dread. But there's already a bit of confusion here, as nobody has ever dug up any concrete information on the glittering career of this supposedly moderately successful star. Perhaps some of this confusion arose from the fact that she performed under the stage name of Vera Vachale rather than her real name. And there's a very good reason why Ada Constance Kent may have felt reluctant to use her real name in film credits and theatre bills. The name Constance Kent is more frequently associated with the British woman who confessed the savage murder of her own 3-year-old half-brother in 1860 when she was 16. If that's famous, why would you call your kids that same name? Who is that? What's that famous? Like, it'd be like, oh, your surname's Savile. Well, we're just going to call you James. Maybe Jimmy for short. No one would do that. It's only 20-something years after this happened. Why would you name your kid after what? No. That's an incredibly intriguing story in itself, in which all may not be quite as it seemed, but I'll not go into any more detail, as it might make a good pitch for Casual Criminalist one day. Go for it, Danny, just do it. But the point is that our Constance Kent from Fingringhoe might not have made it very far in the world of show business if she was using her real name, shared with a recently convicted murderer. Come to think of it, I find it bizarre that she was even given such a notorious name at the time of her birth in 1871. Exactly! It's like James Savile, no! Oh, your surname's Glitter? That wasn't Gary Glitter's real name. What was it? I don't even remember was his real name Glitter? It's like, yeah, we'll call you Gaz. No! Considering that the sickening news of the murder and subsequent conviction would have still been fresh in the minds of the British public. The modern-day equivalent would be please say it's Savile. Tell me you use it, Savile. Taking the name of your kid, either Harold Shipman, Rose West, or Gary Glitter. Yes! Either way, that kid's going to have a tough time at school. Oh, hi, Harry. Harry Shipman. Leave me alone. However, even if we take into consideration that Ada Constance Kent may have acted under the rather more palatable stage name of Vera Vachale, there's still not a single credit to be found anywhere under either name or even slight variations on either name during the period. You'd think that a moderately successful movie star would have at least garnered a single credit on IMDb. I mean, people get credits on IMDb for just playing parts such as bearded man at bus stop in a wiped movie from 1898. Yeah, I've even got IMDb credits. You go on there, it's like Simon Whistler, host of the TV show Decoding the Unknown. I'm like, whoa. Steady, IMDb. Don't give me too much credit. And I don't know who does these. I don't know who adds to IMDb. It's not me. That would be weird. It's still weird. It's not a TV show. It's a YouTube channel. Chill out, IMDb. Even I've got credits on an IMDb and I don't get recognized at family gatherings. Oh, Danny also, as like writer, of course. There's actually another actress listed on IMDb who again curiously went by the name of Constance Kent, but she was still very young when she played a handful of roles in the 1930s, which would have been long after Connie retired. So it seems that Connie never actually appeared on the screen unless she went by another name of which nobody is aware. It's more likely that her modest acting career was confined to the theatre, but there are a few question marks over this as well. Theatre plays were heavily promoted and reviewed in detail in the British press at the turn of the 20th century, and again, nobody has ever found a single mention of either Ada Constance Kent or Vera Vachale. Yeah, but I mean, so if she wasn't like the leading role, she'd maybe be like, what was he saying, bearded man number 10 or whatever, on the stage. So it's like, yeah, you're a working actor, but kinda not. So that doesn't necessarily indicate that she wasn't really an actress at all. Maybe she only ever worked over at the other side of the world. The Australian press took an unusually high level of interest in the later unfolding story of the vanishing actress, and it's not entirely clear why. To be fair, the story attracted a fair bit of other international interest, which you might expect anyway from something that evolved into a kooky horror tale. But the Australian press often gave more detailed and accurate coverage than the British newspapers, which perhaps indicates that Connie was a bit better known down under. We'll return to Connie's elusive early life shortly, but for now let's jump into the latter stages of her life, in which the details and evidence are a lot more clearly defined. By the 1930s, Connie Kent was in her 60s and had retired from a potentially glamorous, if largely forgotten, career to return to her roots in Fingringho, a fascinating Old English village steeped in rich history. Danny, I just looked it up. It's got like one pub. It's barely a hamlet, Danny. Well, I say it's a fascinating Old English village. According to travel brochures, it's famous for having a duck pond and a red telephone box. Oh my god, who cares? It's like, I've lived in some fairly boring places in the UK, and it's like, just don't come here. It's a tiny English village. No one's coming there. Why would you come here? Of far more importance, it regularly pops up in lists of the UK's rudest place names, right up there with Shitterton, Wet Wang, Bell End, Titty Hill, Broken Wind, and Sandy Balls. These are all real places. No, Titty Hill. And it was in this quaint village of Fingringho that Connie settled down to enjoy her retirement in a charming 3-bedroom cottage in Whalebone Corner on the main road right next to the primary school and just around the corner from that famous duck pond. Also, the name of the pub was the Whalebone. I know way too much about Fingringho. It was a bit of a walk to the equally famous red telephone box, but you can't have everything. It'd be nice to think that Connie was a popular member of the local community who got on famously with anybody, but in fact, she was seen as a bit of a grumpy old goat who rarely mixed with the other natives. She lived alone for the rest of her life and preferred quiet solitude over the prospect of exchanging idle gossip with her neighbours. I'm like, yes, that sounds better. Like, just like, I don't care, I just want to be left alone. Oh, I'm such a loser. If you saw her out and about, she was most likely just nipping into the village pub, the Whalebone, there we go, still there today, for a quick drink on her own, taking the opportunity to pick up a packet of 20 Woodbines whilst she was there. Is that some sort of old school cigarette? Woodbines. But she was unlikely to have accepted an invitation to sign up for the village darts team. The residents of the village most likely to experience regular encounters with Connie were the kids in the school playground next door who would regularly get told to piss off if they ever dared to venture too close to the cottage. Whilst most villagers remember Connie as being cold, bad-tempered, and thoroughly unapproachable, she was known to have at least one female friend by the name of Mrs. Maskill, who lived in a different village of the Colchester district, and she was known to employ the services of a gardener and handyman called George Wincol. I'm already like, George murdered someone. That's all I know about George, but I'm like, why is he coming up in this story? He's gonna murder someone, I can just tell. Allegedly. Who lived just around, he's definitely dead. We don't need to say allegedly. These people are all dead. Long dead. Who lived just around the corner, although it's not clear how often he popped round to the cottage, or if they were friends as such. Poor old George certainly seemed to take the later disappearance of his client quite badly, as we'll later discover. But another little puzzle here is that a couple of residents recall that Connie Kent occasionally used to leave the village for weeks at a time, but nobody was sure exactly where she went. Maybe Australia. She could, of course, been enjoying extended visits to her family, although it's not clear if she even had any surviving family members, or perhaps she wasn't quite as retired as we thought, and she still had work to attend to in London or overseas. But all of this made it quite tricky to spot that Ada Constance Kent had gone missing in March 1939. Wait, I can't believe that someone goes missing for 10 years. I just don't... Someone's going to be like, oh, where's that old lady? Should we get the police around to her house? I haven't seen her in a while, and like her car's in the drive, and now all the tyres are flat. You know? Here we have a reclusive 68-year-old woman who lived alone, didn't seem to enjoy company, and often went away for quite long periods without telling anybody where she was going. It's little wonder that it took approximately 3 months before anyone started wondering what happened to Connie Kent. Yeah, well, 3 months is a lot more believable than 10 years. Didn't we say, it was 10 years before people, went into a house and were like, hello? Oh, there's bones in the bed. Act 2. Breaking out of character. The last confirmed sighting of Connie was down at the Whalebone pub in early March 1959 when the landlord, Alfred J. Hassler, served her with a quick drink and her usual packet of 20 woodbines. The landlord later noted that she looked quite ill and seemed to have developed a nasty cough, but he didn't make much of it at the time and didn't bother to try and strike up any meaningful conversation with her. That might seem a bit ignorant for a jolly pub landlord, but as he later publicly observed, she didn't mix with other people. Well, yeah, also you're, as a pub landlord, it's most, come in. If people want to have a chat with them. But if they don't want to have a chat, then it's your kind of job to know that they don't want to be having a chat with you. So you just shut up and serve them a beer, right?
Right.
It was supposedly her friend Mrs. Maskill who first noticed that Connie had disappeared after 3 months, but although she reported the matter to the police, not an awful lot seemed to happen until another 3 months had passed when the gardener, George Winkle, finally seemed to realise that he hadn't trimmed his client's bush for quite some time. Danny, why? A police constable was dispatched to the cottage with a rather fitting name of Bernard Constable, really? Which made him officially a Constable. Major. Accompanied by George Winkle, Constable investigated the old cottage at Whalebone Cottage around September 1939, when the gardener and the constable may have had a couple of other things on their minds, considering that the Second World War had just broken out. Oh yeah, 1939, okay. Gaining access into the cottage wasn't too difficult as the door was unlocked, which was obviously a worrying sign. And there were more worrying signs to be found inside. Like a skeleton. I don't know, maybe. A supper tray had been placed on top of the dining table with the remains of a meal sitting on top of it. Connie's coat was on the hook, her spectacles were still on the mantelpiece, her personal belongings were scattered around the house, including books and picture postcards and trinkets and a large collection of unusual fabrics, whilst a well-thumbed copy of Romeo and Juliet was lying open on a chair by the fireplace. There was no sign of Connie Kent. The relatively neat and tidy state of the house did not seem to indicate that any kind of disturbance or violent incident had taken place. No, isn't everyone assuming that she just died in her sleep or whatever? At this point, you'd be like, she's 68 years old, so she's not young, and she had that cough, and she's not been seen. It's like she probably just died in her sleep and no one's gone to check out on her yet. You're like, what's that? Is that Connie I smell? Is that her rotting body? But it also seemed alarmingly unlikely that Connie had gone away on a perfectly innocent long trip after leaving food on the table, her spectacles on the mantelpiece, her coat on the hook, and the cottage door completely unlocked. It felt more like she'd either made a very sudden and rushed departure, or she'd just vanished into thin air. And the village of Fring Ring Ho would sadly never again respond to a cheerful, neighbourly wave from Ada Constance Kent, or at least they would never again be at the wrong end of a withering glare that could turn milk sour. Despite this natural concern, nothing was really followed up for another 10 years. This may have been partly because no family or friends had actively pursued the disappearance, partly because no crime appeared to have been committed, and also partly because everybody would generally be quite busy with other things over the subsequent 6 years of World War II. Some grumpy old lady going for a walkabout without leaving a forwarding address wouldn't have been viewed as a top priority back then. George Winkle did pop round for another look around the empty cottage 3 years later in 1942, breaking through the front door which had been secured by the police after the initial investigation. Okay. I thought they'd find her skeleton because it's called Skeleton, and I just assumed she'd died in the house. Maybe she died in the garden, and now she's it's been grown over, like her skeleton is in the garden and there's bushes around it. That seems like, I don't think... That seems like the most likely explanation, right? Just completely innocent natural causes. Except the gardener George probably murdered her, in my opinion. But all he found was a slightly dirtier version of the same scene as before, with all of Connie's belongings, including that open copy of Romeo and Juliet, now coated in thick layers of dust. Even the supper tray had been left on the table, though I doubt George would have been tempted to polish off the remains by this stage. He conducted another comprehensive search of the cottage, perhaps even delving deeper than the original search with Constable, as he reckons he opened every cupboard and checked underneath every piece of furniture. But he still couldn't dig up any fresh clues as to what had happened to his former client and possibly friend. It wasn't until 1949 that the police returned to the cottage for another nosy around. It's 9 years later! 10 years later! What? Why? Why is this still here? Hasn't this been claimed by someone and sold off? And their reason for a second visit was quite a curious one. Apparently, somebody had been regularly placing substantial deposits into Connie Kent's bank accounts throughout the previous 10 years, the last one being made towards the close of 1948. The bank hadn't been able to contact their customers since she disappeared in 1939, and they weren't quite sure what they were supposed to do with all the money that had continued to grow since Connie fell off the radar. So they contacted the local police to inquire if they could shed any light on the official whereabouts of this missing person, and at least ascertain whether their customer was deemed to be dead or alive. And this time, the police found a lot more than they bargained for down at the cottage at Whalebone Corner. According to the majority of contemporary newspaper reports, the abandoned old cottage was still in a similar condition to how it had been left a decade earlier, although it was now in dire need of a proper good vacuum and the installation of a few air fresheners. I feel like after that amount of time, that food has rotted away to the point where you don't smell it anymore. It's just completely gone. It would smell bad for a while, and then it would smell okay. There was no mention of Romeo and Juliet this time around, and the supper tray also thankfully appears to have finally disappeared. But now there are a couple of other things in the cottage which hadn't been spotted on any of the previous investigations. For starters, there was an empty glass bottle clearly marked poison sitting on a bedside table. And more disturbingly, just a few feet away from the bed and the empty bottle of poison, the police found a fully dressed human skeleton on the floor, staring vacantly upward at the unexpected visitors. That's surely not the kind of thing either George Winkle or Constable would have missed during their searches of the property, unless they were both suffering from serious problems with their concentration. They'd both have to have, brain tumors or be high as or something to miss that fully dressed skeleton on the floor. Now, one fairly natural assumption to make here is that Connie Kent did eventually make her way back to her cottage in Fingringho, but died some years later after George searched the house in 1942. She possibly took her own life, judging by the empty poison bottle on the bedside table, but at least it looked like she managed to put away the supper tray and finish off Romeo and Juliet before she popped her clogs. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Wherever she was, bit of a mystery, but she came back, and she killed herself in her house, for whatever reason. Where did she go? Great question. However, it seems a bit unlikely that absolutely nobody in Fingringho witnessed the surprise return of the missing, presumed dead Connie Kent after an absence of several years. You would have expected her at least to pop down to the Whalebone to pick up another packet of 20 woodbines. Nevertheless, these were the assumptions made by Scotland Yard, and these were the conclusions initially reported in the press. But there was to be an unexpected twist to the tale, which was later reported in a whole bundle of British and international newspapers, including most notably the Chelmsford Chronicle, which dived into the most detail. A forensic expert at Scotland Yard revealed that the human skeleton was not the remains of Ada Constance, after all. The skeleton was deemed to be too large and more likely belonged to a younger male. And this just throws up a whole bunch of new riddles to wrap around that enigma. If this wasn't the skeleton of the missing Connie Kent, then who the devil was it? And why were they in their abandoned cottage? Why hadn't it been spotted during the early investigations? What had happened to the real Ada Constance Kent? And why had she made such a hurried departure 10 years earlier? I think, someone broke into a house and killed themselves by drinking the poison, or whatever. Seems definitely possible. Why was a missing presumed dead person still receiving regular substantial payments into her bank account despite not having used it or been seen since 1939? Was there any connection between the former actress and the skeletal remains found in the cottage, and could they both have been murdered by the same wicked hand? And most importantly of all, what happened to that copy of Romeo and Juliet? Act 3. Chewing the scenery. One of the most frustrating aspects of this story is the manner in which the contemporary news reports were so contradictory in all sorts of ways, even on the very same day. Whilst one paper was telling you that the body of Ada Constance Kent had finally been found, another paper was telling you that an entirely different murder victim had recently been dumped in her cottage, whilst another paper was telling you that the skeletons were rising from the cemetery and terrorizing the school children of Fingringho, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. That'd be the daily... What's that paper that makes stuff up? Is it the Sport? There's some paper where it's just outrageous headlines that are basically unbelievable, because they aren't not believable because they're not real. The skeleton is a good case in point. Just about all the press reports describe the skeleton as being fully dressed, which kind of makes it sound as if some prankster had dressed the skeleton in a nice smoking jacket and perched it on a chair with a pipe casually hanging out of its mouth. Nah, to me, it sounds like someone died in their clothes and all their flesh rotted away and their clothes are still there because they're made out of, polyester or something. At one extreme, some reports did indeed seem to make out that the skeleton was slouching comfortably on a chair as if it were wondering what all the fuss was about. At the other extreme, the South Bend Tribune, based in Indiana, wait, in America? Painted it... How's this an international story? Painted a very is there another Indiana that I just don't know of in the UK? Painted a very different picture of disconnected bones being found under the bed, which were put together to form a complete human skeleton. However, the majority of contemporary reports agreed that a largely complete human skeleton was found lying on the floor near the bed, still draped in the simple clothes it had presumably been wearing at the point of death, and which were now probably in need of a bit of a wash. But whilst these early news reports were frustrating enough, the story only became ever more confusing in later online variations of the tale. A quick search on Google throws up a bunch of results on the first few pages which fail to convey the true picture, and they source much of their information from the Unsolved Mysteries wiki, which appears to be guilty of just blatantly making it up. What? The Unsolved Mysteries wiki? Come on now, don't be ridiculous, Danny. They would never make things up. No one in that entire community would ever make anything up or embellish things. Come on. That's not to say that everything we've discussed so far turned out to be total bollocks from start to finish. Far more than just the bare bones of this tale are completely true. It's just some of the important details that need a closer examination with a pastry brush. That being said, that might be reassuring to hear, as when I first began to wade through all the crap while researching this story, I was beginning to wonder if Ada Constance Kent even existed in the first place. It seems baffling that the legacy of a supposed moderately successful star of the theatre has been completely erased from history. Well, thanks to the sterling work conducted by writer and rummager Helen Barrell, it would appear that she very much did exist. Although no birth records exist of Constance Kent born in Fingringho during this period, Helen was able to dig up a census from 1881 which reveals that a 10-year-old Constance Kent was indeed born in the village and later moved nearby to the heart of the city of Colchester with a 34-year-old tailor machinist by the name of Helen Ann Kent, who was presumably her mother, and a 58-year-old widow named Mary Ann Kent, who was presumably her grandmother. The trio popped up again in 1891 in a census when Connie would have been around 20 years old, but after this she completely falls off the grid and never makes it onto a census again. I found so many old censuses of my family because I was doing the, I think we had Ancestry, or I think it was Ancestry as a sponsor, and I was like going back through all the records, and I found like the address where my family, like my great-great-grandfather lived, and then the names of the kids and people who lived in his house and what they did, and it's like all handwritten, and it says like confidential on it, but obviously it's well out of date. So it's like, it's interesting stuff. I find this fascinating. I know some people find it very boring, so I'll just carry on. One might presume from that she died tragically young, but there is another potential explanation for her early disappearance. We've already speculated that Connie may have moved overseas as she began to carve out a new career in show business, and this would certainly tie in neatly with her age at the time. Helen Barrell was unable to find any travel or emigration records connected to Constance Kent or her stage name Via River Shale to confirm this, but it still can't be ruled out. Another theory is that Connie may have been a young suffragette who refused to participate in the census until women were finally given the right to vote. This was a fairly common form of protest back in the day, with the idea being that if a woman couldn't be trusted to vote, then they weren't prepared to have their names appear on a silly official register either. This obviously wouldn't have been a problem in later years after women finally won the right to vote. In fact, participating in the census during the Second World War would have been a central survival move, as you wouldn't have been granted a ration book if your name didn't appear on the register. But it's possible that Connie was still working abroad until the 1930s when she moved back to Fingringho and sadly didn't stick around for long enough to make it onto the next census and claim her ration book. Come to think of it, if an actress was destined to disappear at any time during the 20th century, then directly before the outbreak of the Second World War wouldn't have been a bad time to make an exit pursued by a bear. The idea that Connie was a suffragette is quite a popular one, with many theorists pointing out that she was brought up in a household consisting exclusively of women and remained single for the rest of her life. I'm not convinced that this is proof that she was the type of woman who chose to chain herself to the railings of the Houses of Parliament on a regular basis. Did you have to do that to be a suffragette? Was suffragette actually being a part of like a physical movement, or was it just being supporting that movement? There's an unpleasant implication here that she hated men, whereas from what we know of Connie Kent, I think it's more likely that she just hated everybody. But of course, there's no reason to suggest why she wouldn't be one of the 50,000 women dedicated to the cause at the time. And whilst we can't be sure of the exact reasons why she disappeared from census records so early, we do know for sure that she was born in 1871 in Fingringho and wasn't anywhere to be seen at all after 1939. There's another very early little newspaper clipping from 1883 which may shed a bit more light on the mysterious career of Connie, and how everyone may have gotten the wrong end of the stick. It's a brief piece, plucked from the pages of the Colchester Gazette, which covers the 1883 Essex Agricultural Show. Fascinating stuff. The article reveals these local newspapers, man. It's like just such boring stories. Ah, yes, the Essex Agricultural Show.
Boring!
The article reveals that a 12-year-old girl by the name of Ada Constance Kent won second prize in a doll dressing competition. Now, that might not tell us much on first glance, or second glance, to be fair, but could this be a clue that whilst Connie's career was very much rooted in show business, she was actually working as a costume maker rather than an actress? Bit of a... Come on. She's 12 years old. She wins a competition. I don't know what competitions I won as a 12-year-old. Oh, I know. I won a photography competition. Am I a photographer? No. It might seem like a bit of a leap to make from one newspaper cutting, indeed, Danny, but hang on a second. Connie's presumed mother was a tailor machinist, so she may have learned some tailoring skills from childhood, and she certainly displayed some kind of aptitude for dressing dolls, even if she only came second at the 1883 Essex Agricultural Show. But not only that, it was often noted after her disappearance that her abandoned cottage was still heaving with an unusually large collection of fabric, silks, and furs. The searches of the cottage also apparently uncovered several letters and documents addressed to her stage name of Vera Shale, though the contents of those documents were never made public. I mean, people have hobbies. Like, my nan was into, like, making carpets and, like, sewing and doing all of these complicated things. But, like, that doesn't mean she was I want to say carpenter, but that's not the right word. Like a rug maker or whatever. But whilst most people have assumed that this was a stage name for an actress, it could have just been the case that she worked under a different professional name to avoid any association with that recently convicted child slayer. It's just a theory, of course, but all those fabrics and silks found in her home do seem to suggest that dressmaking may have been more than just a private hobby. It perhaps also suggests that she was still reasonably active in her work, and this was why she occasionally left town for longer periods. It would also certainly explain why nobody can dig up any information relating to a moderately successful theatre career, as we were never talking about an actress taking centre stage here. We're talking about a seamstress working quietly behind the scenes. It's unlikely that we'll ever have this confirmed, but at least we can feel pretty confident that Connie Kent was very much born in Fingringho and was last seen alive in Fingringho, even if a mystery may still linger over exactly how she filled her time in between. But if that fully dressed skeleton found in the cottage belonged to a different character entirely, then we still have to figure out what happened to Connie after she was last spotted picking up her final packet of woodbines. Also, we have to figure out who that skeleton belonged to. Why is there a random young man skeleton in a house? What's going on? Act 4. Them Bones. The fact that Connie Kent appeared to have left the cottage so suddenly without even bothering to lock the door suggests that her departure wasn't planned, and that could suggest that she met with a terrible accident, or if we're feeling dramatic, that she was murdered, or if we're feeling really dramatic, that she was the victim in a double murder. Okay, gonna need to see some evidence for that though, Danster. The fact that a skeleton seemingly just popped up out of nowhere in the cottage years after the owner disappeared seems to suggest that something slightly sinister took place at some point in the cottage at Whalebone Corner. Yeah, if there's a skeleton lying on the floor, something weird happened there. Like, slightly sinister, maybe they poisoned themselves. More sinister, they were murdered. More sinister still, double murder? And yet there had never been any sign of disturbance during the initial investigations, and any question of even a bungled robbery had been ruled out, as there was no evidence of a break-in, and there was still plenty of jewelry, cash, and other items left behind in the cottage. How has this place not been robbed and vandalized? I feel like if this was taking place in the present day, that everything of value would have been stripped out of there within years, because the police state would go up, no one would go to like renew it, it would just be an abandoned house. Some like youths would go in and steal all the, and then soon after that all the windows would be broken. Soon after that the floorboards would be like ripped up and the wiring ripped out of the walls and graffiti sprayed everywhere. How is this all just still there? Just cash hanging out in some abandoned house? But perhaps there was no connection whatsoever between the disappearance of Connie Kent and the mysterious skeletal visitor found in her bedroom. Connie may have just been the victim of a tragic accident, and the whole skeleton thing was something else entirely that just happened to take place in the home that she left behind. Yeah, is it so crazy to think that someone broke into her house, like some homeless person was just living there, and then they decided to poison themselves to death? That doesn't seem unreasonable. Some residents at the time recall that she often used to go out for late-night walks on her own. It's reported that the water board was installing new pipes by the cemetery during the time that Connie was last spotted, so maybe she just carelessly fell down a hole in the dark, although you would have expected the body to turn up fairly soon afterwards. Alternatively, maybe she just slipped and fell into Fingering Ho's celebrated duck ponds during one of her late-night walkabouts. This was very close to her home, and her body was unlikely to be found at the time unless somebody was specifically looking for it. According to a report in The Guardian in 1949, this very thought crossed the mind of the police after the skeleton was found 10 years later. Yet despite The Guardian's confident headline, "Pond to be dredged," it looks as if this never happened, and the police later denied that they ever had any intention of doing so. Even The Guardian was like this in the past. Just like, hey, yeah, that's good, that's a clickbaity headline, isn't it? Woo! Another theory is that Connie Kent took her own life, although this largely seems to be based around the discovery of the empty poison bottle, which of course was found very close to the skeleton, rather than Connie herself. In fact, the empty bottle of poison was found so close to the body of the skeleton that it's enough to make you think that the scene discovered in 1949 might have been dramatically staged for one reason or another. It's almost like a scene from one of Shakespeare's darker plays. Oh wait, hang on a moment. There were so many references to the copy of Romeo and Juliet lying open on a bedside table during the initial investigations. Just a quick spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't got round to reading this 427-year-old play, it ends on a bit of a downer, with Juliet finally stabbing herself after discovering that Romeo is dead after he downed a whole bottle of poison. Does anyone need to? It's Romeo and Juliet. It's literally one of those famous stories ever told. It's almost, but not quite as grim as the closing scenes of the legendary BBC sci-fi series Blake 7. Shown in 1981. What are you talking about? I know Simon won't be aware of this, but anyone who saw it as a child will remember the trauma and grief. I gotta know now. What is Blake 7 and how does it end? Blake's 7 ending. Okay, let's find out. Avon finds Blake and, suspecting him of betraying the group, kills him. Oh no, Blake, the main guy. No, Blake. Oh wow, this is some old school sci-fi. This looks quite bad. Sorry, Danny, this does look quite bad. But it just seems a bit fishy that during the latest search of 1949, the copy of Romeo and Juliet on the bedside table had been replaced with an empty bottle of poison, almost as if somebody was paying a slow-burning homage to the play. Could it have been a hoax scene set up by a village joker? I mean, pretty extreme joker getting an actual skeleton. Could Connie Kent have later returned to the cottage to fake her own death in a typically dramatic style for someone with a background in the theatre? Or perhaps it was all a cunning ploy from a murderer with a different body to hide. If such a murderer dumped this new body and an empty bottle of poison in a cottage belonging to a woman who had vanished years earlier, it might be quickly assumed years later by busy or lazy people that Connie Kent had taken her own life and there'd be nothing else to investigate, case closed. Supporters of the stage theory often point out that a bottle labelled only as poison must have been mocked up as a kind of stage prop, as surely such a thing was not likely to even exist outside the confines of a cheesy horror film or a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. I mean, in the past, I feel like actual bottles of poison, like saying poison, did exist, and the poison label was on there to warn people not to drink it because it's poison. Like now we just have one of those ISO stickers on the back, being like, yo, don't eat this, with the little lungs being destroyed, or that fish pond with all the dead fish in it, or whatever those symbols are. I know we're talking about the olden days, but even so, the people of the 1930s would have unlikely to just wander into their local store and ask for a loaf of bread, a quarter of lemon bonbons, and a large bottle of poison, please. I don't know about that. I think they could have bought poison to, like, get rid of rats and stuff. And they'd put the poison on, like, little bits of food, and they'd leave it out, the rats would eat it and die. I feel like that is not unreasonable. That's true, but back in those days, any kind of product not meant to be consumed would often have the words "not to be taken" or "poison" molded onto the glass, hidden behind the main label. The idea was that if the label fell off your bottle of rat poison or toilet cleaner or antifreeze, you would still be able to see a simple warning that the stuff inside this bottle would most definitely not go down well with a couple of Spam sandwiches. So, it's not that unreasonable to consider that the glass bottle found in the cottage may just have been one of many everyday household objects owned by Connie Kent, which had always been been there and had nothing to do with the fate of the skeleton. As for the copy of Romeo and Juliet, I'm not entirely convinced that this was ever lying open on the bedside table in the first place. Whilst early news reports make reference to an open copy of the Shakespeare play on the bedside table, it was only much later reports which reached the conclusion it was definitely Romeo and Juliet, and this does appear to be some kind of effort to tie it in with a bottle of poison and potential tragedy for dramatic effect. Whilst it's often reported that the book was replaced by the bottle of poison, it could be that the glass bottle was always there, and in the meantime, someone had helped themselves to Shakespeare's book. Yeah, but not all the cash and jewelry in the house. I mean, considering the cottage was empty for 10 years, it's not inconceivable that someone else may have popped in for a quick rummage around Connie's belongings. That might even provide a clue as to the identity of the skeleton. Perhaps a homeless person or even a World War II soldier may have climbed through a window and sought refuge in the cottage, but ultimately died from natural causes in there, and the body went unnoticed for years. Yeah, I totally think that's possible. Or maybe they even poisoned themselves. Before we get too carried away with ideas along those lines, we should take a quick trip down to the town of Coggeshall in Essex, about 13 miles or 20 kilometres from the village of Thingringhoe. A perusal through the burial records of the local church reveal a pretty crucial point, which often gets overlooked in the telling of this tale. In 1949, the remains of Ada Constance Kent were buried in the Coggeshall Great Churchyard. Well, okay, so where did they find her body? It's not the skeleton. Some of the details are a little vague. The record states that her reported date of death was the 22nd of March 1949 and her age was about 77, both of which fairly accurate assessments of when the skeleton was found rather than when she would have died. But the address is clear enough. The Cottage, Whalebone Corner, Thingringhoe. Addresses in the past were so simple. No postcodes. Just like, where do you live? The house on the corner. Just put that on the envelope, it'll be fine. Why would she have been buried in Coggeshall rather than her home village? Well, that's still a bit of a mystery, although it's possible that her closest relatives may have lived there. But this doesn't seem to confirm that many of the recent online dives into this story, which insist that the skeleton belonged to somebody else, are completely false. To be fair, so were quite a few of the newspaper reports at the time. For example, the Chelmsford Chronicle reported on confirmation from the police that the skeleton was not that of Ada Constance Kent, whilst over on the other side of the world, the Sydney Morning Herald declared that the skeleton was sent to Scotland Yard, where experts discovered from superimposed photographs that it could not possibly be that of Miss Kent because neither the age nor the measurements tallied. The Essex Chronicle took a rather more restrained approach when they bothered to directly contact Scotland Yard, who revealed the identity of the skeleton had not yet been confirmed either way. It's possible that the other newspapers had spoken to a copper on the scene of the discovery who had voiced his opinion that the skeleton looked a bit too big and masculine for a mature lady. And this single off-the-cuff opinion evolved into a story which continues to be reported as fact near 75 years later. Yeah, Danny, you led me down the garden path. Because earlier on, it was like, I felt like that was confirmed. I think it's much more likely that it's her then. But any lingering doubts can be swept aside by the conclusions reached at the inquest into the death of Ada Constance Kent, held on July the 8th, 1949. Although we don't have access to all of the coroner's inquest files, the contemporary newspaper reports revealed that the county pathologist, Dr. Francis C. Camps, took the time to point out the many similarities between the skeletal remains and the description of Connie Kent, including, most notably, her slightly protruding teeth. He went on to explain how there was no evidence of injury or assault or poisoning, but it was impossible to ascertain the exact cause of death when it happened. The inquest jury agreed that the skeletal remains were those of Ada Constance Kent, which paved the way for burial at Coggeshall Church and the issue of a death certificate which listed the cause as unknown. There was certainly at least one more important point that we can glean from the press reports of the inquest, and that's the way in which Dr. Francis E. Camps displayed the bones to the inquest jury as he presented his findings. He didn't just wheel out a complete skeleton and start pointing to all the relevant bits with a walking stick. No, Dr. Camps showed off all the separate yellowing bones individually as he explained to the jury that the body had likely not decomposed and mummified in a traditional way due to the unusual weather conditions of 1939, and that in the meantime rodents appeared to have been nibbling away at the spine and ribs. Lovely. So the majority of earlier newspaper reports had got it completely wrong. We were never talking about a fully formed skeleton glaring vacantly at the police. The US paper, the South Bend Tribune, had quite bizarrely been closer to the mark when it reported police finding a collection of disconnected bones underneath the bed. And whilst they were all later identified as belonging to the same human body, no attempt was ever made to fit them back together. But whilst we can now be sure that Ada Constance Kent didn't just vanish into thin air and that an entirely different skeleton didn't just randomly appear in her cottage a little later on, there are still other parts of the jigsaw that don't yet fit together. For example, if Connie Kent had been dead all this time, then why was a dead woman still receiving substantial payments into her bank account? Oh yes. Well, maybe she was an actor, right? Maybe she's getting like... Oh, well, we don't know if she's an actor, but let's theorize. Did they get like royalty payments back in the day? Like maybe, you know, sell some DVDs of her plays and she gets paid? And if there had been no trace of her body during the original searches of the cottage, how did it find its way back into her home many years later? Where had Connie Kent been hiding for all that time? Act 5. The show must go on. It's often wondered why a perfectly good cottage had just been left abandoned for 10 years and why nobody ever stepped forward to claim it or try and buy it. Yeah, or just vandalize the shit out of it. Like, how has that not happened? We again have to remember that a world war was raging for the 6 years that followed Connie's disappearance and that everybody had more important things to worry about. People generally moved about quite a bit during wartime anyway for various reasons, and nobody was yet certain if Connie might still be knocking around somewhere and might still yet come back to the village to pick up another packet of Woodbines. I gotta know what Woodbines are. I'm sorry. Like, I'm 99% sure they're cigarettes, but Danny, you've mentioned them like 7 times. So now I have to know. Woodbines. Cigarette. Brilliant. British band of cigarette, which as of 2019... Oh, wow, it still exists! Woodbines are still a thing! Wow. Cigarette packages back in the day used to be a lot nicer looking. They were also known as woodies. But it does make you ponder just how long Connie's remains had been waiting in the cottage. It would appear that they were nowhere to be found during the original searches. Gardener George Wincall had made... I'm sorry, I called you a murderer earlier, George. I don't think you had anything to do with this anymore. It's just you randomly got introduced to the story and I was like, it's him! It's like, you know, murder mystery, but you're like, it's him, and then it's not. He had made it clear that he'd searched every nook and cranny of the house during his second solo search in 1942, while Constable felt that the original search in 1939 had already proved conclusive. Before it was confirmed that the remains found in 1949 were those of Connie Kent, Constable had told the press, somebody must have died in their cottage a long time after the old lady vanished. I'm ready to swear there was no body there the day we searched. So it would seem that the remains of the body must have appeared at some point between George's last search in 1942 and the discovery by the police in 1949. And yet, the police may not actually have been the first to discover the remains of Connie Kent. There were other silent witnesses who had apparently stumbled upon the bones long before 1949, surprisingly small silent witnesses who only found their voices during the inquest. 21-year-old Derek Edward Allen admitted to the jury that as a young boy, he and a group of friends regularly broke into the cottage and treated it as a kind of secret den. There you go, I told you, it's always, the youths are doing this. Of course they are. I feel like everything is right in the world again. He remembers once coming across a collection of bones underneath the bed, but didn't think much of it in the time. In his own words, we thought they were those of an animal that a dog had gnawed. And these may not have been isolated incidents. Residents from the period recall that mucking about in the old abandoned cottage was a regular pastime for young kids. As the cottage was situated right next to the primary school, some kids even secretly sneaked in during break time. It reached the point where the headmistress of the school was growing increasingly concerned as some of the kids were talking about mysterious bones and a foul stench engulfing every room in the cottage. Well, how about headmistress? You get concerned enough to be like, yo, police, go around there. There's a weird smell coming from the abandoned cottage. And if you could fence it off, that'd be brilliant. Thank you. And this leads us to the alternative explanations as to why the police returned to the cottage in the first place for the 1949 investigation. It's usually reported that the bank got the police on the case as they were unsure of what to do with the account of a missing woman who was still getting substantial payments regularly deposited into her account. Why would a bank do that? The bank would just be like, yeah, we're just going to loan out this money because that's what banks do. They'll be like, I'll take that free money. Why would they comment on this? And that may well be true. Okay. It's often speculated that Connie may have been receiving royalties from her film work even after her death. There we go. Although it now seems doubtful that she ever worked in film. But she may still have been receiving regular payments from another source, perhaps from some kind of annuity or some other kind of private arrangement which involved periodic payments. A former resident who took Connie's mail whenever she was away recalled that Connie used to get particularly excited whenever she was given a letter with a crest on it, and the resident was left with the impression that such letters contained good news for Connie's bank account. If you think about it, it's maybe not that strange for a person whose death had yet to be confirmed to continue receiving regular payments. It would have been far more suspicious if somebody had actually been withdrawing money from a missing woman's account. But there are other possible catalysts for the 1949 police investigation. Some reports suggest that George Wincall called the police to secure the cottage as he was concerned over the children breaking inside to muck about. The headmistress of the school may also have expressed similar concerns, particularly as some of her pupils were complaining about the stench. But a more likely explanation is that the council asked the police to check out the cottage as they were quite keen to demolish it and couldn't do so without the owner's permission. Why would the council feel the need to demolish a perfectly nice, if slightly smelly cottage, though? Well, that would be for a very good reason that, again, usually gets missed in the more sensationalist studies into this case. At some point during the 1940s, a great big tree had fallen into the cottage roof and practically wrecked most of the building. Seems like quite an important detail. And also the kids would go in there and up even harder. While most reports suggested that the police just wandered into the cottage and came across a fully dressed skeleton lurking in the bedroom, Police Sergeant T. Waylett revealed during his testimony at the inquest that the police spent several hours clearing through the rubble of the crumbling cottage before they came across a collection of bones in what used to be the bedroom. Okay, so she could have been there the whole time, just died under the bed or whatever, and then the tree shook things up and shuffled the bones out, and that's how they got there, and they definitely weren't a fully clothed skeleton. We've established that by this point. All of this gives weight to the most likely theory that the body of Connie Kent had been there all along ever since she first went missing in 1939. I think that's extremely likely. It's possible that Connie had died in a pretty unusual and not easily accessible part of the cottage, which only yielded its secrets after the overhanging tree fell onto the roof and smashed the place to bits. For example, perhaps she had been poking around in the attic on the day she died, and her body only became visible for the first time after the attic caved in under pressure from the fallen tree. Exactly, yeah, this is all very reasonable. I think this is way most likely. However, that doesn't fit in with the idea of the kids finding what they took to be animal bones underneath the bed long before the tree came crashing down. Okay, so that was before the tree came crashing down. Okay, fine. I suspect that the body had been under the bed all along and that the gardener George Winkle and Constable weren't quite so diligent in their investigation as they had claimed. To be fair, if you're having a poke around a house to find clues to the whereabouts of a potentially missing person, you might not necessarily feel the inclination to open every drawer and to look under every chair. But I still think Constable should have bothered to check under the bed. Things may have worked out differently if Chief Inspector had been on the case. This does obviously beg the question as to how Connie died underneath the bed, but she could have potentially fallen seriously ill. She may have been suffering from hypothermia and sought comfort and warmth underneath her own bed during her final harrowing hours. Another quick point about the state of the cottage is that the empty glass bottle of poison could hardly have been found on the bedside table if the entire bedroom was just a massive pile of rubble. As we suggested before, it was more likely just a old bottle of an everyday household product which was naturally missing a label after being caught up in the devastation caused by a wonky tree, and was now revealing the simple and stark warning message molded into the glass. It was probably one of many everyday items found amongst the carnage, but the word poison appeared to ignite the interest of the press far more than the cotton mop and the soap dish. Whilst it may seem a bit odd that a body was left undiscovered for 10 years in a cottage on a main village road in a very close proximity to both a school and a pub, all the clues do seem to stack up. We already know that the landlord of the Whalebone pub testified that Connie looked very ill when she popped in for a final quiet drink and a final purchase of 20 Woodbines, and 21-year-old Derek Edward Allen testified at the inquest that he had spotted bones underneath the bed after breaking into the house as a youngster. He claims that this had occurred when he was just 12 years old, which would mean that he saw the bones in the year 1940, only around a year after Connie went missing, and a full 2 years before George Winkle claimed to have performed his comprehensive second investigation in 1942. I'm starting to think George Winkle just wandered around with his eyes shut, and I'm not sure I'd have felt confident of hiring his services as a gardener. If we're being generous, we could speculate that as so many kids were apparently breaking into the cottage on a regular basis, maybe one of those kids took it upon themselves to move all the bones to a different and not easily accessible part of the cottage, which again only pushed the remains into view after the tree came crashing down on the roof. And maybe we should be a bit generous to poor old George Winkle, as his own story has a tragic end, which is not a million miles away from the conclusion of Romeo and Juliet. It's reported that George became ever more withdrawn following the verdict of the inquest. Although he probably knew Connie Kent more than most, he seemed unwilling to engage in any discussion of the topic down at the Whalebone pub, and he was often spotted wandering alone around the ruins of the cottage before the council finally got their way and completely demolished the building in 1954. Just 1 year after the demolition, George Winkle was found hanged in the downstairs room of his own cottage. And this naturally did spark a few questions. Did George know a lot more than he ever let on about the disappearance of Connie Kent? Why did he leave it for 6 months before taking an interest in the disappearance of a regular client and perhaps even a friend? Was he just racked with guilt that he didn't act sooner, or that he failed to spot the body during either of his 2 searches? Or did he take his own life? For entirely unrelated reasons, we'll probably never know. Still, it would seem that, in conclusion, the mystery surrounding the curious case of the vanishing actress can be put down to speculative and contradictory press reports at the time, which much later evolved into online case studies that focused on the spooky bits and overlooked many of the hard facts, which is why this channel exists. I'm sure this channel would do a lot better. It's just like, ooh, spooky. But we're like, no, on all of that stuff, because it's not ghosts, it's not real. It's usually very boring. That's what we do here, isn't it? It's very boring. Oh god, she just died under the bed because she was sick. She crawled under there and withered away and then turned to bones because no one missed her. It may be widely reported as the story of an actress who went missing and whose fate remained unknown after a fully dressed skeleton belonging to an entirely different person magically appeared in her home 10 years later, but it's far more likely to be the story of a seamstress who died in her own home from natural causes and whose remains weren't officially discovered until 1949. But there may yet be one final scene to play out in this tale, and that will be premiered to the public very soon indeed. As of now, the only details we have of the coroner's inquest can be gleaned exclusively from the contemporary newspaper reports, but there are apparently a whole bunch of inquest files in existence which could potentially reveal a lot more about the whole case. The only problem is that they've been sealed for 75 years. I'm slightly baffled as to why documents relating to the death of a grumpy old lady need to be sealed for such an extraordinary length of time, but as the files were sealed in July 1949, this is now! That means we'll finally get to have a peek at them in July 2024, just literally a couple of months after I've completed this script. I'll keep you updated from my Twitter account if the documents reveal anything of massive interest. But in the meantime, I'm itching with anticipation to finally hear about all the details of this story that were covered up, including all the other discoveries that were made in the cottage in Fingringho in 1949. After all these years, we'll finally get to hear about the werewolf in the cupboard, the yeti in the stairwell, and the mermaid in the pantry. Roll on July. I think it's July in like 2 days. You might even see this. This won't even be out by the time that happens. Anyway, that's the end of the episode. Thanks for being here. Leave a review on Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome to the show. What happens here? One on my right, in this case, Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. It's written me a script, The Lost Tomb of Alexander the Great. We're gonna find it today. We found... No, that would be insane. We obviously haven't. Spoiler alert. And no one has. That's the story. Let's get into it. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. Welcome, welcome. The journey has been an arduous one, full of danger, but as the golden sun sets slowly over the desert, the majestic pyramids casting their long shadows over the rolling dunes, a young traveller found himself walking down the dusty street of a bustling city. The greatest city in the world, filled with wonders and scholars. Our young pilgrim has dreamt of visiting Alexandria ever since he was old enough to dream. Down at the docks, the towering lighthouse started blinking as fires were lit, warning approaching ships of dangerous waters. Up ahead, in the waning light, he could see the towers on the hilltop, guiding him to his final destination, the Royal Quarter. He has travelled a long way, faced bandits and wild animals, and overcome challenges that he never thought possible, but it was all worth it. Great intro. I feel like I'm reading a story and I like it. There was much to see and do, but the first stop would be the most important. Before organising a place to spend the night or finding something to eat, our young pilgrim made his way to the temple he came so far to see. Both a temple and a tomb, like so many pilgrims that came before him, the young man had but a single goal in mind: to gaze upon his hero, a legend, the general who never lost a battle, the son of Zeus, a man who was more than just a man, a god in human form. Alexander the Great. I remember the first ever thing I really learned about Alexander the Great was that he ruled over most of the world by the time before he was 30 or something, because there's that awesome scene in Smallville where Clark and Lex Luthor are like in a museum or some and there's like Alexander the Great's breastplate. And Clark says to Lex, or maybe it's not Clark, it's been 20 years since I saw this show, but he's something like, "Oh, Lex, I didn't realize you had such an interest in ancient history." And Lex just replies, "I don't have an interest in ancient history. I have an interest in people who took over the world before they were 30. And I'm like, badass, dude. Lex Luthor's a badass. Sorry, tangent over, let's get back to it. Lying first in a stone sarcophagus and later in a glass coffin, we know Alexander's remains were visited by pilgrims from all over the Hellenistic world, from the lowliest peasant to the greatest kings. Everybody wanted to bask in the glory that followed Alexander everywhere he went, even in death. Alexander didn't need to trend on Twitter or go viral on TikTok to be the most famous man in the known world for centuries. No, he didn't. He needed to do a whole lot more. He needed to take over the world. Even today, Alexander's tomb would have drawn hundreds of thousands of visitors each year, if only we knew where to find it. Alas, it is not to be, for the tomb of Alexander, like so many of the wonders of the ancient world, has vanished. Meet Alexander the Great. Alexander III of Macedon, better known as Alexander the Great, was born around the July the 20th, 356 BCE in Pella, the administrative capital of Macedonia, the son of King Philip II and Olympias, one of Philip's many wives. BCE. I always get confused because I grew up on the AD-BC system. And now we've got BC and BCE. So, BCE and CE, right? Common Era and before Common Era. So this is what I would call, what did I just call it as? BC. Before Christ. And I think they changed it because they were like, oh, it's a bit offensive to people who aren't Christian. It's like, I'm not Christian. I don't give a Why'd you have to make it complicated? I'm always like, wait, is that the one that's after? And then I'm like, no, Alexander the Great wouldn't be in the Common Era. But like, it does make you pause for a minute. I'm sure I'll get used to it. Sorry, everyone who finds it offensive. Philip believed in giving his son a good education, so young Alexander found himself under the tutelage of Aristotle, which led to a lifelong love of knowledge, logic, philosophy, and music, an appreciation for other cultures, a mindset that would turn out to be very useful once Alexander became king and celebrated by conquering the known world. Well, in his seeking of knowledge, I think we can officially say that Alexander the Great would be a fan of me. Yes! In 336 BC, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so he's 20 years old. Philip was assassinated in a plot that included both Alexander and his mother, and Alexander, now 20 years old, ascended to the throne of Macedon. His first act as king was to suppress any rebellion against his rule in Greece, and when the city of Thebes failed to fall in line, Alexander burned Thebes to the ground. Sending a pretty powerful message there, aren't we, Lex? With the Greek cities finally under his control, Alexander set his sights on the Persian Empire and pursued his goal with admirable determination. Included in this was his conquest of Egypt, an important part of today's tale, but we'll get back to those dusty dunes in just a bit. After defeating Darius III and conquering his Persian Empire, Alexander entered Persepolis, the capital city, and burned it to the ground as well. Apparently, he had a love of bonfires. He loves sending powerful messages. It's like, you dare challenge me? And he just burns your entire city to the ground. Alexander then set his sights on India, fighting some major battles, but after 10 years of constant campaigning and fighting, the men were tired, and upon reaching the Hephaestus River, they refused to go any further. However, all of the conquering paid off. By the time he reached age 32, in the short span of around 12 years, Alexander had built the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen, stretching all the way from Greece to India, and if the historical accounts are to be believed, he did it without ever losing a single battle. There have been many great tacticians and war generals, but very few of them are known as the insert name here, the Great. Yeah, oh god, I know I should be able to name Alexander the Great. There's other the greats, I don't remember them. There are many factors that play into Alexander's perceived greatness, flattering biographies and greatly inflated stories from ancient writers. Mythologizing Alexander is a big part, but to many people, Alexander's constant success seemed almost divine, and even Alexander believed in his own divinity to an extent. Can you imagine that? It's like, I am so good at war that I must be a god. There's no other explanation for my skills. I just am a god. It's like, all right, Alex, chill. Chill, Alex. You're not a god. You just happen to be really good at war tactics. I know. There's going to be others. Napoleon. There's going to be others. His mother, Olympias, allegedly told Alexander and anyone who would listen that his true father was Zeus, not Philip, and it must have made quite an impression on the young boy. Poor Philip. He got cucked by Zeus. Alexander's coinage makes frequent reference not only to his divine heritage, but also links him with other deities and heroes like Hercules. Alexander's greatness also rubbed off on the people closest to him, so his generals further amplified the ruler's greatness in an attempt to make themselves look great by association. In the eyes of the people, they sought to rule after Alexander's death. Alexander was a man of contradiction, respectful of the cultures he conquered, even taking up some Persian practices and able to motivate his men on the one hand, while being paranoid and quick to anger on the other. Whether he truly was the great man historians and generals hyped him up to be or not is a moot point. He became a legend, inspiring the likes of Caesar, August, Napoleon, and even Hitler, among others. Statues and paintings of Alexander the Great can be found all over the world, and tales of Alexander have permeated popular culture for centuries. This is very impressive, considering that he was only 32 years old when he died. Oh, was he only 32? So it just kind of got into like his whole conquering the world stuff. He'd be conquering space if he hadn't been killed. I mean, the technology wasn't there, of course, so it's just like obviously not. But probably, I mean, he's Alexander the Great. He'd conquer your soul. The death of a legend. Much is known about Alexander's life, but his death is a bit of a mystery since we have no idea what actually killed him. In fact, we're not entirely sure he was dead in the first place. The story goes that after drinking a bowl of wine at a party, Alexander complained of searing back pain and collapsed. It must have been a pretty big bowl. 10 days after his collapse, some of his most loyal soldiers insisted on seeing their king. According to the Greek historian Arrian, by that time, the king couldn't speak and even struggled to raise his head. Around a fortnight after his grand exit from the party in 323 BCE, Alexander the Great, or was Alexander the Dead? A few days after his death, those who looked upon the body noted that the great general didn't show any signs of decomposition, which just solidified the rumors that Alexander was descendant from a god, or even a god himself. Or perhaps he's just in a coma and you shouldn't put him in like a mausoleum or something until you're sure he's dead. Because he doesn't seem very dead if he's not decomposing after a few days. Because, godly or not, he's gonna decompose. Like Jesus decomposed. Pretty sure after a few days, Jesus' body started smelling. There are many theories as to what finally killed Alexander. The most popular theories state that he died of a disease like typhoid or malaria or some other natural causes. Others claimed that it was a combination of old battlefield injuries, as he had been wounded severely on more than one occasion, and heavy drinking finally did him in. The romantic theory is that he died of grief over the death of his special friend, Hephaestion. The more suspicious among us believed that Alexander was assassinated with poison, whether for political gain or just because someone was tired of all the conquering and wanted to go home. Why'd you kill Alexander? I was just tired, dude. We've done so much conquering. It's boring. I just want to go home and see my wife and family. And like go to the barns or whatever the people do back in the day. No more conquering, Alex, for fuck's sake.
It's time to stop!
It's also possible that Alexander wasn't actually dead. In 2019, Dr. Catherine Hall presented a rather disturbing theory. Hall believes that Alexander suffered from Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS, a rare autoimmune disorder. This disorder could have caused the symptoms Alexander experienced, the abdominal pain and progressive paralysis that left him unable to move. However, despite the physical symptoms of this condition, his mental acuity would have remained 100% intact. Oh god, so it's like that locked-in thing when he's like, he's completely aware, he just can't do anything about it. And they're burying him like in Lost, where they poison those two people and then bury them and they're alive. And then they find out later that they were alive and you're like, no, they buried them in the sand while they were conscious. At the time of Alexander's death, healthcare was rudimentary at best, and the line between life and death was a bit fuzzy. Hall believes that the symptoms of GBS made Alexander appear dead when he was still very much alive. After being left without food or water for several days, since he was already considered to be dead, he probably would have died of dehydration before he was mummified, so at least he probably wasn't mummified alive, unlike the mummy. So hopefully he won't rise from the dead to chase people down and steal their organs. Always something to be thankful for, I suppose. Of course, if he wasn't actually dead, it would certainly explain why he didn't start to decompose. It had nothing to do with being the son of Zeus and everything to do with incompetent physicians. It's interesting that Alexander's body was mummified after his death, as the traditional Macedonian way at the time was cremation. It could have been a practical solution since the plan was to ship his remains all the way back to Macedon, but considering his love for Egypt, it seems somehow fitting that his body was treated more in an Egyptian tradition than a Macedonian tradition after his death. I don't know Alexander personally, but from what I've read about him, it seems like he would have approved. Whether he would have approved of the game of musical graves that his body was subjected to after his death is a different matter entirely. This is one of those things where it's like, I don't put a lot of thought into this, because after you're dead, you literally, that's it, you don't care. His body was moved around. You know what Alexander the Great thinks of that? Nothing, because he's dead. The legend's missing tomb Considering the life expectancy of the time, Alexander didn't die particularly young, but clearly his death was unexpected, as he left no directions for what he wanted after death and no clear heir to his vast empire. This is one thing, I haven't left particularly clear instructions for what happens after my death, but I'm also not Alexander the Great, out fighting battles and people wanting to poison me and, I don't know, bury me alive, or maybe I've got the Guillain-Barré syndrome, whatever. I got none of that shit. I'm it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to die anytime soon. And the older I get, the more in order my affairs get. But if I was, out in battle all the time, I'd be probably a good idea to have an idea of what happens after I'm gone. Because you're going to war. One story claims that he wanted his body thrown into a river so that it would vanish, creating the illusion that he was taken up to the heavens by his father, Zeus Amun, thus cementing his image as a deity. However, the truth of this tale is anyone's guess. Can you imagine that all goes on? And then, a few days later, some, peasants just, washing their clothes in the river like a washerwoman. And then Alexander's, bloated corpse just comes down. It's guys, he didn't ascend to heaven. I found his bloated body. It's about to pop. Come check it out. The poor planning regarding his funeral, and more importantly the question of succession, led to a mad scramble and years of civil conflict as the various generals carved up the empire among themselves. One of the generals that came out on top was Ptolemy I, the longtime friend of Alexander, but not the most powerful man at court. Despite his lack of power, he managed to snatch up Egypt, an incredibly wealthy province that would make him a very powerful ruler, and establish the Ptolemaic dynasty that would last for almost 300 years and only ended with the death of Cleopatra. With no clear wish for burial, historians believe that the most powerful man in Alexander's court, Perdiccas, decided to send the body of the great general back to Macedonia, the land of Alexander's birth. It took 2 years, but finally, Alexander's mummified remains were loaded onto a magnificent funerary cart complete with a gold sarcophagus, encased in a gold casket and covered with a purple robe, pulled by presumably the strongest 64 mules that they could find in the whole of Babylon. The procession finally left Babylon for Macedonia around 321 BCE. From historical accounts, it seems that Perdiccas was actually trying to keep Alexander's empire together for his heir, a son born shortly after his death, and tried to protect Alexander's widow and son, unsuccessfully as it turned out. However, Ptolemy was a man of ambition, and he had other plans. Some stories claim that Ptolemy was trying to fulfill the prophecy of Aristander, Alexander's favorite soothsayer, who predicted that the country in which Alexander was buried would be the most prosperous in the world. Of course, so he was buried in America. Of course, gaining control of Alexander's body would also go a long way to legitimize Ptolemy's rule in Egypt. So when the funeral train reached Syria, it was intercepted by Ptolemy's forces and rerouted to Memphis, the fortified capital of ancient Egypt and Ptolemy's seat of power. Whether Ptolemy acted on behalf of his friend by burying Alexander in his beloved Egypt, or whether he was simply trying to strengthen his own power, we'll never know. However, by the 3rd century BCE, Ptolemy I spread rumors that he was, in fact, an illegitimate son of Philip II and therefore Alexander's half-brother and legal successor. So I'm inclined to believe the latter. Yes, he's not doing it out of the goodness of his heart. He's doing it because he's this is how I will cement power. Regardless of the reason, Alexander finally arrived in Memphis, and so the game of musical graves began. Wait, it hasn't begun yet? They've already moved his body all over the show. Alexander was first buried in a temporary tomb near Memphis, probably in Saqqara. In the 19th century, archaeologists found a temple to the pharaoh Nectanebo II, the last native pharaoh of Egypt who vanished after the Persian invasion in 340 BCE. Since old Nectanebo II wasn't around to use his tomb or his pre-made royal sarcophagus, it's been theorized that his temple became the temporary burial place for Alexander. It's a bit weird, the thing is, I don't want to know. I don't want to choose my own, not a sarcophagus, but urn or box. What's it called? Casket? Tomb? Headstone? I don't want to choose any of that stuff. It's creepy. It's yes, well, I bought my casket on sale and it just sits in my living room ready for use any day now. It was relatively new, empty, practically next door to Ptolemy's Memphis and the most recent non-Persian monument in Egypt, making it an ideal place to lay Alexander to rest, for the time being anyway. Statues dating from Ptolemy's reign have been found in the vicinity of the temple, further suggesting that some royal attention was directed at the site, which would seem odd if the temple complex was just an empty grave. There were many stories about Alexander's parentage, and it's believed that this may have been the origin of one story according to which Nectanebo II fled Egypt for Macedonia, where he got busy with the queen and was actually Alexander's biological father. No. We know that Alexander's biological father was the god Zeus. That's why Alexander was so good at military, because he was descended from a god and a god himself. As he said himself in his own words, godlike. There's nothing to back this up though, but it's an interesting story nonetheless. By the time of Ptolemy II, son of Ptolemy I, the city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander himself, was finally finished, so the mummified remains of Alexander were moved to the city that bore his name. Here, he was laid to rest for a second time before being moved to a mausoleum known as the Soma, meaning body in Greek. This was built by Ptolemy IV for Alexander and the Ptolemaic royal family. It didn't take long for the tomb to become a site of pilgrimage, which only increased the importance of Alexandria in the Hellenistic world, which no doubt made the Ptolemies very happy kings indeed. However, it wasn't just devout followers of the Alexandrian cult that visited the tomb. Some very important historical figures came to pay homage to a great king. Julius Caesar visited the tomb around 48 BCE, and the first Roman emperor, Augustus, also dropped in after defeating Mark Antony and Cleopatra. When asked if he wanted to see the bodies of the Ptolemaic kings, also buried alongside Alexander, Augustus apparently retorted that he came to see a king, not corpses. A fan of the Ptolemies, he was not. Later stories did the rounds that upon seeing the mummy of the great general, Augustus accidentally knocked off his nose. The nose is very brittle, which is why many Egyptian mummies don't have noses, so it's entirely possible. However, it's more likely that this story was made up to depict Augustus and the Roman emperors as clumsy, insensitive brutes. Other great visitors included Cleopatra, who sold off some of the tomb's treasures to fund the war against Augustus, as well as the emperors Caligula and Caracalla. Caracalla was a few gladiators short of a circus and idolized Alexander, and even considered himself to be a reincarnation of Alexander the Great. He's like, how can I be so skilled? Oh, I must be a reincarnation of one of the greatest generals and park gods ever. People of the past, chill out, you're not that good. And if you are, you're not god-level good. His visit in 215 CE is the last recorded visit by a Roman emperor. It's likely that the tomb was damaged and looted during the reign of Aurelian around 270 CE, when he sent his forces to recapture Egypt and the Palmyran queen Zenobia. By the 4th century CE, if the early church fathers are to be believed, the tomb of Alexander the Great and all knowledge of its location had vanished. Considering the tomb's popularity and its long list of esteemed visitors, its disappearance from the historical record is quite puzzling. However, this is where our mystery finally begins. Where is the tomb of Alexander the Great now? Alexandria. Now, most historians agree that Alexander's tomb is most likely still buried somewhere deep beneath the streets of modern Alexandria. However, despite more than 140 officially sanctioned excavations on record, and probably a few unsanctioned ones as well, nothing has ever been found. Finding a tomb in Alexandria is going to be a challenge, though. It's a busy city, which means you can't just excavate wherever you feel like. But archaeologists have been at it for decades, and a few interesting finds over the years suggest that we might be getting closer. That's quite a big historical day when they find Alexander the Great's tomb. Like, that's one of the big mystery. And one day they're probably going to be like, hey, look, there, we got it! Like when they dug up that old king dude in like a parking lot in England. They were like, hey, look, there he is! This whole time he's just been under this parking lot! Woo! They'll find like Alexander the Great's tomb, like, I don't know, under like a McDonald's in Alexandria. They'll be like, look, he's there all this time! The fact that we have no idea what the tomb supposedly looks like doesn't really help matters. The closest we've come is a sculpted sarcophagus cover for Julius Philosyrius of Ostia, which shows some of the features fitting what we might imagine ancient Alexandria looked like based on literature. The cover depicts the lighthouse of Alexandria, as well as what could be the column of Diocletian. A round tower with a conical roof is considered to possibly be the tomb of Alexander, but this isn't really a lot to go on. Thanks to the diligent, if sometimes fantastical work of ancient writers, we think the Soma, where Alexander was finally buried, stood at the crossroads of the city's main north, south, and east-west roads, while Strabo claimed that the tomb was in the Palace District or the Royal Quarter, the same area supposedly housing the Great Library of Alexandria. Unfortunately, the city of Alexandria today looks very different from the Alexandria of the Ptolemies. However, excavations in 1895 suggested that the crossroads of ancient Alexandria might be the vicinity of the intersection of modern El Horea and Nabi Daniel roads. There are some local stories that place the tomb of Alexander in this area. We don't know what it looked like, and we have no evidence that it existed past the 4th century, but generational memory is a thing, so it is plausible that the approximate location of the tomb was preserved in local memory. From the 1500s onwards, also it's possible that 1895 they heard about this, and then it entered the, zeitgeist of the local population, and they just repeated a story that they heard it was there. Because 1895 is a really long time ago. Chinese whispers is a thing. From the 1500s onwards, much of Alexandria lay in ruin, but scholars and tourists came from far and wide looking for the remains of famous buildings, among them the tomb of Alexander the Great. By then, no one had any idea where the Soma used to be, but an enterprising young man could make a good few coins showing tourists whatever they wanted to see. It's not like anybody knew the difference. The two buildings most often shown to these early tourists were the site of the old church at St. Athanaeus, which later became the Mosque of Atarin after the Arab conquest, and the Nabi Daniel Mosque. The Nabi Daniel Mosque stands around 100 kilometers from Horea-Nabi Daniel intersection. It was initially built at the end of the 18th century and restored in 1823. Before the mosque was built, it was probably the location of a smaller shrine, and stories that the mosque had been built on top of Alexander's tomb have long been circulating. It's said that the crypt contains the remains of the scholar and teacher, the prophet Daniel, and his companion, Sidi Lachman el-Hakim. What's interesting about this little detail is the fact that the Arab legend of the prophet Daniel shares some similarities with the story of Alexander, but differs greatly from the Bible version. According to this legend, Daniel, a young Jew, was persecuted and chased from Syria by idolaters who he was trying to convert. An old man appears to Daniel in a dream, urging him to go to war against the infidels, promising him victory over all of Asia. Daniel arrived in Egypt, where he acquired a lot of followers and eventually built Alexandria. Wisely obeying the old man in the dream, he went to war against the infidels until he finally returned to Alexandria, where he died of old age. Ah, yes, such a wise decision to pay attention to the people in your dreams. Right. He was placed in a golden sarcophagus inlaid with precious stones, but the Jews stole it to mint coins and replaced it with a stone sarcophagus. To my knowledge, the graves of the prophet and his companion have never been disturbed, but unless there's an inscription saying, "Here lies Alexander, not Daniel," it probably wouldn't help us much anyway. In 1865, Khedive Ismail ordered the engineer Mahmud Bey el-Falaki to draw up a map of ancient Alexandria to comply with a request by Napoleon III. It was the first reliable archaeological excavations of Alexandria and gave us some idea of the layout of the ancient city. In a report to his bosses, El-Falaki claimed that while visiting the Nabi Daniel Mosque, he entered the vaults of the building where he found a large room with an arched roof built on the ground level of ancient Alexandria. From this paved room, inclined corridors started out in 4 different directions. The length of the corridors and their poor condition prevented him from properly surveying them, but the rich quality of the stone used in the construction, along with other indications, convinced him that the passages led to the tomb of Alexander the Great. He wanted to return later to resume his investigations, but was forbidden from doing so, and the entrances to these corridors were walled up. El-Falaki wasn't an archaeologist, and as far as we know, he had nothing to win or lose with the discovery of the tomb. However, his story is an odd one. He was working on a project on the orders of the man in charge, so it seems strange that he would be prevented from essentially doing his job. While we'll never know what El-Falaki found, the mosque does have a deep basement, and since the original tomb would be well below the street level of modern Alexandria, this mosque is as good a location as any. In 1850, Heinrich Schliemann, known for his work on the site of Troy, tried to... Isn't he the guy who blew up Troy? Anyway, he was like, yeah, I gotta find Troy! And he blew his way through with, dynamite, all of these, really important archaeological remains. If that's not the right guy, I'm sorry, Herman. Sorry, Heinrich. But... I think that was you, my dude. He tried to get permission to excavate, but his application was denied. Yeah, probably because they knew what he did. Troy. Modern scholars have also studied the history of the mosque. While most reject the claims that the mosque is the location of Alexander's tomb, the stories about the mosque being built on the tomb probably reflect a genuine historical memory, suggesting that the tomb's location is somewhere nearby. The Atarin Mosque, around 300 meters away from the Nabi Daniel Mosque, also claims to be the site of the ancient tomb of Alexander. The claims drew the attention of Napoleon's archaeologists in 1795. They didn't find the tomb of Alexander, but their search wasn't entirely fruitless. They did find an old sarcophagus that had been repurposed by the mosque as a ritual bath. Lovely. It's like, what's this? Oh, it's an old sarcophagus. Yeah, we threw out the mummy. We turned it into a bath. Nice. They couldn't read the hieroglyphics and dismissed it as just an Egyptian curiosity, but took it anyway. When the British finally defeated old Napoleon, they took the sarcophagus for themselves because we know they had a bit of a habit of carrying off other people's stuff for their museum. Fill it up, boys! Eventually, they did manage to decipher the hieroglyphs, though. Turned out the sarcophagus was that of Nectanebo II. Those of you who have been paying attention will recognize the name. Yeah, I remember it. The sarcophagus didn't belong to Alexander, but if the theory of Alexander being buried in Nectanebo II's temple near Saqqara has any truth to it, the sarcophagus could very well be the one that Alexander was transported in from Memphis to Alexandria. They just chucked him out and turned it into a bath. The Atarine Mosque wasn't the Soma either, and there's no indication that it was built on Alexander's tomb, but the presence of the sarcophagus in the area where the Soma had most likely once stood suggested that we're getting a little closer. However, despite much work being done, Alexander and his tomb have yet to appear. In northeastern Alexandria, in the Latin cemetery at El Shatbai, we also have the Alabaster tomb. While it's definitely not the Soma and Alexander's final resting place, it could be the tomb he was placed in when he arrived from Memphis before later being moved to the Soma that he shared with the Ptolemies. The Alabaster tomb is a sizable tomb with no inscriptions and seems to date from around the 3rd century BCE. Some of the design elements are similar to other ancient tombs discovered in Macedonia, suggesting that the part of the cemetery which houses the Alabaster tomb was most likely reserved for the upper class or royalty in the days of the Ptolemies, so perhaps Alexander's mummy spent some time here. When we find this, if we find this, are we going to find out what killed him? Because I feel like the greater mystery to me is like, okay, so his tomb is missing. Like, brilliant. But unless there's some like really interesting thing we're going to discover there, I don't really care that much. But if we find his body, can we find out what killed him? Can we like grind his bones or like his organs or something and like work out whether he was poisoned or whether he had some disease or like he had that Guillain-Barré? Can we figure this out? Can we clone Alexander the Great? Can we do all of that? That'd be fun. The most recent archaeological excavations to turn up something significant are at a site at the Shalalat Gardens, a public park in the heart of Alexandria that's been the focus of archaeologist Calliope Limenaeus Papacosta. Sorry about that, Calliope. No idea how to pronounce your name. For more than 20 years, the excavations have dug down 35 feet and uncovered sections of Alexandria's royal quarter. Using ancient accounts of Alexandria, a 19th century map, and ERT, electrical resistivity tomography technology, Papacosta and her team have identified 14 anomalies that could be structures. Their discoveries so far include a Roman road, an ancient statue of Alexander the Great, a Ptolemaic period carved tunnel, the remains of a massive public building over 200 feet long, and the beginning of a Hellenistic wall parallel to the public building. The main priority is to identify the building. An inscription would be helpful, but so far nothing like that has been found. Whether it's the tomb of Alexander or not is still unknown, and it will be several more years before we'll know one way or the other. I have to say, like, of careers that I'd not do, like, archaeology's not high up there, but it is interesting. Like, we're having our garden redone at the moment, and so these digging machines were in, and they're like digging up and moving dirt and all that crap. And like, it's a really old house built on like a really, a piece of land that's been built on for hundreds of years. And you're like in the garden, you're like, oh wow, you can totally see like once you dig down a little bit, oh yeah, there's some tiles here, there's a path here. And you can see like, oh, this just got covered over with dirt and grass at some point. But there was totally like a designed garden here at some point. And I find that fascinating. And I kind of imagine it's like that. But, archaeology looking for Alexander's tomb, except on a much bigger scale and with a lot more bureaucracy rather than just me like smashing into my garden with an axe to like see what's down there. Even if Alexander's tomb is somewhere in Alexandria, it's unlikely that we'll find it. In the 3rd century, under Claudius II, Aurelian, and Diocletian, the city of Alexandria was destroyed multiple times. In the 4th century, earthquakes probably damaged and changed some sections of the city completely. Fallen buildings weren't always rebuilt. Instead, the debris was removed or repurposed, and the royal quarter was completely deserted. In 356 CE, a tsunami inundated the city of Alexandria, and today, most of the palace district is still underwater due to rising sea levels. The city has been sinking at a rate of up to 0.25 millimeters a year, as much as 12 feet, 3.6 meters, since the time of Alexander. God damn, that really adds up, doesn't it? Of course, even if we find Alexander's tomb, there's no guarantee that we'll find his body. Considering the time that's passed, his body has most likely been destroyed by now. Moving bodies long after burial also wasn't an uncommon practice in Egypt. After all, Alexander was moved at least 3 times that we know of. It's very plausible that Alexander's body was removed from the Soma and reburied yet again somewhere else. For now, it seems that the most likely place to find his official tomb remains Alexandria. However, not everyone agrees. The Siwa Oasis. The search in Alexandria continues, but over the years, some new theories for the location of the tomb and the location of Alexander's mummy, since the discovery of one doesn't ensure the discovery of the other, have been proposed. Yeah, I'm much more interested in the mummy. Let's find the mummy and let's run his DNA through one of those machines and see if he's got diseases. One of these theories takes us out of Alexandria into the western desert of Egypt and to the Siwa Oasis. It seems that the time Alexander spent in Egypt was of great significance to him, and one of his experiences in Egypt quite possibly changed his life. At the age of 24, after Alexander was crowned pharaoh of Egypt in Memphis, he decided to visit the Oracle of Amun. Despite being considered one of the most prominent of the ancient oracles, no Egyptian pharaoh before Alexander had ever visited the oracle. It was a dangerous journey through the desert, but Alexander and his retinue made the trek anyway. When Alexander and his men finally arrived, the chief priest of Amun welcomed Alexander and called him son of the god. Of course he did, because that's why he's so good at stuff. He then allowed Alexander to access the innermost room of the temple, a privilege usually reserved for priests, where Alexander received his oracle, while the rest of his entourage received theirs in the front yard. Like peasants. Even some of the ancient sources already claimed that the greeting by the priest was misinterpreted. Greek wasn't exactly the priest's first language, but he tried to accommodate Alexander and greeted him in Greek. However, he mispronounced some of the words, and Alexander chose to accept this as the priest proclaiming him to be the son of Ammon, a different name for the god Ra. Chill, dude. You're already the son of Zeus. Didn't you already say you were the son of Zeus? Ammon later became associated with Zeus in Greece, and since Alexander apparently already believed himself to be the son of Zeus, this was just the confirmation he would have loved to hear. He's like, I think I'm the son of Zeus. And the old priest goes, "You right you are, my dude. Right you are. Not just saying that because you're Alexander the Great and also the Pharaoh. You're a god, sure. Yeah, you're a god, son of a god, yes. Please don't chop my head off. Please don't, mummify me alive like in The Mummy." Whether this was a case of actual confirmation of divinity, it wasn't, because divinity's not a thing, or just a misinterpretation. Point is that this visit had a life-changing impact on Alexander, and this story led one archaeologist to believe that she found the final resting place of Alexander at the Siwa Oasis. According to later historians like Diodorus, on his deathbed, Alexander asked to be buried at the Ammonion of the Siwa Oasis. It's unclear where historians got their information from, and no eyewitness reports of the death of Alexander exist today. However, it's not entirely improbable that Alexander asked to be buried in Egypt. He was a very religious man, and was greatly impressed by the Egyptians' veneration for their gods, so the idea that Alexander could be found at the Siwa Oasis isn't that far-fetched. In 1984, Liana Sovalzi applied to the Egyptian authorities for permission to excavate the Siwa Oasis, and in 1985 her application was granted and excavations began in earnest. Sovalzi believed that Alexander was buried at the site of the so-called Doric temple at El Maraki Balad al-Rum in the Siwa Oasis. The team had an early success when they discovered an entryway to what appeared to be a large and important monument guarded by lion statues. Over the next few years, excavations uncovered a 525-meter Hellenistic royal tomb with Greek-style decorations and Greek inscriptions, a carved relief with a symbol of Amun-Ra, and lion heads all over the place, indicating the importance of the owner of the tomb. The interior of the structure was also unusual, consisting of 5 rooms, one behind the other. While Sovalzi made a big deal of her discovery, it wasn't that much of a discovery. The structure in question had been described by at least 3 different scholars in the 1800s. However, Sovalzi was convinced that they'd finally uncovered the tomb of Alexander the Great. Unfortunately, none of the inscriptions included an actual name to confirm this belief. By 1995, the team had excavated as far as the final burial chamber, but had not yet had a chance to enter it. For some reason, they decided that it was time to announce their discovery to the world before actually entering the last room and confirming their discovery, but regardless, their announcement was met with great excitement. However, the announcement also had some political repercussions, which led to the Greek government pressuring Egypt to revoke Sovalzi's permit and stop the excavations, according to Sovalzi. The breakup of Yugoslavia was still quite recent, and the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia tried to name itself the Republic of Macedonia, which didn't sit well with the Greeks, as the northern part of Greece had always been known as Macedonia for several thousand years. The discovery of Alexander's tomb heightened the feelings of nationalism in Greece, which made the Greek government somewhat uncomfortable, and they put an end to the excavations. Suvaltzi has been trying to get permission to continue her work in the desert for the last 20 years with no luck. If you've been applying for 20 years, it's time to give up. Like, they're not going to say yes on the 21st year, are they? She also claimed that an unnamed Israeli ambassador visited the tomb and admitted to her that it was a huge discovery that would change the political situation in Egypt and disrupt the balance of power between a number of countries. Wait, is this guy actually an archaeologist, or is he just a random ambassador? Because, I mean, he can comment on the disruption of power. He's an ambassador, but does he have any archaeology? Like, whoa, you found it! I know nothing about archaeology, but I'm glad that you said so. The timing of their announcement before looking in the last chamber, as I'm fairly sure most archaeologists would have done, already had me skeptical, but now I'm reaching for my tinfoil hat, and I'm not the only one. It seems that fellow archaeologists and historians agree that the temple Suvaltzi excavated doesn't actually have anything to do with Alexander, and her claims have been soundly rejected by most Egyptologists. However, there are a few members of the academic community who believe that Suvaltzi may be onto something, theorizing that Alexander's remains were moved from Alexandria to Siwa at some point during the last 2,000 years. This seems very unlikely, and there's no evidence. It's just like she's saying, I think, and that's it. There's no evidence in any of the ancient sources, there we go, to suggest that Alexander's body was ever moved to the Siwa oasis, and there's no real evidence for the tomb being there either. Alexander loved Egypt, so it's plausible that he wished to be buried in his beloved Egypt. It's even plausible that he wished to return to the Siwa oasis to be closer to his father's Usamun. However, based on the evidence we do have, it's far more likely that Alexander is still lying under the streets of modern Alexandria. But who knows? Egypt is a land full of mysteries. Perhaps Alexander's final tomb will arise from the golden sands of the Siwa oasis when we least expect it. I find it extremely unlikely. Venice. In recent years, another theory has been proposed by the archaeologist Andrew Chugg that might seem a bit absurd at first, but it isn't entirely unrealistic. Chugg believes that Alexander the Great may have started in Alexandria, but he is currently playing the part of Alexander the Saint in Venice after his body was mistaken for that of St. Mark the Evangelist. St. Mark is credited with writing the Gospel of Mark in the Christian Bible and was martyred in Alexandria sometime in the 60s CE. For about 350 years, it was believed that the body of Mark had been burned. However, in 392, the writings of St. Jerome claimed that the body of St. Mark had not been burned and was still in relatively one piece in Alexandria. What makes this theory so compelling is the timing. The Theodosian decrees, issued by Emperor Theodosius I between 389 and 391, essentially banned paganism and ordered the closure of pagan temples across the Roman Empire, of which Alexandria was still a part. We have no textual evidence that the tomb of Alexander was intentionally destroyed, but considering the fate of some of the other pagan buildings, the Serapeum, the Temple of Serapis, which acted as an extension of the Library of Alexandria, comes to mind, it's possible that the tomb was considered a pagan temple. After all, Alexander was considered a deity and had been worshipped as such for a long time, so it stands to reason that the tomb received the same kind of treatment as the other pagan temples and was destroyed. The writer Libanius, a teacher of rhetoric in the Eastern Roman Empire, provides the last mention of Alexander's mummy still being on display before 390, and shortly after this, Alexander's body is considered lost. Then, suddenly, in 392, St. Mark's body reappears after being considered destroyed for 350 years. Apparently, St. Mark's tomb was found in the vicinity of the modern St. Mark's Coptic Orthodox Cathedral, 200 meters north of the Horeh-Nabi-Daniel intersection, and well within the approximate area where we think Alexander's tomb was located. The fact that St. Mark's body suddenly reappeared shortly after Alexander's body disappeared could just be a curious coincidence, of course, but to me anyway, the reasoning seems pretty sound. Yeah, I mean, the reasoning's there, but I still think it does sound like more likely to be a coincidence, right? Can't they grind his bones and test that DNA? Let's grind his bones! In fact, Chugg suggested that Alexander's tomb and his remains were rebranded as those of St. Mark after the decrees came through in order to try and preserve the remains. However, in 892, Venetian merchants smuggled the remains out of Alexandria and took it to Venice, where a church on the site of the modern Basilica di San Marco was built to house the sacred remains of St. Mark. In the 1960s, a piece of stone relief carving was discovered when work was being done on the Venetian Basilica. The stone was Eastern Mediterranean, and artwork appeared to be Macedonian Greek, depicting a shield with the star of Alexander's royal house and a distinctive spear used by Alexander's armies. Recent studies revealed that the stone was part of the casing of a sarcophagus. However, the size didn't match any of the sarcophagi in the basilica or any known Macedonian artifacts. Chuck noted, however, that it did match one specific sarcophagus down to a matter of millimeters. The piece of stone is an exact fit to the long side of the sarcophagus of Nectanebo II. So, Chug argues that the stone was taken at the same time as the remains, and both the remains and the piece of the stone carving came from the tomb of Alexander, proving further that the remains currently under St. Mark's Basilica in Venice are actually those of Alexander the Great and not St. Mark. Yeah, but it's... okay, fine. But it's fairly weak circumstantial evidence. The only way to answer the question of who is currently residing in Venice is to re-examine the remains of St. Mark in the Basilica di San Marco, but unsurprisingly, the Catholic Church and the city of Venice haven't been very cooperative in that regard. One more mystery that will remain unsolved, it seems. Yeah, why can't we just let us go in and grind those bones and take a little sample? Let's find out. You can solve the mystery, Catholic Church. I mean, it will turn out not to be Alexander the Great, and then we'll be all like, okay, cool, we'll resume the search, but it will rule it out, which will be nice. Conclusion. Alexander the Great, whether he deserved the moniker or not, is one of those larger-than-life figures from history, a man whose myth has long overshadowed the real story. It seems almost fitting that his tomb has become one of the holy grails of archaeology. Many have looked for it, but so far, none have found it. The most likely final resting place of the great general is the ancient city of Alexandria, but the odds of finding it are slim. He died over 2,000 years ago, and over the last 2 millennia, Alexandria has been destroyed and rebuilt a number of times. The streets walked by the pilgrims are buried beneath paved roads, apartment blocks, and skyscrapers. Even if an archaeologist hits the jackpot, they may not even know it, since we have no description of what the tomb looked like. If by some miracle we find the tomb, Alexander himself is most likely long gone by now. Alexander was a pharaoh of Egypt, the son of a god, or so he believed. He loved ancient Egypt deeply, and perhaps Egypt loved him back. It's a land filled with ancient gods, and Alexander being taken to the heavens by his father Amun seems like a fitting end to his epic tale. However, we humans love a mystery, so in the land of pyramids and the Sphinx, a golden desert that's been silently guarding its secrets for thousands of years, the quest for Alexander's tomb continues. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Katie. Thank you, Katie, has written me an episode. Here come the Men in Black, the Galaxy Defenders. Anyone seen that movie? God damn, I haven't watched Men in Black in a long time. Didn't they make like new Men in Black movies? Didn't they make a new Men in Black movie recently, which I absolutely didn't see? I remember enjoying that as a kid though. It was great. Simon, I know you're not renowned as a huge film buff, but can you guess the highest grossing film of the domestic box office in 1997? I'm going to go ahead, and even though it seems insane, I'm going to say it's the Men in Black, because that's what today's episode is about. I mean, it's not about the movie, it's about the Men in Black as an actual thing. If you're stuck, it wasn't actually Titanic, which did obviously go on to become one of the highest grossing movies of all time. If you need even more of a clue, just look at the title of this episode, for yes, it was none other than Men in Black. Wait, in the first year, Men in Black outgrossed Titanic? Are you joking? Starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Incidentally, when I checked this fact, there was a link on the IMDb page saying that 1997 was the second greatest year for films after 1939. And yes, there were some bangers, including Princess Mononoke, LA Confidential, The Fifth Element, wow, Face Off, yes! And Mr. Bean the Movie, and Batman and Robin. But we digress. Wow, Face Off is an absolute, I love that movie. And Fifth Element's also great. I don't think I've seen LA Confidential, and I've never heard of Princess Mononoke. Mononoke. I've of course seen the Mr. Bean movie, who hasn't? Is that the one where he like draws on the Mona Lisa? What are the ingredients of a conspiracy? You obviously need some strange or seemingly inexplicable event to have taken place. You need to find some other people who believe you or have experienced said event so that the news starts to trickle out, because it's not a conspiracy if nobody else knows about it. You then need some sort of pushback from assumed authority figures to let you know that you're on the right track and something weird is indeed afoot, and they don't want you to know about it. And then if you decide to tell your truth anyway, you're usually perceived as a crackpot yelling into the void. It sounds like Katie read the, how to start a conspiracy theory 101. It does seem like it's like cults. It's like, yeah, you just got to take these steps. Here's the culty steps that you take. A book I read a while ago. And it's going excellent. To most people, the words conspiracy theory denote a slightly wacky idea someone's come up with, usually involving secret government sectors or groups of very powerful, shadowy figures. Maybe there's a smattering of aliens along the way, of course there is. The fact that we all kind of roll our eyes at the thought that something might be a conspiracy theory could actually mean that the shadowy figures behind the scenes are doing their jobs. Are they successfully sidelining anyone who happens upon a greater truth than the population as a whole should be privy to? What if there are groups of people clamping down on things before the news gets spread far and wide? Maybe this has been going on for decades without us realizing, leaving the higher-ups chortling away at how much they can get away with. As an example, stories of small groups of men dressed in black suits turning up in the wake of strange occurrences to warn witnesses against spreading news of the event have been reported since at least the 1940s. So I mean, come on. Let me see you take a walk with me into the somewhat murky story of the Men in Black. I mean, this prima facie, isn't that ridiculous? It's like, okay, so something happens that the government don't want you to know about, like, I don't know, a spy plane crashes in your backyard. Of course someone's going to show up and be like,
hi, you're going to need to not talk about this, national security, blah, 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 blah.
Don't think this means there's aliens or anything like that. It's probably just the FBI or whoever's responsible for, like, shutting people up. Walk in shadow, move in silence. While things like strange lights in the sky have been recorded for centuries, it wasn't until the mid-20th century that extraterrestrial spacecraft started to be spotted with some regularity, in the US at least, with the term flying saucer making an appearance in newspapers in 1947, even though this wasn't an accurate description from the first witness, Kenneth Arnold, who described what he saw as crescent-shaped at the time. I guess flying saucer has a catchier ring to it than flying crescents. It's like, bro, flying crescent? You mean the moon? Oh, which makes it sound like you could have got him mixed up and just seen the moon. Katie and I, same page. Anyway, once Arnold had made this early sighting, the number of reports of unidentified flying objects exploded, with Project Blue Book, which was tasked with compiling and categorizing these reports, recording over 12,000 events or sightings between 1952 and 1969. Only about 6% of these reports couldn't easily be explained away, although they also included examples with not enough information to make any kind of conclusion, so the real number was even smaller. Yeah, 6,000 is still quite a lot, though, isn't it? I mean, I don't believe that they're alien spacecraft, but it's still quite a lot. An easy explanation doesn't mean no explanation, so UFO people, relax. I haven't been converted yet. Do I think aliens are real? Yes. UFOs on Earth? No. A further panel looked at the results and also concluded that while some reports could not be immediately explained, they were not of any particular security concerns and were also not proof of extraterrestrial visitations. Obviously, any findings published from this sort of government inquiry just scream of cover-ups and won't convince anybody who believes that what they saw was extraterrestrial, but it was in fact a military aircraft, a cloud, or that old chestnut of a weather balloon. And extra things like somber strangers turning up to warn you of spreading your story will hardly change your mind either. I mean, but of course the government has things to hide. Like, they're testing new spy all the time, and if it crashes in your garden, they're going to want you to shut up. You know, you're just telling your friend about the weird string of lights you saw over the water, and like, boom, black suits fill up the room. So when did these dudes enter the chat? For yes, even though Hollywood has succumbed to wokeness gone mad and added a female agent in recent movie franchise entries, we all know women did not develop brains or independent thought until at least the 1970s, so there were no women in black. That's debatable, Katie. You think women have developed independent thought? They're just an extension of their men. Come on.
Wow. I can't believe every single one of them kicked you in the dick.
That means that, for the purposes of making everyone's life a tad easier, we can handily refer to these people as men in black without fear of being sexist. We could also refer to them as black men, like Gray Barker did, of whom more later, but you know, let's not. Let's go back to 1947 and Kenneth Arnold again, because it seems that the early UFO sightings also came with the early versions of the Men in Black. Shortly after Arnold's encounter, where he saw 9 shiny shapes flying at incredible speeds. He was contacted to interview another UFO witness called Harold Dahl. Dahl and a few other people on the boat he had been on had witnessed 6 very large donut-shaped aircraft in the sky over Maury Island in Washington's Puget Sound. This had apparently taken place just a few days before Arnold had seen his flying crescents. Dahl had then seen what he described as being like newspapers, but were actually pieces of metal spewing from the craft and something akin to lava that landed on their boat, killing his dog. What are you talking about? How's that akin to a newspaper? His boss, Fred Chrisman, also witnessed the UFO when he went to check on the area later and picked up some of the fallen debris. Kenneth Arnold asked some pilot pals to investigate, so Army Air Corps intelligence officers Captain William L. Davidson and First Lieutenant Frank M. Brown flew to Washington, interviewed Dahl, and took some samples with them when they left. Tragically, or maybe suspiciously, the B-25 bomber they were piloting crashed on the way back to California and both men died. What a coincidence! This whole thing became known as the Maury Island incident. Dahl also told Kenneth Arnold that the day after his sighting, he had a strange visitor come to his door. According to Gray Barker's book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, it says, quote, "The man who wore a black suit invited him to breakfast. As soon as they sat down to eat, the man began telling Dahl everything that happened to him the day before, down to the most minute detail. Dahl was speechless. It was as if the man had actually been there with him, witnessing every action of the donut-shaped objects. As Dahl sat there, shaken and speechless, the visitor began to threaten him in a strange manner. What I have said is proof to you that I know a great deal more about this experience of yours than you will want to believe. If Dahl loved his family and didn't want anything bad to happen, he would not discuss the experience with anyone." Dahl related the happenings on the island to Arnold, only after much persuasion. Chronologically then, we've got what's generally recognized as the first official UFO sighting, and it's already got creepy weird men attached to it, so let's carry on, shall we? In 1952, possible Futurama influence, Albert K. Bender contacted Gray Barker, of whom more later, to ask about an organization that he'd set up called the International Flying Saucer Bureau, or IFSB. Flying Saucer Bureau sounds very official, but it's just his club, basically. Like, calling something a bureau makes it sound so serious. Bender and a group of other friends were busy investigating all kinds of flying saucer sightings and delving deep into possible physical evidence, as well as embroiling themselves in all kinds of theories about where the flying saucers were coming from and why. And then, in 1953, Bender's attitude abruptly shifted and the whole thing came to a grinding halt. He had a visit from 3 men in black. As per They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, quoting here, 3 men in black suits with threatening expressions on their faces. 3 men who walk in on you and make certain demands. 3 men who know that you know what the saucers really are. They don't want you to tell anyone else what you know. After they got through with you, you wished you'd never have heard the word saucer. You turned pale and got awfully sick. You couldn't get anything to stay in your stomach for 3 long days. Now, Bender was supposedly so spooked by this encounter that he didn't write about it himself until several years later in his own book, Flying Saucers and the 3 Men, which was written in conjunction with Gray Barker, of whom more later. I get the feeling this Gray Barker is going to be an important figure in today's episode.
You're correct.
Barker goes on to say in the next chapter of his own book, if Bender was closed down by the United States government, the 3 men probably had good reasons. But Bender never told us who the 3 men were or who sent them, only that they showed credentials. But government men do not dress so conspicuously, especially if they are on a secret mission. All the 3 men were dressed similarly, in black. I'm not certain they were government men who frightened Bender, almost out of reason, that unusual day in September 1953, though I believe Bender steered our conjectures in that direction. The quote ends. Intriguing. This 1953 encounter and subsequent publishing of Barker's book in 1956 was when the term Men in Black was coined and when the idea of them was spread to the public at large, or at least the public who read Barker's book. Let's fast forward to 1975 now, and a book by John Keel called The Mothman Prophecies. Oh, I think I've seen this movie. Isn't that the one where it's like, if you see the Mothman, it means like something bad's gonna happen? I handily wrote the script for the Mothman episode, already covered on DTU, so yeah, there's something about a bridge, people seeing some Mothman on a bridge and then the bridge collapses or something. It struck me as nonsense, so I feel perfectly valid in plagiarizing my own work. The whole Mothman thing happens in the mid-1960s. Oh, and there were tons of reports of a large, winged, flying creature with glowing red eyes terrorizing the inhabitants of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. This cryptid also became linked to a few disasters, so people were debating whether it was causing these events or warning people about them. Any mention of the Mothman always reminds me to check the Mothcam live stream, which records a big Mothman statue outside the Mothman Museum. And yes, sure enough, a mother and daughter are walking by taking selfies. They probably don't realize I'm spying on them though, so let's leave them to it. I bet that camera's caught some interesting incidents over the years. Anyway, back to John Keel. I completely forgot about that. The Mothman camera. As a UFO investigator, he was alerted to the strange sightings in Point Pleasant and headed over there in December 1966 to see what he could see. As well as taking many witness accounts of encounters with a strange creature, he and a few companions went to the area it had popped up the most. While in the first instance, Keel had no personal experiences, others in the group were variously freaking out, hearing strange metallic noises, and one started bleeding from the ear. Keel went back to the area by himself later that night and mapped out a small zone of fear, which was an area where he felt an inexplicable surge of dread when he walked through it and put down to some sort of ultrasonic UFO activity. When he returned the next morning, the zone of fear was no longer there. Keel had interviewed practically everyone in town, it seems, from isolated farmers to police officers, so his name was familiar around Point Pleasant. And that's when the Men in Black came calling. According to Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, these new strangers in town became quite prevalent after they apparently found out they'd been poking around into the strangeness surrounding the Mothman sightings and also UFOs that had been seen in the area. People in town later told him of numerous instances of these men turning up and questioning them specifically about Keel, or even saying that they were working with him, which he assures the reader they were not. Most of these visitors were dressed weirdly or just had general odd demeanor about them. After the Silver Bridge collapse the following year in 1967, there we go, there's that bridge collapse, many people linked this with the increased Mothman sightings, and the creature became tied to the disaster. Mary Hire was a reporter and office manager of the Athens Messenger, and saw two men in black shortly after the bridge collapse, when they came to her Point Pleasant office inquiring about flying saucer activity. This took her off guard, as the bridge had been the biggest news for days, seeing as how 46 people had died right before Christmas. She describes the men as, quote, almost like twins. Both were short and wore black overcoats. Their complexions were dark, somewhat oriental. She did, in fact, have a large file of purported UFO sightings, and when the men asked what she would do if she was told not to publish them, she said, I'd tell them to go to hell. The men left. I mean, it's a bit convenient that the woman who is like, oh yeah, I'm getting questioned about my UFO things, is also mad into UFOs. If she wasn't, I just don't... At first I'm like, wow, this story seems like legitimate. But then he goes, oh no, she was massively into UFOs. And then you're like, okay, well, credibility dashed. Later that day, like, if I come in one day and was like, oh my god, I got a visit from the UFO people, I feel people would take it a lot more seriously because I constantly shit over this idea. Whereas if I was super into UFOs, people would be like, oh, come on, Simon, you're just trying to enforce your own argument here. Later that day, another strange man walked in. Here's how he's described in the Mothman Prophecies. He was slightly built, about 5 feet 7 inches tall, with black, piercing eyes and unruly black hair, as if he had had a brush cut and was just growing it back in. His complexion was even darker than those of the two previous visitors, and he looked like a Korean or Oriental of some kind. His hands were especially unusual, she thought, with unduly long, tapering fingers. He wore a cheap-looking, ill-fitting black suit, slightly out of fashion, and his tie was knotted in an odd, old-fashioned way. Strangely, he was not wearing an overcoat, despite the fierce cold outside. Are you kind of vaguely implying that he's an alien, with his long, spindly fingers? And is not knowing what a good suit looks like. Not sure that dark skin is necessarily linked with so-called Oriental people, but there you go. Yeah, it's the past. People be everything's a little bit vaguely racist. I guess they just had darker skin than the general makeup of people in 1960s West Virginia. Also, I was kind of surprised by the vast geographic and demographic area covered by Oriental juxtaposed with the specificity of Korean. But the Korean War hadn't been that long ago, so maybe Americans were just more comfortable throwing that nationality around. This man, who called himself Jack Brown, asked her the same question the other men had asked her earlier about what she'd do if someone ordered her to stop printing stories about UFOs. When she asked if he was with the people who had stopped by this morning, he said, No, I'm alone. I'm a friend of Gray Barker. It's that man again. Of whom? More later. Who is Gray Barker?
Who am I?
Jack Brown left after her basically told him to get lost, but popped up again sometime later at her niece's house to ask the same questions yet again and get the same answers. There are numerous other examples of these men in black questioning or following people in Point Pleasant. They were usually described as smartly dressed. Sometimes they were also wearing wraparound sunglasses, and they were usually driving around in black Cadillacs. Another witness experienced the following as described by John Keel, quoting, "A large black car was parked outside her house," she said, "and two men completely dressed in black with broad-brimmed black hats and turtleneck sweaters were setting up a camera. At first she thought they were priests." In Arnold Bender's Flying Saucers and the Three Men, he similarly describes his men in black as follows, quoting again, "Their clothing was made of a black material, which reminded me of cloth used in the attire of clergymen. It was well pressed, appeared almost new. All the other apparel, such as ties, shirts, stockings, and shoes, were also black. They wore hats of Hamburg style, also black." The quote ends. Okay, I think I'm finally getting to see why these guys are dubbed the Men in Black. No names, no fingerprints. Oh yeah, this is from the movie Men in Black, where they burn the fingerprints off. Doesn't work like that, they grow back. While this does seem intrinsically tied to American UFO lore, there have been examples of Men in Black popping up in other countries too. Let's take the example of what became known as the Solway Spaceman. In 1964, Jim Templeton and his wife Annie and young daughter went for a nice day out on Burgh Marsh, which overlooks the Solway Firth in Cumbria. If this sounds like a lot of gibberish, they were basically near a piece of water that forms a border between Scotland and England. It was a lovely day, and Templeton, fancying himself quite the shutterbug, snapped a few photos of his young daughter with his Pentacon FSLR camera. Isn't it nice that nowadays you can just take your own photos without random film developer employees nosing about in your business? It is. It's so weird that you used to take films and it's just like some random dudes just looking through your holiday pictures. Do you guys see that Robin Williams movie, the 1 hour photo? So that's a creepy movie. Apparently, when he went to pick his photos up, the employee said, "That's a marvelous color film, but who's the big fellow?" Templeton was astonished to see the figure of what looked to be an astronaut in a white spacesuit directly behind his daughter. Oh, I've seen this photo. Another similar photograph showed no such strange apparition. There had been no one else in the area, apart from a couple of older ladies at the other ends of the marsh who were sitting in their car during the time the family was taking pictures. Kodak, who had developed the photo, apparently checked the camera with the original negatives and couldn't find any evidence of tampering or another explanation for the brief appearance of what was soon dubbed the Solway Spaceman. The picture spread through local newspapers and quickly went national and even worldwide. Yeah, there's a picture of it here. We'll put it on the screen. It is pretty creepy. It's pretty creepy. It's pretty darn creepy. Oh, I don't like it. According to the Rational Wiki article on the topic, quote, Templeton also claimed a technician from the Blue Streak missile project in Woomera, Australia, contacted him and told him that a missile launch had to be aborted because similar-looking spacemen were seen wandering around the launch pad. Okie dokie. Shortly after the story broke, Templeton also claimed he was visited by two sinister men in black who were driving a Jaguar and claimed to be British government officials. They produced a business card with nothing but a fancy crest and the word security on it, which is maybe what Jason Statham can flash around in his next Guy Ritchie venture. They also only refer to themselves as 9 and 11. They drove him around the Burgh Marsh area and variously threatened and cajoled him to publicly confess the whole thing had been a hoax, which he never did. At the spot the photo was taken, they asked him if that was where he had seen the alien, but he replied that he hadn't actually seen anything unusual at the time, he'd only seen it later in the photograph. At this point, they drove off, leaving poor Jim to go back home on his own. Dickheads.
Guys, it's a really long walk. What the man? It's cold.
Another potential cameo from these monochromatically clad fellows comes to us courtesy of an 80s video game called Polar Bias. Oh, we've covered this. I believe Kevin Jennings covered this in the latest installment of his excellent Internet's Deepest Mystery series, but that hasn't been published at the time of writing, so apologies if I repeat him too much. And it's probably, I've read about it, I have no idea. I don't remember what it is, but I'm sure I'm about to find out. And it's probably too late to stop Simon from saying everything he remembers about this, but if you haven't noticed yet, I'm saving all the explanations for the end, so don't worry, it will all be resolved. If Simon's already given the game away, or you remember this story from Kevin's video, let's just pretend you didn't and carry on with this segment. Luckily for you, Katie, I have the memory of a sieve. Back in the early 1980s, a video game appeared in an arcade in Portland, Oregon. It was fast-moving, the graphics were quite advanced for its time, which probably isn't saying much, and it had puzzle elements mixed in with traditional arcade-style gameplay. People who played were said to have vomited, had severe migraines, even suffered from nightmares and seizures, and they all had vivid memories turned to fantasies. Men in Black were witnessed checking the machine periodically, although notably not to collect money or tokens from it, and just a few weeks after it arrived, the polar bias machine disappeared. It's not too much of a stretch to connect government organizations with spying on young people in the 1980s, however, some trains of thought have gone down the track that the polar bias machine was actually a CIA or similar three-letter acronymed group performing some kind of mind control experiment on the poor saps who inserted their hard-earned quarters, hoping for a brief respite from being told they were square by their hippie parents. Project McUltra and its scary psychological torture experiments had been made public just a few years previously, so having some weird game show up with out-of-place men checking on it definitely raised alarm bells, which may be why the whole thing apparently only lasted a month or so. Alright, so we've given some examples of these so-called Men in Black showing up in relation to purported extraterrestrial events, so were they actually a part of a secretive task force? Or what if, and bear with us here, what if the Men in Black were extraterrestrials themselves? I told you, like with the spindly weird fingers. I mean, look, I can believe maybe the Men in Black as like an organization that go around and hush things up. Not aliens. And no, they're not aliens that they're hushing up, and they are not aliens themselves. I don't believe that. I believe they're just hushing up about spy planes or whatever. Galaxy Defenders. Alright, let's start with the obvious. Were these Men in Black that everyone seems to automatically link to whatever government actually working for government agencies? Were they genuine people from the CIA or smaller secret groups tasked with intimidating witnesses of extraterrestrial activity into silence? And would this be because they didn't want the wider world finding out about those extraterrestrial things because they wanted to keep all of the knowledge about it within their secret group? You see, on the face of it, it seems likely that if these men did show up, then yes, they probably were working for some department that had an interest in whatever people had seen. But if we drill down deeper into this idea, it stops making sense pretty quickly. If literally one person with no other witnesses saw something weird and started talking about it, and then they were visited by some government goons who told them to shut up because it was none of their business, well, that's one thing. But to have pairs or teams of Men in Black turn up at a town where hundreds of people had apparently witnessed something unexplainable, well, that's another. Word gets around quickly when multiple people see things, and even if intimidation is the name of the game, not all of them are going to play ball with what they might assume is their government trying to silence them for their own ends. Yeah, especially in America. They're like, freedom of speech, I see what I want! And let's look at this from a higher level now. If these Men in Black were supposed to be silencing witnesses, they didn't do a very good job because we know all about them to the extent that they've now become a parody of themselves in a popular movie franchise. As Benjamin Radford in a piece on LiveScience.com puts it, if the Men in Black were real and effective at suppressing encounters with extraterrestrials, we shouldn't know about them at all. Yeah. They're so good at suppressing information about extraterrestrials that they've got a Will Smith movie about them. There are also a couple of ways that we could go with this if they were actually turning up to threaten people in the 50s and 60s. One is that they were indeed trying to stop information about UFOs getting out. The other is that they were even playing into the UFO or extraterrestrial angle to fudge what the sightings had really been, which was experimental military aircraft or whatever. By turning up pretty conspicuously for supposed secret agents and warning people to nod, wink, wink, stop talking about the aliens, it would make these people believe even more that what they'd seen was in fact extraterrestrial and not some new death fighter that the government was playing with. Exactly. Like, leaning into this is good for them because people are irrational. This layer of veracity given to the sightings, ironically by the people supposedly trying to cover it up, would then actually downgrade the interest in it from any foreign enemies who might be spying on what the US military was doing. They might be like, oh, we thought there was some interesting testing going on, but the locals are saying it was a UFO and that they saw little green men with red eyes, and these little green men then attacked a cow and they crafted 3 loop-de-loops before vanishing in a bizarre flash of white light. So even if anyone did see something, there's really no getting any useful information out of this now. Yeah, it's just deflection. It's pretty good. It's good deflection. It's effective, apparently. Basically, painting any witnesses as kooks devalues them and takes the focus off whatever real aircraft might have been about that night. I covered this in an episode on the Battle of Los Angeles, but the same point stands here. The US government was concerned that civilians staking out military bases looking for proof of extraterrestrials in post-Roswell incident America might unwittingly leak classified military intelligence to Soviet spies. So, as I so eloquently put it, and Simon probably eloquently read in that episode, discrediting the ufologists was the name of the game. So, forget that Roswell crap, or maybe don't, because now we're veering into weirder territory that could point to the Men in Black actually being non-humans in black, so hold on to your Homburgs. The worst scum of the universe. Oh, I'm so sneaky. I deliberately held back the slightly weirder descriptions given by people like the population of Point Pleasant and Albert Bender because, to be honest, it undermined the whole angle that the Men in Black might actually be real government agents after all. So, here we go. Let's dive a little deeper into these oddballs that came a-calling after strange events had occurred. We'll start with Bender because it happened in 1953, a good decade and a half before the Point Pleasant stuff. Bender's initial experiences were originally published in Gray Barker's book, remember? But then he wrote his own story, which was published in 1962 as Flying Saucers and the Three Men. This presented Bender's account of the 3 men in black in much more detail than it originally told Gray Barker in his book They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, although they did actually work on this one together. Here's some extra info on those visitors in black, which follows on directly from the description I gave earlier about them wearing black stockings and stuff. Quoting, "Their faces were unpleasant to look at. Their eyes shone like tiny flashlight bulbs, and the teeth were pearly white, set in a dark complexion. I could not see their hands, covered by black gloves. A bluish radiance enveloped their entire bodies, and I wondered if this was giving off the sulfuric odor." It's like, yeah, they're covering up their alien hands, fine, but they're also glowing blue. Why would you cover up the alien hands if you're literally glowing blue and look like this? The hands are not what's giving it away. Maybe it's just me, but wouldn't you maybe lead with the fact that they were glowing blue, not that they were wearing black shoes? Bender later gets transported to a UFO, where he meets 3 beautiful women dressed in tight white uniforms. Hey, of course you do. Look, finally some chicks enter the picture. They then take off his clothes and rub some kind of oil into every part of his body without exception. Dude, what is going on in your life? This was a dream you had. Blimey. These are also non-human ladies, as they have glowing eyes and their hair is silver. Bender has a great time being pampered in the spaceship, which apparently renders him immune to the dreaded disease, although we're not explicitly told what this is. Bender lived until he was 94, though, so maybe it worked. The Men in Black are aliens hypothesis is also strongly carried on through John Keel's Mothman Prophecies book, with multiple witnesses noticing strange things about the people asking after their UFOs. Jack Brown, or whoever he was described by Mary Hire as follows. His hands were especially unusual, she thought, with unduly long, tapering fingers. Her niece also noticed this when he paid her a visit. In the book, it says she, quote, not only noticed his long-fingered hands, but there were also something very peculiar about his ears. They couldn't say exactly what, but there was something. One of the first witnesses to report on the Mothman in 1966 was Linda Scarberry, who had been in a car with 3 others when they saw the creature in the woods, and they drove straight to the police station in town to report it. In a later interview, Scarberry said that she'd been visited by strange men in black, and they, quote, wore black suits, black hats, and sunglasses. They drove black cars, Cadillacs, I think. They looked like human beings, but their skin was somewhat transparent. You could see the veins in their hats very clearly. Their fingers were longer than a normal person's fingers as well. Daddy shook hands with them, and he said they were awkward in shaking hands. They seemed to not know what to do or how to shake hands. Another local told Mary Hire of an encounter she'd had in 1966. He looked like a normal man and was grinning broadly. He wore a black coat and kept his arms folded with his hands out of sight. under his armpits. Maybe he was hiding those long fingers. Jane Barrow had this weird encounter as related by Keel, quoting again, "A large black Cadillac came down the street and stopped next to them. The rear door opened and a man climbed out with a big grin on his face. He was about 5 feet 8 inches tall with dark skin and oriental eyes. Jane thought he looked like a Hawaiian. He had an air of someone very important and was dressed in a well-cut, expensive-looking suit of the same grey material that was shiny like silk but was not silk." Okay. It's not some alien material then, is it? It's probably like polyester or some shit. The mysterious Jag Brown was described as being about 5 feet 7 inches tall, and a Mrs. Ralph Butler, who apparently doesn't have her own first name, opened the door. Oh yeah, in the past, like Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Butler. Opened the door to a man claiming to be Major Richard French of the US Air Force. Quoting, "His neat grey suit and everything else he was wearing appeared to be brand new. Even the soles of his shoes were unscuffed, unwalked upon. He was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, with an olive complexion and a pointed face. His hair was dark and very long, too long for an Air Force officer," Mrs. Butler thought. There are frequent references to Oriental features and dusky complexions, but while we never find out what was so weird about their ears, I think we're getting the picture. They also behaved oddly, for example, grabbing a pen from Mary Hare's office and rushing off with it, cackling maniacally. Major Richard French didn't know he was supposed to eat Jell-O with a spoon and tried drinking it out of the bowl. That silly so-and-so. Another sighting by a man from Ohio says, "When I opened the door, I saw this man standing in my living room. He was dressed in all black. I couldn't see his face, but he was about 5 feet 9. It was probably just a burglar, mate." Thanks, man from Ohio. That really didn't add anything useful to this story. Oh, I mean, yeah, but is anything? It's just like random witnesses who say they saw weird alien men come to the door. Come on. I need some evidence. Okay, before we get into the debunking section, let's circle back to the "are they real" question. We mentioned that governments might have a vested interest in stoking UFO rumors to discredit potential witnesses and mask details of real military experiments, so let's spend a few minutes on this. Men in Black did exist, although probably not exactly as we've described them so far. They also probably didn't wear black suits, but just calling them men would be a bit confusing, so I'm using the term to mean government agents interacting somewhat untruthfully with members of the public. A 2013 documentary called Mirage Men highlights former Air Force Special Investigations Officer Richard Doty as someone who infiltrated the UFO community. As per an article by Steve Rose in The Guardian, Doty and his colleagues fed credulous ufologists lies and half-truths, knowing their fertile imagination would do the rest. In return, they were apprised of chatter from the community, thus alerting the military when anyone was getting close to their top-secret technology. And if the Soviets thought the US really was communicating with aliens, well, all the better. Doty was also apparently involved in the Majestic 12 document leak, which was also covered in the Battle of Los Angeles episode. We can't take his word 100% as genuine, though, as the original writer of the Mirage Men book, Mark Pilkington, says, "Some of what he says was true and a lot of it wasn't, or was a version of the truth. I have no doubt Rick was at the bottom of a ladder that stretches all the way to Washington. It's unclear to what extent he was following orders and to what extent he was taking matters into his own hands." Of course, if Doty really was a government agent tasked with basically lying for a profession, can we trust anything he says? Rose says at the end of the piece, "As always in the conspiracy theory hall of mirrors, it's possible to flip the hypothesis on its head. What if the lies and hoaxes Mirage Men reveals are simply a smokescreen for the fact that authorities really do know secrets about extraterrestrials?" All right, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean there's any extra proof, does it? Well, we have to pick a side at some point, so let's get to the debunking, shall we? Yes, please. Oh, I'm so skeptical. I think I've made my position pretty clear. Do the Men in Black going around telling people to be quiet about stuff exist? Yes. Is that stuff aliens? No. Are they aliens? Definitely not. Interlude. Shades of Grey. But first, it's time for our section on Gray Barker. Yes! More of him now! Yes! Gray, who are you?
Who are you?
This is a character who sits exactly between the witness accounts of Men in Black and the debunking part of this episode. We've mentioned him several times already, and indeed he popped up in other things as I carried on researching. So who was this man? Born in 1925, Barker was a writer with a long-standing interest in stories about extraterrestrials. He primarily published books relating to UFO experiences and other paranormal activities, with other titles including The Silver Bridge, which drew a link between the Mothman and the Silver Bridge collapse, and MIB, The Secret Terror Among Us. He became friends with Albert Bender through their collaborative work with the International Flying Saucer Bureau, or IFSB, and indeed, it was through Barker recounting Bender's experiences in They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers that propelled the Men in Black trope into the zeitgeist of the 1950s and 60s. But was this Gray Barker a true believer like Albert Bender and John Keel seemed to be? Somewhat delightfully, it seems not. What Barker seemed to cotton onto pretty early on in his writing career was that this stuff sells. And we know this because it wasn't just him cashing in on other people's creativity. John C. Sherwood wrote a piece called Gray Barker, My Friend the Mythmaker, which was published in the Skeptical Inquirer in 1998. The article basically says that Barker presented his writings as factual while knowingly making most of it up. As we've said before, if you're not a very good writer and you want to sell a fiction book, just call it non-fiction. Boom. Sherwood says that the intelligence agencies did indeed try and cover up or spread disinformation about purported UFOs, as we've already talked about. So while Barker might have used them as a jumping off point, Sherwood writes, but that doesn't contradict what I'm about to disclose about Barker's participation in and encouragement of actual fraud to perpetuate the sale of his UFO books and magazines. Yeah, is this fraud? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's illegal. You're just kind of being like, yeah, no, I'm telling some stories. They maybe happened to me. It's like, is Dan Brown, like, you know, he's like, all of this is factual or whatever. I don't know. I don't think Dan Brown's a fraud. I just think he's an author. Sherwood kept all the correspondence he had with Barker, and there are several pretty damning pieces of evidence about how the latter viewed people who really believed in flying saucers. In June 1968, Barker wrote this to Sherwood, strictly off the record. It's clearly on the record, isn't it? Because we know about it. Unusual interest and fixation upon UFOs represents, in my opinion, a definite symptom of neurosis. I cannot, again off the record, bear for very long most of the people and the fans of saucerdom, mainly because most of them are oral aggressors, i.e. they talk all the time about saucers and make you listen. I do genuinely like a few sorcerers and former sorcerers like yourself who, along with their interest in saucers, seem to be pretty sane and can have a sense of humor about it. The quote ends. I've never heard of UFO fans being referred to as sorcerers before, but what a great word. It gives the whole thing a bit of a magical twist. It does, doesn't it? Just as much nonsense. Barker is blatantly open about presenting made-up things as true in other correspondence with Sherwood. For example, when Sherwood disbanded a small UFO group he had created, Barker wrote to him urging him to keep up the story that the Men in Black had pressured the group to shut down. Quoting again, I'll always be glad to print an article by you if you tell the real or made-up story of how these strange forces made you quit. You might as well go out of sources in the usual syndrome. I mean, I'm in the wrong business. I should just be like, I saw a flying saucer last night in the sky. It wasn't the moon. It wasn't crescent at all. It was real. And that would get more views than actually making factual content. I'm in the wrong business. Sherwood hadn't disbanded his group because of Men in Black, by the way. It was because he was too busy with college work to keep it running. Barker also got Sherwood to adapt a science fiction story he had written called Flying Saucers, Time Machines to present as a factual piece under the pseudonym Dr. Richard H. Pratt. He wrote, try to make it as technical as possible to make it look like a real scientific report. The real scientists who read our zine will see the hoax, and I hope take it as a joke. Later on, following publication of the piece, he wrote, evidently the fans swallowed this with one gulp. So I think it's clear that Gray Barker knew what his audience wanted and was happy to dish it out for them, never mind whether it was all fiction or not. Yeah, he's just trying to sell a magazine. I respect the hustle, dude. He was also involved in another hoax played on George Adamski, who was a notorious sorcerer, I guess we can call him, who had photos and stories galore of alien encounters. His photos were easily explained as close-ups of various normal bits of equipment, such as lamps and his...
Check out this flying saucer.
It's like, mate, that's a picture of a lamp. You just took real close. We can see it's a lamp.
And his stories of meeting and flying around with aliens have left people unsure if everything was a hoax or whether he was just a bit of an attention-seeking oddball. Anyway, in 1957, Adamski received a letter from R.E. Straith of the U.S. State Department saying things like, "While certainly the department cannot publicly confirm your experiences, it can, I believe, with propriety, encourage your work." Is that something that they actually sent him? I mean, it's also funny because they're like, carry on with the work. It's doing wonders for covering up our mysterious plane program. Adamski obviously took this as an official endorsement of his claims and kept using it as proof of government support in his talks and appearances over the years, much to the annoyance of the FBI. This led to special agents repeatedly asking Adamski to stop using the letter, which only gave him more fuel to say that the FBI were trying to silence him. In 1967, Barker published Book of Adamski, detailing Adamski's story and calling the Straith letter, quote, "one of the great unsolved mysteries of the UFO field. I already solved it. They want to encourage this stuff." George Adamski had died 2 years previously in 1965, but it wasn't until 1984, just after Gray Barker died, that his friend James Moseley confessed, although it had been long suspected, that he and Barker created the letter together as a prank. Or that! Or he just made that shit up. Now, before we all embrace him as our new best friend, it does seem that Barker had a mean streak that helped him exploit his main audience. Writing to Sherwood in 1970, Barker said, "The kooky books are about all that I can sell these days. I lost the sensible subscribers to Saucer News long ago, so I get a kick out of letting it reflect the utter mental illness of the field." Cynical much, Mr. Barker? Nah, fuck it. I love him. I love this dude. That's because I am like him. I'm such a cynical dickhead, but I'm just like, yes, Barker, yes, you and me. What we've learned in this section is the early mentions of the Men in Black were practically all concocted by Gray Barker, probably with a big smile on his face the whole time. Let's wrap this up. What you think you saw, you did not see. We mentioned more examples than those just directly from the typewriter of Gray Barker in this episode, so let's see if we can explain any of the other Men in Black sightings. The first reported alleged UFO sighting in modern times that kicked off the whole phenomena was Kenneth Arnold, a pilot who saw a chain of unidentified objects flying at incredible speed. While no mysterious Men in Black came to visit him, he was contacted to interview Harold Dahl, who had also seen unidentified flying objects over Maori Island just a few days before Arnold had gone public. Dahl was invited to breakfast with a man in a black suit, if you recall, who threatened him and his family if Dahl told anyone about what he'd seen. I remember.
Great job.
The threat was obviously not that bad, as here was Harold Dahl relating the entire thing to Kenneth Arnold not long after. So, what do we make of this? Number one, was Kenneth Arnold a journalist or a professional interviewer of some sort? No, he was a pilot and a businessman, so what was he even doing there? One hypothesis is that as he had been a credible, seemingly genuine and well-known witness to a recent UFO sighting, he would add a layer of credibility to this story too. In fact, Arnold had been asked to do the interview by Raymond Palmer, who had been publishing sci-fi stories for several years already, and who seemed to be a proto-Gray Barker by presenting as fact what was clearly fiction. It seems that he correctly assumed that Arnold would hear Dahl out and not question a supposed fellow UFO witness too closely. But what about the Men in Black aspect? Number two, I got much of the information about Dahl's encounter with the Men in Black from Gray Barker's They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, so I think given what we now know about him, we can add more than a liberal pinch of salt to that account. Yeah, we can fairly say just write it off as just being nonsense. Number three is that the whole Maury Island incident has been debunked as a hoax. Well, there we go, nail in that coffin, isn't it? Maybe Dahl and his colleague, Chrisman, were trying to get notoriety and a bit of money off their supposed UFO fragments, but when the plane that picked them up crashed and 2 more people died,
do I need you to survive?
It didn't seem so funny anymore. If the sighting had been genuine, you would have expected more people to come forward and corroborate the event, as large donut-shaped craft spewing metal and lava chunks from the sky would surely have been visible for miles around. In this case, I think we can dismiss the encounter with the Man in Black as either made up whole cloth as per the rest of the story, or it was just based on a real government official visiting Dahl to try and get him to admit that the entire thing was a prank gone wrong. Albert Bender's encounters with the Men in Black, as reported in They Know Too Much About Flying Saucers, and later in his own Flying Saucers and the Three Men, started off as the threatening variety, then morphed into an extraterrestrial encounter in his later book. It's worth saying that his original account to Gray Barker came out in 1956, whereas his more detailed personal account was published 9 years later, which gives plenty of time for things to blur and details to emerge that might not have been there originally. Yeah, even if he's not straight up making it up, remembering stuff like over and over again, you're going to add all sorts of details that weren't really there, and you might believe them to be true, but human memory is generally very poor for remembering. What I'm saying is that the two accounts are very different. With Bender's story, Barker took the Men in Black idea and ran with it, but we can also thank him for pointing out something that we hadn't really mentioned so far. Barker writes that the 3 Men in Black who visited Bender were assumed to be government agents, but government men do not dress so conspicuously, especially if they're on a secret mission. Exactly. If people were tasked with silencing witnesses, I suppose the black suits could be an effective intimidation tool, giving an official air to the encounter, but people in black suits in big black cars would definitely draw attention to themselves. Just turn up in a Prius wearing jeans and a t-shirt and no one would bat an eye. Barker also says that we only attach the government to these men, as that's what Bender had assumed without actual verification, but we can't really trust anything Gray Barker says, so I mean, whatever. Bender's later claims of alien travels and sexy times massage.
The 3 beautiful women lifted me up.
Oh my God.
To their spaceship and oiled me in all my crevices.
What the fuck, man? Has either been discounted as a dream or a migraine-induced hallucination, given that he mentions throbbing headaches, bright flashes of light, and also sulphurous smells at the start of many of his experiences. And if they silenced him in 1953, what did they make of him publishing a tell-all in 1962? To be honest, I don't really know what to make of all of this, as reading it now in 2024, it sounds just like a load of made-up guff. It does, doesn't it, Katie? And I think that's why we can assume that it is, indeed, a load of made-up guff. Alright, let's move on to all those weird people wandering about Point Pleasant, West Virginia, in the wake of the Mothman and UFO sightings over there in the mid-1960s. What I think we can immediately say is that if there were, in fact, strangers asking questions all over town, they were definitely not aliens. And how could I prove this? Well, I mean, oh, come on now. Katie and I, same page. While there were lots of corroborating statements about these men from a variety of different witnesses, they were all published by John Keel, who may or may not have recorded them 100% accurately. He was a prominent ufologist, although his thoughts on paranormal events varied over the course of his life, from deciding that extraterrestrial visitors could not, in fact, be confirmed, to the possibility of ultra-terrestrials, which were visitors from other dimensions in a kind of multiverse theory that we're not going to get into here. He might also, shock horror, have been less than truthful about the whole Mothman thing. What? No, so shocking. His book was published nearly a decade after the events, if you recall, and at least one man in black referred to our mischief maker-in-chief, Gray Barker. Why would he chuck Barker's name into a book? Well, let's once return to John C. Sherwood, correspondent and sometime accomplice of Gray Barker. In another Skeptical Inquirer article published in 2002 called Gray Barker's Book of Bunk, Mothman, Sources, and MIB, Sherwood once again proves that the perpetuation of the Men in Black storyline was almost totally orchestrated by Barker. You don't even really need to read the whole piece, as the introduction says. Those who seek the elusive truth behind the Men in Black and Mothman myths should know that material touched by Gray Barker's enterprising hand is tainted by self-serving deceit. He launches hoaxes, joins others' deceptions, and manipulated people's beliefs. And I, says our author, was one of those who helped. John C. Sherwood there, freezing up all the flack. So, what's the connection between Barker's Men in Black and what Keel referred to as MIBs, a name that stuck? Well, first, as we just said, the Mothman Prophecies book wasn't published until 1975. Gray Barker had written The Silver Bridge, which touted the idea that the Mothman sightings and the bridge collapse were somehow linked in 1970, 5 years earlier. Originally, it seemed that they were going to collaborate on the book together, but when Keel got wind of how made up Barker's version was, he decided to write his own. However, Sherwood describes it as having a feeling of a misremembered diary. In later years, he tried contacting Keel to ask about contradictions between the book and other things that he said in correspondence with Barker, and whether he still held the same beliefs about secret organizations as he did then, but Keel never replied. Gray Barker, who Sherwood states had done little first-hand research, which seems true to form, totally admits stuffing the Silver Bridge with fiction. In a letter to Sherwood, he writes, "I've deliberately stuck in fictional chapters based roughly on cases I heard about. Throughout the fictional chapters is an undertone which explains the sightings from a psychological viewpoint, though this is never stated." Gray Barker is an absolute legend. He reminds me of the famous skeptic guy, who recently, James Randi, ripped to the goat. In the Mothman Prophecies, Keel refers to Barker as a pioneer ufologist. Gray has made many outstanding contributions to the subject. This towering bear of a man was very hard to read, but his investigations were always thorough and uncompromising. In real life, however, according to Sherwood anyway, Keel knew Barker was a hoaxer and wasn't particularly impressed by him. He actually tells him off in a letter from March 1969, saying, "It is absolutely inexcusable that none of you bothered to interview a single witness. You went down there and looked at the sky 2 years after the main incidents occurred. This was tourism, not investigation, Gray." Yes, and Gray would reply, "And this is made up, not journalism." Keel. Shots fired. Hardly a thorough and uncompromising investigation after all. Quite the opposite, in fact. Why would Keel describe Barker in this way, though? It seemed that he valued Barker's reputation amongst sorcerers enough to keep the mystique going in print anyway. Probably because it made his book easier to sell. It all comes back to money, doesn't it? There are so many weird descriptions in the Mothman Prophecies that you can't help feeling that it's one long hallucinogenic trip. Here's another example with a stranger described as having, quote, "an unusual head, large and round white face. His face seemed angular, pointed. He had black hair, which was closely cropped to his head, as if his head had been shaved and the hair was just growing in again. There was a perfectly round spot on the back of his head, as if that area had been recently shaved. His nose and mouth seemed relatively normal, but his eyes were large, protruding like thyroid eyes, and set wide apart. One eye appeared to have a cast, like a glass eye, and did not move in unison with its companion." Quote ends. I will say that the description "thyroid eyes" appears 3 times in the book, always as a direct quote and in quotation marks. If you're not familiar, people with thyroid issues can have slightly bulging or protruding eyes due to inflammation of the tissues behind them, but it seems to have the ring somewhat of a derogatory term, especially coming from the 1960s. Yeah, like calling it thyroid eyes or whatever seems really weird. Anyway, as already stated, Keel's investigation and the publication of the book had a gap of many years, and he was at some point sharing notes with Gray Barker, so maybe some of Barker's fiction crept in. It could also be that people of the town were telling him these things, but they were all getting carried away in the excitement of the events because it was a big deal at the time, and there's still an annual Mothman festival to this day. Yeah, we already mentioned there's a camera on that weird Mothman statue, like all the time. It's the 3rd weekend in September, if this comes out in time, and in case you're thinking of going. Just in case. Maybe you're off to the Mothman Festival. Woo! Could there have been government officials sniffing around to see why all these paranormal reports were coming out of Point Pleasant in 1966? Sure. Were they acting in non-human-like manner to freak out the locals? Well, probably not. There are descriptions that really irk me, such as, even the soles of his shoes were unscuffed, unwalked upon. How are you ever in a position to see the soles of someone's shoes? And if you do see them and they are unscuffed, wouldn't you just think that they were new or just not think about it at all? Yeah, you'd just be like, oh, new shoes. That's it. That's all you'd think. There are also discrepancies between witness statements. We've mentioned several times how the appearance of the men in black was given as dark or dusky, but another quote from Keel's book states, quote, "This odd man shared the characteristics of Mary Hauser's tiny visitor of only a few days earlier. Mrs. Hauser said that the little man had unusually pale skin, almost a sickly white." The quote ends. That wasn't what she said about Jack Brown, whose complexion, she said, was even darker than that of the 2 previous visitors. It doesn't mention which other characteristics may or may not have been shared, so were there light and dark versions of these men, or were people just unable to keep their story straight? Maybe there were a few different looking people around for any number of reasons, and when I say different looking, I mean of a different nationality to the white majority in West Virginia. Maybe they were exchange students, travelers, tourists, a religious group. I mean, anything slightly outside the run-of-the-mill population everyone was used to seeing. Maybe they arrived at the same time as the Mothman by coincidence, or turned up in the wake of the sightings because they were interested in finding out more in genuine curiosity. As you can see, any of these suggestions off the top of my head is far more likely than that they were aliens masquerading as weird humans for no actual given reason. Yes, Occam's razor. According to Robert Bull, who wrote Men in Black, a preliminary report in 1997, he presents 3 hypotheses as to who the Men in Black could be. But actually, this turns out to be 4 points. Number 1, they are government agents. Covered that one, Rob. Number 2, they are projections, hallucinations of the witness. Yes, kind of mentioned something along those lines as well. 3, they are real, in a sense. Bull's definition of innocence is worlds apart from mine, however. His third hypothesis is that the weirdness of the Men in Black can be attributed to the fact that they're actually droids controlled by extraterrestrials. Dude, I mean, okay. His fourth point is better, though, in saying that people have latched on to Men in Black as a social and cultural phenomenon in the same way that other supernatural things have been latched onto and blamed in the past. Bull says, quote, "The final hypothesis presented here, and the author's money is on this one, is that MIBs are a modern variation of other entities that have appeared throughout recorded history. Such entities have been named as angels, demons, jinn, fairies, poltergeists, Mothman, appearances of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the classic Adamski-type aliens, and of course, the Greys." The quote ends. We can carry on this example even further into the modern day with characters like Agent Smith in The Matrix and internet things like Slenderman, also creepy figures in black suits staking their claim in our cultural tapestry. These things have their moments, then we move on to something else. Okay, now let's turn our attention to the Solway spaceman thing again. The spaceman in the picture behind the girl. The photo itself, while maybe jarring when you first see it, is easily explained and it's actually pretty hilarious, especially when you see the other evidence unwittingly taken by the photographer Jim Templeton. Let's take a quick look at the original photo of the young girl plus the apparent astronaut. Here it is on the screen now, and I'm also looking at it. I mean, actually look at it. Don't the spaceman's proportions and general attitude seem a bit odd if they're supposed to be facing the camera? The presumed left arm is at an unnatural angle, and light shadowing seems more indicative of the shoulder blades than the front of a spacesuit. In fact, I've seen the explanation of this photo so many times now that I'm actually having trouble seeing it as anything other than a woman with her back to the camera, as yes, that's what it is. Totally. But hold on, surely that would be obvious to Templeton if his wife was standing directly behind his daughter. Well, maybe not. You had to put the camera up to your eye back in those days, so he'd only be able to see what was directly inside the small viewfinder, and his wife was a bit further away, so out of his immediate sight. I've seen proof that the viewfinder of the camera he was using only showed about 70% of the total picture that would be captured in the photograph, thus it's quite easy to imagine that he just didn't notice his wife had wandered into the shot in the background as he was concentrating on getting a good shot of his daughter. Due to weather conditions and sunlight on that day, and at that angle, his wife, Annie, who had short dark hair and was wearing a blue dress, was overexposed on the print, making her resemble a spaceman. While Templeton kept saying that no one else was there, she was there the whole time and was presumably free to walk around as much as she wanted without alerting her husband to her exact whereabouts every second. Nowadays, it's easy to play with color saturation on photos, and any fool can clearly see that it's a woman in a blue dress. If you want further proof that it was just the girl's mother, there's another photo from the same day that shows the daughter again crouching in the grass, arranging some flowers in her hand. To the right of the shot, you can see half of Annie Templeton in a short-sleeve blue dress bending over and reaching for something in the grass. It's not a flattering angle, she's not posing, and it does not lend anything to the main subject of the picture, so we can once again assume that Jim, looking through his realistic viewfinder, just didn't notice his wife was in the shot. Tying this story back in with Robert Bull's Men in Black preliminary report, an article on the BBC about this quotes Dr. David Clarke, who says, "Ever since the invention of photography, there have been pictures of angels, fairies, and spirits. A lot were explained by lens flare or have been tampered with, but it fed into greater spiritualism in the 19th century. If Jim had taken his photo in 1864 instead of 1964, he would have taken it to the spiritualist church, and they would have said that it showed a ghost." Once the spaceman story was out, and those more innocent people of the 1960s were intrigued, however, Templeton was visited by some men in black. Or was he? There are a couple of hypotheses here, one of which we haven't talked about yet, but could potentially tie in with our previous examples. The first is that Templeton was just making the whole thing up. He was not a total stranger to the world of pranks, and lots of people are of the mind that once the story became big, he couldn't back down, so he maintained his stance that an interdimensional spaceman with a broken arm momentarily photobombed his picture until he died. He also kind of had to publicly maintain this belief as his young daughter got a lot of attention too, and obviously found this quite distressing, so if he came out and said, "Oh yeah, sorry, it was just your mum in the background," she would have been put through the ringer for nothing. The men in black, who referred to themselves numerically and abandoned him on the marsh, were just another facet of this fabrication to justify it to himself and his family. Or, and here's the other reason that could also apply to other Men in Black examples, it was a hoax being perpetrated on him. The hoaxer became the hoaxee. People who saw this story, or maybe even Bender's story, or heard stories about the Mothman, decided to play a trick on the poor gullible witnesses by cosplaying as secret government agents. What would it take? Black suits with black Ray-Bans, an air of menace, and well, that's about it. The fact that many of the men in black from John Keel's book are described as wearing ill-fitting suits doesn't have to point to them being aliens or alien puppets who don't know how to dress like a human. It could just as easily point to people who wanted to play a prank but weren't so heavily invested that they were going to go out and buy bespoke tailored suits for the occasion. To his credit, and it's the only credit we can really give him in this story, Templeton did himself say that he thought the men in black who visited him were not government agents, but were, in fact, pranksters. There's also no evidence of weird astronauts appearing at the Blue Streak missile project tests in Australia, and if they had, it would have been unconnected to the Solway spaceman, as that is without a shadow of a doubt Annie Templeton. The weirdness of the photograph still persists for some people, even though it is now clear what it actually shows. It's been a long time since I was terrorizing my university housemates with the first Slipknot album, but I was kind of delighted to see that they released a song called Solway Firth in 2019. I can't guarantee this was inspired by the Solway spaceman, but it does include the lyrics, "I won't show you the whole story, I won't show you the aftermath, I won't show you my allegory, don't look away. Here's an unexplainable one." Sure, I might be retconning this with my neuralizer, but it fits with the narrative we've built around revolving paranormal events turning up throughout human history, so I'm leaving it in. And what's next? Well, on to Polybars, the video game in the arcade that was visited by suspicious men in black. Was the government engaged in bugging video game arcade machines to spy on the public? Yes, the FBI did bug games with cameras and microphones to try and catch crimes that were going on in the shadowy alleyways of the arcades, but we're talking things like pickpocketing, drugs, and gang members. Was the government manufacturing arcade games specifically for mind control experiments? No, at least not in this specific example. If you hadn't heard of it before, the whole Polybars thing is an urban legend that started in the year 2000. Any references to people actually playing it at the time are either false or conflations with other real games. Men in Black may well have been seen trundling games in and out of arcades, but these were for the mundane purpose of reviewing the footage they'd taken, not to download your brain data. Ryan Houlihan on Inverse.com wrote, quote, "Games like Tempest were selected less for their mind control abilities and more because their cabinets featured glass bezels ideal for sticking cameras behind. The program was so extensive that it briefly caused a shortage of Tempest machines in the Seattle area during the early 80s. Just imagine teenagers watching Men in Black wheeling Tempest machines in and out of arcades every few days. It only makes sense that they would start ascribing outlandish motives to the agents. The good guys dress in black. Remember that." As I'm writing this, I'm desperately thinking of anything else I could be doing instead, and my eyes have come to rest on a sticker of Shrek that my daughter stuck to my husband's laptop. You remember why ogres are like onions? It's not because they stink or they make you cry, it's because they have layers. And here's another one to add to the urban legend of the Men in Black. Remember John Keel of Mothman Prophecies fame? In a possibly tacit foreshadowing of the content of his books, he starts it with a story of a mysterious bearded black-clad stranger visiting homes at night in West Virginia mere days before the Silver Bridge collapsed. In the next chapter, he reveals that the bearded black-clad stranger was actually him trying to use someone's phone as his car had run off the road. He posits that the time of night, the unfamiliarity of his appearance and the accents and the subsequent strange happenings in Point Pleasant might have got linked together in people's minds, creating creating a story that Beelzebub had visited West Virginia on the eve of a terrible tragedy. I'm not entirely sure if this black, bearded Beelzebub was actually a story going around the town, or if it's just Keel using this as a hypothetical example of how these stories are born, but either way, I'm not sure why he included this, especially at the start of his book. He comes to the same conclusions we have. Out-of-context strangers taking on sinister meanings in people's minds, and entire false narratives can be woven from what were actually perfectly innocent and innocuous events. Does this mean that the entire rest of the Mothman prophecies is one big confusion that he knew all about all along? Or did he just not notice that he was debunking the Men in Black and the spread of urban legends in general before he'd even started the story? I don't know what Gray Barker had to say about this book, but it probably would have made a good quote for the end of this section, so feel free to insert your own. What was there is now gone. For a brief moment in time, Men in Black turning up in the aftermath of a UFO sighting were part and parcel of the whole story. But as Steve Rose put it in his Guardian piece, quote, "In the cold light of the post-Cold War, the evidence is starting to look pretty shaky for UFOs. Numbers at UFO conventions and clubs are dwindling. The UK's Ministry of Defence closed its UFO desk in 2009 and, like many countries, has declassified its UFO documents. If there were any smoking gun, you'd imagine it would have been found in our current golden age of leaks and disclosures. But so far, there's only been mere smoke." Nowadays, UFO fever has seriously died down since its mid-20th century heyday, and therefore, so have references and new examples of Men in Black turning up to scare witnesses into silence. Of course, government agents are still infiltrating things left, right, and center, but now it's going to be more online rather than in person, and they're looking for religious extremists, domestic terrorists, and cybervillains rather than worrying about some guy who said sexy women rubbed oil all over his body when he was in a spaceship. Hey! The movie franchise that started in 1997 has taken over the term Men in Black, and you now have to scroll a long way down Google results if you want to find anything that was anything but a sci-fi action comedy. Luckily, I'm slightly better at searching than that, otherwise this episode would have been really quite different. Obviously, the films have taken the idea of a government agency being involved in hiding alien activity in a different direction, but it's more than likely that the initial seed of this idea came from Barker, Bender, or Keel's books. I don't have cause to bring out the Danny DeVito unit of measurement in this episode, but you might be interested to know that in the first Men in Black movie, there's a jokey montage of screens in the MIB headquarters showing real famous people who are actually aliens living on Earth, and one of them is our man himself. He's wearing a suit and looking like he's getting ready to go to sleep on a couch, but hey, maybe that's what aliens do when they're alone. With Men in Black now firmly relegated to the realm of entertainment, though, maybe it's time for the real ones to re-emerge, as the fiction we are all familiar with would provide a really good cover. Basically, what I'm saying is, saw something strange, watch your back, because you'll never quite know where the MIB is at. God, it's been a long time since I saw that movie. That's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you're listening to this as a podcast, do leave a review. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Sorry.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, am your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers. In this case, Danny's written me. Excuse me. Was Avril Lavigne replaced by an imposter? Well, the answer's no. Thanks everyone for being here. No, I'm just kidding. Danny has written somehow 25 pages on this. I've vaguely heard of this conspiracy theory. I think you've seen some pictures and I'm like, this is clearly nonsense. Aren't they like, oh yeah, she was replaced by a security guard or bodyguard or something, who was obviously a woman. Because women can be security guards. Let's crack on with it, shall we? The format of the show, I've never read this before. We're going to read it together. Let's go. Towards the end of 2003, a quite remarkable crisis meeting was said to have taken place at the headquarters of Arista Records in Santa Clara, California. There were several items of pressing importance on the agenda that morning, which could potentially deal a devastating blow to the record label's meticulously planned schedule. Aerosmith were refusing to complete their world tour following a heated argument over which one of them had failed to put the ham in the vegetarian quiche. Barry Manilow was threatening to write a whole album of new material himself. The vending machine in Sector 6 was spitting coffee all over the floor and creating a potential slipping hazard. And worst of all, Avril Lavigne, the record label's freshest and brightest rising star, who had just scored a massive breakthrough with her first album, had gone and died at the age of just 19. This was surely going to hamper any progress on her eagerly awaited follow-up album. Fortunately, one bright young executive came up with a cunning plan. He just got on the telephone with the vending machine leasing company and arranged for an emergency call-out that afternoon. But what about the other little problem concerning the dead teenage pop star? No, this isn't what... Like, there's been bigger stars than Avril Lavigne who have just randomly died. Like, they didn't... There's no Kurt Cobain replacement. But he was... Kurt Cobain was a bigger deal than Avril Lavigne. Yes, definitely, it's Kurt Cobain. Although maybe he's just such a big deal because he died. I don't know. I'm not a giant Nirvana fan, so who really knows? But she'd just be dead. They wouldn't replace her. Like, people die all the time. Who is that other woman? The British woman? She sang sort of jazz music. God damn it. She also died. People die. They do drugs and stuff. It's their thing. Like, they're pop stars and rock stars. It's what they do. They die young. You might be wondering what I'm waffling on about here, as Avril Lavigne is still very much alive today at the age of nearly 40. I literally watched her perform live on the television yesterday as she put in an appearance at the Glastonbury Festival 2024. Oh yeah, did you, Danny? Did you? Or was it her imposter, Danny? But I haven't just slipped into an alternative timeline in which Avril Lavigne died at 19, Hitler won the Second World War, and tactile keyboards for mobile phones never went out of fashion. Oh, we can dream, Danny, can't we? The dream of bringing the BlackBerry keyboard back, Danny, yes! I'm talking about one of the biggest and most enduring conspiracy theories relating to the secret death of a celebrity figure, which has now been bubbling away for the best part of 20 years and occasionally rises to the top of the newspaper pages. And it runs something like this. Really? This rises to the top of the newspaper pages? Really? That Avril Lavigne is secretly dead like 20-something years ago? Please. Following the death of the original Avril Lavigne in 2003, after the release of just one album, oh my god, 2003 was 21 years ago. Feeling old, Whistle Boy!
I am old.
After the release of just one album, all her subsequent recordings and live shows and TV appearances over the next 21 years were undertaken by a doppelganger hired by the record label to keep on shifting big units whilst keeping the tragic truth hidden from the hordes of gullible fans. What, they just also like have family and stuff, just completely bought in with this? They're like, oh yeah, we'll just pretend that our daughter's still alive for, well, I guess money's a pretty good incentive because I'm sure they'd have to cut them in big time. But then how many people are you cutting in? Like, how many people actually know she's dead? Because over 21 years, that shit's gonna get out. But some of the most dedicated Avril Lavigne fans weren't quite as gullible as the record label had imagined. And by Avril Lavigne fans, we mean conspiracy theorists. Over the years, a collective proudly known as Avril Rangers have been piecing together all the vital clues which prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the fraudster who's been parading under the moniker of Avril Lavigne for the last 2 decades is far from the real deal. Apparently. Now, it's not very often that I reach a solid conclusion on a Decoding the Unknown topic before we've even made it out of the introduction, but in this case, even after adopting a thoroughly open mindset, it would seem quite ridiculously unlikely that any truth can be found in such a balmy conspiracy theory. Well, yes, Daddy, but you somehow managed to put 25 pages. I don't know how long that is. It's probably over an hour. We're 5 minutes in and we're on page 2, Danny. How has this happened? But the real questions we're asking today is how such a theory, based on the flimsiest of non-evidence, has managed to keep boiling for quite so long, how the silliest elements have managed to get traction around the world, whilst the more rational roots of the theory were willfully ignored, and why some of the most devoted fans of Avril Lavigne were so desperate to believe that their idol was dead. Of course, I could just be sneakily misdirecting you before I hit you with the shocking revelation at the end that this so-called conspiracy theory is absolutely true. There's only one way to find out. And no, I don't mean just fast forward to the end. Where would be the fun in that? No one's fast forward to the end. You got to watch this in its entirety or listen to it in entirety because that sends good vibes to the YouTube podcast algorithm, so they'll show these to more people. Yes, you know what else does that? Leaving a comment or putting a review on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or whatever. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
A girl you used to know. I guess this is a reference to an Avril Lavigne lyric, the subtitle of this section. I realize I don't know Avril Lavigne's music well enough to even do this, and I often get it confused with Shakira for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe they replaced Avril Lavigne with Shakira.
Shakira, that's tú?
In December 1999, Canadian country superstar Shania Twain invited a 15-year-old fan onto the stage at the Coral Centre in Ottawa to perform a duet in front of an audience of over 20,000 people. I was talking to my dad last week, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we just got back from seeing Shania Twain in concert," and I'm like, "Really? Like, Dad, I did not imagine you as a Shania Twain fan." He's like, "Oh, no, I'm a Shania Twain fan." And I'm like, we don't know about each other, I guess. Man, I feel like a woman. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. That's Shania Twain, right? Please be that Shania Twain. Otherwise, that's really embarrassing, and it's already embarrassing. This wasn't just a spontaneous act. The 15-year-old fan had recently won a singing competition run by a local radio station in which the top prize was the opportunity to perform on stage with Shania Twain. That's got to be really awesome if you're an up-and-coming singer to win that prize. That's pretty incredible. Only for one song, mind. Let's not take the piss. Yeah, it'd be a bit weird if you'd gone to see Shania Twain and everything is a duet with a random 15-year-old who you've never heard of. Following the performance, the fan had told Shania that have you guys seen that video where it's like Coldplay's playing in some like fucking it's Coldplay. There must be like 50,000 people watching their gig. And there's one dude in the audience and he's holding up like a sign or something and it says, "Can I play piano?" And Chris Martin's like, "Really?" And the dude gets up on stage and nails, I can't remember what song it is, but Chris Martin's singing along with him. And this dude's like jamming out on the piano, playing with Chris Martin. And I'm like, that is so cool. That would be, I mean, other than being Chris Martin, that would be like the second coolest thing to happen. You're still the second coolest person at that show. But still, like, that is just gonna be... there's no words for how awesome that is. Following the performance, the fan had told Shania that she wanted to follow in the footsteps of her favourite artist and become a famous singer one day. And she didn't waste too much time hanging about. The fan in question was from Ontario, Canada, and went by the name of Avril Lavigne. And to I just found out Avril Lavigne's Canadian. Like, Canadians and Americans in my mind, because they sound the same to me. I'm always like, yeah, Avril Lavigne. American. William Shatner. Found out he was Canadian. It's like, okay. And within the space of just a year from that brief duet with Shania Twain, Avril Lavigne landed her own 2-album deal with Arista to the tune of over $2 million based on the strength of a single 15-minute audition. God damn, okay, your life is going, mwah, this is fantastic. However, the pause button was here for just a little while as the record label tried to figure out what exactly they were going to do with their latest signing. She'd grown up singing church and country songs, but the record label wasn't convinced that those songs about Jesus wearing cowboy boots were likely to get heavy rotation on the radio at the dawn of the 21st century. Tell you what, record labels absolutely bang on this one. You're gonna want a wider audience than that. Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? Jesus! That is Avril Lavigne, right? If it's not Avril Lavigne, I'm going to be really disappointed. There was initially a struggle to shape a sound and image that would fit, and at one point she was on the verge of getting dropped before getting the chance to release a track. Honestly, if she got dropped, not the end of the world. You're going to take that $2 million and go to another record label and be like, hey, I'll do $1 million. I already got the 2 from Astro Records or whatever. Like, I'll do you a deal. And you'll still be super famous in Avril Lavigne. Boom. Yes. By 2002, Arista Records had finally realized that it might be an idea to let Avril decide who exactly she wanted to be. That sounds like an Avril Lavigne song. Decide exactly who you want to be. Oh, the little girl who'd grown up singing church songs was now a 17-year-old who liked hanging around with skaters. And after handing over much of the creative freedom to Avril herself, the debut single, Complicated, oh thank God it was her, showcased a more alternative artist than Arista may have first had in mind when they were throwing around millions of dollars. She's often described as a punk pop princess, with a penchant for grungy guitar lyrics dripping with teenage attitude. It might be a bit of a stretch to say that she's a hardcore purveyor of either punk or grunge, but her nickname of the Anti-Britney, not a label she ever cared for herself, kind of sums up how she was a world away from the polished pop high heels and excessive glitz of many of her contemporary artists chasing a similar young audience. Avril Lavigne was more of a rebellious tomboy, heavily influenced by skater culture, who balked at the prospect of wearing feminine clothing before preferring baggy clothes and Converses. Actually, she also adopted an early habit of wearing a necktie over a tank top, but to each their own. That's a weird fact. Was that some sort of 90s, early 2000s things? I don't remember that at all. The point is that while she was clearly no Johnny Rotten or Courtney Love, Avril still delivered a refreshingly spiky alternative for a teen audience still drenched by the buckets of vomit getting relentlessly spewed out by the likes of the Backstreet Boys. Yeah, I don't really know Avril Lavigne's music particularly well, but I was much more of the, I liked alternative rock sort of thing. That was definitely my vibe. I didn't dress like a skater, don't get any ideas. I wasn't out there wearing baggy trousers. And it wasn't Converses that was hot when I was a kid. It was those really wide shoes that look a bit ridiculous. I mean, but I'm sure they were cool back in the day. But now Converses somehow don't look ridiculous to me now. But Vans shoes. Do they still make those? They were just like these giant wide shoes. Which, thinking back on now, is like, what was this? Never owned a pair of Vans because they were ridiculous then, and they're ridiculous now. And Avril certainly found a massive audience. The first 3 singles climbed to the business end of the charts all over the world, including the track that many might consider to be her signature tune, Skater Boy. We all know that one, don't we? He was a skater boy. Wait, she was a skater boy? No, he was a skater boy. She was a something. And that wasn't good enough for something. Maybe Jesus. He was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. There we go. Thank you, Danny, for including the lyrics. It's not quite Leonard Cohen. No, it's not. But it is getting there. That's who I associate much more with my parents. My parents love Leonard Cohen. Did not imagine my dad as a Shania Twain fan. But I'm sure he went to like every Leonard Cohen's dead now, right? He was old as dude. Wait, it's gonna be Siri, is Leonard Cohen still alive? Siri! Is Leonard Cohen still alive or what? Just silence. Doesn't even answer me. I've got 3 Siri things. Son of a bitch. Meanwhile, the accompanying 2002 debut album, Let Go, was a widely acclaimed monster hit. Not only is it credited with spearheading the rise of female-led pop-punk bands, but it went on to sell 16 million copies around the globe. I have no idea if that's a good number. I know nothing about record sales. Wait, isn't like a million platinum? That can't be right, because then this would be like 16 times platinum. And it's not exactly the Beatles, is it? So, I don't know. And is the most successful album of the 21st century. What the? To be released by a Canadian artist. Okay, good. We got that qualifier in there, didn't we? What about, God, who's that famous band? It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Bare Naked Ladies. I love the Bare Naked Ladies. Pinch Me is one of my favorite songs. People say the Bare Naked Ladies can be a little bit cringe. I think they're perfect. I love the Bare Naked Ladies. I won't be judged. I mean, you can judge me if you want. Don't give a shit. I'm going to listen to the Bare Naked Ladies on the way home today. Oh, no, I'm not. I was like, I'm driving over work today. I'm not. My car got a flat tire. It's just parked outside my office, and they've ordered a new tire, and they're coming to put it on tomorrow morning. Oh, it's so disappointing. It was my fault. I was just driving a little bit too fast, and I think I hit like a loose rock in the road. It didn't even give it a puncture. It just fully blew out the sidewall. And then I'm like, oh, new tires, £400, is it? Brilliant. One tire. I remember back when I drove like a piece of shit car. It was I got a new tire on that bad boy for like £30. What the f-? The rest of her career might be considered largely irrelevant from here, as we're no longer talking about the same artist. We'll come back to some of the... Sorry, I'm going so slow today. I really will stop telling personal stories about cars that no one cares about, and my parents' love of Leonard Cohen and apparently Shania Twain, and I'll actually get on with this, because we've got a very important mystery to solve today, don't we, everybody?
Oh my god, yes.
We'll come back to some of the specifics of her subsequent life and work in a little bit. In a nutshell, she changed her musical direction and image quite a bit over the years and continued to carve out a glittering career, even if it never quite managed to emulate the triumph of that first album. She was nominated for no less than 8 Grammy Awards between 2002 and 2007, but didn't manage to win any of them. Oh, not Shakira. I'm already thinking your name's Shakira. Oh, Avril. It's so sad. I'm still chasing the glory of my first channel, Top 10s. I'm still just trying to make something that was as good as that, Avril. I'm being sarcastic, Avril. And whilst she's certainly done incredibly well for herself and enjoyed levels of success that would make most recording artists turn green with envy, she's racked up a total of 40 million sales and enjoyed a net worth of around $60 million. God damn! Avril Lavigne got that money! It's fair to say that she never quite made it into the same league as Britney Spears or Shania Twain. Wait, how much is Britney Spears worth? What? That's not possible. Britney Spears is not as successful as... In my mind, Britney Spears has a lot of drama surrounding her, but not a lot of success. Whereas Avril Lavigne, I just imagine has is quite good. Britney, and I know these net worth things are just nonsense, but let's try and see. Britney Spears net worth. 60 million. Oh, okay. You and Avril, same page. And who is it? Shania Twain is going to be making... bank. She's going to be worth over 100 mil because she's been doing this forever and has some bangers. 400 mil. Shania Twain, you got it. On a more troubling and personal note, she was forced to take a break of around 4 years after getting bit by a tick in 2014 and contracting Lyme disease. Holy no way. Lyme disease sucks. Bringing up my parents again. My dad got Lyme disease, I think. He got bitten by a tick in Turkey and then I think it was Lyme disease. It's got another name. Not Lyme disease because he didn't get that badly f***ed up by it. But it was not fun. I remember him having a bad time for quite a while. At several points during the long and painful recovery process, Avril had accepted that the terrible disease was probably going to kill her. On another, I've got that vaccination against that Lyme disease. Oh my god, stop it with the tangent, Simon. They have so many ticks here in the countryside that I once went camping with my mates and I just slept outside because it's nice and I didn't want to carry a tent. I just slept in my sleeping bag outside. I woke up in the morning, I had 8 ticks on me. I was like, oh god, I'm going to get that Lyme disease. And so now I am vaccinated against Lyme disease because it is a disease that can really ruin your life. I used to know a guy who was he'd clearly been he had got Lyme disease and it had made him slower. He was smart and then he became not stupid or anything, but he was less sharp than he used to be, for sure. On another troubling note, she was also briefly married to the frontman of Nickelback, of all people, between 2013 and 2015. Chad Kroger. I feel like I knew that. But according to the conspiracy theory, we're most definitely not talking about the same skater punk poet here. We're talking about someone else entirely who stole the wheels of the original artist during a spectacular hard flip that nobody saw coming. Paint a vulgar picture. Whilst 15-year-old Avril Lavigne had told Shania Twain that she wanted to be famous just like her, it turns out that fame isn't everything that it's cracked up to be. Oh, isn't it? I quite like it. It's quite good. Arista, I mean, not like Avril Lavigne. That's probably, there's that level of fame where it's just, it's a hassle. But medium level is quite nice, I feel. Arista Records were obviously keen to strike whilst the iron was hot and maximize every opportunity from a signing that had cost them $2 million. The executives were fully aware that whilst Avril's debut album and early hit singles were the flavor of the month right now, those fickle teenage fans may well have moved on to the next big thing by tomorrow lunchtime. I don't know, Justin Bieber somehow pulls it off with his terrible music. If someone was like, would you rather listen to Avril Lavigne only for a year, or would you rather be forced to listen to Justin Bieber for a day? I would choose Avril Lavigne for a year because Justin Bieber's music is literally intolerable to me and anyone else who has taste. That meant that any notion of free time went right out of the window for Avril. When she wasn't working on the follow-up album or performing on stage or filming videos, she was getting pushed out onto a relentless promotional treadmill where she would get asked the same inane questions from aging disc jockeys who secretly wished they were interviewing Eric Clapton instead. The theory goes that this grueling schedule was eventually beginning to take its toll on Avril, who was feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the harsh glare of the spotlight. It reached a point where Arista was forced to find a vague lookalike to fill in for the real star star during simpler promotional duties such as turning up at shopping malls and waving at fans from a comfortable distance. Honestly, sounds like a pretty good idea to take the pressure off, although if you ever get caught doing it, it's going to be real bad. And you will get caught eventually, like any conspiracy theory, it's going to come out. As a physically and mentally exhausted Avril began to sink deeper into the dumps, she was hit by a deep personal loss when she was told that her beloved grandfather had passed away back home in Canada while she was in the States answering questions from disc jockeys about her favorite type of squirrel. Well, you could say that about anything. It's like, oh yeah, no, my granddad passed away. Literally just rephrase that while I was doing my job. It's like, yes, that's what most people are doing. It's just your job, Avril. You have to do this. Do I do that I don't like all the time for my job? I mean, no, not really. But is there a lot of stuff that I do that I don't like? Yes! Yes! It's called a job. Some of it you're not going to like, and you make the sacrifice to make... Like, I hate doing this. This is the one... No, I love this. I'm pretty lucky. A distraught Avril later turned up to the family home, only to find that everyone was out. Well, maybe you should call ahead, Avril. And it was on that day in early 2003 that the body of Avril Lavigne was later found hanging from the ceiling of her old bedroom. An even darker variation on the theory suggests that it was only made to look as if Avril had chosen to take her own life. She had apparently been invited to join the Illuminati. Oh, okay. Shortly after her debut album blew up, but her initial interest rapidly dissipated when it was discovered that she was expected to participate in blood sacrifices. Nobody wants to spend their Sunday afternoons participating in blood sacrifices. But you don't get to just quit the Illuminati after you've had a sudden change in heart. The organization couldn't risk the chance of Avril spilling the beans to Hello magazine, and maybe even revealing that the top secret location of the Illuminati HQ is a rundown working man's club in Barnsley. So she was wiped out on orders from the highest authority before her body was placed in the old family home and attached to a rope. Sounds likely, doesn't it? For God's sake, conspiracy theorists, get it together. Focus on a good conspiracy that actually's got something reasonable to it. Like the JFK thing, not this nonsense. Whatever the actual cause of death, it was now clear to Arista Records that the upcoming tour schedule and all future promotional duties were going to be a bit trickier than expected, which brings us right back to that crisis meeting in Santa Clara, California. After sorting out the more pressing problem of leaking coffee machine in Sector 6, the executives began to chew over the fresh inconvenience of how to keep squeezing money from an artist who had gone and died on them after only just hitting the big time. I mean, people have been working out how to do this for ages. Didn't the Beatles release like a song last year or whatever? It was like, oh yeah, we used AI to like replicate John Lennon's voice or fix it or whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm going to listen to this. And it was so bad. It was just such a bad song. But somehow, Beatles still making music, getting paid. One of the bright young sparks suddenly declared that the obvious answer was staring them in the face, or at least was already on the company payroll. The vague lookalike who very occasionally stood in for the real Avril would just have to up her game quite considerably. Her name was Melissa Vandella, and she was apparently hired occasionally as a simple paparazzi distraction who would mislead the press hounds into following the wrong vehicle and allow the real Avril to make a discreet getaway. The job description became a little bit more complicated when she later stood in for the star in public appearances after Avril began to buckle under the strain of her newfound fame and grueling commitments. Avril and Melissa were said to have become quite close friends during this period, and Avril even began inviting her stunt double into the recording studio and providing her with voice coaching. But now that the real deal had gone and thrown a 7, Melissa Vandella was the natural choice to step into the Converses and pick up where she left off. Sure, she might need to work a bit harder on the mannerisms and the voice, and a few rounds of plastic surgery wouldn't go amiss either. But after all that, you could just stick a backwards baseball cap on Melissa's head and get her to wear a necktie over a tank top whilst singing about skater boys. I mean, who could possibly spot the difference? I don't know, the people who know her fans. It's not what happened. The record label would then be free to pursue the second phase of the career plan, and the fans would never realize that the original artist was no longer with us. Yet some of those fans, the kind who open their eyes and do their own research, weren't ready to be taken for fools. Incidentally, Aerosmith eventually made up after it was discovered that the ham in the vegetarian quiche was an honest mistake, while Barry Manilow was persuaded to hold off writing his own new material for another 10 years. I know nothing about Barry Manilow. Was he particularly bad at writing songs? I know Barry Manilow's famous, and I'm sure if someone played me a song by him, I'd be like, oh, I know that. But I couldn't name a single Barry Manilow song off the top of my head. Let's get physical and lyrical. The difficult second album syndrome, often referred to within the industry as the sophomore slump, is an all too common phenomenon in which an artist or band achieve huge acclaim with a groundbreaking debut album that came from nowhere, but then face the challenge of creating a follow-up under intense scrutiny and a new weight of expectation. Yeah, for sure, of course it's going to be really difficult. All too often, it goes horribly wrong. The most striking example that springs to mind is the Stone Roses, who released a debut album in 1989, which is still considered to be one of the best albums of all time. I don't know this, I've never heard this. I should listen to this. But after becoming embroiled in a legal battle with their record label, which dragged on for years, the band's second album, eventually released in 1994, was widely considered to be a disappointing, turgid mess, after which the band broke up, having pissed all over their legacy. Yeah, but I mean, what's better? You've got to have a crack at it, don't you? One of the many challenges faced by artists approaching the difficult second album is choosing which direction you intend to take. If you produce an album in a very similar vein to the first, you might get accused of treading water or being a one-trick pony. If you produce something radically different to the debut album, you risk losing the audience you brought into your original sound and put you on the map. Yeah, but you've also got to grow as an artist. A common tactic deployed with mixed results is to produce a sequel which dares to go way darker than the original. History is littered with so many examples of artists recording a frothy, happy-go-lucky debut album imbued with hope and innocence, and then following it up with a thoroughly miserable second album which bangs on about death and war and despair and paying too much tax. Yeah, this is how I feel about, Coldplay did it quite well, but it's like Coldplay is like, oh, life's so sad, there's all these problems. And then it's like 3 albums later, it's like, how? And he's like, I would fix you. And it's like, bro, you're Chris Martin, dude. How bad can life be, my dude? There must be something about becoming famous which causes these dramatic mood swings. But this appears to be the broad route chosen by Arista and Avril too, when the second album, Under My Skin, was released in 2004. Avril Lavigne's difficult second album was always going to be more difficult than most, bearing in mind that she had died in between albums 1 and 2. There are conflicting theories as to how much the original Avril contributed to the second album before her death. Some say that the album was nearly completed and that Melissa was just working on the final mix, while others suggest that the original Avril never even started on an album which is entirely Melissa's work. But it's certainly a very different album to the first. We're not quite talking about Radiohead levels of grief and torment here. Yeah, I like Radiohead, but it is like, dudes, could you be more sad? Jesus. Fake plastic Chinese trees. I realize I like Radiohead. I can't remember the lyrics of Fake Plastic Trees, their most famous song. What the fuck? But there's a definite departure from the original sounds, with a much darker and melancholic tone seeping into the more intensely personal lyrics spread across a collection of heavier rock tracks and slightly soppy ballads. The very title of the album has rung a few alarm bells, with some suggesting that Under My Skin is a reference to how Melissa is now living under the skin of the original dead artist. Oh my god, it's like, that's how we did it. Have you seen the movie Face Off? Yeah, we got a face and we put it on mine, so I'm under her skin. Like my face is under her face. Or how the essence of the original Avril is now living under an entirely different body. Either way sounds a bit messy. But there are further secret clues scattered liberally through the whole album. These meaningful lyrics can be seen as either a foretelling of future tragedy from the original Avril or a subtle confession from Melissa that all is not quite as it seems. This immediately reminds me of the time we covered the Paul McCartney is dead theory on Decoding the Unknown, and we explored how the surviving members of the band provided helpful pointers to the truth over the course of the next few albums. Whilst I'd warn you in advance that the lyrical clues found within Under My Skin can hardly be described as compelling, and that's a generous way of putting it, at least we're dealing not with the concept of subliminal messaging here. These lyrics are right there in the open for everyone to contemplate, and there's no need to play the record backwards at the wrong speed in order to decipher the hidden codes. So, for example, the track Slipped Away is clearly a reference to how the original Avril is no longer with us, as the lyrics reveal. If it wasn't fake, it happened. You pass by, The day you slipped away was the day I found it won't be the same. I mean, that is just the most generic thing ever. It could mean anything. And I think that's like quite intentional because that means people can apply the song to themselves, like, you know, like horoscopes or whatever, and that makes it more personal to you and relatable, which is a good thing in music if you want it to be like vastly commercially successful. Not convinced by this? No, me neither. Avril has provided the far more reasonable explanation that the song is about the night she heard her grandfather died, a genuine event which occurred while she was away touring with the first album. So, we'll let her have that one. But there are further clues on the album which might give us an idea of what the singer did next after hearing this sad news. The track and hit single Nobody's Home could be interpreted as an account of Avril finding an empty house when she returns to the family home to grieve. The lyrics observe, she wants to go home, but nobody's home. It's where she lies, broken inside. It's not lyrical genius, is it? I suppose it's very possible that Avril did indeed initially return to the family home and found that nobody was in at the time. In that situation, I would have just assumed that everyone had nipped out for a bit. I mean, look, people are going to be in the comments like, Simon, you just said you like Coldplay and stuff. I like Coldplay, but like... that lyric, you cut me down a tree and brought it back to me. It's like, what, Chris? What's that even mean? I remember looking that up on Genius once, being like, what the f*** is he talking about? It's like, I don't think there was an explanation. It's just like, yeah, I don't know, it rhymed, did it? In that situation, I would have just assumed that everyone had nipped out for a bit. I'd probably just put the kettle on, have a cheeky rummage through the cookie jar as I awaited their return. But Avril's story continues in another track on the album, which hints that Avril took considerably more drastic and macabre measures. In the song My Happy Ending, we hear the words, so high hanging in such a fragile rope, don't leave me hanging in a city so dead, help up so high on such a breakable thread. The reason I'm not singing these is because A, I don't want to, and B, I don't know these songs. I don't think I need to go into detail on the perceived implications with this one, and it seems that things have now taken a pretty dark turn. It's enough to make you wish that she'd just written a few more songs about what happened next with Skater Boy. Tell us the rest of the story of Skater Boy, Avril. We want to know. Stop telling us about death. It's so melancholy. Another album track, Together, appears to be a direct message from Melissa as she sings, the truth isn't far behind me. Something is not right. When I close my eyes, the truth comes to me, and I'm living a lie. And the clues aren't always restricted to this difficult second album, which incidentally sold 10 million copies worldwide and became Avril's first chart topper in the US, even though sales figures were down quite a bit from the debut. Whoa, she must have just released at a bad time then, because someone else must have just done better. The third album from the entity known as Avril Lavigne was released in 2007 under the name of The Best Damn Thing, and again marked a rapid change of gear as Avril ditched the post-grunge gloom and delivered a far more poppy and commercial album targeted squarely at the mainstream. Smart move for that money. Actual sales figures would continue to fall throughout the rest of Avril's career, largely in line with the general slump in sales of physical media, although it could be argued that she'd perhaps lost a fair chunk of popularity and relevance over the years. But this third album was still unquestionably a big hit of the year and spawned several chart-topping singles. Even though some felt the fusion of bubblegum pop with lyrics that still bordered on the dark side could feel a little jarring at times, a bit like someone taking the lyrics of Hurt, originally by Nine Inch Nails, famously covered by Johnny Cash, great song, and trying to put them to the tune of Dancing Queen by ABBA. I hurt myself. I like that. It's the title track from, in particular, The Best Damn Thing, which drew the attention of the conspiracy theorists as we seem to hear another outright admission from Melissa. In what appears to be a direct reference to her predecessor, she sings, like it or not, even though she's a lot like me, we're not the same. Blimey, she might as well have just released the album under her real name and be done with it. It's so weak, guys. Anyone who believes this, you're an idiot.
What an idiot!
Or maybe not, because if we're being honest, this is all just complete bollocks, isn't it? Yes, Danny! I'm sure Simon must have pointed out that at least 7 times by this point. At least 7 times, Danny. The whole concept of overanalyzing lyrics probably leads to madness at the best of times. If anyone were to take Morrissey's lyrics too seriously, he would probably have been locked away for his own safety years ago. Come to think of it, if Morrissey ever released a track entitled It's Not Been a Bad Day Really, All Things Considered, then I'd strongly start to suspect that it had been replaced by a malfunctioning clone. But this case is particularly silly, as we're attempting to find hard evidence of unlikely real real-life situations within typical vague and gloomy punk emo lyrics about empty houses and fragile rope and living a lie and not being the same, all of which could yield a million different interpretations, most of which have nothing to do with taking your own life and getting replaced by a doppelganger for the rest of your career. Even if the lyrics had been far more explicit, say, "My name is Melissa. I'm not the real Avril. She's dead. I said, see you later, girl," but she didn't answer on account of her being dead. Just in case a single viewer is still harboring any doubts about this, I should break it to you gently that the Beatles never really lived in a yellow submarine. Elton John couldn't really know a first thing about a flying record, and despite what she claims, Mariah Carey would feel a bit pissed off if you turned up to her house on Christmas Day and offered only yourself as a present. Mariah Carey would be like, what the Shania Twain be like, "It's raining men. They're all falling from the sky and dying horribly on the ground. Some of them are still alive but broken." So let's turn our gaze away from the ambiguity of slightly gothy lyrics and focus on something a little more visual. Say, for example, Avril's physical appearance. Even if Melissa went for the full plastic surgery package with all of the trimmings, the surgeons surely couldn't have perfected every tiny detail. A true fan would be able to spot the difference. And in this case, spots were a big part of the difference. Oh my. The real Avril had all patches of freckles in her arms, along with at least 4 moles, most of which mysteriously disappeared by the time Melissa came along. I've got an explanation for this. In summer, I have lots of freckles on my arms. In winter, I don't. They come out when it's sunny and they go away when it's not. Also, moles. I've had moles and now I don't have moles because they surgically remove them if they think they look dodgy. It's a thing. Stop it, conspiracy theorists. A few freckles did eventually make a comeback in later years, but the Avril Rangers reckon that these look less natural than before and were clearly tattooed onto Melissa's arm after the oversight was first brought to the attention of the record label. Please. I can obviously understand where this concern came from. I don't know about you, but whenever I meet up with a freckled friend who I haven't seen in a while, I always insist on performing a routine freckle count before engaging in conversation with them. You can't be too careful these days. Yeah, doppelgangers everywhere, Danny. There are other noticeable physical differences between the real and fake Avril Lavigne. The original Avril had faint skin blemishes on her face, which have disappeared. The shape of her eyes has changed, and Melissa is sporting a very different nose. That latter point was backed up by Life and Style magazine, who called in nose expert George Lefkowitz to sniff around the blatant photographic evidence. George concluded that Melissa's nose is more refined, has better proportions, and is clearly not the same nose. I'll tell you what, there's this thing that exists called a nose job that people get all the time, especially celebrities. If that's not enough to convince you, then consider this whopping discrepancy. Melissa isn't even the same height as the original Avril. According to Avril's own website back in 2002, when she was still alive, her official height was listed as 1 meter 58 centimeters, or 5.1 feet. However, Melissa clearly couldn't quite reach such dizzying heights. Ever since around 2005, Google has listed her official height as 1.55 meters, or 5 feet. Well, that's a very small difference. Also, for a while, I'd go online and this thing saying I'm 6'8". I am not 6'8". I'm sure if you search that, like a few down now, there'll be a thing saying like, "Simon, what's the height 6'8". Like, I mean, I'll take it. Actually, that's too tall. 6'8" is real tall. They surely could have afforded to splash out a bit on a limb-lengthening surgery to sort out such a glaring difference. Had this been the other way around, we could perhaps have put it down to Avril experiencing a late growth spurt, but she's a bit young in life to be dramatically shrinking. The clues keep on stacking up if you look hard enough in the wrong places. Avril's singing voice has apparently changed since her death, and she's become increasingly out of tune. Although I think much of that theory is subjective. Avril's handwriting has changed, as can be seen by comparisons of handwritten lyrics before and after her death. Yeah, and again, people's handwriting, like the height thing it's a tiny difference, it's not a real thing. And the handwriting, it's like, yeah, I'm sure if I look at my handwriting from 10 years ago, it's going to look different, because I don't really write that much anymore, and when I do, no one else is reading it but me, so it's real messy. I can read it, pretty sure no one else could really get the gist of my handwriting. I don't dot I's or cross T's. As long as I can read it, that's all I care about. And if I'm writing so someone else has to read it, like I'm filling out like a hotel form or whatever, then I just print, because people can't read my handwriting. Well, so they say. We don't actually have too many examples of Avril's handwriting to compare, and the few that we do have to look at, they look reasonably similar to me. Yeah, someone could look at my handwriting and be like, it's reasonably similar. It's different, but it's reasonably similar. Some of the Avril Rangers have pointed out that their own handwriting has never changed at all since adulthood, so even the slightest hint of a difference in styles is deeply suspicious. It's not. Other people have noticed subtle changes in their own handwriting over the years, and you have to remember that Avril would have only been around 17 when she was writing the early samples. Yeah, I'm sure 17-year-old Simon, who was still at school and still had to write legibly for teachers who would have a go at you if your handwriting was not neat, had way better handwriting. I'm not sure if my own handwriting might have changed a bit since I was 17. It's hard to tell because ever since I stopped having to leave notes for the milkman, I very rarely had to need to pick up a pen. I'm not even sure I'd remember how to use one. I write quite a lot because I like taking notes and like coming up with ideas and stuff using pen and pencil or pen and paper. Pen and paper. But that's just me. Melissa clearly remembers how to use a pen, though, as she provided us with another blatant clue during a special photo shoot in which she'd taken the curious step of scrawling her own name across her own hands in marker pen. When I say her own name, I mean her own real first name. The photo clearly shows Avril 2.0 posing with the name Melissa etched across her fist. If the whole doppelganger conspiracy theory is not true, then it's a mystery as to who the Avril Lavigne was referencing when she did this, as she's never explained it. But even if the conspiracy theory was true, I'd think it unlikely that Melissa would have been allowed to get away with providing such obvious clues after the record company had gone to such lengths to cover up the truth. This is quite a common theme with conspiracy theories, though, and something we've mentioned on Decoding the Unknown before. After an individual or group or entire secret organization has invested millions or billions of dollars into hiding a massive secret, some non-sheeple truthers still feel utterly convinced that the same party then went on to leave a trail of fun clues behind for clever people to spot so that the whole operation will be exposed. Unless you get a massive kick out of wasting your own time and pissing away your own money, you just wouldn't bother doing that, would you? No, Danny, you wouldn't. This is why many conspiracy theories are just nonsense. Before we move on to the final fundamental basic of why the current version of Avril Lavigne is undeniably a very different person to the original, it's worth pointing out that there are a few alternative theories connected to the well-being of the star. It was once reported that Avril did actually die until much later in 2013 when she was killed in a snowboarding accident at the Whistler Blackcomb ski resort in Canada's Coast Mountain, which may or may not be one of Simon's little business side ventures. It's not, but I do have stickers from Whistler. According to the website Global Associated News, quote, witnesses indicate that Avril Lavigne lost control of her snowboard and struck a tree at a high rate of speed. She was airlifted by ski patrol teams to a local hospital. However, the musician died instantly from the impact of the crash. Okay, Global Associated News. It sounds so real, but it must just be one of these fake news websites, right? If this ski resort does have anything to do with the Whistler Empire, then I think Simon might need to have a think about tightening up the safety standards, as several other high-profile names are also reported to have met a grisly fate at the exact same location over the years, including Mickey Rourke, Russell Brand, and George Clooney, all of whom are still claiming to be alive. In fact, all these stories originated from a prank website which encourages users to quickly generate their own fake news stories relating to celebrity snowboarding fatalities. What a weird little niche. And of course, it didn't take long for someone to plug the name Avril Lavigne into the fake story generator, as it seems a lot of her fans really can't handle the concept of the original Avril being alive for reasons that we'll return to later on. Not all of the Avril Rangers were convinced that she was dead, though. Yes, she'd plainly been replaced by a lookalike at some point in 2004, that much was obvious. But this splinter group of truthers reckons that the original Avril was still alive and well, but living in hiding. After being overwhelmed by the pressures of her newfound stardom at such a young age, she had decided to take a secret early retirement from the limelight, which forced the record label into wheeling out her replacement. I mean, that's completely unrealistic. What's she just going to live inside her house and never go out forever? Proof of this can apparently be found in a photograph taken in a store in 2012, which offers a rare glimpse of the original Avril browsing the cheese counter. The reason we know this can't have been a photograph of Melissa is because she was supposedly battling Lyme disease at the time. Not only that, but some of Melissa's most recent wrist tattoos are missing from the original Avril, who never had them inked. Or the person at the cheese counter is just someone who vaguely looks like Avril Lavigne. Mystery solved. There's not really much to go on here, though. Whilst Avril was indeed seriously ill with Lyme disease for over 4 years, she wasn't diagnosed with the condition until 2 years later, in 2014. Besides, I'm not convinced that the woman in the photograph is either Avril or Melissa anyway, because her face is largely covered by a hoodie. So let's not concern ourselves with too many silly deviations, and return to the main, entirely sensible and logical theory. The current version of Avril clearly can't be the same as the original because the two of them share entirely different values and principles. Oh, because I'm sure the fans know them so well. In 2017, Avril 2.0 made several posts across social media which revealed that she'd sold her soul to slim secret bars. What the f*** is this? A photograph of Avril tucking into her new favorite pleasure was accompanied with the words, "Feels good to be back in the studio again. Love #slim secret bars. They're yummy snacks to have when working." Sounds like just like it's a sponsored thing, although she really should have included #sponsored to like be in compliance with like regulations and stuff. You can't just be telling people you think something's good and then not say it was sponsored. I mean, maybe it wasn't sponsored. Maybe she just really does love slim secret bars.
Yum.
One user was quick to vent her disgust at the star's actions, pointing out Avril Lavigne would never promote a slim secret bar. The jig is up, Melissa. Stop it! Stop it! This must be that. I don't imagine Avril Lavigne gives a. She'd probably be like, this is really annoying and dumb. People are dumb. I mean, I regularly go on the internet and it's like, oh, people are dumb. I suppose the idea here is that the original rebellious anti-corporate skate punk star would never have contemplated selling out with a string of cheesy sponsored posts for slimming snacks. You'd never catch me betraying my principles and taking the money just for the sake of promoting a range of healthy alternatives to sugary treats which allow you to take control of your cravings whilst providing you with bite-sized, body-loving, balanced nutrition for guilt-free snacking every day. Just to be clear, we're not getting paid by, what was it called? Slim Snacks, Slim Streets, Slim Secret Snacks. But if they do want to sponsor me, I'll take their money. But this kind of thing does happen with our heroes more often than we'd like. I'll never forget the time I first saw John Lydon from the Sex Pistols appearing in a TV commercial for Country Life Butter in 2008. Dude, you're in the Sex Pistols. Don't you have enough money? The former Johnny Rotten was one of the last people in the world I'd ever expected to see embracing any kind of corporate endorsement deal. But there he was, the former voice of the anti-establishment, prancing about in a tweed jacket whilst proclaiming that he loves the freshly churned, creamy taste of Country Life Butter. It was enough to make me choke on my smoked salmon avocado toast at the time, although John Lydon later revealed that the adverts helped turn his life around and get him out of debt, so fair play to him. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Like, you might be this dude from the Sex Pistols, but like, it doesn't matter how much money you earn if you spend it all. But I'm sure most of us have examples of our own seemingly rebellious young heroes who would have sneered at the very thought of getting into bed with branding departments during their prime, but in later years were seen promoting bum pimple cream or participating in Celebrity Pig Testicle Kitchen after the money had started to dry up. Yeah, join me in 10 years when I make my appearance on D-list Celebrity Pig Testicle Kitchen. God, that'd be depressing. I'm sure that if Kurt Cobain had lived to his 50s, we would eventually have seen him in TV commercials for Honey Nut Cheerios. That's just the way it goes. Treat yourself to a box of yummy Slim Secret bars and forget about it. Not sponsored by Slim Secret bars. Unless Danny is, in which case, Danny, you need to disclose or I'm getting in trouble. But I get the feeling Danny's not, because that would be weird. Other fans were incensed when the so-called Avril Lavigne took the decision to marry Chad Kroeger in 2013, a man whose main crime to humanity is being the frontman of Nickelback. Look at that photograph! Every time I do it makes me laugh! Chad Kroeger. Nickelback's alright. Avril had previously been married for 4 years to Derek Whibley, the frontman for skate punk band Sum 41. The faster we're falling, we're stuck. This is like a blast from the past of music that I used to listen to. Sum 41, holy. That was like 15-year-old Simon music. All killer, no filler. Who seems more likely to hang out in the same park as Avril. In contrast, Nickelback seem to be the kind of band whom Avril might recommend to her deaf grandmother. Whilst they are unquestionably one of the most successful Canadian rock bands in history, they often attract ridicule for their formulaic, mind-numbing mediocrity, coupled with misplaced cocky arrogance, which has led them to becoming one of the most actively disliked bands of modern times. So how on earth could Avril marry the frontman of a band to which she seemed so diametrically opposed? It's a bit like Keith Richard marrying Judge Judy. Well, it didn't last very long, as they were divorced by 2015, and I suspect that there wasn't much bickering over the CD collection. But Avril was still very defensive of her ex-husband, even after the split, taking the time to have a pop at Mark Zuckerberg for being mean about him. What a weird world we live in, where Avril Lavigne's taking a pop at Mark Zuckerberg for some reason. And why is Mark Zuckerberg taking a pop at Chad Kroeger? Chill out, everybody. Can't you just all enjoy being like mega rich together? Although Mark Zuckerberg's different level of mega rich. During a demonstration video for his new home artificial intelligence assistant Jarvis in 2016, Zuckerberg demonstrated a rare attempt at humor when he asked Jarvis to play some good Nickelback songs. The response from Jarvis was, "I'm sorry, Mark. I'm afraid I can't do that. There are no good Nickelback songs." Zuckerberg immediately quipped, "Good. That was a test." He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Zuckerberg, give it up! Avril didn't find it funny, though, as she took to Facebook to post a message which accused Zuckerberg of using his own platform to promote bullying, which he found to be in poor taste. Alright, but Chad, like... as an adult man, if someone bullied me today, you'd just be like, off. We're not at school. I don't give a shit. She concluded her rap with 3 hashtags: "Say no to bullying," "The joke is old," and "Nickelback has sold over 50 million albums." Mark Zuckerberg be like, "Yeah, I've made over $50 billion. I'm not convinced that making another little joke at Nickelback's expense constitutes bullying, but I'm sure those 50 million album sales help get the band over any gentle ribbing. Yeah, like when someone makes fun of me on the internet, I'm always like, oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's so sad, but you know what makes me feel better? My substantial success. And as for why a pop-punk princess may have decided to marry the singer of Nickelback, maybe they were both happy together and it's none of our business. 100% agree, Danny, yes! Let Chad and Avril do whatever they want.
I agree.
The most cringy thing about Chad is that his name's Chad. Otherwise, he's fine. Fair enough, but what about her radical change in image? The later fake Avril Lavigne was seen rocking a style that would have been enough to make the original Avril barf. Oh my god, yes, because people grow up. If I looked at myself at 15, I'd be like, bruh. I feel like any time in the past, if I looked at myself from 5 years ago, I'd be like, bruh, because we grow up and we mature and we get better at things. It's what happens. It'd be weird if Avril Lavigne was still dressing like a tomboy. Does Avril Lavigne still dress like a tomboy? I don't even know, but it would be weird. Whilst the real tomboy anti-Britney Avril sported pale natural skin, pinned straight auburn hair, smudgy black eyeliner, and always wore crumpled clothes and Converses, the fake Avril clearly didn't get the whole memo. In much later years, Avril was sporting a bronze spray tan and platinum blonde hair with pink streaks. She had calmed down a bit with the eyeliner to adopt a more natural look, but most notably of all, she ditched the tomboy outfit in favour of dresses and high heels. And we know why she suddenly started favouring high heels, don't we? It was that sneaky attempt to hide the fact that Melissa was 3 centimetres shorter than Avril. Or I don't know, maybe she just changed her style a bit as she grew out of her late teens. Yes. Anyone who dresses like they were still dressing as a teenager, what are you doing? Stop it. My mate Chaz used to be a long-haired goth back in his teens who didn't seem to be aware of any colour other than black. Today, he's an accountant who usually wears slacks and golfing sweaters. These things tend to happen when you get a bit older, and I can understand why Avril might have fancied moving on from the teenage tomboy image before she hit 30. She herself has addressed the change of image in a recent interview with Galore magazine in 2022, in which she noted, "I was a total tomboy. When I hit my 20s, I'm not going to be dressing like I'm 17 anymore. My fashion's evolved, and I've been introduced to really cool designers. Before, I wouldn't want to wear a dress, but I learned to appreciate nice clothes and had fun with them." Yes, that's fine, and it's completely normal. What wouldn't be normal is her not doing that. It's a shame she didn't just stick with the neckties over the sweaters, but she reckons it was beginning to feel a little bit like a uniform. This gradual evolving style might also help explain the perceived difference in the shape of her eyes. The later Avril lost the hooded eyes from her younger years, which had raised a few quizzical eyebrows, but this may have been an entirely natural development, as hooded eyes can become much less pronounced in your later life. I don't know what hooded eyes are. But the shape of the eye can also look strikingly different based on something as simple as makeup, and Avril did plenty with that in her later years. Alright, so here's the very last, oh so persuasive argument. Melissa clearly had completely different music tastes to the original Avril, hence the quite radical changes in direction over the years. And we're not just talking about how she suddenly found that she could tolerate Nickelback. Over the course of just 3 albums, she went from tomboy skater pop punk to dark angst to pink princess bubblegum pop. And by the time we get to the release of her 5th eponymous album in 2013, it looked as if she'd completely lost the plot. I mean, so what are you trying to say? That they're replacing her every couple of years with someone else? Like, if you're making the argument that a change in musical style means that she's been replaced, then you have to say that she's been replaced every time that she's changed a musical style. Otherwise, it's not logically consistent, is it? Use your brains, conspiracy theorists. I know it's hard. Yes, it shouldn't really be considered too fishy whenever a recording artist makes a decision to adopt a new sound, but even I was beginning to brew doubts over Averil's real identity when I heard the baffling mixture of J-pop and dubstep and earwax that is the song Hello Kitty. The album track sounds horrible. The album track was exclusively released as a single in Japan, and the accompanying video, which depicts Avril performing half-hearted dance moves alongside expressionless Japanese women whilst wearing a bright pink tutu plastered in 3D fabric cupcakes, sparked accusations of racism and cultural appropriation, although I can't quite get my head around that. The allegations suggest that Avril was mocking or caricaturing a culture that she knows nothing about. But, well, then she wouldn't have just released the song in Japan, would she? She'd have released it somewhere where, I don't know, people want to be racist against Japanese people. Come on! But as Avril pointed out in her defense, she spends half her life in Japan, and the video shoot was conducted by a team of Japanese people. The criticism was only voiced in the West, as nobody in Japan had a problem with the video at all. No. That's not what's wrong here. After studying the video several times in what has turned out to be the most painful research I've ever conducted for a script, oh my god, Danny, poor you, I've concluded that what's wrong with it is that it's just absolutely bloody awful. The song appears to be aimed at the toddlers market, and Avril spends much of it simply repeating, "Hello Kitty, you're so pretty, kawaii," over and over again. The Independent weren't too wide of the mark when they suggested that Hello Kitty will make your eyes and ears bleed. I'm going to listen to it after this. I'll just be recording my next video, and I have blood dripping down my face. How could the same rebellious teenager with attitude behind Skater Boy be responsible for churning out such cutesy, inane drivel? Well, she obviously didn't, and I can't help feeling that the real Avril Lavigne would be spinning in her grave. It's relatively rare that Avril herself, Melissa Vandella, has addressed the conspiracy theory, though she has spoken a few times over the years when pressed about it in interviews with Brazilian and Australian TV, the Entertainment Weekly website, on a Facebook livestream, and most recently in a 2024 episode of the comedy and advice podcast Call Her Daddy. Avril has described the conspiracy theory as a dumb internet rumor and expressed her amazement that so many fans have bought into it, suggesting that some people are just bored and need something to talk about. She also joked that as far as a conspiracy theory goes, it could be a lot worse. But Avril Rangers have noted that she's never flat out denied it or taken positive steps to prove that she's the real Avril Lavigne. Tell you what, Avril Rangers, she doesn't have to, because she's like, this is stupid. If someone was like, you gotta prove you're the real Simon, I'd be like, or alternatively, you could right off. Like, it's just ridiculous. Yet I'm not quite sure how exactly she's supposed to do that. How do you prove to millions of people that you've never met you're exactly the same person you were when you were born? You could always try getting your family and oldest friends to publicly vouch for your authenticity, but they're all going to be in on the conspiracy, aren't they? There's no winning with this. There really is none. And the reason Avril Lavigne doesn't do this is she's like, there's no winning. And also just... Well, here's another idea. She could wheel out her old stunt double, Melissa Vandella, and stand right next to her to prove that they're two very different people. After all, they never appear to have been seen together in the same room. Well, there's one photograph circulating the internet which is alleged to depict the two of them together prior to the real Avril's death, but whilst one of them is clearly Avril, I'm not buying into the idea that the other is Melissa. She looks nothing like Avril, for starters. Besides, this other woman is considerably taller than Avril, and we all know Melissa was 3 centimeters shorter. So, what's stopping Avril from appearing alongside Melissa and silencing the conspiracy theories once and for all? Well, there could be a minor problem. It's unlikely that Melissa Vandella ever existed at all. It's reported that she used to be an actress, but there's no sign on her IMDb, and there's no trace of any online footprint relating to an individual named Melissa Vandella. The only thing we have to go on is a Facebook page, which was clearly set up by somebody in Brazil, where the conspiracy theory originated. In Brazil, okay. And a Twitter account which boasts the not entirely subtle handle of Avril is dead. The only link of any kind between Avril and a mysterious Melissa is that time she scrawled the name Melissa across her own hand during a photo shoot for reasons that were never explained. But it could have meant anything at all, and I strongly suspect that the random name on the fist may have just been inspired by the naming of the fictional character that popped up much later in the conspiracy theory. In short, there's no evidence to indicate that Arista Records ever employed anyone by the name of Melissa Vandella, or that Avril Lavigne ever knew anyone by that name, or that Melissa Vandella was ever even a real person. It's enough to make you start wondering if this whole thing was just made up. Oh, it is it, Danny? Avril Lavigne is not the only star to have unwittingly found herself in the center of a clone conspiracy. We've already mentioned the Paul McCartney is dead theory, which is probably the most famous example of all, but there are a few other musicians who are allegedly not quite as alive as you've been led to believe. Beyoncé apparently died in the year 2000 and was replaced with a clone, whilst Taylor Swift is very much alive, but is speculated to be a clone herself, and not just any old clone, but the clone of Zena LaVey, the daughter of the guy who founded the Church of Satan. Oh, please stop it. It's just so ridiculous. But the real Avril Lavigne conspiracy is a particularly puzzling one, as it appears to have gained bigger traction and a longer life than most, despite the fact that it's clearly absurd. I mean, there's a pretty simple explanation for every single argument put forward by the Avril Rangers. With regard to her physical appearance, freckles and moles and skin blemishes can come and go, and it's entirely conceivable that she might have had a bit of work done here and there which would explain the noticeable difference in her nose. Yes, it wouldn't be the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time that a celebrity's had it done and they're not told anyone. Like, my nose looks a lot better, and I've never mentioned my nose job. But with or without plastic surgery, it shouldn't really be considered a mind-blowing revelation that people can start to look a bit different as they age. I mean, I haven't changed at all over the last 20 years, which I expect is something to do with the weird painting I bought down at the flea market. So I like that reference. But just try Googling images of a younger Simon Whistler to see a good example of a person can visibly but gracefully mature like a really good slab of cheese. What the Why are you comparing me to a slab of cheese, Daddy? Avril's voice may have also changed a little bit over time, and I suppose her handwriting may have evolved very slightly too. But how come she suddenly shrank by 3 centimeters before she'd even hit 20? You'd have to concede that this is a little strange. Well, we should start off by saying that Avril's official height has never been set in stone, and unless you get an opportunity to stand right next to her with a tape measure, we can't know for sure if the height originally listed on the website or the revised height listed by Google was accurate. Yes, of course, because, I am a touch over 5'11", 5'11 and a half. I should just describe myself as 6 feet, because who's 5'11? But that's definitive fact now. I have stated it myself. There you go. You're welcome, internet. 6'8"? I am not. But if there was some people have been replaced as, Simon used to be 6'8", and now he's 5'11". What the If the original height on the website came from Avril herself, it's possible that Avril may have cheekily added on a few centimeters. Speaking as a man who stands at a proud 7 foot and 3 inches, I can confirm that I've heard of this thing happening all the time. It's true that Avril underwent some quite dramatic changes in musical direction over the years, but she would hardly be the first to do this, or the first to court controversy and downright anger from devoted fans. The acoustic folk singer Bob Dylan created an outrage in 1965 when he dared to plug in an electric guitar for the first time, provoking a hostile reception to his subsequent live shows when he was heckled by the audience and denounced as Judas. Just off the top of my head, I would say that David Bowie, Fleetwood Mac, Genesis, Primal Scream, Beastie Boys, and Taylor Swift are just 5 examples of influential artists who deeply confused their fans by releasing albums that were completely different from what was expected. Yeah, it's fine. Great. Love Fleetwood Mac. I consider OK Computer by Radiohead to be a contender for the greatest album ever made, but even I began wondering if there'd been a mix-up at the manufacturing plant when I listened to the eagerly awaited follow-up Kid A. But whilst bands like Status Quo are happy enough to get away with releasing almost identical material for the best part of 50 years, others just prefer to brave the risks of being a bit more experimental, even if some of the older fans aren't gonna like it one bit. Yeah, it's fine. I've changed what I do over the years, and some people come with you, some people don't. It's fine, but it's nice to grow as an artist. Sorry, I wasn't referring to myself as an artist. As a creator would be a better word for me. I'm not an artist. I think another point to bear in mind is that Avril Lavigne often took unusually long breaks in between albums, during which she may have had more time than most to consider a new direction. Whilst enjoying a lengthy break is a luxury enjoyed by long-established artists, it's a dangerous move for an artist aimed squarely at younger audiences, and the pressure is usually on to keep relentlessly popping out material before you're completely forgotten. Not all of Avril's lengthy breaks were down to personal choice. Most notably, the 4-year hiatus between 2014 and 2018 was down to that battle with Lyme disease. But this did mean that fans were often taken by surprise when they finally got to hear relatively scarce new material from an artist who was moving out of her teens and then into her 20s and 30s. An artist who was simply growing up, maturing, and playing with new sounds and styles. Everybody grows up. Just look at Miley Cyrus. One minute she's the thoroughly wholesome face of Disney's Hannah Montana, the next minute she's flashing off all her bits while riding around in a giant inflatable cock. I don't know this reference, but okay. Yet as far as I've been able to make out, nobody ever has accused Miley Cyrus of being a clone. So, why are so many people desperate to cling to the Avril Lavigne is dead theory, and where exactly did it come from? Brazil. We found it was Brazil for some reason. Maybe Avril Lavigne's enormously popular in Brazil. Losing grip. The conspiracy theory is thought to have been bubbling away quietly in Brazil since 2005, but it wasn't until 2015 that a long chain of tweets from BuzzFeed reporter Ryan Broderick played a huge part in making this theory go viral for the first time. Ryan had recently spent time in the Brazilian BuzzFeed office, where he'd first learned of the theory, which he found to be absolute nonsense but highly amusing, prompting him to share the joke with his Twitter followers. Shortly afterwards, the story was picked up by various media outlets, including The Mirror, Digital Spy, Vice, Gawker, and the BBC, at which point the topic began trending across all social media channels. Most significantly, a long thread posted by the Twitter user @Givenchy_ass, who was apparently a 17-year-old student, gained huge popularity by outlining every ridiculous element of the theory while concluding with the words, like, "I'm not saying that Avril is dead, but Avril is dead." And from here, things began to get even sillier. The internet was suddenly rife with comparison photographs of Avril Lavigne posted by truthers who pointed out all the compelling differences in her physical appearance between her death and her replacement by Melissa. For example, Avril was pale, whilst Melissa had a tan. Avril was wearing purple eyeshadow, whilst Melissa is not wearing purple eyeshadow. And Avril has straight hair, while Melissa has wavy hair. Oh my god, this makes perfect sense because none of these things are choice. They're all inherent characteristics. Jesus Christ, people, use your brains! Avril Lavigne couldn't even post a heartwarming Happy Mother's Day message on Twitter without one of her followers responding with, "I see you, Melissa, you trick-ass bitch." But let's rewind a little bit. Although the rumors are believed to have originated around 2005, the first known published source of the conspiracy theory emerged in 2011 on a Brazilian blogspot entitled Avril Está Morta, or Avril is Dead, written by an anonymous author in the Portuguese language. This long, rambling, and very poorly written blog post was the first to outline many of the arguments that would later become embraced by Avril Rangers, but it didn't really gain any traction at the time, largely because it was long, rambling, and very poorly written in Portuguese. The blogspot page became the blueprint for everything to follow, and was the main reference material used by BuzzFeed reporter Ryan Broderick when he tweeted about the story in 2015, and brought it to the attention of a much wider audience. But here's the thing. Whilst the blogspot author goes to great lengths to present the arguments in a compelling manner as she can muster throughout the main text, the introduction and conclusion make it abundantly clear that the author does not believe in the conspiracy. Right at the very beginning, she notes, "I have no intention of presenting my theory as news or something I would actually be trying to prove, but I want the reader to follow the text as a curiosity." She wraps up the post by pondering over, quoting, "how susceptible the world is to believing in things no matter how strange they seem, simply because a group already believes and affirms, or because they involve many coincidences and spectacular elements. See how much this subject has yielded in the world, as I just observed coincidences and organized them in a way that supported a thesis. Whenever you want to believe in something questionable, there will always be elements for you to justify your belief, but be careful that your life is not based on a mere conspiracy theory, tidied up and organized to make it seem real. The reality is right in front of your nose." For a writer, that was quite difficult to read. I don't know why, I just struggled to read that. It's a bit messy, in my opinion. I'm not a writer, just a reader. It was a lot harder to read than Danny's writing. After the theory exploded with Ryan Broderick's tweets in 2015, the same author of the blogspot page again waded into the debate with a Facebook post which emphasized that she'd just made it all up. The blogger pointed out the blog was a way to show how conspiracy theories can seem real. Avril Lavigne never died or was replaced by a lookalike. I created this theory to see if people would believe it, and thousands of people believed it was fact. This was an exercise to teach you to become more skeptical and not believe everything you see. If you want to believe that she is dead, this is your choice. But I say that it was all just a theory created by me. One of the earliest responses to this post was from an Avril Ranger who suggested that the blogger's Facebook account had been hacked by an idiot. The problem here is that people just they don't want to give up their conspiracy theories. You present them with objective truth and they'll be like, no, something else. The problem here is the original intention got buried deep along the way. Incidentally, that's not Ryan Broderick's fault. When he tweeted about the story in 2015, he also made it clear that the original blogger was never trying to suggest that the theory was real. But the subsequent tweets and reports and forum discussions over the next few years omitted this vital fact, and sadly, it was this kind of stuff that drew the most attention. But when the original blogger had tried to clearly reiterate her original intention on Facebook, her post only generated a few hundred likes and close to 0 shares. In comparison, the tweet from Givenchy, which supported the conspiracy theory, generated nearly 200,000 likes and almost 150,000 retweets, whilst various other online posts and articles from Avril Rangers have all been shared tens of thousands of times. It seems that a story is far more likely to take off into the stratosphere if you take out all of the sensible bits. Of course, even without the admission from the original blogger that the theory was essentially a test of gullibility or stupidity, it still seems bonkers that anyone could take the theory seriously on any level, bearing in mind that the majority of the argument rests on the concept of Avril Lavigne's physical appearance changing slightly as she aged, along with her musical tastes and fashion sense. But in this case, it seems that some of the hardcore fans, who were there from the very beginning, just couldn't handle how much Avril had changed over the years. They refused to believe that the punk pop princess they originally fell in love with in 2002 was the same person now sporting a bright pink tutu and chanting, "Hello Kitty, you're so pretty." It is cringe, isn't it? And rather than accept that Avril couldn't remain a 17-year-old emo punk skater for the rest of her life, it became easier to believe that the original artist must have died based on a whole pile of frankly comical evidence. The good news for those fans is that they may have finally got their original Avril back after all these years. His most recent album from 2022, Love Sucks, was very much a return to the pop punk of the debut album, and there's not a single kitty in sight. And having caught some of Avril's set at Glastonbury 2024 last weekend, she still looks pretty much the same person to me, albeit a person who is 22 years older than she used to be. She certainly wasn't a headlining act, and in fact didn't even make it onto the main stage where Coldplay were topping the bill for what feels like the 40th year in a row. Yeah, because it's Coldplay. But she still attracted a huge enthusiastic crowd of 70,000 revelers who seemed to get particularly pumped up when she finally broke into Skater Boy. Coldplay is an example of a band whose their style has changed over the years. And I'm sure their creativity's changed and as musical demands have changed. Like, I generally prefer Coldplay's earlier stuff. Do I like some of their newer stuff? Yes. Not as much, but that's fine because people's tastes change and musicians make different sorts of music. One very last point to consider for anyone still convinced that Avril is a clone. When John Lennon released his final album, Double Fantasy, in 1980, it didn't particularly trouble the charts too much until immediately after he was murdered, at which point it jumped to number 1 around the world. After Kurt Cobain took his own life in 1994, all 3 Nirvana albums jumped straight back up the charts. Linkin Park witnessed a 7,000% surge in streams in the immediate aftermath of the death of their frontman Chester Bennington in 2017, while Michael Jackson's death in 2009 led him to becoming the biggest selling artist of the year, despite not having released a new album in 8 years. If Avril Lavigne really had suffered a tragic death in 2003, the crisis meeting at the headquarters of Arista Records in Santa Clara, California, would have actually been a pretty straightforward affair. Instead of investing an extraordinary amount of time and effort into concealing her death and replacing her with a lookalike, the most profitable strategy, at least in the short term, would have been to sit back and just do nothing at all. They really do need to look at that leaking coffee machine, though. And that is where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy it, leave a review. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, Project Reese, The Secrets of the Owl Mountains. Okay then, never heard of this. Danny wrote it, I'm going to read it, that's the format of the show. If you're new to the podcast, YouTube channel, whatever, that's how we do things. Danny writes something for me, I'm going to explore it. We're going to learn about it together, dear audience, so let us jump in. Bit of a long one today. How many pages has Danny written for me? 31 pages? Okay, let's go. If you've concluded that your best shot at accumulating vast wealth in life is to wander aimlessly around the countryside with a metal detector, a flask of tomato soup, and a naturally sunny disposition, then the first thing I would advise is to hold off putting the deposit down on that luxury super yacht. Yeah, everyone knows that the best shot at accumulating vast wealth is start a YouTube channel and podcast. I mean, not really. Super yacht would be. Super yacht, actually, I'm like, that just sounds like a real pain in the ass. That just sounds like it's enough trouble to have to take a car to be serviced. Can you imagine how complicated yachts are? Although I guess if you've got a super yacht, you've kind of got people doing that for you, but still, it's a bit of a headache. But if you're determined to pursue your dreams of striking gold as a detectorist, then you've got to choose a good spot on what to waggle around your funny bleepy stick. This is going to be a key factor in improving your prospects of walking away with a haul containing anything more valuable than a rusty old shed key, half of an underwear bra, or a couple of stripy marbles, and a pull tab from a can of Dr. Pepper circa 1972. Wait, marbles? Just stripy marbles? Yeah, I know exactly what Danny means. I did realize the bit inside those was metal. Okay, there we go. Also, gold is a non-ferrous metal, right? And don't metal detectors work on it being magnetic? I guess they can't possibly, otherwise you'd never be able to detect any gold, would you? You could probably do a lot worse than strutting your detectorist dance moves around the Owl Mountains in southwest Poland. Legend tells of gold buried in them hills, Nazi gold, and maybe a lot more besides. Okay, so I guess somehow metal detectors do work on gold. Otherwise it'd be a bit useless, the most valuable material that you could find. You might encounter a spot of bother when trying to find it though, as some treasure hunters in the past have reported unpleasant encounters in which they were gruffly moved along by individuals who appeared a bit more aggressive than your average grumpy park attendants. On top of that, there's also a high risk that you might uncover something you really weren't expecting to find. Like what? Like what sort of metal are you going to find that you're like, oh no, this is terrible news? Worst case, surely, is just disappointment. Lurking inside and deep beneath the Owl Mountains are the remnants of one of the most mysterious construction projects ever undertaken in history. Codenamed Project Reese, the unfinished project, consisting of 7 sprawling subterranean complexes, was first commissioned by Adolf Hitler during the height of the Second World War in 1943. But the exact purposes of the project have never been made entirely clear. I don't know, maybe just want some big old bunker to hide out underground, like, in case it went wrong. I mean, it didn't exactly work out in the end, did it? Because he was hiding in that bunker in Berlin and they, still popped it. He popped himself off, but only because otherwise he would have got popped off. Speculation runs rife that Project Reese was intended to be a boss-sized bunker, a fancy new HQ for the Third Reich, or an entire underground city. But it may also have been the site of a grim laboratory in which the Nazis were secretly developing anti-gravity weapons, nuclear bombs, flying saucers, and time machines. I mean, wait.
This is heavy duty, Doc. This is great.
2 of these are absurd. And, I mean, anti-gravity weapons, maybe, possibly, someday, but current understanding of science, no way. And then nuclear bombs and flying saucers, definitely things that exist. I mean, flying saucers, like not aliens, but like the US military's built like flying saucer shaped in the past. Time machines, though, come on now. And it could well be the spot on the map which marks the rough location of long-lost treasures, including a vanishing Nazi gold train, which is said to have been heaving with quite a few more valuables than you're ever likely to pick up when flinging a metal detector around Cleethorpes Beach. I don't even know where that is, Danny. The intriguing point here is that at least some of these wacky theories aren't quite as outlandish as they may first sound. So what kind of secrets could really be hiding in the bowels of the Owl Mountains? And are we ever going to dig up the truth? Or is it destined to remain buried forever? Going underground. In August 2015, preliminary excavation work got underway near a railway embankment known as Kilometer 65 in the Polish city of Wolfsburg, around 80 kilometers or 50 miles away from the Owl Mountains Landscape Park. A couple of guys had convinced the government that the legendary Nazi gold train was waiting to be found deep beneath the surface, and they had ground-penetrating radar images to prove it. Okay, I feel like I would have definitely heard of this giant Nazi train gold being found, so I'm going to guess that those penetrating radar images didn't actually prove anything. But let's find out. It may seem like an odd final destination for a locomotive laden with gold, but to understand the logic behind this lust for loot, we naturally have to rewind back to the Second World War when Adolf Hitler first began to form yet another one of his slightly potty ideas. It was at some point in late 1943 that Adolf Hitler, famous for the Holocaust and possibly having a tiny deformed micropenis, issued the order for construction to begin on Project Rise in the Our Mountains in Lower Silesia, a region which is recognized today as Polish territory, but back then, is considered to be within German borders. The Our Mountain seems like an ideal location to start tunneling underneath the earth like little Nazi moles. Cover an area of roughly 200 square kilometers or 77 square miles, the tough, often inaccessible terrain is a steep, twisted wilderness where secrets are likely not to be found in a hurry. But it also is described today as a picturesque light that offers breathtaking landscape views which can be admired while hiking, biking, or cross-country skiing. But Hitler probably didn't have cross-country skiing on his mind when he first ordered the digging. No. Hitler always just has genocide on his mind. Well, we don't even know the full extent of what he had in mind when he ordered the digging, but judging by the sheer vast scope of the project, it was something a little more serious than a man cave where he could chill out in the evenings and get a bit of peace after a hard day at the office. The actual name of the project might give you a clue, as Ries is the German word for giant. A total of 7 access points lead into the separate tunnel complexes, which were all expected to be connected up together at some point if the plans had not been somewhat scuppered by various other bothersome events that were unfolding around the world. 6 of those uncompleted complexes are located under the Our Mountains, whilst the 7th is located slap bang under Kiziaj Castle, pronunciation, I don't know, in nearby northern Wolfsburg. Dating back to 1292, this was formerly one of the most opulent castles in Europe before it was seized and ransacked by the Nazis in 1944, after the previous noble residents had either fled or signed up for the Polish army. Nazis ruining it for everyone. Around 90,000 cubic meters of tunnels are known to exist today. Jesus Christ, stretching out to around 5.5 miles on 9 kilometers in length. Okay. That 90,000 cubic meters makes you think, oh my God, that's a lot of space. And I mean 5.5 miles in underground tunnels is quite a lot, but it's not what you imagine when it's 90,000 cubic meters. And venturing down to varying levels between 65 to 165 feet or 20 to 50 meters. All of this sounds pretty impressive in itself. As we'll discover in a little while, some records suggest the original complexes were way bigger than that. Under normal circumstances, you might have expected a big job like this to cost a pretty packet, but it's not like it had to phone around to find the most competitive quote. No, he's going to use slaves. He already had access to a huge workforce plucked from labor camps and concentration camps who could do this kind of shit for free. Yes, it's an interesting way to describe slavery, Daddy. They'll just do it for free! Woo! After cutting down trees, digging reservoirs and drainage ditches, and creating a new network of roads and bridges to connect the excavation sites to local railway stations where deliveries of fresh materials could be picked up, very long sentence, the real work got underway. While specialists were brought in to handle the complicated bits such as blasting the rocks with explosives and reinforcing the tunnels with concrete and steel, the majority of the digging and the manual labor was carried out by thousands of largely Polish, Italian, Czechoslovakian and Soviet prisoners of war, along with thousands more Jewish prisoners transferred from the Auschwitz concentration camp. And this was clearly no picnic, as the forced laborers were shoved into a humid and dangerous environment and ordered to dig into gneiss, G-N-E-I-S-S, rock, which has about the same hardness as steel. Oh, good lord, that's going to be miserable work. It's reported that even children as young as 10 were roped into the project, pushing around mining carts and performing other menial tasks. Well, yes, the Nazis, what do we expect? The conditions were as appalling as you'd expect, not helped along by a typhus epidemic which wiped out a large chunk of the workforce in December 1943. Even without the typhus epidemic, the chances of surviving the job appeared to be fairly remote, as the average life expectancy was just 4 months. While the exact figures will never be known, it's estimated that around 13,000 prisoners worked on the project at some point. The lucky ones were those who were deemed too exhausted to continue and were returned to prisoner of war camps and concentration camps. If the lucky outcome of your work detail is to be returned to a concentration camp, you know you are in a shitty place. But around 5,000 of the prisoners are estimated to have died on the job, either from disease, exhaustion, malnutrition, predictable accidents in lethal conditions, abusive treatment from the guards, or execution after a failed escape attempt. There were 14 documented executions linked to escape attempts, but the true figure is likely to be higher. Yeah, if you're going to die, or, best case, be sent back to a concentration camp. You'd be like, yeah, I'll fucking take a shot, let's go! Although considerable progress had been made by April 1944, Hitler still wasn't happy and felt that things needed to be sped up a bit. Lazy Slavs and Jews. So lazy! Dig harder! He perhaps never paused to reflect on how working the half-starved prisoners to death wasn't proving to be very effective as a long-term strategy. By this point, even those in Hitler's inner circle were trying to drop subtle hints to the Fuhrer that the whole idea was completely bloody insane, and the huge resources getting plowed into Project Rise might be better invested in efforts to turn the tide of the war. You don't say! Project Rise had originally been overseen by the Silesian Industrial Company, which had been freshly formed for this very purpose. But as an increasingly impatient Hitler demanded quicker results from dying workers, he took the decision to pass control of the project over to the military engineering outfit, Organization Tot, which was headed by his chief architect and close ally, Albert Speer. Although Albert Speer was unlikely to have dared voice his concerns to Hitler, he did later suggest in his memoirs that he had reservations over how the project was tying up indispensable mining specialists and draining critical resources, noting how it was getting through more concrete than it had put aside for air raid shelters for the entire population of Germany. I mean, it's Hitler, right? But also, like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You need this elsewhere. You don't want to build some giant gold bunker in Poland when you don't have enough air raid shelters in Germany proper. Come on, get it together. Meanwhile, Hitler's adjutant, Nicholas von Bellow, was a little braver than Albert Speer, openly criticizing the plans to a stubborn Hitler who would not be swayed. Nicholas wants to get shot. In his own memoirs, von Bellow later said, "During the year, I visited this facility twice and each time had the strong impression that I wouldn't see its completion. I tried to inspire Speer to somehow influence Hitler to give the order that the project be stopped. Speer said that was impossible. The extravagant work continued at a time when every ton of concrete and steel was so urgently needed elsewhere. It was only after Albert Speer and Organization Tot had taken over the project that the decision was made to extend operations to Kazar's castle in Walbrich, which had been seized by the Nazis. The castle had already been stripped bare of valuable art, ceiling frescoes, mosaic tiling, and elegant furniture, leaving the building little more than an empty husk of centuries of memories. But now, why? Why not just leave it there? You've already captured this area, right, Nazis? You think it's all just going to go brilliantly, and if it doesn't go brilliantly, well, it's going to be game over anyway, isn't it? So why are you stripping it bare and taking the shit elsewhere? Why not just leave it as a nice castle and give it to, like, one of the top Nazi dickheads? Come on. But now, the workmen were moving in to install new elevators, so it wasn't all doom and gloom. Although we can't be sure of the exact purpose of Project Rise as a whole, it's generally presumed that these new castle elevators, two words that don't go together very often, would either lead down into a complex that would serve as either Hitler's own private bunker or an entire new HQ for the Third Reich, or quite possibly both. It's interesting to note that of all the 7 separate complexes, the Kizya's Castle complex is considered to be the most complete, even though work didn't start on this until very much later than the others. So it was clearly a pressing priority in the eyes of Adolf Hitler, who may have considered an emergency evacuation route to be of more importance than whatever else was going on in the other complexes. Yeah, but the problem is, if you have something like this isn't a good strategy to go and hide out in, like a giant bunker, because you've enslaved like thousands of people to build it. They're going to talk. Like as soon as a concentration camp's liberated, they'd be like, yo, you might want to check out those mountains in Poland, because that's where he is. That's where he's hiding, assuming that's how it went. You've got to just disappear. It seems that the ultimate plan was to eventually connect all 7 complexes together to create one giant subterranean labyrinth of tunnels and halls and chambers and laboratories and, I don't know, staff breakout rooms with ping pong tables and water slides. But it turns out that Nicholas von Bellow was bang on with his gut feeling that he'd never see the completion of Project Rise. By early 1945, the Allied forces were closing in on Germany, and the Red Army were heading in the general direction of the Owl Mountains. And it didn't look as if any of them were in the mood for biking, hiking, or cross-country skiing. No, they're in the mood for death. Although work continued on Project Rise right up until the dying days of the war, even after the death of Adolf Hitler, famous for his lamentable artwork and possibly having a tiny deformed micropenis, the last remaining SS unit eventually fled for their lives as the Soviet forces descended on the Owl Mountains after liberating Poland. The last time I made a comment in a video or read a comment about Adolf Hitler's artwork not being very good, there was some dude on Twitter who was like, oh yeah, look at this painting and tell me it's not good. And I'm like, bro, this is not a good look for you. Before their abrupt departure, the Nazis grabbed whatever treasures may or may not have been stashed in the tunnels before booby-trapping all 7 complexes and blasting them to rubble with the intention of making them completely inaccessible to any nosy Parker Allied soldiers or detectorists who might be stumbling around the Owl Mountains in the future. It's not yet clear what happened to the prisoners who were still working on Project Rise at the time, but we can make a grimly calculated guess. They were nowhere to be found when the Soviet soldiers arrived, and no mass graves were ever located. As it seems unlikely that the fleeing SS unit would have taken the prisoners for a ride. Oh no, they're just in there, aren't they? They left them in the complex and then blew it up, and so they're just sealed in there. That's f***ed up, Nazis. What a surprise. That only leaves us with the most realistic outcome, which is that the prisoners were herded into the tunnels before the explosives were detonated. Now, if you were to take a wander around the Owl Mountains today, you'll still come across evidence of what the Nazis left behind. The barricaded tunnel openings, fragments of military barracks and bunkers, and piles of excavated matter seem somewhat at odds with the otherwise naturally picturesque setting frequented by hikers, bikers, and cross-country skiers. And despite the best efforts of the fleeing Nazi soldiers to obliterate the evidence, many of the actual complexes can still be seen today thanks to exploration work which has been carried out over the ensuing decades. Not all of them, mind. 3 of the complexes situated in the Owl Mountains, Complex Sokolets, Complex Jugovice, and Complex Sobon, are still inaccessible and definitely not recommended for picnic spots. But portions of the other 3, Complex Rizeka, Complex Wuldars, and Complex Asawaka, are now thriving tourist attractions run by private companies, along with portions of the complex nestled underneath Castle Kazaz. I find this stuff super interesting. Like, the tunnels underneath Berlin. What's the giant wall? The Iron Wall? The Berlin Wall. What am I doing? Like, there's all these tunnels underneath the Berlin Wall, which you can go and see on a tour in Berlin. It's super fascinating. This is all done in a tasteful way, of course. There's no sign of an underground cocktail bar or a mining cart fairground ride for the kids. Instead, the tour guides will lead you through the craggy networks of chambers and halls and guard rooms whilst explaining the known history of the locations and the plight of thousands of prisoners who lost their lives during the construction. If you're feeling particularly adventurous, you might enjoy a visit to Complex Wuldars, in which some of the tunnels are flooded and can only be accessed via a boat trip. But the really intriguing point here is not so much the portions of the tunnels that can be visited today, or even the portions of the tunnels that are known about but remain inaccessible to the public. It's the portions of the tunnels that we don't know about. According to his memoirs, Chief Architect Albert Speer estimated the total of 213,000 cubic meters of tunnels had been carved into the Owl Mountains. As we are currently only aware of about 90,000 cubic meters of tunnels, this would indicate that there are a further 123,000 cubic meters which have yet to be discovered. Wow. So it could be the case that we've barely scratched the surface of the mystery, and who knows what secrets and treasures could be buried deep within the rock. Isn't this something like, this is fascinating? Why haven't they all been fully excavated already? It doesn't sound like it'd be that hard to just go and dig through all the debris and sort it out. And I mean, if you can turn it into a tourist attraction, you can probably even pay for it afterwards. Part of the difficulty in figuring out the full scope of what Hitler and Albert Speer were planning is that very little documentation relating to Project Rise has survived. Most of the records are believed to have either been destroyed or remarkably well hidden by the Nazis as the Red Army marched on to Owl Mountains. Whilst it's also reported that Polish special services did manage to get their hands on some related documentation, they rather carelessly lost them without ever divulging what they contained. I mean, sure, but at this point in the war, it probably also wasn't their priority to get all the paperwork in order. It might have helped if the Nazis had left behind any equipment or other clues within the tunnels, although it's quite possible that they did. After Soviet troops made themselves comfortable for a while near the Owl Mountains, things became a little fuzzy over who was responsible for the state in which the tunnels were left. Whilst it's generally believed that the German soldiers took as much as they could before sealing the tunnels with explosives, the Soviet soldiers could well have looted and barricaded some of the tunnels before they left the scene. The abandoned tunnels were certainly pretty empty by the time most of the region of Lower Silesia, including the Owl Mountains, was handed back to Poland in 1945, following the post-war Potsdam Agreement, which would lead to the almost total expulsion of all previous German citizens from the region by 1949. There wasn't actually that much interest in the tunnels in the years that immediately followed, although it's reported that the Polish government began secretly sniffing around the Owl Mountains during the 1940s and 50s after hearing hushed whispers of buried Nazi gold. But the wider lack of interest was down to the fact that barely anybody in the world had even heard of Project Rise until much later on, when historians began digging through the very limited evidence and documentation on a quest to uncover the true scale of the operation. Yet several decades later, the jury's still out over what exactly might have been going on down in those 7 complexes. One obvious conclusion to reach is that in the face of intensified Allied bombing over Germany in 1943, the Third Reich became quite keen to move underground, where they were a lot less likely to get their arms and legs blown off. Yeah, it makes sense to have like a big old government bunker somewhere else. Whether that should be at the cost of air raid shelters and stuff in the main part of Germany, I mean, probably not. But also, it's not a bad idea to do something like this. In that respect, the Owl Mountains would have been a handy spot to safely take cover for a while and play a few card games, simply because of the steel strength of the rock from which the mountains are formed. But the sheer jaw-dropping size of Project Rise suggests that something else was going on, which went way beyond any effort to protect Adolf Hitler and a few of his cronies. Isn't there? I mean, the British did this. They built there was a giant underground city where like the main parts of government and stuff could hide underground. I want to say it was in Cheltenham for some reason, but I can't be sure. British historian Rob Bell notes, for them to put this amount of effort, these kinds of resources into a secret project here, there must have been something incredibly important to their war effort going on. A project which may have been considered pretty important to the war effort could have been the development of a super secret weapon, or Wunderwaffe, which could potentially have tilted the odds back into Germany's favor. According to the relatively recent discovered transcripts taken from the interrogation of SS officers, a mysterious machine nicknamed the Nazi Bell was indeed in development down in the Project Reese tunnels. And depending on how far down the rabbit hole you're willing to travel, this could have either been a devastating anti-gravity device which killed many of the scientists working on it, a flying saucer, a time machine, or a really fancy coffee machine which also dispensed a wide variety of soupy drinks with proper croutons and everything. I feel like I made a video about this. Did we even do actually a decoding episode about the Nazi Bell and like its rumored anti-gravity stuff, which was obviously nonsense? But we'll return to the Nazi Bell in just a little while. Before that, we should first dive into the theory that really ignited the imaginations of conspiracy theorists and fortune seekers and lottery ticket purchasers over the years. Hiding somewhere deep within those Owl Mountains are literally trainloads of lost treasures and Nazi gold. The distant echo of faraway voices. When new Polish settlers arrived in the region of Lower Silesia in the late 1940s, they often found pleasant surprises waiting for them in their new houses. We're not talking about a bottle of wine and a box of posh biscuits generally left behind by the previous German residents who were getting booted out following the Potsdam Agreement. We're talking about gold and silver and fabulously expensive jewelry which could be found stashed behind the walls if the new tenants ever bothered to check. I wonder where that came from. It would appear that many of the former German homeowners were under the impression that their current situation was only a temporary minor inconvenience and that they would eventually be able to return to their houses and reclaim their hidden valuables at a later date. But that later date never surfaced, and the land was given back to Poland, leaving many of the new settlers to come across some quite remarkable discoveries whenever it was time for a spot of interior decorating. Still, it made for a nice welcoming present for the new Polish settlers, and it's a bit of a change from finding an old gas bill under the floorboards or a dead cat in the attic. I have to say, I was renovating a house recently over the last couple of years, and I was really disappointed that we didn't find anything cool. We found like an old poster, that was it. This kind of thing helped push the notion that gold was leaking out of every corner of Lower Silesia, particularly after a German police officer by the name of Herbert Kloss admitted under interrogation that he played a part in hiding German treasure toward the end of the war. Herbert was one of very few Germans allowed to stay on in the region, but he was arrested in 1950 on suspicion of displaying anti-Polish attitudes. During questioning, he claimed that truckloads of personal valuables were taken by police and buried in various secret locations around Lower Silesia, with the hope that they would eventually be retrieved and given back to the owners, perhaps after the Nazis won World War III. So the owners. This gold was surely just looted from Jews and shit, right? And then the Nazis were like, yeah, we'll have that. We'll distribute it to these people who we're given houses to. And then they're like, yeah, we're the owners now. Nazis were shitty, dude. However, Herbert kept changing elements of his story, so we're not sure if his claims are entirely reliable. But the idea still persists that the region is littered with loot, which either rightfully belonged to German citizens or was stolen and hidden by the Nazis during the war. And whilst the concept of Nazi gold hiding in the Owl Mountains sounds more suited to an Indiana Jones plot than a potentially real-life scenario, it's not quite as far-fetched as it may sound. It's well documented that the Nazis had a nasty habit of plundering as much loot from occupied territories as they could get their grubby little hands on during the war, and to even set up special programs dedicated to thieving from museums and palaces and banks. While some of the stolen treasure and precious artworks were rightfully returned to their original owners or descendants, a great deal of it is still unaccounted for. We also know that towards the end of the war, retreating Nazi soldiers adopted a widespread tactic of hiding some of this booty in old mines and other underground locations where it was deemed to be reasonably secure from the prying eyes of Allied forces and reasonably well protected from any bombs that may get dropped in the general area. And when it comes to choosing the safest and most secure underground location of all, or in which to hide the lion's share of the loot, you have to concede that those 213,000 cubic meters of tunnels carved into the Owl Mountain seem like a pretty promising contender to top the list. Yeah, I'd say, let's get there and find what's in there. I mean, I do think probably not very much, and they took it with them or whatever, because they did, it wasn't captured, they abandoned it. Exactly what kind of treasures might be buried within the infrastructure of Project Rice has been the subject of much conjecture. We could be talking about some of the 100,000 art objects that were stolen during the greatest art displacement in history and have still not been recovered. We could be talking about something as small as a stash of casual criminalist commemorative coins and notebooks. I mean, it's extremely unlikely unless there's some sort of time travel ability going on. So maybe they did crack that and then they hid all the coins down there. Be weird. Or we could be talking about something as big as the entire Amber Room, a lavish and possibly slightly garish chamber plastered in gold leaf and amber panels and precious stones and classic artworks, which was originally constructed in the early 18th century in Prussia and was considered by some to be the eighth wonder of the world. It moved around a bit over the years, but the Amber Room was last spotted in the Catherine Palace in St. Petersburg, where it was seized and completely dismantled by the Nazis in 1941. Although it was all reassembled and briefly put back on display in Königsberg Castle, then part of the German Reich, the Amber Room was never seen again after Königsberg was bombed by the Royal Air Force in 1944. Small fragments of the room are reported to have been found in peculiar places over the years, leading to speculation that maybe the rest of it was shipped away safely before the bombs dropped. However, the general consensus is that the chances of it being completely destroyed are a bit higher than the reconstructed Amber Room still being on full display exclusively to an audience of earthworms and burrowing owls in the Project Rice complexes. Again, I think it's unlikely, but it'd be cool to find out. Let's go excavating, come on! The most enduring theory of all relating to buried treasure is that the Owl Mountains were the final destination of a locomotive that just appeared to vanish into thin air. During the final months of the war in 1945, an armoured train is said to have departed the station at the city that we today know as Wrocław, the Polish capital of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship. The train was headed toward the station in Wałbrzych, about 40 miles or 70 kilometers away, but it never arrived. At some point between Wrocław and Wałbrzych, the armored train just went missing in action. Now, as a resident of the UK, I'm not totally unfamiliar with the concept of trains performing a sudden vanishing act, particularly the 1247 from Bodmin to Bristol Parkway, which appears to shimmer in and out of existence with every fresh glance at the arrivals board. Yeah, British trains are kind of a bit of a joke. But it was something a little more serious than a public train service getting cancelled due to the wrong type of leaves falling on the track. Before the train set off on its journey from Wrocław, there were alleged sightings of German soldiers loading it up with all manner of gems and jewels and paintings, as well as a rumored 300 imperial tons of gold. Good lord. That's got to be billions, right? That's billions. I'm not sure what an imperial ton is, but it's quite close to a metric ton. So let's just say it's 1,000 kilos. The price of gold is what? $60,000-ish, probably more these days. So that's 60 million, and they got 300 tons of it. Yeah, it's like 18 billion. That's a lot of money. Or is it 1.8 billion? I'm not sure. Sorry. Either way, it's a lot of money. As the Red Army marched ever closer to Lower Silesia, it appears that the German soldiers were under instructions to take the treasure for a surprise outing. But the journey was never intended to pootle along all the way down to the usual rail track leading to Wałbrzych. Instead, the train was diverted at some remote spot on a makeshift temporary track which led into an old mine or tunnel system, after which the track was removed and the mine or tunnel entrance sealed up. The exact location is up for debate, but one natural theory to emerge from all of this is that the train had a special spot reserved in one of those 7 Project Rice complexes, most probably the one underneath the castle. And it could still be there today, buried deep in one of the many undiscovered portions of the sprawling complex. I do kind of believe, we know there's shipwrecks out there with billions of dollars of gold that have just gone missing. And same for these trains and stuff. Some of it's rumored, some of it's not. Some of it is definitely true. and it's just missing. So it's somewhere. It's very cool. Like, treasure hunting is very fascinating. Again, whilst the whole idea of a Nazi gold train might sound a little fanciful, the Nazis certainly had form when it came to this kind of thing. In 1945, as the Soviet army advanced on Budapest and Hungary, the order came from the German Supreme Military Command to stuff a load of treasures, largely stolen from Hungarian Jews, onto a 46-car freight train bound to Germany via Austria. The massive haul of valuables, including 5 tons of gold, 700 pounds or 317 kilograms of diamonds and pearls, and thousands of paintings and oriental rugs, had an estimated value of somewhere between $50 to $350 million at the time, which after punching the numbers into my pocket calculator would give me somewhere in the region of $870 million to $6 billion today, which is they're 5 tons of gold. There's otherwise 300 tons. However, this particular Nazi gold train never made it as far as Germany. It was seized firstly by the French army and then by the US army in the town of Werfen in Austria. So the Nazis were foiled and all the Hungarian Jews got their stolen goods back. Right? Well, not quite. In fact, no, not at all. The Nazis were certainly foiled, but barely anything went to the rightful owners. The US declared that it was impossible to verify the rightful ownership of all this treasure, so some of it was auctioned off with proceeds going to the International Refugee Organization, some of it was given to army exchange stores, and some of the nicer pieces of art and furniture someone mysteriously pops up later in the homes of high-ranking US Army chiefs, majors, brigadiers, and generals. Are you shitting me? You can't be serious. US Army, you should be held to a higher standard. Even today, we still don't know exactly what happened to over 200 high-value pieces of artwork seized from the Hungarian Nazi gold train. It wasn't until 1999 that a report prepared by the Presidential Advisory Commission on Holocaust Assets in the United States revealed the shortcomings in the restitution efforts, leading to an eventual apology to the Hungarian Holocaust survivors from the US government, and a settlement in 2005 totaling $25.5 million, which is still being distributed to Jewish social service organizations today. Only a single Holocaust survivor was present at the mediation. Yeah, because it's really, really late. Bearing in mind that it took 60 years to get this sorted in not even an entirely satisfactory manner, the Hungarian victims may have had more chance of getting their treasure back if the gold train had actually made it to Germany. And I'm still not sure why the US Army took charge of the train after it had already been seized by the French Army, unless the French Army just got a bit confused and surrendered. And surrendered everything in their position to the first soldiers they saw wearing a different uniform. Well, it would be very French of them. But before we get too sidetracked with the Hungarian Nazi gold train, the main point I'm making here is that the Nazis were known to load up trains with stolen treasures and known to bury such treasures underground. So is it really so unfeasible that another Nazi gold train could still be lying undiscovered in the complexes of Project Rise after going off the rails? The late Polish miner, Tadeusz Slowakowski, was convinced that the treasure train was hiding somewhere near the Owl Mountains. Before his recent death at the ripe old age of 90, Slowakowski pretty much devoted the last half of his life, Jesus Christ, that's 45 years, to finding the Nazi gold train. You might even say it was a bit of an obsession. Yeah, he spent half his life doing it. You could say that, Daddy. You just might. Back when Slowakowski was still a miner working near Walbrich in the 1950s, his fluency in the German language helped him to strike up several friendships with some of the few German miners who had still been allowed to live in the region, even if they weren't usually treated with much respect from the rest of their Polish colleagues. One of the German miners told Slowakowski the story of the disappearing train, whilst another told him the story of Project Rise tunnels, which is still not widely known at the time. But it was a third German miner who had become particularly close friends after Slowakowski bravely intervened in a random beating from the Polish lot. This guy told Slowakowski a harrowing story which didn't initially seem to be connected to the vanishing train. Towards the end of the war, this miner had been very good friends with a whole family of fellow Germans who were murdered by Nazi soldiers. This does raise an obvious question as to why Nazi soldiers were murdering German civilians, but many years later, Tadeusz Slowakowski reckoned that he'd stumbled across the answer. At some point in the 1970s, Slowakowski claims to have had a conversation with a former train stoker who had witnessed a high-security fence being erected around the train tracks near an embankment known as Kilometer 65 between Wrocław and Walbrich. This was on the very same day that the gold vanished. Curious to find out what was going on behind the fence, the stoker climbed on top of one of the carriages of the train on which he was working, which sounds a bit dangerous if it was moving, and witnessed several other train carriages being pushed into a tunnel by German soldiers. It was only when Slowakowski later visited Kilometer 65 himself that he was hit by a sudden realization. The embankment was overlooked by a house which once belonged to the very same German family that were murdered by Nazi soldiers. This led Slavkovsky to conclude that the family had been permanently silenced because they had potentially seen something that they really weren't meant to see. However, Slavkovsky had great difficulty in convincing Polish authorities to get out the shovels and start digging around kilometer 65. He reckons that in the 1970s, he put together a few documents outlining his evidence, which he gave to Polish security services, who promptly went and lost them. During later attempts to secure permission to excavate the site, 4 of his dogs were poisoned. Holy shit, if this is all true, and he's dead, do we have a reason to doubt him? I mean, maybe some people just tell stories, but this is pretty intense if it's true. After decades of hassling the authority, was finally granted permission to dig in 2003. Wait, he died when? When did he die, at 90? Oh, it doesn't say. But look, he's going to be old. He's going to be real old in 2003. But he claims he was ordered to stop by the Polish government after just 3 days because they'd suddenly decided that his work could damage the integrity of the railway line. Slavkovsky was beginning to sense a conspiracy to stop him from digging up the truth. In his own words, quote, "There is this invisible hand that is always stopping things from happening." It's an odd situation, because it's reported the Polish armed forces were instructed to carry out discreet searches for the gold train near the Al Mountains at various points between the 1960s and the 1990s. But the government didn't seem to want to get citizens getting involved with their own private enterprises. That all finally changed in 2015, when a couple of hobbyists finally managed to triumph where Tadeusz Slavkovsky had failed. The pair seemed a little shy at first, as they chose to remain anonymous and only made initial public statements via their lawyers and spokespeople. But what statements were they making? The pair, later identified as Polish construction company owner Piotr Koper and German geologist Andreas Richter, announced that they had heard a deathbed confession from a former SS guard who had witnessed the diversion of the Nazi gold train and was able to pinpoint the precise location where it was abandoned underground in kilometer 65, not shoved into a tunnel as such, but buried in a big hole. Okay, here we go. Koper and Richter weren't just relying wholly on the dying words of a miner, though. The pair of keen train spotters had since taken images of the area with a powerful ground-penetrating radar system, which appeared to reveal a deep, man-made shaft containing what they felt looked like the carriages of a train, stretching out to just under 100 meters or 330 feet in length. Holy shit, this is huge! They'd found something massive. After the pair had broken their anonymity, Piotr Koper told the New York Times, quote, "We carried out similar examinations in many other locations, but we never encountered anything like this. There is no way these shapes are of natural origin." Koper, who seemed pretty proud of his work, went on to declare, "In the past 70 years, 3 Cold War secret services, the United States, the Russian, then the Polish, carried out searches. We succeeded because we are local people." Part of the reason why the pair chose to initially remain anonymous is because they were trying to thrash out a secret deal with the Polish government before going public. Whilst they later claimed they had no interest in any cargo found on the train and suggested that it may be crammed full of weapons rather than gold, well, it would be weird to bury weapons. Would it be so weird? I don't know. A sentiment shared by the original gold Nazi train spotter Tadeusz Slavkovsky, this rather conflicts with what had earlier been going on behind the scenes with the lawyers. Koper and Richter had point-blank refused to tell the government the exact location where they had taken the radar images until they had been guaranteed a 10% finder's fee. This seems extremely reasonable and fair. That's a pretty big slice of the pie for a couple of guys who later claimed to have no interest in the cargo and they just really like digging. I mean, people can change their minds. And also, 10% is not that big of a share. That's a perfectly fine finder's fee. If the train was indeed carrying over 300 imperial tons of gold, as many still suspected, the pair would have walked away with well over $1 billion between them. Okay, so it was like the 18 billion figure or whatever. God damn, dudes, that's a lot of money. Not everyone was convinced by the radar images. The mayor of Vorbrich expressed his doubts over the whole thing, whilst trying hard not to come across as too much of a party pooper. But Tomasz Smolarz, the governor of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship, was more than blunt in his appraisal of the matter. He said, "There is no more proof for this alleged discovery than for other claims made over the years. It's impossible to claim that such a find actually exists at the location indicated based on the documents that have been submitted." However, the mayor and the governor clearly couldn't spot a real train if they were standing on platform 8 with a pair of binoculars and a telescope. Copper and Richter had managed to convince the higher authority anyway, specifically the Polish Deputy Culture Minister Piotr Zukowski, who had publicly declared that the radar images he had viewed confirmed a 99% likelihood that the shaft did indeed contain an armored train of around 100 meters in length. That is a bold statement, my dude. I've seen like those ground-penetrating radar images. I mean, not these ones, but other ones. And they're pretty fucking blurry. We don't know what happens with the negotiations on the 10% finder's fee, but some kind of a deal must have been struck as Copper and Richter revealed the exact location of the train to the government and the official go-ahead was given for an initial non-invasive assessment of the site. Of course, this immediately aroused the attention of a few other interested parties. For starters, the World Jewish Congress got on the blower to the Polish government to make it clear that any retrieved treasure which was stolen from Jewish victims should be returned to their original owners, or more likely their heirs. In such a scenario, you would hope the rightful owners wouldn't be left hanging on until 2075 for things to get sorted out. The news also led to a media circus descending on Walsbridge to report on the upcoming excavation, along with a whole bunch of treasure hunters who eagerly made their way to the city armed only with the metal detectors, flasks of tomato soup, and sunny dispositions. These amateur foragers didn't exactly meet the approval of the Polish government, but you can't help feeling that the Deputy Culture Minister might not have played this in the smartest way. After he had just excitedly announced that there was a 99% chance that a gold train containing billions of dollars worth of treasure were buried under the earth at kilometer 65, he was now making an unconvincing suggestion that it would be a bad idea for anyone to try looking for it. There's billions of dollars in those woods. Don't go looking for them, okay? Trust me, you just don't. Dude. In the end, the entire area was cordoned off from the public, and any budding detectorists were given short shrift from the military. The official line from the Polish government was that the move had been taken purely to protect civilians, as there was a good chance that the Nazis had booby-trapped the train, or that it might contain dangerous materials. I mean, fair enough. Also, it's the government's land, right? It's their... they can do whatever they want with it. I'm still not sure if the risk of losing a limb or two would have deterred every detectorist from searching for billions of dollars worth of treasure, but they weren't going to get past the military with those flasks of tomato soup. And even whilst spelling out the dangers, Deputy Culture Minister Piotr Zukowski again took the curious step of reiterating his absolute certainty that the train existed, and this only served to heighten the gold fever that was gripping the city. Perhaps he was secretly hoping that some blundering idiot would set off all the booby traps before his guys got on the scene to pick up the loot. After the military had finished clearing trees and vegetation from the site, checking for booby traps and sweeping for mines and wrapping metal detectors around the necks of their owners, the initial non-invasive assessment of the site could get underway. This was carried out by a team led by Copper and Richter, alongside another expert team of geologists and mining specialists led by Professor Janusz Madej from the AGH University of Science and Technology in Krakow. However, the two teams appeared to reach two very different conclusions. Whilst Copper and Richter felt that there were grounds to push on with the excavation, the specialists who knew what they were talking about concluded that whilst they may have found evidence of a collapsed tunnel, there was no evidence whatsoever of a train down there. The government completely lost interest in the project following the findings of Professor Janusz Madej, but Copper and Richter were determined to carry on alone. By the following year, they'd secured permission from the landowners, Polish Railways, to undertake a new digging project at kilometer 65, funded by a private investor to the tune of $131,000. Copper had definitely told a now doubtful press there can't be a mistake. I mean, also, if he's raising $131,000 to go digging in the forest, he's definitely not going to be like, well, we don't really know. He's going to be like, I'm sure. Can I guarantee it? No, but I'm sure. Professor Janusz Madej voiced his disagreements when he gave a public response. It is human to make a mistake, but it is foolish to stand by it. That's a very nice quote. Well, it appears that the two keen train spotters had indeed made a mistake. After Copper had earlier declared there is no way these shapes are of natural origin, it turns out that these shapes were, in fact, of natural origin. A whole week of digging and a few more holes at other people's expense had revealed that Copper and Richter had mistaken natural ice formations for a 330-foot-long Nazi gold train. Yeah, because those things are always so blurry. As the sponsorship rapidly dried up and the dig was abandoned, Copper and Richter had a falling out as the latter finally lost faith in the project and found himself a new, cheaper hobby, whilst Copper still firmly believed in the train and blamed his old mate for some of the shortcomings of the doomed excavation. Copper was last seen hunting for the Nazi gold train at the bottom of a lake in the village of Zarska Weiss in 2021, but he doesn't appear to have had much luck with that so far. On the plus side, he had enjoyed a slice of good fortune in 2019 when he was working on a renovation job in an old palace in Wrocław and unwittingly stumbled across a whole batch of priceless Renaissance paintings hidden beneath the plaster of the walls. Awesome. And the excavation project at Kilometer 65 hadn't been a complete and utter waste of time. The struggling old mining region witnessed a 44% boost in tourism, thanks to all the media attention and visits from excitable treasure hunters, prompting the mayor of Ulrich to announce that he was considering naming a roundabout after Piotr Koper and Andreas Richter. So it's not like all those private investors had just pissed away $131,000 on nothing. How many people do you know who have a roundabout named after them? Well, it's true, but the roundabout wasn't named after the investors. It was named after the dudes that they invested in. He got it wrong. The investors just lost their money. Many fortune seekers are still convinced that the gold train was lurking somewhere beneath Kilometer 65, even if the train spotters hadn't quite managed to track down the precise location. Polish upstart entrepreneur Zbigniew Grodzki was convinced that there must be something in the deathbed confession of a presumably sane former SS guard who surely wouldn't have any reason to tell porkies just before he shuffled off this mortal coil. Yeah, but some people just like lying, that's the thing. The SS guard in question was never publicly named, but Grodzki believes that the Polish authorities had a good reason for hiding the identity of the dead star witness. He told the Polish-American newspaper, the Ampol Eagle, quoting here, "Of course they were not going to release the name of the man. If they did, it would lend legitimacy to the man's story, as people would research German service records and find next of kin and discover that this man was who he said he was. Instead, to discourage people from looking, they said the gold train was booby-trapped with explosives." That sounds almost like Grodzki believes there was some kind of conspiracy at work here. But I wonder if some people are pinning too much faith on the assumption that the SS guard ever existed in the first place. There's never been any suggestion that anybody other than Koper and Richter knew the identity of the individual. A cynical soul might suggest that they just made him up to cover up for the fact that all they'd done is take Tadeusz Słowakowski's decades-old theory that the train was buried somewhere around Kilometer 65 and run with it. Koper and Richter denied ever having talked with Słowakowski, yet the former miner claimed to have met the two train spotters at his home long before they approached the government. He recalls that he had extensive conversations with him, during which he shared his thoughts on the exact spot where he believed the train to be found. If that's true, I can imagine that Słowakowski may have felt a bit miffed that these two upstarts later muscled in on his patch and began chasing all the glory from his 4 decades of research. Come to think of it, he would have felt proper miffed if they'd found a gold train and later claimed 10% of its contents. Słowakowski later told BuzzFeed, "The police told me to sue them and say that they stole my documents, but actually they didn't steal them because I showed them the copies. But imagine how you would feel." But the fact that Koper and Richter were allowed to go ahead with the dig with such relative ease does make you question Słowakowski's many hints of a top-level conspiracy in which a supposed invisible hand was always halting progress. Yeah, it does make it sound like these two other guys, Koper and Richter, were just making more of an effort. Koper and Richter managed to rope in military help and government assistance without too much effort, and didn't appear to face any opposition when they were later forced to go it alone. Perhaps Koper and Richter were just better equipped than Słowakowski to get things moving in a more persuasive manner. 4 decades of quietly frustrating research is nothing in comparison to just quickly getting a few good lawyers and private investigators together, along with a few tantalizing radar images of natural ice formations that look a bit like train carriages. If only Słowakowski had thought of that in 1975. Surprise has been expressed from some quarters over how the Polish government took the 2 later train spotters quite so seriously, based on little more than a few questionable radar images and the deathbed confession of an SS guard whose existence has never been confirmed. In terms of any other evidence relating to whether a gold train might really be buried in a big hole near Kilometer 65, all we really have to go on is the word of Tadeusz Słowakowski and his alleged encounters with witnesses over the years. I get a strong feeling that Słowakowski is an honest guy who is utterly convinced that the train exists. As far as I can tell, he's never made any money or achieved that much fame in his theories, as it's not like he was trying to sell books or fridge magnets or anything like that. But it's impossible to know if he was always given accurate and truthful information from his witnesses, or if his memories of those encounters may have become distorted or embellished to fit the tracks of the narrative that he was laying down in his own mind. Yeah, I'm 100% with Danny here. I don't think he's lying on purpose or anything. I just think he's, memory's imperfect. This information is imperfect. It's all pretty difficult. That's not to say that we should totally dismiss any silly notion of ever finding buried Nazi gold, if we're using that phrase as a collective term to describe all the gold bullion, valuable coins, and assets seized by the Nazis during the Second World War. It's difficult to speculate on how much Nazi gold may still be out there somewhere, as it's not like we have exact figures on how much was stolen in the first place. Much of the gold may have quietly ended up in Swiss bank accounts, many of the treasures may have later been looted by the Red Army after Berlin fell, and I suppose some of it may even been dug up long after the war by informed German soldiers who still had mental maps of where X marked the spot. The official line from historians is that there never has been any concrete evidence to indicate that any treasures are still buried in the Project Rice complex. Some have even suggested that the whole theory was purposefully cooked up as Nazi propaganda to give the impression that the losing side at least managed to hold on to much of their stolen wealth after the war, so it wasn't all bad news. Yeah, except it's buried underground where you can't get it. But taking into account the already established known habits of the retreating Nazis, it is not entirely unreasonable to consider that pockets of Nazi gold, including some of those 100,000 art pieces still missing today, might still be buried somewhere around the vast undiscovered portions of the tunnels of Owl Mountain. Yeah, if they're paintings though, they're going to be pretty badly ruined, unless they're in some sort of magical safe. Because it's going to be damp down there, and paintings don't do well in the damp. Yet perhaps a shrewder move would have been to try and ship the majority of the stolen treasure to South America, which ended up becoming something of a safe haven for Nazis after the war. After all, it makes more sense to hide the treasure in a place where you're more likely to be able to pick it up again soon, rather than a region that was likely to be liberated by Soviet forces. Still, while Piotr Koper and Andreas Richter had no joy in finding a physical Nazi gold train, that 44% boost in tourism generated by their efforts certainly brought a smile to the faces of the population of Walbridge amid suggestions that the train didn't even need to be found for the city to strike gold. As cafe owner Marek Marciniak told the Telegraph, nobody ever sees the Loch Ness Monster, but people still go to Loch Ness. Yes, that's a really good point. And despite his initial reservations, the mayor of Walbridge later told the press, whether the explorers find anything or not, that gold train has already arrived. I just hope Copper and Rita got their names on that roundabout and maybe just leave a little bit of room for Tadeusz Slavikowski. A bomb in Walbridge Street. Even if we were to consider that the Project Riese complexes may have been utilized as desperate last-minute storage units for stolen treasure, it seems likely that there were bigger motives at work when the colossal project was first mooted at the meeting table. And one of the most compelling theories is that the Owl Mountains were the scenic location for the top-secret development of one particular wonder weapon which was going to win the war for the Nazis. Known officially as Die Glocke, translated in English as the bell, but more commonly known as the Nazi bell, this Wunderwaffe would have been quite unlike anything we'd ever seen before or indeed since. And it was a weapon which may have had some connection with the mysterious and very real structure located just a couple of miles from the Owl Mountains, which is nicknamed Hitler's Stonehenge. Oh my. Now, regular viewers of Decoding the Unknown with good memories, not yet addled by the long-term effects of alcohol and substance abuse, might remember that Katie wrote a cracking script on Die Glocke a little while ago. I do remember, that's what I was remembering earlier. But I'd like to serve a relatively brief, fresh take on the theory, whilst being careful not to retread on too much of the ground that Katie already covered. So you'll hopefully not suffer any serious side effects if you're allergic to the sensation of déjà vu. So, here we go. You'll hopefully not suffer any serious side effects if you're allergic to the sensation of déjà vu. Very clever, Danny! It's often suggested that the Nazis always boasted vastly superior military tech to the Allied forces during the Second World War, but this is the kind of debate that gets historians hopping around and pulling out their own beard hair in anger. It's true that Nazi Germany was the first to develop jet fighters, V-1 pulse jet cruise missiles, and V-2 rocket power ballistic missiles, and they also came up with some pretty cool tanks, although it's arguable how much good any of this did them during the war. I mean, not enough good because they lost. Besides the fact that the Allies won the race to develop nuclear weapons, and that kind of blows any credible argument out of the water. Yes, mate, that's a very nice tank, but look at the size of this atomic bomb. I'll let you throw the first punch if you like. It's true. It's like you brought a knife to a gunfight. But a lot of people still seem to be under the impression that the mad Nazi scientists were on the verge of making a pioneering breakthrough, which is still yet to be replicated by anyone nearly 80 years later. And it's only in relatively recent years the variety of published works have unearthed fresh evidence, including the documented confessions of a former S officer that one of their biggest technological triumphs was to have been the Nazi bell under development within the Project Rice tunnels. There's just a little bit of disagreement over what exactly it was supposed to do. The bell-shaped contraption was reported to be about 12 feet high and about 7 feet in diameter. Constructed from unidentified super tough metal, the bell housed 2 counter-rotating cylinders which were pumped full of a mystery mercury-like violet liquid that went by the name of Zerum 525. When it was switched on, the bell was said to make a deafening buzz, not unlike the sound of a beehive turned up to 11. But slightly more significantly, anything or anyone said to be standing within about 200 meters or 650 feet of the activated bell would quickly begin to decompose and turn into greasy treacle. Oh, God. This apparently included at least 5 of the original 7 scientists who were working on the damn thing. Such pesky teething problems may just have been accidental side effects from the development of a device which was ultimately intended to be some kind of anti-gravity weapon. It seems that the Nazis were experimenting with hypothetical phenomenon in which a person, an object, or even an entire place can be rendered free from the forces of gravity. Please. How exactly this would work as a weapon is open to speculation. I mean, if you had the ability to render something not subject to the forces of gravity, you could bet your bottom dollar is going to make a kick-ass weapon somehow, some way. Like, oh look, an approaching army of soldiers, brrr, and now they are floating into the sky. Like, yeah, it would be an awesome weapon, but it's not real. But seeing the device was said to have killed the very people designing it, the Nazi bell already sounds pretty dangerous to me. But the whole anti-gravity thing is one of the more sensible suggestions as to the true purpose of Die Glocke. Another theory is that the bell was merely the propulsion unit for a giant flying ship or spacecraft which could drop off the more important members of the Third Reich on the moon if things were getting a bit too hot on planet Earth. Isn't there that weird movie about Nazis on the moon? Like on the far side of the moon, and they have like a base up there in the modern day. It's weird. It's a weird movie. I don't think I finished it. This might explain the strange bell-shaped UFO that is alleged to have crashed in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania in 1965. I mean, yeah, it might explain it, or it might not. It might not. And by might not, I mean it doesn't at all. Yes, that's about 20 years too late, but the idea that SS General Hans Kammler, who mysteriously disappeared in 1945 and was never seen again, struck a secret deal with the US military in which he traded the Nazi bell technology for his freedom and a new identity. I mean, yes, we know that happens, but we know who these people were these days, right? This guy probably just ended up like drinking wine in Argentina and thinking about genocide. So, the bell-shaped craft that turned into a fireball before crashing into Kecksburg was a later US experiment that misfired rather than an extremely belated German attack. Or, and I mean, color me skeptical, but maybe it was a secret test aircraft. I mean, I guess this would be a secret test aircraft, but not one that runs on anti-gravity. It was just a fancy plane that crashed, and a plane that we have almost certainly, or we, the US military industrial complex, has achieved something much better since then. The true fate of Hans Kammler is still unknown, although eyewitnesses claim to have seen his corpse and attended his makeshift burial in 1945, and his wife successfully petitioned to have him declared officially dead in 1948. And we still haven't been given a definitive explanation for what was at the root of the alleged Kecksburg UFO incident. While the chances of it having anything to do with Die Glocke seem pretty remote, NASA never seemed to make up their minds about what it might have been. Yeah, NASA doing like the proto-Glomar response. We can neither confirm nor deny. Perfect phrase. That's what they're doing. They just didn't have the words for it yet. For several decades, it was deemed to be the failed re-entry of a Soviet probe, but more recently it was deemed to be a meteor in a prograde orbit. Oh my god, it's even less interesting than a secret spy plane. It's just a rock. Oh, the reality's always so disappointing, isn't it, dear audience? I'm sorry. It didn't help matters that NASA carelessly lost all of their original documents and findings related to the Kecksburg incident in 1987. You'd think that NASA would have been able to source a few floppy disks for backups by 1987. I mean, yes, but NASA almost famously, didn't they tape over the moon landings? Or not tape over, but the moon landings were broadcast by, it was a camera filming a screen. And so there's no original tape of the moon landings. Or the only one you've ever seen, and anyone who didn't watch it live, I believe, has seen, at NASA, is a recording of a screen of the moon landings. So in reality, it was a bit better quality. If the Nazi bell wasn't flying ship as such, then it was probably just a time machine. It's widely reported that Otto Cerny, a German scientist who worked on the project, later claimed in 1961 that if you peered into a mirror positioned directly above the bell, it would reflect images from the past. Oh right, yes, that sounds real, doesn't it? He never explicitly referred to a time machine, but it sounds like a pretty weird mirror. I mean, yes, all mirrors technically reflect images from the past if we're being pedantic, but I assume Otto meant that this mirror does dived significantly further into the past than the one he was using for shaving. A fully working time machine would, of course, be a pretty handy contraption to have in the midst of a world war, as you could keep nipping back in time armed with the foreknowledge of your opponent's every move. Yeah, like the chronosphere from Red Alert 2. Yes. Taking a second to remember how the war panned out, you might assume that they never got quite round to perfecting the fiddly bits before the project was abandoned. Whether the Nazi bell was an anti-gravity weapon, a giant flying ship, a time machine, or just a particularly impressive dinner gong, another question we have to ask ourselves is where such a conspicuous object might be hiding today. If SS General Hans Kammler didn't hand it over to the US military as part of a secret deal, the most likely explanation is that it was either destroyed before the Red Army arrived, or it was shipped off to South America along with all the Nazi gold. I suppose if they had succeeded in creating a working... Oh yeah, we're talking about a Nazi gold train. And now we're talking... It's even more like the Nazi gold train. I'd be like, yeah, there could be a train full of Nazi gold somewhere. And then it's like, oh yeah, but a time-traveling magical bell. Please. I suppose if they had succeeded in creating a working time machine, Hitler may have just driven it back to the 31st of August 1939 to create an alternate timeline in which he didn't bother invading Poland and instead lived out the rest of his life keeping chickens and running a sanctuary for cats and dogs. Yeah, Hitler loved animals, right? Oh god. One thing for sure though, Die Glocke was nowhere to be found in the Our Mountains after 1945, but a potentially physical clue is still standing there today, and it's absolutely massive. Around 3 kilometers away from the Project Rice access point stands a huge circular concrete structure which stretches up dozens of feet high. Known locally as the Muchalabka, a name first given to it many years after its construction by a Polish journalist, this peculiar monument is more commonly known by the nicknames of the Flytrap or Hitler's Stonehenge. Two very different names there. The 12 tall blocky pillars arranged in a huge circle do bear more than a few similarities to the real Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain in England, which was probably constructed by aliens many centuries ago. I went there and it was a bit rubbish. Yep, it was aliens. For sure. And we must have done a video about Stonehenge debunking that nonsense. But while mysteries still swirl around the construction and purpose of the real Stonehenge, Hitler's version has laid down the foundations for fresh waves of conspiracy theories, as nobody has ever been able to definitively explain why such an imposing monument had been erected in a random spot on the Our Mountains during the course of the Second World War. Just what was the point of Hitler's henge? One suggestion is that it was built on the behest of Holocaust architect Heinrich Himmler, who was known to have a deep interest in the occult and other voodoo shit. The construction may have been intended as some kind of quasi-religious monument which would herald the imminent dawn of global Nazi domination, but you'd think Himmler would have had more pressing matters to attend to in the later stages of the war than fannying around with ornamental monuments. Sure, but people also be crazy. Like, if he's believing in the occult and all of this stuff, he could be like, yeah, if I make this monument, it's going to turn the tide of the war, you know? It was like there's a news article I was reading today about Israel and Hamas, and the Israeli government were like, yo, we might have to loosen up the restrictions on Orthodox Jews who apparently they're exempt from serving in the the defense force. And the reason why they say their excuse for not serving is that their staying home and praying is what protects the country. I was like, how about you go in the military? Jesus Christ. But people really believe this stuff. He was probably more concerned with sourcing the parts for the time machine getting built underground. A more common theory is that Hitler's Stonehenge had some deep-rooted connection with the Die Glocke project. The henge may have acted as some sort of support rig for the Nazi bell whenever it was dragged outside for anti-gravity testing. Or if the actual Nazi bell was a mere propulsion unit, then the henge could have been the launch pad for the actual craft. You could certainly fit a decent-sized flying saucer on there as a push. But before we get too carried away with speculating on any connection between Die Glocke and Hitler's Stonehenge, it's worth pausing to rifle through the evidence which proves that such a wacky Wunderwaffe project was ever undertaken at the Our Mountains in the first place. Let me guess. Not very much evidence, or it's going to be some dude who on his deathbed was like, yes, back in my Nazi days. Why would I lie? For the most part, we're relying on the confessions of SS General Jakob Sporenberg, who apparently provided an affidavit during his trial in Poland for war crimes in which he spoke of the bell and how it was capable of vortex compression and magnetic field separation. Alright mate. He also admitted that as the Soviet forces closed in on the Our Mountains, he carried out a direct order from Hitler to execute a total of 62 Nazi scientists who were still working on the secret project. Considering that most of the original team of scientists were wiped out from the havoc-wreaking effect of the actual bell itself, it's perhaps surprising that as many as 62 scientists scientists have managed to make it that far. I mean, honestly though, if you're working on an anti-gravity weapon, you're going to have more than 62 scientists working on it, because it's a big project. The whole Nazi bell theory only really began to gain traction following the 2001 publication of the book The Hunt for 0 Points by award-winning fiction and non-fiction writer Nick Cook. In the book, Nick Cook puts forward the proposal that the Nazis were working on groundbreaking technology underneath the Owl Mountains, which may have been an anti-gravity device, a flying saucer, or a time machine, and he wheels out the text from documents relating to war crimes confessions of General Jakob Sporenberg as evidence of this. But where was Cook getting all of this information and his documents from? Well, the award-winning writer was largely just pulling them from another book written just a year earlier by Polish military journalist Igor Wachowski. The book was titled The Truth About the Wonder Weapon, and it was originally only available in the Polish language and largely fell under the radar when it was first published in 2000. But it was Igor Wachowski who appears to have done all of the real detective work in sourcing the documents. Wachowski reckons that he sourced the transcripts of the confessions of General Sporenberg in 1997 from an anonymous Polish intelligence contact who had access to confidential government documents. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe a little bit of benefit of the doubt there, sure, maybe, but also, you got any proof that those are real? You want to show me the documents? Let's get some proof of authenticity. There was one problem though. Wachowski wasn't allowed to keep or make copies of the original documents. Oh, what a surprise. Who could have predicted that? Instead, he just transcribed them by hand before handing the originals back to his mystery contact. And this is already beginning to sound a little bit dubious to me. The documents have never been independently verified, so we've only got Igor Wachowski's word that the original documents were genuine and that General Sporenberg made any kind of confession or specific reference relating to the Glocker project. So, how much can we trust Igor Wachowski? I gotta answer that and say not very much. At the worst case, you gotta prove it true, dude. It's not, you gotta prove it true. Well, the general consensus is no, not very much. His book has been widely dismissed as nothing more than a hoax and is frequently ripped to shreds by more rational readers who prefer to see a bit more hard evidence before reaching such an outlandish conclusion. Yeah, I mean, what's that phrase go? Like, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? There's no extraordinary evidence. You wrote some shit down by hand from a mystery intelligence guy who allegedly didn't exist. Salon.com reviewer Kurt Kleiner is one of many to have stuck the boot in. He accuses Wachowski of ferreting out minor inconsistencies and odd ambiguous details, which he tries to pull up into proof. Kleiner goes on to add, "It's a story that strains credulity, but unless we're after cheap laughs, our hope when we pick up a book like this is that the author will, against the odds, build a careful, reasonable, and convincing case." Cook isn't that author. What is instructive about the book is the insight we get into how conspiracy theories seduce otherwise reasonable people. Igor Wachowski certainly wasn't responsible for just making up the whole Glocker project out of thin air. If anyone is responsible for that, it's probably the French writers Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier, who way back in 1960 put together a curious book called Morning of the Magicians. That sounds like fiction. This is a hard book to categorize, as the authors essentially rattle through a long chain of ridiculous ideas and bizarre conspiracy theories without reaching any rational conclusions. But they emphasize, in the introduction, that the book is meant to be a test of the reader's cognitive and critical thinking skills. As they put it, there will be a lot of silliness in our book, but this matters little if the book stirs up a few vocations and, to a certain degree, prepares broader tracks for research. It might best be described as a work of pure fiction presented in a way that suggests some of this crazy shit might be true. As I always say, if you're not a very good fiction writer, just say it's non-fiction. You'll sell more books. It was here in Morning of the Magicians that we see what appears to be the very first published reference to the Glocker project, albeit a largely fictional reference dressed up in possible fact. After this, the Nazi bell appeared to fall silent for about 40 years until Igor Wachowski, who very possibly absorbed Morning of the Magicians during his younger years, resurrected the idea for his own factual book in 2000, in which he presented dubious evidence seen by his eyes only and obtained from an unnamed source. Whilst his book didn't initially make much of an impact, the theory began to take off in the mainstream the following year with the release of Nick Cook's book, The Hunt for 0 Point, which places much weight on the notion of Wachowski's evidence being entirely reasonable and credible. But without any verification of those all-important confession documents, it does appear as if the main details of the Glocker theory are ultimately derived from a lot of silliness first dished up in 1960. Still, there are a few other alleged witness accounts of the Nazi bell which fall outside of these published works, although none of them add up to very much. For example, what about Otto Cerny, the German scientist who claimed to have worked on this incredible project which would reflect images from the past? Well, this was apparently just a private conversation and overheard in 1961 by informant Greg Rowe, and later relayed to author Henry Stevens, who referenced it in his 2007 book, Hitler's Suppressed and Still Secret Weapons, Science and Technology. Snappy title, Henry. I mean, I know you're making fun, but it's actually not bad. It's a pretty good title. Like, that wouldn't be a bad title for a YouTube video. So, all we have to rely on here is one informant's claim that Otto Cerny ever came out with such a ludicrous statement. Others have made vague references to a Nazi bell-shaped weapon over the years, which has included a Soviet plasma scientist, a railway employee, and very probably a butcher, a baker, and a candlestick maker. But there's nothing of any real meat to be found on any of these accounts. And that explains why the whole Die Glocke saga is usually dismissed as a conspiracy theory of recycled rumors based on implausible anecdotal accounts and gross exaggeration of the facts. Even so, I'm not completely convinced that Die Glocke is entirely fictional, but let's hop back to Hitler's Stonehenge to see if we can figure out the purpose behind this mysterious but very real structure. In short, we can't, and that's largely because the structure is unfinished, and so we can't be sure what the end result was even supposed to look like. It does sound like they've just built some foundations, like to put a building up on stilts or something. One of the theories frequently deemed the most plausible is the structure was meant to be some kind of helicopter testing pad. Nazi Germany was amongst the first in the world to develop modern helicopters, and so it might not seem so crazy that they were designing some of the prototypes in secret down in the Project Rise complexes, and then occasionally dragging them out to the nearby Henge for a test spin, something which might be quite difficult to do in an underground tunnel. But this idea falls a bit flat when you consider the location and the layout of Hitler's Stonehenge. For starters, the structure is perilously close to a huge clump of forest, which is likely to cause a bit of a hazard when pissing about with prototype helicopters, which might not necessarily go in the right direction on the first attempt. Yeah, building a helicopter testbed in a forest with large trees is insane. You want to do it in a giant open space. I saw a video the other day of like a personal hovercraft, not hovercraft, but like a drone. You'd sit in it and it's like a motorbike, but in the sky, and it's like a drone, and they're racing it through a forest. And all I'm thinking is like, oh boys, if this went off in one, I mean, I know it's to demonstrate how like safe and confident they are in the product, but it'd be like, god damn, if it went wrong, you're just like thrown into the trees, it would be a disaster. The real purpose behind Hitler's Stonehenge is likely a lot more mundane. One popular suggestion is that the structure was nothing more advanced than the early stages of a simple water tower. Yeah, it's like foundations. It's like, or like a structure to put something on top of. Although some have pointed out that it doesn't exactly follow the pattern of how water towers would have been constructed at the time. Another suggestion along the same lines is that the structure was an unfinished industrial cooling tower, which perhaps provides another clue that may well have been connected to certain industrial activities taking place in the Project Rice tunnels. Whilst the specifics of the supposed Die Glocke project may ultimately be a load of old bollocks, I still don't think it's inconceivable that the Nazis were developing secret new weapons technology in the secure environment of their underground base. This is unlikely to have anything to do with anti-gravity weapons, largely because many scientists argue today that the fundamental principles of anti-gravity go against everything we currently understand about the governing laws of the universe. Perhaps the most obvious assumption to make is that the Nazis had chosen the Owl Mountains as the safest location in which to experiment with the development of nuclear weapons, and that if the Nazi bell existed in any form at all, it was an early failed attempt at creating a bell-shaped atomic bomb. We already know that Nazi Germany launched several research programs into the development of nuclear bombs during the course of the Second World War, and the Owl Mountains seemed like the perfect remote spot to undertake potentially dangerous research programs during which proper nasty it might start leaking all over the place. Yes, like radiation. That could definitely kill the scientists. There's that one where the guy, he connects those two halves of like beryllium or whatever it is in like a testing environment, and it releases like a huge dose of radiation and kills him, like with the radiation poisoning, and maybe some other scientists in the lab. It's brutal. Oh, the Demon Core, I think it was called. I've made a video about this for sure. But whatever they may or may not have been working on down there, any potential weaponry is likely to be a bit more recognizable and down to earth than anti-gravity devices, time machines, or great big flying saucers. Walls come tumbling down. Hang hang on a minute. If we really want to get a grip on the full scope of Project Rise, why don't we just ask the architect who was in charge of overseeing the whole operation? Albert Speer may have died in 1981 at the age of 76, but he got quite chatty before his death and even became something of a Nazi celebrity, regularly appearing on TV shows around the world to perpetuate the idea that he was the good, misunderstood Nazi who wasn't aware of all the atrocities that were being carried out by everyone else on his team. Oh, please.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Albert Speer should have been shot with the rest of them, or hung or whatever. Within the pages of his memoirs Inside the Third Reich, first published in 1969, Albert Speer reveals the exact sole purpose behind Project Rise. It was meant to be a new secret HQ and bunker where Hitler and his best mates could hang out in safety and plan out their next move as the Allied forces dropped bombs on the rest of Germany. There may well have been some room for quite a few of Hitler's mates, though. Speer reckons that had the project reached completion, there would have been room for no less than 20,000 people in what he describes as an entire underground city. So, there we have it. Straight from the horse's mouth. I don't know why we just didn't read Albert Speer's memoirs in the first place. It might have saved us a lot of time, but there is a problem. Albert Speer may have been on a mission in later life to paint himself as the good Nazi, but the historical evidence proves that he was anything but a good Nazi. He spent his later years essentially just peddling lies, perpetuating myths in a bid to rebrand himself as the innocent guy who walked around with his eyes shut. His supposedly warts and all memoirs have been widely criticized for its glaring omissions and demonstrably false entries. He spouts forth lies from the very first page, as he doesn't even give the correct information relating to his own birth. Historians have concluded that Speer was almost certainly withholding information about the full extent of Project Rise, and his attempts to suggest that it was intended purely as an HQ and bunker were yet another attempt of the misinformation he was purposefully spreading throughout his whole book. Hitler's adjutant, Nikolaus von Below, gave a similar account of his own memoirs in his own memoirs titled At Hitler's Side, although he phrases it slightly differently. He recalls, quoting here, "The plans that we kept criticizing in those months included the construction of a huge new headquarters for the Fuhrer in Silesia." I think the key word is includes. While it's very possible that the Kazier's castle complex may have been intended purely as a safe hangout for the Fuhrer and his friends, the sheer size of the project as a whole perhaps suggests that there was far more than just one purpose in mind when the plans were originally drawn up. I mean, yeah, but it could be like Hitler and 20,000 of his friends. The historian Rob Bell may have been bang on the money when he suggested that the high volume of resources getting plowed into the project indicated an important connection to the ongoing war effort rather than just a cool new hangout. It seems safe to assume that the fundamental purpose of Project Rise was to move certain crucial operations into an impregnable new infrastructure, which would be protected from Allied air raids. As well as potentially protecting the Third Reich top brass, it would have also made sense to move the development and manufacturing of weapons and ammunitions down there where they were far less likely to get blown to bits before even rolling off the production line. Certain manufacturing operations had already moved closer to Lower Silesia during the construction of the tunnels, and the long-term plan may have been to move pretty much everything underground when the complexes were completed. Again, we're not necessarily talking about Wunderwaffe here, but rather assembly areas for more familiar weapons such as those V1 flying bombs and V2 rockets. Perhaps the ultimate vision for Project Rise was quite simple to Meadowhall Retail Park in South Yorkshire, in that it offered a little bit of everything for everyone. It was meant to be an HQ, a bunker, an entire underground city for thousands of people, a secure site for laboratories and factories and armories, and maybe a really good hiding place for all of that Nazi gold. But another point to consider is that maybe it was ultimately only ever used for the latter purpose. Whilst there is much speculation over what kind of fiendish activity was taking place beneath the Owl Mountains, we have to remember that the project was never completed. It's estimated that it would have taken at least another 18 months of work to get it finished, but the plans were foiled by the blowing of the full-time whistle on the Second World War. So, it could be the case that nothing at all of note was going on there yet, other than the relentless digging of tunnels that were destined to lead precisely nowhere. And in the end, those unfinished tunnels were only ever used to hide the treasure during the very last days of the war. Maybe there really is some thrilling discovery still to be made in some of the many inaccessible sections of the Project Rise complexities which have yet to be explored. You might even hit upon that fabled Nazi gold train if you get lucky with a metal detector next time you're hiking or biking cross-country. Although keep an eye out for some of the sinister individuals out there who are still reported to be sending treasure hunters on their way. But I'm not sure we will ever fully understand every specific detail of what Adolf Hitler, famous for being kind to animals and possibly having a tiny deformed micropenis, was planning in them thar Owl Mountains. And that is where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. I think we thoroughly debunked this one. Although, I'm not against there being a Nazi gold train out there. Kind of exciting. But there's not any other weird Thanks for watching or listening. If you're listening, why not rate this podcast? Thank you so much. Bye for now. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one written by Kevin, read by me. Format of the show if you're new here. First of all, welcome. As I've never read this before, we're going to find out about these dark hidden mysteries together. I feel like we just did an episode like this. So maybe it did well, and we're doing another one. Let's just jump in, shall we? We've talked a lot about internet mysteries on this channel over the years, and there's no shortage of them. Oftentimes, what makes these stories so mysterious is just how little information there is surrounding them. While that definitely leaves a lot more open to the imagination in terms of just how spooky and unsettling a story may be, it also means that those stories can't necessarily carry a full episode by themselves. But they're still stories worth covering, and that brings us to today's episode. Today's format will be a little bit different because we'll be looking at not one, but three different stories that for one reason or another never made it onto this channel before today. I think because maybe they're just a bit too short. Like, this channel's generally like podcast first, so, longer format, lean back experience. Maybe you're listening in your car, that sort of thing. Among them is the channel's most requested internet mystery. Ooh, one that I had previously refused to cover. Ooh, I hope you will enjoy this slight departure from the normal form, because there are plenty of other mysteries out there that I could use for future anthologies, and if not, I guess it's back to trying to convince Simon that ghosts and cryptids are real. Yeah, good luck with that. It's been, nearly 2 years we've been doing this channel? Still not real. Joanna Lopez. The year 1989, and a young Barack Obama had just finished up his night working as a summer associate at a local Chicago law firm. Once he left work, he headed over to his buddy Michael Jordan's $3 million penthouse, where the two planned to spend the evening vegging out on the couch together, watching TV and smoking a fat blunt. What? That cannot be true. Is that possibly true? Is there any reason that these two would ever known each other, let alone be friends? Of course not, but they're literally the only two people I can think of who were living in Chicago at this time, so I'm going to need you to get off my back and just roll with this clearly fictitious framing device. Kevin, you had me going for almost a second there. Anyway, the pair were relaxing and having a good time, making conversation while Chicago's NBC affiliate, WMAQ Channel 5, provided some background noise. It was getting late, though, and they were about to experience something that I was all too familiar with back in 1989. So, Kevin, you're only a couple of years older than me. Weren't you I feel like I was 2 years old in 1989, so Kevin would be like 4? It's something that seems incomprehensible to Zoomers, and the sort of thing that they've only heard about in stories like this. You see, back in the 1980s and early 1990s, and of course in decades preceding this, we didn't have streaming internet, or really any internet to entertain us. Oh my god, it was basically like, now, if I went back in time and it was like pre-internet, the amount, I'd be lost. I would be a lost person. There'd be, anything I needed to do, I'd just have no idea. Be like, do I have to phone someone? Do I have to go to a library? Do I have to get a book? What happens? You also couldn't turn on your extended cable package and watch news, comedy, cartoon, sports, cooking, and every other genre imaginable 24 hours a day. Back then, our TVs had one knob and only went from 2 to 13, and another knob for the handful of UHF stations in your area. And most importantly, those stations weren't on air all day long. Oh, Kevin. When I was a kid, literally until I was a teenager, maybe not a teenager, I was pretty young, there were 4 channels. You had a choice of 4 channels. BBC 1, BBC 2, ITV, and the creatively named Channel 4. Channel 5, also creatively named, came along quite a bit later and showed CSI. And these were all absolutely loaded up with adverts, except for BBC, where you didn't have to have adverts, but you had to have a TV license. It's kind of like a gun license for Americans, except for TV. Stations would sign off their broadcasts sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., usually ending by playing the national anthem while showing an American flag waving in the breeze. Wow, in the UK, we just got an image of, I think it was just some random girl sitting at a chalkboard playing noughts and crosses, and it would just be going beep, and then program like when the channel was off the air, which seems insane now. It's like, why would you broadcast that when you could be broadcasting, I don't know, reruns and stuff them full of adverts, because some money is better than no money. just in case you forgot what country your TV was in. They would then show some sort of test pattern, often just a series of coloured bars, and an obnoxious single tone would play throughout the night. The stations would then stay off the air until usually 5 or 6 a.m, at which point they would begin the day again by playing the national anthem. As a kid, I'd frequently catch this early playing of the anthem while getting ready for school in the morning. I'd turn on the TV, get a bowl of cereal, waiting for Samurai Pizza Cats to start. Now I don't know what's real and what's fake, Kevin. Is Samurai Pizza Cats actually a TV show, or is it as real as Michael Jordan Baccarat but Obama smoking a fat blunt? And sometimes I'd be awake before the station had actually started its programming for the morning, but more often I'd catch it at night. I'd always been a night person, which is not ideal as a child for whom school started at 7 a.m. Holy Kevin, my school started at... Well, registration was from 8 to 8:25, and then school would start like at 8:30. So I think you could arrive any time between 8 and 8:25, if I remember correctly. And then you'd be off to like first activity or first class or whatever it was that day. Assembly. Chapel. By 8:30. And I frequently fell asleep watching TV only to be awoken by the horrible test pattern sound. Well, that's like telling you it's time to go to bed. Like, get up off the couch and go to bed. However, what Obama and Jordan saw that night was something entirely different from the usual sign-off. WMAQ played the national anthem as always, but instead of a test pattern, they instead showed this image. And for our audio listeners today, I will briefly describe it, as not to bore the video people who can see this. It's a missing person's photograph, a poster, with a photograph of what seems to be a child. The resolution's very low, missing, and then the name of the person's Jana Lopez, and then there's a phone number beneath it. That's it. This image would remain on screen for hours until the station resumed its scheduled programming the next morning. However, to many who saw it, it was extremely unsettling. Reports of missing children weren't uncommon on network affiliates, but usually there was some sort of context. How old was the person? Or where were they last seen? What were they wearing? That sort of thing. None of that was present for Joanna Lopez. Instead of the typical voiceover that would explain who she was, this singular image was broadcast for hours in absolute silence, other than the ambient static hum of shitty old television. See, I still remember that sound like an old TV switching on, like the cathode ray tube where it fires like, and then you turn it off. Oh, I feel so old. Oh God, I'm gonna be 40 soon. Like 3 and a bit years, but come on. There was no explanation of who she was, where she disappeared from, who the phone number was for, or why they picked the creepiest and least identifiable picture of the missing girl possible. I was beginning to wonder if it was just like my e-reader screen here, but yeah, you could barely see this person. Seriously, they'd probably have been better off just asking a toddler to draw a picture of Joanna than using this picture. It's extremely low resolution and looks like a horrible photocopy of the original image, and that gives the photo a very off-putting quality. Perhaps because the quality is so poor, none of Joanna's facial features are clearly defined, and the giant 1980s-style glasses she's wearing almost make her look like some sort of insect person. I didn't even realize she was wearing glasses. It's a really bad photo. You can't even tell what ethnicity she is. I couldn't even tell if this was a girl or a boy. To many people who saw this image, it haunted them. Joanna's image resided in the uncanny valley, the psychological phenomenon where something looks simultaneously almost human and not human enough. This tends to cause an unsettling emotional reaction, and for many people, this picture would stick with them for years. However, for the public at large, especially since few people would have been awake to even see the station sign off for the night, this story was just a whole lot of nothing. Chicago was in the midst of a resurgence of violent crime. It's like Chicago's got a resurgence of something negative in 1989, so missing persons reports weren't typically given the attention that they deserved. Police had plenty of cases that were definitely murder or kidnappings, and the time they needed to spend on those left precious little time for focusing on people who probably just ran away on their own. And since she wasn't a lost little white girl, the odds of anyone caring were dramatically decreased. Oh, okay, well, there we go. As a result, nothing came of this missing persons broadcast. But then, 2 years later, in 1991, it was aired again. This time it wasn't left up all night. It was only aired for 10 seconds before being replaced with the standard test pattern. The rebroadcast image looked like it was slightly higher resolution, but it's unclear whether that was the result of more effort being put in, or whether the higher quality transmission technology that had been implemented in the 2 years since made for the difference. I think maybe they're testing something. Maybe someone at the TV network thought it'd be a good idea to broadcast pictures of, missing children or whatever, instead of just the pointless boo no broadcasting sound. And maybe they just made this in like whatever 1980s Photoshop is. I guess like a photocopier and like writing things out. Maybe typewriters. I don't know. It's the 1980s. I wasn't around. Something like that to test it out and see whether it works and stuff. It feels like a test. I don't think this is a real person. Not sure though. Regardless of which was the case, again, Joanna's story vanished into obscurity. It would take nearly 30 years before anyone started seriously looking into Joanna's case and whether or not she was ever found. It began in August of 2009, although nobody was going to notice for another 10 years. There's an organization known as the Museum of Classic Chicago Television, fuzzymemories.tv, that is seeking to archive all of the classic PSAs, sign-offs, and other local programming that aired on Chicago television. This is not an official archive run by any of the local networks, most of whom probably don't still have those old tapes anyway. Instead, the videos are collected from anyone who happens to still have VHS recordings of local Chicago TV from back in the day. How long does VHS last? I feel like there's a lifespan on that, or maybe only if it's watched over and over again. Because it's an analog format, it's gonna degrade, right? Among the videos uploaded in 2009 was the WMAQ sign-off from January 14th, 1989, when the Joanna Lopez poster first aired. 6 years later, they uploaded the video to their YouTube channel, but it is a small and extremely niche type of content, so these videos weren't going to instantly blow up. Or maybe blow up ever. Very, very niche. In October of 2012, another YouTube channel named Dat Commercial uploaded the sign-off from 1991. This one didn't include a specific date, but the fact that the missing poster appeared in higher but still terrible quality, coupled with it switching to the test pattern after 10 seconds, showed that it was clearly a different instance of Joanna's image being featured on the channel. These videos sat online for years, going as unnoticed as the original broadcast. But then, suddenly, out of nowhere, this story took the internet by storm. There are only two places that a mystery like this tends to gain sudden traction. I already know what they are. One of them's Reddit. The other's probably 4chan. 4chan and Reddit! I've done too many of these. And it's also Kevin. I feel like 4chan and Reddit gonna come up. This time it was Reddit that caught wind of the weird poster, though why they did is still somewhat of a mystery. Perhaps it began with a search for information about the Max Headroom hijacking that we previously covered on this channel. That's another one. I feel like I've covered that many times. It's when someone hijacked a television broadcast and just broadcast a dude wearing a Max Headroom mask and dancing and stuff. It was weird. Never been solved as far as I'm aware. That story also took place in Chicago, and recordings of the hijacking have been archived by the Museum of Classic Chicago Television. It's possible someone was looking through the channel's other YouTube videos just to see what other interesting oddities they had, or if there were other recordings of the Max Headroom incident causing them to stumble across the image of Joanna Lopez. That's my personal guess, but how the missing poster was finally noticed doesn't really matter. What mattered is that Reddit immediately jumped all over the mystery, trying to find out everything they could. Right out of the gates, there were a lot of questions that needed to be answered, but when people went looking, it only sparked more curiosity, because there was absolutely nothing to find. There were no newspaper articles about her disappearance and no police records. Joanna also isn't listed in any missing persons database. I'm really thinking this is just a test. Someone just randomly chose a name and was just like, we're testing this. Not only were all of the details of her disappearance unclear, but suddenly it was unclear whether or not she even disappeared in the first place. I mean, how could a TV station run a missing poster like that for several hours without any information about the disappearance existing? This immediately led to some outlandish theories. For example, what was the phone number that appeared on the screen? Perhaps Joanna had been kidnapped, and the phone number was so that her family could call her to hear the ransom. It was believed that this would explain why none of the information that normally appeared in the case of a missing person was present. The party responsible for having the poster aired already had the girl, so they didn't actually need anyone to find her. What? And they just wrote to the local wrote to the local TV station being like, hey, I've kidnapped a girl. Can you broadcast this image so that her family can see it? You wouldn't do that. You'll just phone the family and be like, yo, here's how it's gonna work. In a similar vein, there was also the theory that this may have been some sort of human trafficking scheme, and the phone number was for people who wanted to purchase the girl. Again, this is ridiculously outlandish. I don't think that's how this sort of crime works, guys. One of the big discoveries that potentially lent credence to theories like this was that it was the only time that something like this ever happened. People scoured through the Retro TV Museum and asked Chicago locals, but there was nothing. Joanna's poster was the only one to ever air on WMAQ like this, while the station was off the air, and it aired twice 2 years apart. So why? Are you guys on board with my theory that it's a test? I feel like it's definitely a test of some kind.
Maybe.
Another slightly less wild but implausible theory is that this was another hijacking, like the Max Headroom incident. It was argued that Joanna's picture was the only one to ever air because it was a hacked signal. They deliberately used a shitty, unidentifiable photo of someone just to scare and confuse people, and the phone number was a fake. These were among the early theories, but they were rather easily debunked. On the idea of it being a hijacking, the image was on screen for hours. Even if the station was off the air at that point, there's no way that nobody at the station was going to notice and take action. Max Headroom was barely able to hijack the signal for 90 seconds, and this was 2 years later. The networks would have made it much harder by then. The second broadcast also becomes essentially inexplicable under this theory. Yeah, this is just, there's no evidence for this, I don't believe it. It's too complex just to achieve something so pointless for so long. As for the idea that the missing poster was made by Joanna's kidnapper, this flew out of the window as soon as the phone number was identified. And honestly, someone from Chicago should have been able to silence those theories from the start. The phone number was 312-744-5594. People tried contacting the number once the mystery exploded, but it was out of service. Yeah, it's been like 30 years, guys. Many people immediately took this as a sign that the phone number had never existed at all, rather than considering that maybe something had changed in the last 30 fucking years since it was first aired. My annoyance about that oversight aside, 312 is the area code for Chicago. That part everyone would have looked up and been satisfied with. However, what someone from Chicago could have mentioned to people is that the prefix 744 is almost unitarily associated with official City of Chicago government phone numbers. This was as true in 1989 as it is today, and somebody really should have brought this to everyone's attention to stop the ridiculous wild goose chases. Or maybe they did try, but they got shouted down because they were ruining everybody's conspiracy theories. In the end, it was determined that in 1989, the phone number that appeared on the screen belonged to Joe P. Mayo, commander of the Youth Division of the Chicago Police Department. Well, makes sense to have his number on the screen then, doesn't it? Not only did that rule out any notion that the poster was created by Joanna's abductor, but it confirmed that she was a minor at the time of her disappearance. But this did lead to another theory. Maybe it was just a test. Perhaps here we go. Perhaps the network wanted to try something new with these overnight missing posters, so they took a deliberately unrecognizable photo of someone at the station's daughter, gave her a fake name, and made a mock-up of what this type of broadcast would look like to test it out. That would explain the lack of evidence that Joanna Lopez actually went missing, because she didn't. Okay, good. This is my theory. I like this theory. While I get to the logic, I personally am surprised this theory became as popular as it did. I'm not at all. Anytime the public is asked for help with a police investigation, they get inundated with bullshit leads and fake sightings and whatnot. There's no reason that wouldn't happen this time as well, assuming anyone saw the broadcast. You'd think that they'd have the sense to stamp "this is just a test" over the screen and to print a 555 phone number instead of the correct number for those sorts of things. 555 is maybe, this is an American thing, but I know this for some reason. It's not a real area code. So in movies where they're always like, yeah, just call me at 555, it's because it doesn't exist and they won't hassle anyone. And in case Simon or international viewers, Kevin's about to explain it to us, isn't he? In the United States, there is no 555 area code, nor do any area codes use the 555 prefix in numbers. There is only one specific use case for those numbers that never comes up, so putting 555 in a phone number is shorthand for "this is fiction." If it was just a test, surely something like this would have been done so viewers knew that there wasn't really a missing girl. Not only that, but Chicago already had plenty of genuine missing people. Even if the overnight broadcast was experimental, why run a fake missing poster instead of a real one? I think just because people don't think about this stuff very much. There's probably someone who's like at the thing being like, hey, can't we just do a missing poster? Yo, intern John, go mock up a poster. And intern John goes off and he finds a crappy photograph. He finds a number that would be typically used. He chooses a name at random. He photocopies it together and gives it to his boss. Done. Job's a good one. I think people just don't think about this. They just don't think very hard. A dedicated subreddit was created to pursue this mystery and try and figure out who Joanna was, what happened to her, and why the only mentions of her disappearance were two obscure and bizarre broadcasts. Members did everything they could in search of information, including talking to people at WMAQ. Shockingly, despite it being so many years later, they did get some answers. Of course, those answers were not terribly helpful, instead only raising even more questions. According to someone who worked at the station back in 1989, this was very much a real broadcast. It was not a test, a hoax, or a hijack signal. But the reason there was no information given about Joanna and her last known whereabouts is because the station didn't know any of that. The request to air this missing poster was made by an anonymous caller who said they were going to call back with more information, though they never did. As for the low-quality photo, people were correct that this was a photocopy. If the request came in via phone, I'd assume that it had been faxed, so the station never had the actual photograph to work with. However, the person who Internet Detective spoke to said it was clear it was an individual calling. It was not a representative of the police or an organization dedicated to missing people or even a home for foster children. It was just some random person. As such, technically that doesn't rule out the possibility that it was still a hoax and just one that the TV station wasn't in on, but it's still a bizarre set of circumstances. Reddit has also made numerous FOIA requests to the police and even to the FBI, though these requests all turned up 0 results for reports concerning a Joanna Lopez. The official story for internet investigators is that Illinois is a body-present state, meaning that a missing person is considered alive unless a body is found. If Joanna was considered alive and the investigation open, this would mean that the police had the authority to withhold documents from FOIA evidence. You could be immortal in Chicago. Just make sure they never find your body. While this seems to have been accepted as fact, as far as I can tell, it's actually absolute bullshit. I can't find any references to the term body-present state that aren't from the subreddit itself, indicating that it's not an actual term. More importantly, the laws in Illinois are similar to the laws in most states. In Illinois, a person is considered alive for the first 7 years, and adequate proof of death is required to have them declared dead. After 7 years, it flips, and a missing person is presumed dead, instead requiring adequate proof that they're alive in order for them to be declared alive. I made a video about this ages ago, about what it's like if you've been declared dead, and then you show up, and how difficult it is to become alive again. People are like, you don't have a credit history. According to our banking details, you're dead. We can't give you a credit card. You're trying to steal someone's identity, and apparently it takes just years and years for all of this stuff to figure itself out. There was even a very high-profile case in Illinois in recent years when someone wanted her missing husband declared dead before the 7 years were up for insurance purposes, though she wound up having to wait the full 7 years. Anyway, it's been 35 years, so while it would still be an open cold case, Joanna would very much be presumed dead at this point. Unfortunately, this is the problem with pretty much all the information surrounding a mystery that only exists on Reddit, with the official source listed as Trust Me Bro. To the best of my knowledge, the idea of a body-present state is completely made-up bullshit that awkwardly has gone without being fact-checked for years. Well, we did that today, didn't we, Kevin? Well done. Since we can disprove the idea that a missing person would still be considered alive after 35 years, there are 2 remaining reasons why the FOIA requests wouldn't have turned up anything. Either records surrounding Joanna's disappearance have been lost or destroyed, or they never existed in the first place. But the lack of official documentation wasn't going to stop people from searching for Joanna. One discovery made was from the 1989 West Chicago Community High School yearbook. It seemed like a reasonable place to go looking for Joanna, though she wasn't in it. However, they did find this picture of Rachel Lopez, who was perceived as bearing a striking resemblance to Joanna. I mean, yeah, maybe she's also wearing the big glasses, but that first picture was so dark, it's just basically you can't tell. Is it possible that the missing girl's legal name was Rachel and she just went by Joanna? Is that why searching records for Joanna turned up nothing? Honestly, this lead struck me as someone who saw 2 low-quality black and white images of girls wearing giant 1980s sunglasses and decided that they must be the same person. The parts of their faces that aren't obscured by glasses don't look particularly similar, though admittedly more of their faces are covered by glasses than not, so it's easy to fixate on that similarity. Of course, it didn't take long to disprove this theory. Rachel appeared in the yearbooks in 1990, 1991, and 1992 as well. For this to be the person in question, she would have had to have disappeared in 1989, been found, and then disappeared again in 1991. Maybe, anyway, there is a theory that the second broadcast of Joanna was a mistake, which is why it was only aired for 10 seconds, but there's no way to know whether or not that's the case. More importantly, however, people contacted the high school and they confirmed that Rachel never went missing. Okay, so just because 2 people look vaguely alike from super grainy photos, not the same person. Who could have ever known? In an attempt to give people something better to work with, several users attempted to clean up the image that was broadcast. Maybe if people could actually see a reasonable approximation as to what Joanna looked like, it would be easier to identify and locate her. There were several attempts made of varying quality. By far the highest quality restoration of the photo, which was accompanied by a detailed step-by-step process of how the image was restored, came from a user named as The Lava Hotshits. Welcome to the internet, everybody. Anyway, this is what he came up with. Okay. Pretty good image, based on the fact that, it was so degraded it feels more like just creative artwork rather than just like, yeah, this is an image of the person. How can you do this from the original image? It was so poor quality. This was a massive step up from other attempts, both in terms of quality and likely resemblance to the actual girl in question. LHS was clear on where guesswork was involved, such as Joanna's hair texture, but overall it looks like it was a well thought out and carefully executed process. That's all well and good, but a better picture wasn't going to be enough to solve this mystery. After all, if Joanna or her family were aware that the internet was looking for her, surely they would have been able to identify her from the garbage quality photo that aired on TV. I don't know if I could recognize my own family with the picture quality that bad. However, a few years after Reddit started investigating this mystery, another piece of interesting information was revealed. I mentioned that this was the only time WMAQ ever aired a missing persons poster like this, and for a long time that was believed to be true. But on May 16th, 2022, the Museum of Classic Chicago Television uploaded the WMAQ sign-off from January the 24th, 1988. After the national anthem, the following image appeared on screen for 10 minutes. Okay. So it's another person, much clearer photo. Person's called Trisha Kellett, much clearer. There's a phone number again. There's also a last scene. So they've added something. It turns out Joanna wasn't the only missing child that had aired on this channel. The image was the exact same layout and featured the same phone number, though this time it included the date Trisha Kellett was last seen. That was interesting for a couple of reasons. First, it provided further evidence that it was a real broadcast, even though someone had already claimed to have gotten the information from the station. But perhaps more importantly, Trisha had been last seen 6 years before this image aired. That means that there's no telling whether or not Joanna actually went missing in 1989. If not, all of those FOIA requests may have turned up nothing because they were searching the wrong years. However, unlike with Joanna, there is information available about Trisha's disappearance. It's an incredibly heartbreaking story in which there was a suspect immediately identified by numerous witnesses and who even stated that maybe he killed Trisha, though he never faced any charges. The suspect was building apartments at the time, and it's believed that Trisha's body is in part of the cement foundation. Holy, it's like some mob thing. I mean, it's not, but didn't they bury people in cement? I'm not going to go into too much detail because it becomes increasingly infuriating the more you know, but suffice to say, there's a lot of information available about Trisha's disappearance, and she's still officially listed in multiple missing persons databases. So why not Joanna? In an attempt to circumvent FOIA paperwork and maybe get information the police otherwise wouldn't share, one of the moderators on the Joanna Lopez subreddit contacted the police through a job. She had a job that would allow her to potentially gain access to sensitive information, and contacted them under the guise of attempting to match people in her possession with missing persons cases. But again, this got them no closer to finding Joanna. Finally, having exhausted all other resources, the moderator of Bubblegum Trad did something you should absolutely not do in a case like this one. She cold called Joanna Lopez. Holy shit. Now, that's a common name, and Chicago's a big city. Doing a very cursory search, I found dozens of Joanna Lopez's currently living in Chicago, several of whom are the right age to have been the person in question. There's far too many of them to randomly call, and even if there was one, she still shouldn't have to deal with a bunch of internet strangers harassing her for answers. Regardless, Bubblegum Trad was confident that she had identified the correct Joanna. This level of confidence only grew during their conversation. The Joanna she spoke to said that she'd run away in 1989 when she was 18 years old, but it was only for a few days. Joanna also said that her parents wouldn't have contacted the police or the TV station. The phone call was short, with Joanna cutting it off because she said she was busy. She said she could call back within the week, but never did. Yeah, also, she has a right to be left alone, guys. Jesus. After waiting a week, Bubblegum Trad sent a text, followed by another phone call about a month later. There was never another reply for Joanna, but the moderator was confident that this was the correct person, and Joanna Lopez was alive, well, and completely oblivious to being the center of an internet mystery. And to be fair to Joanna for ghosting Bubblegum Trad, getting off the phone as fast as possible and never talking to the person again is a pretty reasonable reaction to something like this. I'd be really fucking freaked out if I'd been the one to receive that phone call. Yes, same. Leave people alone.
Leave me alone.
I reached out to Bubblegum Trad in the hopes of getting more information. If nothing else, I wanted to gauge her level of confidence that this really was the Joanna Lopez from the broadcast, and what evidence made her so sure. As of submitting this script, I haven't heard anything back yet, but if she does get back to me, I'll be sure to comment on this video with anything relevant that comes of it. Okay, well, have a look below, everybody. Even if we take her at our word that she found the right person, though, it still doesn't answer everything. It'd be great to know that Joanna is still alive and well and was only missing for a few days. But if what she said was true, then what's the deal with the broadcast? She was allegedly very confident that her family wouldn't have reported her missing, and if that's the case, who did? Who was this anonymous person that requested Joanna's image appear on TV as a missing child? And now that we know that Joanna wasn't the only missing person to air on WMAQ, how many others were there that the Museum of Classic Chicago Television has yet to rediscover? How many VHS recordings of Channel 5 evening movies are there out there that secretly hold the names and faces of other missing children whose stories have been lost to time? Fuji Tagaken 001. Next mystery. What would you do if you were being held prisoner somewhere and forced to work against your will? I mean, that's a very broad question. It kind of depends a lot on the situation, doesn't it? I mean, you probably work because you had no choice, but what if, amidst all the human rights violations, you suddenly found yourself with access to the internet? How would you get word out to other people about your situation? I don't know, info@fbi.gov? Admin at scotlandyard.co.uk? I don't know. No, this is not going to be some long fiction story about how the other writers and myself are trapped in Simon's basement. Shh. While it's allegedly true that we're all chained up here and no one's allowed to leave, frankly, I could use the work, and I hate the sun anyway, so I have no complaints about my current imprisonment. But that didn't appear to be the case for Redditor Fujitagaken001. The account was created on the 22nd of February 2017, and it began replying to random threads that day, continuing until March the 10th, but almost every single comment they made was the same. I face too serious problem of human rights at Fujitagen, Thailand. Please help me. There were only 2 posts that were different, one of which was clearly copy and pasted twice instead of once. The only other comment that the account made was, quote, which translates to power harassment at Fujita Gikan, Thailand. Nobody really seemed to notice these posts at first, with many just getting downvoted out of sight. After all, it's not like these comments were in any way relevant to the topics at hand. These comments were made on posts about things like a SpaceX launch or a simulated battle between 1 chicken and 20,000 soldiers. The battle went exactly the way you would expect. Reddit is a weird place, isn't it? I feel like it'd be more realistic 1 soldier and 20,000 chickens. Realistically, it looks like the user was just clicking on any random shit on Reddit on the popular page in the hopes that it would get eyes on their post. The plan of posting on popular Reddit threads did work, and Fujitagaken's post caught the eye of someone who then posted about it on the Reddit Bureau of Investigation. By the time this user found the post, only 1 person had replied to any of them. A now deleted user by the name of Flapflip responded to several of Fujitagaken's posts with contact information for Amnesty International's branch in Thailand. Flapflip only replied to 4 out of the dozens of posts that existed, and the rest of her post history shows that it was just mostly a normal person's regular Reddit account and not tied to the Fujitagaken account in any way. I only refer to her as being mostly normal because of the post in which she declared, pineapple pizza sucks, an objectively incorrect and bizarre opinion for any rational person to hold. Fight me. No, Kevin, I won't fight you. I also love pineapple pizza. Hawaii pizza is great. I think we're in the minority though, Kevin. But if we ever meet up, we can share a pineapple pizza together. It'll be fantastic. Anyway, based on the series of nearly identical posts, it was determined that there were 3 possible theories for what was going on. It was some sort of spam bot, it was a troll, or it was real and being posted by somebody who was in trouble. After a little bit of researching, people identified that there was a small facility called the Fujita Gikan Thai Company Limited in Bang Triang, Thailand. This facility is the Thai branch of a Japanese company. And so far, this makes sense. Assuming the posts were genuine, they could have been made by a Japanese national who was working at this facility. That would explain the singular Japanese language post, as well as the fact that the frequently repeated post sounded like a shitty Google translation. It also potentially explained why they never replied to anyone. Multiple people responded to Fujitagaken's post asking for more details or offering help, but none of them ever received a reply. This could be because the person making the posts didn't actually speak English, and they also could have had extremely limited internet access, only able to access Reddit in secret and very intermittently. That was supported by the timing of the posts, which also seemed to rule out the idea of it being a bot making them. The timing of the posts was indicative of a human poster rather than a bot, as was the error of double pasting the message. Since the consensus was that it was most likely a real person leaving these messages, that raised another question. Was this a cry for help, or was it a hoax? I mean, this is just not enough information to do anything with, isn't it? Is it? And then, you could ask for more information, but they can't reply. And then you're never going to be able to get the Thai police halfway around the world to go and raid some Japanese company's factory and wherever the Operating on the assumption that it was better safe than sorry, people tried to reach out to organizations like Amnesty International, though with no response. That's not terribly surprising, but users noted that the Thailand's branch of Amnesty International wouldn't even pick up the phone. Of course, it's not like there was a lot that they could do anyway. Thailand has a reputation for frequent and horrific human rights violations, including human trafficking and various forms of slave labor, including wage slavery. The initial posts were also made not long after Thailand passed laws making it more difficult for amnesty groups to do their jobs, in some cases trying to bar them from entering the country entirely. So, if this was a hoax, someone had certainly done their homework. They picked a country where it would be believable, a company that existed, and even added authenticity by making a post in Japanese. Not only did the company exist, but it was an extremely small and obscure company, particularly the branch in Thailand that was a machining manufacturer. It wasn't the sort of name someone would likely discover randomly unless they knew exactly what they were looking for. Also, why is this random Japanese person working in wage slavery or whatever in Thailand? They got human trafficked to Thailand? I feel like if you had the factory there, you'd have your local slaves. Why would you import your slaves if you're going to do slavery? As a side note, there was speculation that this may not have been the correct company. In addition to Fujita Giken Co. Ltd., there are two unrelated Japanese companies, Fujita and Giken, prompting the idea that perhaps someone was looking for a facility shared by the two companies. Looking into those companies, there didn't seem to be any link between the two of them, nor did either of them have operations in Thailand. While that was essentially a random dead end, it's worth mentioning because it means that the name wasn't completely unique. Theoretically, even if the posts were genuine, people may have found the wrong facility in Thailand. There was another interesting discovery, however, which was another user. Fujitagaken001 started posting on February the 22nd, 2017, but similar posts had been made between February the 17th and the 21st on the account help001001001. The account was suspended by Reddit, so people didn't find it immediately, but even deleted posts on Reddit are stored and searchable using the right tools. Many of the posts were the exact same copy and pasted messages that Fujitagen001 had made, but there were a couple of different ones as well. There was slightly more variation in these posts, mainly in terms of capitalization, but that's further evidence that this was not a bot doing this. There were also two more posts written in Japanese, including the first post made by the user. The first of these translates to, "I was told to shut up because it was long and incoherent, and my voice was irritating." The other translated to, "I don't understand the nerve of narcissism when you hurt someone and still keep asking them to date you. I guess he doesn't understand other people's pain because he loves himself the most. And there are strange people out there who would date someone like that." Both of these posts were copied directly from threads on 2chan, the Japanese image board that was the precursor to 4chan. What is going on? This is really odd. The first thread was about how to get a diagnosis for ADHD and the treatment options, and the second was about dealing with people who have narcissistic personality disorder. Those messages are obviously a little different, and there's a bit of speculation about them, of course. However, Help posted one other extremely unusual message. Instead of any text regarding needing help or human rights violations, the post was just the customer service email forwarding address of a Swedish furniture company. No, not that Swedish furniture company, a different one. But now I do want Swedish meatballs. So, what the hell does this mean then? Clearly, it had to be the same user. The accounts were posting identical messages and one was created right after the other was banned. But why was there the random email address? Again, there's always the chance that this was all a bizarre and elaborate troll. But there is another explanation as well. I feel like a copy and paste, copying pasting email addresses is pretty common. So if you want to post your weird help message for whatever reason, and then you've just sent an email to a Swedish furniture company, you could just copy and paste. You could just paste it and post it, and then be like, oh, that was the wrong thing, but I'm just posting a bunch of stuff. So you just go back and copy the right thing. People paste the wrong things all the time. As I mentioned, it's likely that the person in question would have had very limited access to the internet if this was a genuine cry for help. If that's the case, it's not unreasonable to think that they could have been sharing a device with someone else. It's possible they just pasted and submitted the comment without realizing that somebody else had saved something into the clipboard already. Exactly. The messages from 2chan are a bit more confusing. It certainly makes it seem like this person was going through something and looking for help and attention on any random message board that they could find. Assuming that the user was copying messages they'd posted on 2chan, that is. It's possible that these were also saved to the clipboard by someone else, or again, that none of this was real, and this troll just copied random Japanese text that they found online. If the 2chan posts were made by the same person, who then posted them on Reddit, however, the things they were describing, while unpleasant, are hardly what people think of as human rights violations. So, what in the actual fuck is going on here? Especially since the idea that this was all a hoax is very much a minority opinion. I think the best explanation comes from a combination of the unreliability of Google Translate, especially in 2017, combined with the phrase power harassment that appeared earlier. While that sounds like another example of awkward translation, power harassment is the official phrase used in Japan, having been coined in 2002. Note that this was from the post that was written in Japanese as well, so we know for certain that phrase wasn't a translation error. Power harassment is extremely broad and encompasses a whole host of activities. It could be something as subdued as manipulating an employee by saying something like, "Oh, you don't want to come into work on your day off? That's such a shame because your name was coming up for promotion." But it also is aka being a boss. But it also includes things like physical and verbal abuse, sexual harassment, and pretty much any other awful behavior you can think of, aka being a really boss. It's a big problem in Japan, and in 2016, a government survey said more than 30% of Japanese employees admitted to being victims of power harassment. Based on the comments from the 2chan threads, it's possible that this person was experiencing power harassment in the forms of verbal abuse, sexual harassment, and a narcissistic boss, and in other unspecified ways. Though it's not quite the slavery that people initially assumed, it's still something that would be taken seriously if the employers were caught, with the victims being compensated by Japanese courts for whatever bullying and harassment they had endured. Of course, I do need to circle back to the troll theory for a moment. Most trolls just do it for the lulz, but there is a potentially more specific motive here. It's possible that the user was a Japanese troll who, for whatever reason, wanted to damage the reputation of Fujita Geek and Tai, and if that was the goal, it certainly worked. The company was review bombed, receiving a legion of 1-star reviews saying they should be shut down for trafficking and slavery. Holy, that's going to be bad for business! Those negative reviews have since been removed, but they are instead replaced with 5-star reviews that include comments like, "It's very nice here. Yes, they absolutely have no slaves, and you don't get harassed. Please don't help me." While this seems like a very roundabout way to deliberately damage a company's reputation, especially since it was only damaged in the eyes of Western audiences who were unlikely to have ever hired the facility anyway, it is still a theoretical motivation. Unfortunately, we don't actually know the truth. All of the information available comes from this single Reddit account, and there's very little to go on. People, myself included, are generally of the opinion that this was a genuine cry for help from someone in a desperate situation, though I'm less convinced it was quite as bad as most people can believe. It's been 7 years since Fujita again begged for help, and we're no closer to knowing who the person was or what horrors they were claiming to endure. And since their second account wasn't suspended by Reddit, we have no idea what happened that caused them to suddenly stop posting. There's only been a single update since all this went down in 2017, and it's probably just a fun coincidence. In December 2020, a thread popped up on the Internet Mysteries subreddit about the user and whether or not it was a genuine cry for help. This again brought attention to the mystery, which in turn brought negative attention and reviews to the factory in Thailand. If this is just a random factory, they would just be like, what the f***, man, why? A month later, in January 2021, a YouTube video was uploaded showing the Fujita Geek and Tire factory, saying what a great, safe and friendly workplace it was. But hey, like I said, the timing of those things is probably a coincidence. Lake City Quiet Pills. I have a long and annoying history with this story. Although not everything we cover on this channel is unsolved, I personally prefer to only cover topics that still have a bit of mystery surrounding them. This became a problem 2 years ago when I first started writing about Lake City Quiet Pills. What on earth is this? It was back when I was covering every internet mystery I could find for this channel, and I was about 3/4 of the way through the script. But then I discovered something horrible. The mystery had a definitive solution. I angrily deleted my partially completed script and moved on to something else. Oh, I have to say, Kevin, I like it. It's satisfying when there's like a solution. In the time since then, this has been the most heavily requested internet mystery that I haven't yet covered. More importantly, as I looked into it again, I'm not at all convinced that this is actually solved, and I'm pretty annoyed with myself for so quickly dismissing my investigation last time. So with all that needless backstory out of the way, it's okay, Kevin, it was like 2 paragraphs. It's finally time to cover the story that you've all been waiting for, and really, Simon, who can blame them for requesting this one? After all, the hero of our story is a man named Milo, aka Religion of Peace. And for years, his biggest claim to fame was being a moderator for the subreddit r/jailbait. Don't worry, Simon, this isn't actually that type of story. I mean, it sort of is, but it also might involve the assassination of Hamas's chief of logistics. How are these things related? Where is this going? It's definitely a weird one, so let's just get to it. Milo created the Religion of Peace Reddit account in December of 2007. He was a terminally online douchebag. He would frequently tell people to fuck off and die, or tell people to go back to France because we don't do socialism here. Milo had a lot of strong political beliefs and he loved to talk about them, but one of his favorite activities was complaining about spam. He would frequently make posts yelling at or about spam bots as if the people behind the spam bots gave a shit what he had to say. They don't even read it, dude. Much to his annoyance, Reddit didn't seem to care either. Or at the very least, the site, which had only been around a couple of years at this point, didn't yet have the ability to alleviate their spam problem. Aside from being an arsehole, Milo is known for 2 things: being a 79-year-old war veteran who loved to talk about weapons and his time in the service, and being an active moderator on the highly controversial jailbait subreddit. Wait, is he really 79? This kind of like trolling the bots and sharing your political opinions and telling people to go back to France feels very much like edgelord teenager, not 79-year-old veteran. That subreddit has long since been deleted, but I've seen the content described in 2 different ways. Some say it was explicit images of porn stars who looked underage but weren't, and others said it was suggestive but clothed images of girls who were underage. It could easily have been both, as neither type would be illegal, and both would appeal to the same type of creepy pervert. However, despite all of the controversy surrounding the subreddit, Milo managed to largely stay in the background. As a fun side note, the founder of r/jailbait received a gold-plated alien bobblehead from Reddit for his significant contributions to the site, an award that he proudly showed off during an interview did on CNN after having been doxxed and losing his job thanks to the numerous controversial subreddits he founded. That all came years later, though. What's this guy's life? Back to Milo. Like I said, he was a 79-year-old military veteran, or at least so he claimed. It's the internet, so people can say whatever they want. And for many people, Milo's story was a bit hard to swallow because it was just so fantastical. According to his posts, he was born in 1930 and enlisted in the US Army at the age of 13 to go and fight in World War II. By itself, that's not impossible, though times have changed. Back then, Americans were almost universally opposed to the Nazis, and lots of people were eager to go to war. There are countless cases of underage kids successfully enlisting in the military, and we know for sure that some of them were as young as 14 at the time. Yeah, I mean, like, 13 does seem extremely low. Like, I know, like, from British history, the kids who were pretty young, or like just below the conscription age, or the age you have to be to go volunteer, were inducted into the army. But 13 feels very young. Hell, there was even a kid in my school who was 6 feet tall by the time he was 10. Jesus! So I'm sure he could have enlisted in World War II when he was 13 if he wanted to. You know, if it wasn't 50 years too late. But the specific details of Milo's service were a bit too extraordinary. He claimed to have stormed the beaches of Normandy and been present at other extremely high-profile battles as well. Again, not impossible, but it seemed highly implausible. Milo also claimed to have been stationed in Palestine from 1946 to 1949 as part of his service during the Cold War, though US military presence in Palestine during that time was minimal. There were troops all over Europe following World War II, but US activities in the Middle East were mainly diplomatic rather than involving boots on the ground. Yeah, but I mean, everywhere there's US diplomatic thing or whatever, there's going to be Marines, there's going to be people in like protecting that embassy or whatever. or military base. Even more suspicious than the details of Milo's claimed military career was that he loved to talk about it. You'd think that someone who saw as much serious combat as he did would either have pretty severe PTSD or at the least would want to think about it as little as possible. But Milo was quite the opposite, and nobody really questioned it. It was clear that he had extensive knowledge of war and armaments, so everyone just kind of rolled with his story. Of course, there still needed to be an explanation for why this guy was terminally online. In 2009, there weren't a lot of 79-year-olds hanging out on the internet all day. Milo's explanation was that he got a job in a computer-related field after retiring from the military, which was great for him because it didn't require much physical effort. Again, this isn't impossible, but it's extremely suspicious. If he was 79 in 2009, like he claimed, that meant Milo was 65 in 1995. Back then, people could actually retire at 65. Wait, what's the retirement age today? I thought it was still 65. Is it not 65? Especially since he would have a military pension, so it seemed weird that he'd be working so late in life. Again, though, it seems clear that Milo did have a lot of knowledge about computers and even programming. I do also have to mention that there was a post in which he instead claimed his age was 70, not 79. Many people see that as definitive proof that the entire story was bullshit, while others argue it's simply a typo since 9 and 0 are next to each other on the keyboard. Yeah, that's fair enough. Could just be a typo. I think a more interesting post that would call Milo's age into question was his reply on a thread about anime. He cited Cowboy Bebop as the show that got him into anime, a show that first aired in the US in 2001. Would a 71-year-old man really stay up until midnight to watch his very first anime on Adult Swim? I mean, Cowboy Bebop is pretty awesome, so maybe, but personally I find that harder to believe than everything else about Milo's history. Yeah, I don't believe that Milo is a 79-year-old veteran. I believe that Milo is an edgelord, a teenage edgelord. Someone that old who enjoyed anime would almost certainly cite Astro Boy and Speed Racer as the shows that got them into it. If you say so, Kevin, I know nothing about anime. Alright, so what's the big deal? Random internet troll who happens to know a lot about war, guns, and computers was lying about his identity so that he could score fake internet points. That happens every day. So what makes Milo's story so special? On May the 18th, 2009, Milo left the same post on multiple different subreddits. These posts were titled, "I got tired of using commercial image hosts. I set up my own. You can use it if you want to." The text of the post was a link to LakeCityQuietPills.com, a site whose landing page referred to it as that old guy's image host. People usually used well-known image hosting sites like Imager, but sometimes those sites would get overwhelmed with traffic and load slowly. Plus, those sites had actual times of service that needed to be adhered to. Given that Milo was a moderator for r/jailbait, it was pretty much a given that old guy's image host would have a different enforcement of certain policies, and as would be expected, it became the image host of choice for the subreddit. For the next 2 months, Milo would promote his website as frequently as he could. On the morning of July the 17th, he commented in a thread directed at Reddit's admins to once again complain about the problem of spam bots advertising fake lawyers and local businesses. It was a very typical post for him to make, and it didn't gain any attention, as most of his complaints about bots on the site didn't. Just 13 hours later, a post would be made on the subreddit for reddit.com by a user simply named 2-6. The account had been made that same day, and this post, plus a couple of replies to the post made over the next few days, was the only thing 2-6 would ever post on Reddit. His post was titled, "The End of Religion of Peace." He died today. The post read, "I'm the person who provided Religion of Peace, the space, for that old guy's image host." Milo died today. He was 79 years old. He died at his desk, looking at your site. Milo is a mean old fucker, mean and onery. He hooked me up with my first gig when I got out of the army. I didn't like finding him like that. Milo don't have any living relatives and no real friends, and other than his landlady and a few people where he worked, he didn't talk to anyone about much of anything. Me, he just tolerated. As I said, he was mean. I think he used that as a shield to keep people away from him. Milo thought God was some kind of con game thought up by some lazy sons of bitches who didn't want to work every day. So he's going to the fire on Monday without a service, just like he wanted. I'm planning to dump his ashes in the woods in PA, near where he was born. Can't put them right there, because there's a mall now. I gave the girl next door his raggedy old coat and most of his books, his computers and tronic he'd tagged for the disabled vets and VVA. All the rest of the stuff is for the Salvation Army. All those years and everything he owned fits in the trunk of my car. I don't know what else to say. I'll miss him. Miserable bastard. That was hard to read. The English was not very good. The thread was full of comments supporting Milo and thanking 2-6 for passing on the news with his beautiful eulogy. A bunch of people did comment on the fact that he was a moderator for r/jailbait, but nobody seemed to care. As they saw it, he was a cranky old man and a war hero who was fighting against spammers. Sure, he may have liked younger girls, but he was old as shit. All the women were young compared to him. While I understand that sentiment, it would be better justification if he was a moderator for r/women 40 plus still hot AF or something. However, the thread started to gain traction, eventually amassing 614 upvotes. That's certainly not a lot by today's standards, where posts get tens of thousands of upvotes, but in the early days of Reddit, it absolutely was. And since that meant it was getting pushed to the top of the reddit.com subreddit, suddenly there were a lot of eyes on it. Eyes who had no idea who Milo was, so they wanted to investigate. After all, this guy was a moderator for a controversial and barely legal subreddit, and he died just hours after his most recent post. And suddenly a brand new account appeared to announce the guy's death. Many people thought this was far too convenient, like Milo was trying to kill off his account to escape any future controversy that r/jailbait might bring to his doorstep. But what they found was much stranger than anything they had expected. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly the assumption I would make. I'm very curious to see where this goes, because apparently it's going somewhere else. In his comment history, they found a comment he left on an article about the CIA. I always get a laugh when I read articles demonstrating such naivety. Of course, there are assassinations. There are some things that the legal system can't fix. So many people actually believe that as fucked up as things are right now, and as they have been for the last 20 years, that they aren't needed. What do you want to bet that Bernie Madoff follows Ken Lay's path? I can think of any number of criminal organizations that would benefit from a dose of Lake City quiet pills. What does this mean? To the best of my knowledge, this was the only time that Milo had actually used the phrase Lake City quiet pills on Reddit. It was a bizarre phrase that nobody understood why he chose as the name of his image hosting website, but based on the previous comment, it certainly sounded like it was a reference to bullets. Okay, I get that. I kind of thought it would be a reference to poison, but okay. A possible connection was drawn between the phrase and the Lake City Army ammunition plant in Independence, Missouri. Perhaps this was slang for bullets that had been picked up on during his stay in the military or something. But why use it as the name for the image host? We'll get back to that in a second, but first a little more about the Redditor 2-6. It's an unusual name to be sure, so people began trying to figure out more about Milo's supposed friends. One of the first discoveries was on Fark, a news aggregate site founded in 1999. On the forums there, they found a user by the name of Angel26. The email address the person used to register their accounts in 2001 was angel.2.6@lakecityquietpills.com. Back in the day, it was common on internet forums for users to have digital signatures as well. This was a little message that was placed at the bottom of every post made by that user. Yeah, I remember these. Sometimes it was a link to something they really liked or a banner image, but more often than not, it was a quote the person wanted to be remembered by. In the case of Angel, their signature read, "Dispensing Lake City quiet pills to lousy bastards in need of permanent rest since 1968. They also listed their location as hell because this dude was super edgy. This was obviously a very clear link between Angel and Milo, and it interestingly showed that the website had existed long before Milo had started to advertise it as an unsavory image host. Looking deeper at Angel's posts, there were quite a lot of similarities in content as well. They wrote the same sort of political opinions, complained about spam, and had an identical writing style. I gave Simon the raw version of the post made on Reddit by Angel to showcase how poorly written it was. Because the users even made the same typos. One that jumped out was that they both spelled muriatic acid as muriatic acid. Though it is just the case of a single missing letter, people tend to subvocalize while they write, and that is an odd way to misspell muriatic given how it's pronounced. Searching around the internet, investigators discovered the username Angel26 used on multiple other websites as well. They talked about similar topics such as military weapons and spam filtering, but perhaps the most interesting was the account for a site called ZBrush. ZBrush is a tool for making 3D models, and Angel seemed to be involved in making models that were, let's just say that if they were real people, they would have been illegal. The sort of thing that tracks, given what LCQP, Lake City Quiet Pills, would later host on their image boards. But this mystery didn't become famous because some perverts were discovered to enjoy gross but technically legal things. It's because of what was found hiding in plain sight on the LCQP website. If you enter the website without any specific page or subdirectory listed in the URL, the landing page that was loaded was completely blank. This seemed weird, as normally it would be expected to display a 404 error or redirect somewhere rather than just loading a blank page. Look in the source code, right-click view source and see what's actually there. Trying to figure out what was wrong with the website, people looked at the source code for the page to see what was going on. Instead of a coding error, what they found was looked to be a secret job listing board. The owner of LCQP had removed it from the Wayback Machine last year, which makes finding the full text of these messages more difficult. However, based on all the other reporting, the messages look for people for jobs in Europe and Asia, but specifically not the Middle East. What is going on? The jobs used a lot of abbreviations, but they requested people or groups with specific language skills and vague details on payment. Are they looking for spies? Many also specified that no papers were needed, which certainly indicates a level of illegality to what was going on. Some common abbreviations that appeared were CCW, indicating the person needed a concealed carry weapons permit, and WW. In this context, WW could either stand for wants and warrants, suggesting those particular gigs were bounty hunting operations, or it could be the much more nefarious wet works. I assume Simon knows this, but for anyone unaware, it's assassinations. Wet work is a euphemism for contract killing. Not every listing was quite so intense, though. For example, one listing was just looking for 4 English/French speakers to work as private security on a cruise. What is going on here?
What? I do not understand.
So yeah, the pervy image hosting service also appeared to be a secret job hosting site for a bunch of assassins and mercenaries. The hidden message board would be updated regularly, for example, with a message about Milo's death and a follow-up about where the ashes were spread. A few weeks later, there was another update saying that Milo's will cleared probate, and it turned out that he was loaded. Disbursement of the money was being handled by someone known as Shade, who would pay out everyone based on how many jobs they had done in the previous 4 years. That's all interesting, and there were definitely theories that LCQP was actually a secret job board for assassins, but it didn't get a lot of traction. That would change a few months later, however. The website was again updated with the hidden message, "Happy New Year, everyone. We're having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. Party starts at 1500 at the usual. Send your RSVP to Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days for anyone coming from out of area and overnight for locals. Come hoist one for Dutch Milo." This is so strange. The rabbit hole is so deep. On its own, this would honestly make me even more suspicious that this was all some sort of hoax or alternate reality game. There had always been a lot of typos involved, but they misspelled the word happy, for fuck's sake. It feels really deliberate at this point, but that's not important. I totally missed that they misspelled happy. Oh yeah, you just gloss over things when they're spelled incorrectly, don't you sometimes? January the 19th at 3 p.m, a group of international assassins were being invited to a party for Milo. A few days later, a new update was made. We got 38 rooms in the Marriott on 46. Shade has the key cards for locals, pick up at the party, give your travel name to the desk, and that's it. No ID needed since we're covering the bill. Keep the room service under 500, okay? The phones there are not secure. Bus from the hotel, leaves at 13:30, car service vouchers for return trip when you're ready to crash. Don't DUI. These are some admittedly strange instructions for what was supposed to be a regular party for their deceased friend, especially the part about the phones not being secure, but whatever. I mean, maybe it's just like, yeah, it's an assassin's party, so you're just like, okay, yeah, just, That's the sort of things that assassins care about when getting invited to a party. Once again, people were more than a little reluctant to take any of this seriously. But then, 3 p.m. on January the 19th rolled around, the time the party was set to begin. According to CCTV footage, it was around 3 p.m. local time in Dubai when Mahmoud al-Mabou, chief of logistics and weapons procurement for Hamas, arrived at the Ratana Hotel. After he checked in at the front desk, he was followed to his room by 2 men wearing tennis gear. After seeing what room Mahmoud entered, they went back to the desk and checked into the room directly across the hall. Mahmoud left the hotel at about 8 p.m, at which point 4 men used a device to reprogram the lock to his door and let themselves in. Oh my god, some spy is going down. When he returned to his room, he was ambushed and injected with succinylcholine, a powerful and fast-acting muscle relaxant used to cause short-term paralysis. He was then electrocuted and smothered to death with a pillow. What the is going on? What happened with this episode, Kevin? This is insane. When hotel staff found Mahmoud the next day, it was initially assumed he'd died of natural causes. It wasn't until a week later that a preliminary forensics report said that he was murdered. At that point, the security footage was reviewed and eventually released to the public. It was discovered that there were somewhere between 18 and 28 men involved, and that they had rented rooms in numerous hotels across Dubai. They had all Why do you need so many people to kill this dude? They had flown in the day before, but by the evening of the 19th, they were all gone. The men had all flown in from and departed to different locations in at least half a dozen countries, all using fake or falsified documents to travel. Wait, was this birthday party just a cover for a giant assassination job?
Maybe.
Suddenly people were taking LCQP a lot more seriously, and the once obscure mystery became one of the most well-known mysteries in Reddit's history. With all the added attention on the site, the posts on the hidden message board began being encrypted. People kept cracking the encryption, so eventually this was abandoned entirely. I think, anyway. The way this has been described is as the source code no longer being used for communications, but there are also references to one final message that nobody was able to decode. Unfortunately, since the site is no longer on the Wayback Machine, I have no way to verify which is the case. So who were all these people? Was it really a group of highly trained assassins, or was it a hoax, or ARG, it's an alternate reality game, that just happened to get really lucky by having a major assassination take place at the random date and time that they'd picked? It certainly seems like a massive coincidence, but the secret messages had explicitly said that they weren't sending anyone to the Middle East. There's also no other evidence that LCQP was in any way involved in Mahmoud's assassination, just this one piece of extraordinary circumstantial evidence. It's a hell of a coincidence. As investigations continued, a new lead was discovered. In late 2011, r/jailbait was shut down, but LCQP still continued to operate as an image host. Many of those images had a watermark for a website known as DSF or drunkenstepfather.com. Sorry, Simon, we're back to that shit again. And wouldn't you know it, the public-facing side of this forum was dedicated to pictures of nude celebrities and such, but there was also a private section containing, well, you could probably assume what was inside there. Brilliant. Gaining access to this private section requires manual approval from the site's administrator, which can only be earned after making 200 to 700 posts on the forums, or by uploading a picture of your tits with DSF written across them. The point is that it takes a lot of time, effort, and trust building with the site owner to actually get access to the exclusive members-only section, but again, I'm confident that we know what's going on in there. And wouldn't you know it, to support that theory was a forum thread posted by none other than our good friend 26. The post was about how LCQP was operating for the sole purpose of hosting DSF out of the owner's pocket. Now at this point, we can get really lost in the weeds on this one. There's a lot of names from the DSF forums and a whole lot of site drama and whatnot, but it's really not important. Short version, Angel26 died, someone else took over, ownership of things changed like a dozen times, whatever. At the end of the day, the story is irrelevant because it's all just one person. It's all Milo. Except there is no Milo. There's only Mike. Looking up old domain registration information, it shows that LCQP was purchased using a domain host called crystalwind.com. Crystalwind was run by a guy named Mike Adams, and it was a normal website, until it wasn't. There would be political messages posted on the official company site. There were weird links saying, don't use these email contacts, and other bizarre things. But most importantly, in 2004, on April Fool's Day, the website was updated for the first time in multiple years. The new website featured the same blank landing page as LCQP, and the page featured secret messages hidden within the source code. These messages didn't hint at contract killings or anything, instead having information about graphing calculators, but it was still a pretty definitive link between LCQP and Crystal Winds. After all, that wasn't exactly a common way of passing information to people. If that wasn't enough, in a deep dive on the topic, YouTube Nexpo was able to find an email address linked to one of the Angel26 accounts that was different from the others. By searching for this email address, he was able to find Mike A, who also had an email address on Crystal Winds. There's a whole lot more to this rabbit hole that I could explain, but honestly, it's pretty pointless because the majority of it is just one dude talking to himself through a bunch of different aliases. Instead of going through that, we can just look at the two main theories behind LCQP. First, it was all real. Even if the details of Milo's life and a lot of other stories were fake, the website really did feature a secret message board used by mercenaries or assassins or whatever. This is certainly the more intriguing of the two theories, but it's pretty hard to believe. The only evidence that any of it is real is the assassination of Mahmoud, and again, that's highly circumstantial. It doesn't help that Mossad took credit for the assassination, though to be fair, it is believed that they may have hired outside agents to take part in the operation, so technically this theory isn't disproven, but I find it extremely unlikely. And that leaves the other main theory, which is that Mike did all of this just for shits and giggles, or possibly as a little bit of misdirection. The main purpose of LCQP, that can be definitely proven, was to host barely legal or possibly even illegal images. That's not something that tends to go over well, and as an extraordinarily active and outspoken user on Reddit, a lot of people were aware of the existence of Religion of Peace, and all of those people knew him as a moderator for r/jailbait. Perhaps he saw the writing on the wall, and he wanted to get the fuck out of Dodge before it was too late. It hadn't happened yet when the death of Religion of Peace was reported, but the founder of r/jailbait was doxxed and lost his job. His life was ruined, and with good cause. After all, this wasn't the only subreddit he founded. His other contributions to the site included the likes of r/creepshots, r/chokabitch, and r/pics of dead kids. This guy's disturbed, bro. But nothing like that happened to Mike/Milo, so why not? Sure, he wasn't as infamous or hated as the r/jailbait founder, but he was still pretty well known and hated, and it's not unreasonable to think that all of this was just meant as a distraction, a big mystery that people could focus on that would take their attention from the actual gross shit that he was doing. When he picked a random date and time for Milo's funeral, he got insanely lucky and ran into a coincidence so big that people still obsess about it over a decade later. If that was the case, it was certainly a clever plan, and it worked. Well, it wasn't really a plan. It was just like, if that was the case, then he got insanely lucky. Of course, there's also a third option as to what happens, which is allegedly the truth. In 2019, YouTuber Barely Social made one of the first, and possibly the first, deep dive videos on the mystery of Lake City Quiet Pills. Just 3 months after his video came out, he came to Twitter to expose the truth. Everything was a hoax, created by Mike and one of his friends, who were hardcore Second Life players and also furries. They played on Second Life server called Blue Fur Industries, or something of that nature, and the hidden messages on LCQP were potentially invites to swingers parties. The members of the DSF forums weren't really part of the hoax, aside from the 50 or so accounts created by Mike, but they actively kept the legend of LCQP being a site for contract killings alive. Though that's pretty similar to one of the main theories, it's a much more wild narrative. However, Barely Sociable didn't provide any proof of any of this, which is honestly pretty weird. His video had amassed millions of views, but he just couldn't be bothered to make another video on the topic. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but I really can't understand that decision. Yeah, it'd be great to see some proof. If I wrote a video for Simon about a mysterious website believed to be used for contract killings that got millions of views, and then I personally discovered proof that no, they're actually fucking furries who are using the site to plan swingers parties, you best believe I would be writing the sequel to that video before anybody else found out and beat me to it. Regardless, although this mystery is technically unsolved, it's probably best to lay this one to rest. In all likelihood, it was all just a hoax, either just for fun or to distract people from LCQP's main goal. Even if it really was a website used to hire mercenaries for contract killings, it doesn't matter anymore, because the website is long gone, so there's nowhere else for Mike to post job listings. That is, unless he moved the operation to a dark web server that he set up immediately after the secret activity on LCQP shut down in 2011. Yeah, which is what you do these days. Because that's what the dark web is for, assassinations! Thank you everybody for being here, appreciate it. If you listen to this podcast, why not leave a review? And as always, I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the podcast and YouTube channel, hosted by me, Simon. Script written today by Katie. Thank you, Katie. The format of the show, if you're new here, I've never read this before, we're going to read it together. It's all about recovered memory therapy, how we create false memories. Just to start this off with a little bit of a tangent, one of my favorite, psychological stories or whatever, and I'm certain I'm going to butcher this, is there's a group of, 30 people, and they're taking part in one of those psychological studies, and the professor's like, okay, 30 people, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a picture. And so it's like it's like a garden scene, a garden party or whatever, and people are doing different things in this photograph. And then what we're going to do, this is a very long-term study, 30 people, look at this photograph, memorize it, and we're going to seal it in an envelope and leave it in there for 10 years. And so they all do that. They all seal this envelope. They sign their name on the back or whatever so that they can be sure that the envelope hasn't been opened at any point during this 10 years. And then the envelopes, they're all tucked away. And the professor says, every year, you're all going to come back here and you're going to describe the photograph to me from the best ability of your memory. And then and they do this every year, and they come back after 10 years or whatever. And the professor says, open the envelope. And they open the envelope, and they're all convinced that it's a different photo, that the professor has somehow tricked them and swapped out the photo. And it's all to do with just the weakness of human memory. Because every year they've recalled it, and every year that they recall the photograph, they're recalling the previous time that they recalled the photograph. So all of the details they get wrong are then replaced in that memory. And as the years go by, it just gets more and more degraded and worse as they remember it again and again, to the point that they're convinced that the photo's been swapped out. I really like that. I'm sure I butchered it, but it's just like an interesting comment on the fragility of human memory, I suppose. Anyway, let's just jump into it. You're not here for my ramblings. You're here for Katie's script. Let's... Memory is a slippery old fish. I don't know how other people's memories work, but here's a rough overview of mine. Commercial jingles and theme songs from the 80s, 90s cartoons, they're in there for life. How do percentages and long division work? Well, that's ejected as soon as GCSE maths was over. Yeah, GCSEs, American friends, is something we take when we're 16. They're like General Certificate of Secondary Education, maybe? My parents would have called them O-levels. They're just like the exams you have to take when you're 16. I recently had to study for the US citizenship test and was getting 100% of the questions correct after a few cramming sessions. A week after the test, I could barely remember any of them. I could tell you if we ate at a restaurant in the past, but probably not what we ate. I can recall bits and pieces from the ages maybe 6 to 15, but you'd have to ask specific questions for me to be able to work out if I actually remembered anything useful. Photos and other people are of great help because seeing yourself frozen in time can definitely unlock other memories of what was going on then. I'm often in awe of sports stars who can instantly recall games, dates, and scores when I sometimes have to ask what year we're in so I can work out how old I am. Yeah, I just thought that was something that when I was young, I was like, people don't not know their age. And then I was like the other day, I'm like, no, I'm 38. And it's like, no, I'm not, I'm 37. What the? Why? Why would you add a year? I guess I have a knack for remembering embarrassing things about other people. Just ask my friend Katrina. But in all, I think my memory is probably fairly standard. We all know that the human memory is, in all actuality, pretty crap when it comes to useful things like being an eyewitness at a crime scene. There's even a movement, or like some people argue that eyewitness testimony should not be allowed as testimony because it's just so famously unreliable, and we should just do everything on like forensics and video and stuff like that. People get things totally wrong and contradict each other all the time, and I've seen the phrase "one witness is no witness" mentioned when researching a recent case for The Casual Criminalist, which is another podcast I host. Check it out if you want to. While I'm quietly confident in my own remembering of versions of events, when there is a clash with someone else's version, it's quite a weird feeling. There's a short story by Ted Chiang called The Truth of Fact, The Truth of Feeling, in which some people use a device that is basically recording at all times, meaning that they have access to perfect memories. There's a character who chooses not to use this thing and has a strained relationship with his daughter for years because of a certain event that happened in the past. I won't go into any more detail, but as the title suggests, the story tells of the experience of being human and human memory played against technology and the ability that everyone now has to potentially be the most annoying pedant in the world. It sounds like my dream. Yeah, and with like all this ChatGPT and stuff, if we've got something like recording everything we said, you just be like, yo, did I ever talk about this? And ChatGPT would be like, yes, you did. You talked about this on the 17th of August, 2024. And you're like, okay, thanks. It'd be quite useful for me. I'd be like, did I record this script already? And ChatGPT would just be like, yeah, dude, you did. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, okay, great. Thank you. At the moment, we can obviously record things, and some people do record large chunks of their lives. I guess I would be among those. But this is not the same as having your memory continually playing in the background, available for you to access at any point in time you want. Yeah, it sounds very dystopian, doesn't it? Just to have everything you're doing constantly being recorded. Even if it's like super private and stuff, I'll be like, I don't like that. If it's going up to the cloud, I'm always assuming that old, Zucks or Jeffy or Bill can have a look at it,
And then the next thing I knew, it went up. It went up to the cloud!
And you can't get it down from the cloud?
Nobody understands the cloud. It's a mystery!
I don't want Mark Zuckerberg to be able to listen. I mean, he's got no interest in listening to me having a shit. but I just don't like the idea that he could. I was a child for the appropriate length of time, which was a good many years, but after my husband recently complained that he never got expensive gifts on his birthday, like we'd just given our daughter, I realized that I had absolutely no recollection of any birthday gifts I had ever received from my parents, apart from when I was maybe 10 and I got the Chronicles of Narnia book and a stick of green Hubba Bubba bubblegum. Really? As a birthday gift? The Chronicles of Narnia, I had that box set as well. It was, God, I can even remember the colors of it. I just unlocked a memory myself. It was in this little box set. I didn't really like it. I wasn't really into Narnia. I think my nan bought it for me. That's not to say that I've blocked out memories of horrible gifts. I just guess they weren't that amazing for me to remember. Sorry, Mum and Dad. I remember birthday gifts that my parents got me. And like Christmas gifts, like the good ones. Got a few bikes. Got a few cameras, stuff like that. Another way to forget things is to have some kind of head injury, or more likely get really, really drunk. This is when you may get flashbacks throughout the course of the next day or so of usually extremely cringe things you got up to the night before. Yes, Katie, yes! You're just sitting there feeling a bit fragile after a night out and trying to get on with your day when all of a sudden an image pops into your head of you passionately kissing your ex, who up until that point you hadn't even remembered had been there. Oh my God. For example. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. And once you start remembering these things, the highlights of all the other embarrassing and stupid stuff you've ever said come back to haunt you in a rotating carousel of shame memories. Katie, I'm glad it's not just me. Well, that's happens to me anyway. Thank you for bringing it up. No, it's not just you, Katie. The fact that we both have this, it's everyone. I mean, I don't really drink that much anymore. So it doesn't really happen that much. I'm just like a middle-aged dude with a family. But like back in the day, you'd just be like, oh, dude, that was cringe, bro. We might wish that these things would stay firmly in the depths of our minds, but would that be mentally healthy for us? What if we were unknowingly hanging on to trauma so deeply that we do not remember the events, yet the effects seep through to damage our behavior and well-being years later? We might be going down some dark pathways of the soul here, so content warning for child abuse, although not in any graphic detail. Or maybe there will be a little detail, I don't know, I haven't written it yet. Get over for coming back and fixing that, Katie. No, I'm just joking. I'd rather you didn't. I like these organic. Recovered memory therapy. What is it? There was also, I hope we get into the famous case of like the satanic panic, right? Where there was some recovered memory therapy became a thing. And all these kids started coming forward being like, no, I was abused by like a demonic cult or something. And people were like going and hunting for demonic cults. People's parents were accused of abusing their kids and stuff as part of this demonic cult. And it turns out like none of it was real. Let's let Katie tell the facts, because I'm just, I just read stuff and tell stupid stories. We're probably all familiar with phrases like, I must have blocked that one out. They usually refer to things in the past that we have no immediate recollection of, or have even chosen to forget, whether consciously or subconsciously. Blocked memories are also usually related to something bad that happened, and your brain, wishing to spare you the emotional pain, helpfully wiped it from your mind or put it behind some nice big walls. Or did it? Don't worry, we'll come back to this later, but for now, let's talk about recovered memory therapy. Just a note, because it's cumbersome to say psychiatrist or psychologist or even psychotherapist every time we talk about them, we'll probably just use the word therapist as a blanket term to cover those practitioners. If this isn't accurate, sorry, but you'll just have to get over it. Just heading off the comment section at the pass there, are we, Katie? Good job. When people talk to therapists, whether for a specific reason or just generally, it usually seems that the therapist wants to find out more about this person's early childhood to see if there were any core experiences there that might have shaped the issues they are having in the present. That's what it seems like on TV, anyway, but I'm pretty sure it's a valid and well-trodden line of inquiry. The idea of the repressed memory is something so awful that the person has stuffed it down deep into the recesses of their mind so that it can no longer be accessed by them in normal life. Only a trained psychiatrist or psychologist with a very particular set of skills can help them unlock this.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills.
So, if you're sitting comfortably there, let's begin.
This can then help them in their life going forward, but can also potentially go on to have another set of devastating consequences. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you've repressed that memory for a good reason. Maybe like, let's not go digging around in your brain, digging up all the things that you decided very consciously to forget. Sigmund Freud had ideas about this way back at the end of the 19th century. He had been told of a patient who was seeking psychological treatment as she had suddenly started having a bunch of unexplainable symptoms. As a piece on healthline.com by Crystal Rapol puts it, quote, "During treatment for these symptoms, she started remembering upsetting events from the past she previously had no memory of. After regaining these memories and talking about them, her symptoms began to improve. Freud believed that memory repression served as a defense mechanism against traumatic events. Symptoms that couldn't be traced to a clear cause, he concluded, stemmed from repressed memories. You can't remember what happened, but you feel it in your body anyway. Well, in that case, just give him a pill." Be like, yeah, let's not access those memories. Here's a pill. It'll make you feel better. Thank you, doctor. This might remind you of the title of a very popular book called The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma. I've never heard of this book by Bessel van der Kolk. Apparently it's very popular. It's not exactly like, what's that? It's not exactly Harry Potter though, is it? Or that Eat, Pray, Love. Is that book that popular? I don't know why that's the book that popped into my mind, that talking about popular books. I mean, it's very popular, but it's not Harry Potter, is it? This was born, in part, out of the boom in recovered memory therapy that sprung up in the US in particular in the early to mid-1990s, although repressed memories are only part of van der Kolk's narrative. So, while the idea that repressed memories of traumatic events manifesting in strange symptoms had been around for decades, it was only fairly recently that the treatment of this issue started making waves for more reason than one. Let's start with the treatment part, though. According to a list in the Healthline article, some treatments to help people recover these memories are hypnosis, age regression, brain spotting, somatic transformation therapy, and primal therapy. Primal therapy sounds like something that Liver King dude would be up to. So probably using steroids. There are a few more, but these sounded the weirdest. Brain spotting is kind of like EMDR or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, but also not, as the eyes are supposed to stay fixed on one specific location that's supposed to help trigger memories, rather than moving the eyes around, as per EMDR. Oh my god, I've heard of none of these things. According to the website somatictransformation.com, somatic transformation is a body-centered, relational methodology based in interpersonal neural psychology, ancient wisdom, and the somatic emotional lived experience. That kind of sounds a bit woo-woo. Like, as soon as you say ancient wisdom, I'm always like, that sounds like you're making an excuse for not basing it in modern scientific fact. So there you go, I think we can all get a general idea of what that entails. Primal therapy is a line of thinking that in order to overcome and heal from repressed trauma, you need to re-experience it in the present and expel the psychic pain from your body, whether by shouting, screaming, or just talking about it. Using one or a combination of these or similar techniques, some therapists who practice recovered memory therapy can successfully draw out the repressed memories from their patients, and as everyone expects, these memories are usually pretty horrific. In the boom of this process that happened in the 90s, a lot of the now unrepressed memories turned out to be related to early childhood sexual abuse, or CSA, as we'll refer to it from now on. Patients were realizing that in their past, people, family members, or even their parents had abused them at least once, if not many times, over the course of several years. This is the satanic panic thing. Is this the satanic panic? Is that a different thing? This is definitely what I was talking about. Maybe I've confused it with something else, but there's definitely the, repressed memories of people being abused, and then it turns out that they weren't abused, and it was just, false memories. As adults, they had no memory of these events, but it displayed symptoms pointing to the fact that they possibly had traumatic repressed memories. These symptoms could manifest as anything from being nauseated by specific foods to not being comfortable trusting your own intuition. During the 90s timeframe, it also became apparent that keeping these memories under psychic lock and key meant that many people had developed multiple personality disorders to cope with their past trauma. Also, didn't we discuss on a previous episode that multiple personality disorder is also not really a thing, at least how everyone thinks of it? These two aspects, the multiple personalities and the unlocking of the CSA, sent the recovered memory therapy business into overdrive. It seemed like if you were a therapist worth your salt, you were diving into your patient's history and digging out all sorts of hidden secrets. Clinics treating multiple personality disorder, as it was called back then, sprung up all over the place, with tens of thousands of Americans being referred through the 80s to the early 90s. It seemed like this repressed memory diagnosis was the new hot ticket in town. But it didn't evolve in a vacuum. We can trace the rise of it in the mainstream consciousness to a few popular books. One was called Sybil, the classic true story of a woman possessed by 16 personalities, by Flora Rita Schreiber, first published in 1973. The next was Michelle Remembers, the shocking true story of the ultimate evil, a child's possession by the devil. That sounds like fact, doesn't it? Which was published in 1980, and that sounds 100% like something I would have read as a kid if it crossed my radar. The third influential tome was The Courage to Heal, a guide for women survivors of child sexual abuse. That sounds like a real one. That sounds like a real book. The girl who was possessed by the devil. Next to The Courage to Heal. Really? The last one was written by Ellen Bass and Laura Davis and published in 1988. This one also cites Michelle Remembers as an example of surviving CSA. Note that these are all true stories, and therapists and the general public alike took cues from the books, which all talk about repressed memories. Wait, they're all true stories? I mean, she wasn't possessed by the devil. CSA and or what we now call dissociative identity disorder or DID. In one respect, this is a big step forward in the world of mental health, and seemingly many more people were repressing traumatic memories than anyone had realized. With the recovered memories being freed in their sessions, people remembered horrible things happening to them and who perpetrated the abuse. Patients could now use this knowledge to confront or accuse their abusers. They could choose to cut them out of their lives or even press criminal charges. But what if these so-called repressed memories weren't actually repressed at all? What if they weren't even actual memories? What if patients had remembered things that hadn't ever happened in the first place? Well, now we get into the juicy bits. False memories. Now, before we get into this section properly, let's have a disclaimer. We're not suggesting that all therapists did what they did consciously or with ill intent. We are also, of course, not suggesting that none of these patients had ever suffered from CSA or that nobody had dissociative identity disorder. Unfortunately, these things are very real. What we're doing is taking an overview of the explosion of cases and drilling down into what might have been really going on. Here's a little taster from Ethan Waters, writing for the New York Times in a piece called The Forgotten Lessons of the Recovered Memory Movement. Quote, "The therapists writing from the period reveal their passion and zeal for the movement. This was a group of healers who believed that they had not only discovered the key to their patients' suffering, but were also exposing a hidden evil across society. The therapists, in short, were as caught up in the cultural currents as their patients." The quote ends. Now, while some people saw the huge surge in recovered memory therapy as finally solving many people's problems, others were a little bit more skeptical. It wasn't just about that particular place in time either. It was the way memories were being recovered and how the patients were expressing them that got other professionals concerned. As we mentioned earlier, the techniques for recovering these repressed memories were quite varied, and I think we should also point out that a lot of them are not considered scientifically effective, psychologically effective, or really effective at all. Things like primal therapy were huge fads for a while. Then, is that where primal scream comes from? Like the shouting and the screaming that people do or did, then kind of dropped off when other psychologists started questioning the theories behind them and found out that barely any research had been done. That's not to say people still don't use and swear by these techniques. If it works for you, fantastic. It's just that there's not much backing it up. The patient's experience was also something that registered on the skeptics' radar, as the way they recalled these apparent memories was not the same as how memory recall usually works. These recovered memories were being experienced by the patient in the moment, as though it were happening in real time in the present. Some would have strong physical reactions like fainting or vomiting, which only added to the conviction of both the patient and the therapist that these memories must be real. But were they? Were all these people really finding out that they were victims of horrendous CSA, with some also being told that they had created multiple personalities to cope with the trauma? Well, this really happened, but it turns out that the majority of the memories recovered in this therapy sessions were actually false. But how does this work? Surely you can't just make something up because it neatly solves all of the other issues that you've been having, and therapists aren't just forcing you to believe you were horribly abused for their own ends, right? Well, to be honest, some might have done this, but in most cases, this was sort of an unwitting collaborative effort on the part of both sides, although for the most part, the therapist was definitely the one in the driving seat. I think it's pretty insane that people would do this deliberately, because it's going to ruin people's lives. Like, if you're encouraging someone to make up memories that they were abused by their parents or whoever, then that can ruin those people's lives. I don't think that would be something people do. As mentioned at the time, this was really popular in America in the early 90s against a cultural backdrop of increasingly popular stories of multiple personalities, demonic possession, and satanic ritual abuse. Remember the satanic panic? There we go, that still pops up from time to time. This recovered memory therapy was gaining popularity right at the same time, so it's fair to say that many patients and therapists were already aware of these cultural touchstones before their repressed memories were eventually recovered. I knew it was related. Here's how a false memory can knowingly or unknowingly be planted into an adult patient. The patient is seeking therapy because they're experiencing mental distress. They're going through a difficult time, or they're seeking answers as to why certain things are happening. The patient is put in a state of deep relaxation or hypnosis, where they might be more suggestible to ideas. Over the course of however many sessions, the therapist, who is excited about the idea that the patient might have repressed memories because it's the in thing, continually asks leading questions about it. Eventually, the patient starts remembering things from the past that didn't actually happen and experiences these as current events rather than normal continuous memory. Now, sure, there's something there. The therapist pushes the patient into remembering more and more detail about their abuse. The patient and therapist now believe that the patient did indeed suffer CSA. Now, if you don't think this is very realistic, I do think this is realistic. I think this is entirely possible. The brain's really amazing at making shit up. I was just listening to a podcast called Dangerous Memories from Tortoise, which covers this very topic, and the events are happening right now. A woman who is named in the series, but who we won't name here, had several patients who believed they were victims of CSA. Let's note that not every patient will go down this route and end up believing they were victims of childhood trauma, but some do. And they do so mistakenly. The victims in the podcast were all well-off young women, mostly part of the art crowd, so it is speculated that their creative imaginations also made them more susceptible to believing what their therapist was saying. It's also a window into the world of the upper class, with girls being named things like Huey and Fipsy, which makes them sound like pet guinea pigs. Yeah, I've never known anyone called Huey and Fipsy. Going back to the 1990s storyline, when we look more closely at the sort of stuff that was being revealed, especially now with the distance of a couple of decades, it seems quite obvious that the vast majority of this stuff was just utter fiction. What gave it the aura of truth was the pop culture of the time, including the books we mentioned earlier. This should not have given it the aura of truth, though, as these alleged true stories were later debunked as not remotely true at all. What? Katie, you're telling me that the girl who was possessed by the devil wasn't actually possessed by the devil? No. The book Sybil has a blurb on the website Goodreads which says, "Here is the unbelievable yet true story of Sybil Dorset, a survivor of terrible childhood abuse, who as an adult was a victim of sudden and mysterious blackouts. What happened during those blackouts has made Sybil's experience one of the most famous psychological cases in the world." Sybil supposedly had 16 personalities, meaning she had dissociative identity disorder or DID. This book was a major success, and one of the main factors in the sharp rise in people being diagnosed with DID, but all was not as it seemed. In 2011, a book called Sybil Exposed was published, and it turned out that all three women involved in the original book all played their part in creating the fictional tale. The real Sybil admitted she'd made up many of her personalities to gain attention and emotional support from a therapist. Yeah, that was the multiple personality disorder thing is not how it really seems. And I think that's why we now call it DID. The therapist had a specific, I don't know that for a fact, I'm just vaguely remembering something along those lines. The therapist had a specific interest in multiple personality disorder, as it was known then, so she thought she'd hit the jackpot when Sybil came along and encouraged her fictions, even regularly injecting her with sodium pentothal, a barbiturate, general anesthetic, and hypnotizing her to go deeper into her stories. That's also what they call truth serum, right? The author of the original book, Flora Rita Schreiber, also seemed to be aware that the whole case was hugely exaggerated at the very least, but she had a deadline to meet, and well, sensationalism sells. Up until the publication of Sybil in the early 1970s, there had been a minuscule number of people diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, like under 100, but suddenly the numbers shot up. According to Ethan Waters in the New York Times piece, quoting, "Over 40,000 patients, by one estimate, had come out of therapy believing they had many individual personalities, and that was only in America, and only over the period of a few years." I'm not sure how many people are generally diagnosed with DID per year these days, and the numbers vary quite widely, from what I've seen to under 1% of the global population to up to 7% possibly having the disorder. Holy shit, even 1% seems like a really high figure, but this definitely represented a sharp rise in the numbers being treated up to that point. The other influential book was Michelle Remembers, published in 1980, about a woman who as an adult used recovered memory therapy to discover she'd been a victim of satanic ritual abuse as a child, except, well, she hadn't. This was kind of unfortunate, as it was one of the cornerstones of the various satanic panic movements of the 80s and 90s, where gullible Americans thought absolutely ridiculous things were happening when there was no evidence for them whatsoever. A reviewer on Amazon called Jackie sums up what was really going on with Michelle quite nicely, including the smoking gun reveal that the author of the book, who was a therapist, actually ended up as her husband. Okay, a little bit of a conflict of interest there, isn't there? Okay, quoting. I don't know how anyone ever believed this woman or her man. From the first page, it's textbook BS. She'd grown dependent on her psychiatrist when she felt she no longer needed his services and told her. She freaked out and created this whole account out of thin air. He ran with it. They got paid, they got married, and the book was shut down because it was BS. That doesn't sound very ethical, the psychiatrist marrying the patient. Like the vulnerable patient, bro. She does give it 5 stars though, and ends the review with saying, but it's an excellent story. Like a bad road accident, I couldn't tear myself away, Jesus. That's how she describes the book. 5 stars. Horrific. In that way that you can't look away from. I had to keep going no matter how horrible things were, no matter how full of crap I thought this couple was. I still had to read the story. So thank you, Jackie. Basically, Michelle had been going to see Lawrence Padzer for 3 years before any of this started coming out. After she suddenly regressed to speaking like a child, they spent at least another 600 hours together over the next 14 months delving into this childhood abuse. They then divorced their spouses and married each other. Michelle remembered being forced to attend satanic rituals by her mother when she was 5, held by the Church of Satan. She witnessed things like human sacrifices and was locked in a cage and assaulted multiple times. Eventually, she saw Jesus, St. Michael, and the Virgin Mary, who told her that they would block these traumatic memories until the time was right. The right time being when you were falling in love with your psychiatrist and wanted him to pay you more attention, I guess. That is not a healthy relationship, Jesus Christ. Somewhat hilariously, the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, threatened to sue Padzer for using his church's name as the alleged abuse was supposed to have taken place in the mid-1950s, and LaVey didn't found the Church of Satan until 1966. The name was subsequently withdrawn, but didn't seem to clue anyone into the fact that if that was clearly wrong, how much of the rest of the book could be believed. As our reviewer Jackie says though, she still read it anyway. There were also reports of another ritual lasting for over 80 days and involving hundreds of people, with deaths and self-mutilations occurring, but this was in a not particularly remote location. Unless the entire town was in on the satanic cult, nobody mentioned anything at the time. Michelle also appeared to attend school without anyone noticing the physical injuries she allegedly suffered, or that she might have missed an 80-day chunk of school. Yeah, it's made up. That's because it's all made up. Basically, the whole thing was made up. But again, it touched a nerve in society at the time, and it didn't matter much to the public if the things described in the book were more than a little hinky. It's much easier to see now how other patients were also recovering false memories of satanic ritual abuse, or SRA, as it was in popular books and on TV, and Michelle was going on Oprah years after Michelle Remembers came out, and nobody questioned her on the validity of her story at all.
You witnessed the sacrifice, right? When I was very young, I was forced to participate in that, in which I had to sacrifice an infant.
As we've already found out, this latest therapy technique was good for business. As Ethan Waters says, promoters of recovered memory therapy held regional and national conferences, states changed their statute of limitations laws to allow for criminal prosecutions based on repressed memories. The movement rode a tide of public belief that therapists helped create. The other book we mentioned was the best-selling The Courage to Heal, written by poet Ellen Bass and abuse survivor Laura Davis. Note how the title of psychologist or psychiatrist is absent from either of their resumes. The first edition of the book included examples of satanic ritual abuse coming from Michelle Remembers and other sources, all of which have been subsequently debunked, but it's that echo chamber effect of repeating the same misinformation until people start to believe that it must be true, that because they've seen it in more than one place. Yeah, what's that famous study? The one about writing down goals? It's if you write down your goals, you're 82% more likely to achieve them or whatever. And it's just been quoted so many times in so many self-help books, and some dude was like, where's that actually come from? Because everyone says a Harvard study. And it turns out that it was just basically made up.
Oh, people can come up with statistics to prove anything can't. 40% of all people know that.
And if you don't think this moment in time was particularly influential, check this out. Ethan Waters also states, quote, one survey of clinicians taken in 1994 revealed that 13% reported seeing at least one case of a patient remembering ritualistic abuse. Thousands of patients described truly incredible scenes of ritual murders, cannibalization, gang R-words, YouTube, you gotta filter yourself, and forced pregnancies. The flip side to this coin, though, Here's what happens to the people around the patients, the parents and relatives who they believed had abused them in the past. Well, everyone has a different story here. Some patients kept it to themselves, some cut off all ties with specific family members and would not believe that the memories they recovered were in fact false, and think about how difficult that would be. If you've come to believe that a traumatic chapter has been suppressed from your conscious mind, but you can now access it, and then you're being told that specific chapter is false, isn't that exactly what an abuser would tell you? Some people are able to come to terms with the fact that their recovered memories were not real, and others aren't. This therapy has destroyed relationships and left people adrift in their own lives. Yeah, that's pretty intense. And even if like someone can objectively say like, no, this is false, didn't happen, and people are still like, dude, but I remember, I still have those memories. Like, because they were created by your brain and locked in that part of your brain. It's pretty fucked up. Unfortunately, lots of people have experienced CSA, but what we're talking about only applies specifically to false memories created during recovered memory therapy. This is a minority of these CSA cases, and there's a good chance that a high percentage of them did not, in fact, happen. As a piece from the British Psychological Society called Recovered and False Memory puts it, child sexual abuse is a large societal problem, and children often do not disclose abuse unless specifically asked. The debate about recovered memories should not be used to deny these facts. What is important for the discipline is how it has used science to inform this debate. Now, earlier, we mentioned a couple of the symptoms of potential repressed memories being things like not being able to trust your own intuition and feeling nauseated by certain foods. Well, according to a book called Secret Survivors by E. Sue Bloom, there are actually many pointers that you might have been a victim of CSA, which are extremely general and seem to run the gamut from everything you can think of, from phobias, panic anxiety, to guilt, shame, and low self-esteem, to fear of being alone in the dark. So it's like, if there's anything wrong with you, even just a little bit, you'd be like, we abused as a child. It's like, I have a phobia of heights. Well, let me tell you where that stems from. There's also one extremely specific example, which is both hilarious and horrifying. Food sensitivity / avoidance based on texture, mayonnaise, or appearance. Hot dogs. Oh no, that is... God, no, I don't want to think that. There are so many examples of the after effects of trauma in this book that you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who can't check off at least a few boxes. Yeah, I mean, of course. Let's get back to the satanic panic aspect of this episode. One of the most famous things to come out of this era is the McMartin preschool trial, where the parents of a load of kids accused the owners of a preschool of not only sexually abusing their children, but of all kinds of bizarre stuff that the kids had apparently said. This included things like seeing witches flying around, being forced to drink rabbit's blood, and being taken to a cemetery to see corpses being dug up and mutilated. Some of these children were probably knowingly lying for fun or getting carried away with the attention the case was receiving, which was huge. Others were 100% pushed into this satanic direction by their parents and investigators, maybe unwittingly, but with leading questions and encouragement to come up with more and more lurid details. In a piece for the LA Times, Christopher Goffard writes, asked to ID his supposed abusers, one child picked two men, the city attorney and action star Chuck Norris, out of a photo lineup. Not Chuck! Is obviously ridiculous. Glenn Stevens was a prosecutor on the case, and even he knew it was all made up. In the LA Times, he says of watching videotaped interviews with the children, when you start watching about 20 or 30 of these things, you really see what's happening. They're pulling information from particular victims and asking that stuff to subsequent victims. The case just ballooned, monstrously so. Unfortunately, with Believe the Children becoming the rallying cry for the case, people were convinced that the kids were telling the truth. One child abuse prosecutor said, no amount of questioning can make a child believe what he doesn't believe. Au contraire, my friends. Eventually, after what became the longest and most expensive trial in US history, all charges were dropped against the McMartins as there were zero evidence of SRA having occurred. Ira Reiner was the district attorney who took over at the end and dismissed the charges, saying, they operated on a single principle, which was a fallacy. No child can make up such stories. Therefore, it was okay to lead them and push them. These kids believed what they said because it had been planted in their heads. There have been various studies about implanting false memories in people, usually children. Luckily, these controlled tests have been very banal, trying to see if the children would remember things as fact after a few weeks of bringing up fictitious events. They weren't trying to get the kids to believe they'd witnessed SRA. The most quoted examples are the Lost in the Mall study and the Mousetrap study. In the 1994 Mousetrap study, psychologist Stephen Ceci used a team of interviewers to speak to children aged 3 to 4 and to repeatedly ask if they had ever got their hands caught in a mousetrap and had to go to the hospital to have it removed. This had never happened to any of the children, but after several weeks of being repeatedly asked this question, over half of the children started adding their own details to the story. At the end of the study, it was revealed that this had been a fake scenario, but a quarter of the children still stuck to the story that it had happened and couldn't be convinced otherwise. A 1997 paper from Cornell University also states, furthermore, professionals who specialize in interviewing children could not distinguish between children telling false or true accounts when they were shown videotapes of the children's recollections. Probably because the children believed them to be true, right? You can now see how therapists can start tugging on a non-existent piece of thread and end up with a ball of wool. You may wonder why the children were being interviewed so many times, but the technique is similar to how someone might be interviewed multiple times by the police, say. Stories change, details get added, and if the interviewee is more impressionable, they may inadvertently be coerced into believing something happened even when it didn't. The Cornell paper says, these findings have important implications for cases involving young children, including those related to child abuse and sexual child abuse, because in some of these trials, children are interviewed many times over many weeks, months, or even years. In fact, the average child in the courtroom is interviewed formally 3.5 to 11 times before a court appearance, and many more times informally. The paper from 1997, though, so I'm not sure if procedures have changed much or not since then. I mean, but there's definitely going to be like stuff before you go to court, like asking questions and stuff. It's not like in court, just boom, there you go. And this must not be for children either. It must be across the board, which is, again, like we mentioned about eyewitness testimony not being very useful and how some people are talking about maybe it shouldn't be a thing. It's like, yeah, because it gets destroyed. It's just like a memory. This issue may be similar to false confessions, but usually in those cases, the people of interest are badgered and harangued into their false statements, and usually know in their own minds what actually happened. So now we can see how this can happen, and to carry the conclusions of those studies on, if the child or patient believes something to be real, a therapist would also, therefore, believe it happened. The Lost in the Mall study was conducted by psychology professor Elizabeth Loftus, who was one of the first people to sound the alarm during the boom in DID and recovered memory therapy diagnosis. In this study, a small group of about 25 people were given 4 events from their past and were asked to write about them. One of these stories involved someone getting lost in a mall and people having to search for them. About a quarter of the group wrote in some detail about this false event, and even when they were told one of the events was false, 5 people picked a real event instead of the false one. Studies like this show how easy it is to implant false memories or the seeds of false memories and help to instigate some pushback over the recovered memory hype. As this is Decoding the Unknown, we've got a little bit more investigating to do. Surely there must be some cases where recovered memory therapy actually worked and managed to unlock some real repressed memories of CSA, right? Well, let's talk about the Jane Doe case. Now, it's obviously not her real name, although it'd be quite funny if it was. This is a case from 1997 published by psychiatrists David Corwin and Erna Olafsson. It was very influential and has been used as an example of recovered memories of traumatic childhood abuse in numerous law cases, as well as being extensively used for education and research purposes. Corwin first interviewed Jane Doe when she was 6 as part of a custody battle between her biological mother and her father. The father stated that Jane's mother had been abusing her, and Jane corroborated this during her interviews, going into detail about all the things her mother had done. Corwin came down on the side of the father, and Jane's mother lost custody and visitation rights. These interviews were all videotaped and transcribed, giving lots of information for further study. 11 years later, Corwin interviewed a now 17-year-old Jane again. Her father had died, and she had rebuilt something of a relationship with her mother, but wanted to see the videos as she was having trouble remembering what happened to her in the past. When she saw herself talking about the abuse she'd suffered, while she remembered telling Corwin about it, she didn't remember the incidents themselves. She was questioned some more and did start to recall vivid memories of being hurt in the bathroom and also of her mother taking naked pictures of Jane and her brother. At the end of this meeting, Jane decided that her mother must have abused her, as she didn't think she would have lied about it at the age of 6. Elizabeth Loftus and Melvin Geyer were extremely suspicious of these claims and ended up publishing a paper in the Skeptical Inquirer debunking the repressed memory part as having been suggested by Jane's father and stepmother when she was a child. Supposed marks from Jane's mother burning her could be put down to a simple skin condition. The naked photos information was entirely new. They also found much more evidence of a dysfunctional family life than Corwin had mentioned, which suggested that the biological mother had never likely abused Jane at all. Jane Doe sued Loftus and Geyer for defamation, an invasion of privacy, but they had never exposed her real name. She did so herself when filing the lawsuit. I mean, if your name's not on there, then what are you suing for? You're just getting yourself into trouble. Out of the 21 counts of the lawsuit, 20 were dismissed, and Jane Doe settled with Loftus over the last one, as if she'd lost, then she would have had to pay nearly $500,000 in litigation fees. That was in 2007, so it would have been over $680,000 today. God damn, lawyers are expensive. Basically, with a thorough takedown of the Jane Doe case, the whole recovered memory therapy sector didn't really have a leg left to stand on. Are repressed memories even real? I know some of you have been listening to this and getting more and more annoyed and shouting out that repressed memories are real, damn you, but it turns out that this is not exactly how memory works.
It's still real to me, damn it!
Yes, we know that traumatic events can be blocked off to an extent in the mind, but they are not repressed to an extent that they are totally forgotten but still available for later specialist retrieval. We can choose not to think about things, but we know they are there. The way the so-called repressed memories were being recovered didn't make sense to some psychologists such as Elizabeth Loftus, yes again, who is an expert on memory. Here's another quote from the New York Times piece by Ethan Waters. For memory experts, like the psychology professor Elizabeth Loftus, the type of recall being described by recovered memory therapists seemed wholly new. Researchers had documented how people experiencing fear or panic will often have diminished or imperfect recall of a disturbing event. They also knew that people can be motivated not to think about a distressing memory, and that they could recall an incident from childhood and realize as an adult it was sexual abuse. But these and many other forms of memory distortions were nothing like the repression being described. Therapists across the country were suddenly certain that horrendous and repeated child abuse instantaneously could be walled away in the unconsciousness, where it would remain inaccessible for decades until unlocked in therapy and re-experienced with perfect clarity. For Dr. Loftus and others, there was simply no support in the scientific literature or in all the historical stories of human suffering that supported this type of repression and retrieval. The quote ends. The fact is, though, like we said at the beginning, memory is a slippery fish. It's not really possible to run trials on the subject of repression, as, like Crystal Rapel puts it on Healthline.com, to run an objective, high-quality study, you'd need to expose participants to trauma, which is unethical. We can sometimes tell if a memory is false if there's evidence to the contrary, like contradicting facts or some sort of physical evidence, or if it's something obviously untrue, like being beamed up by aliens. The piece from the British Psychological Society elaborates on this by saying, quoting, "For methodological reasons, case studies demonstrating recovered memories of real events are more difficult to find. While a memory for space abduction can be taken as a prima facie evidence of a false memory, to show a true recovered memory, it is necessary to show that A, the event occurred, B, the person could not remember the event for a period subsequently, and C, the information recovered could not have been gained from other sources." So as we can see, it's pretty much impossible to prove a true recovered memory is exactly that. Other things that could be at play are disassociating from the event, which may block or even alter the memory until years later when you might realize what actually happened and hopefully be better equipped to deal with it. You can also use denial to such an extent that memories of certain events refuse to form completely. Rapel gives the example of, quoting again, "A child who witnesses domestic violence between their parents. They might temporarily check out mentally. As a result, they might not have a picture of what happened in their memory. Still, they get tense when watching a fight scene in a movie." There's also dissociative amnesia, which the British Psychological Society says, quote, "involves a more widespread, reversible deficit in memory retrieval that is not attributable to brain damage. It typically affects autobiographical memory for events occurring prior to a stressful event and is well recognized in the context of exposure to trauma." We know that dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is a real diagnosis in which people can experience different personalities which do not necessarily know about the others. This is different to dissociative amnesia, however, and dissociative amnesia, while a symptom of DID, is more likely to have occurred in patients than therapists suddenly discovering a whole tranche of the population with multiple personalities. Dissociative amnesia is usually related to stress or trauma and not physical injury. The National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, gives the examples of car crash survivors blocking out the event, an abuse victim only remembering small bits of their ordeals, a generalized amnesia, where the person can't remember any details about themselves or their life, and systemized amnesia, which might be where a person can remember everything fine apart from a particular person or topic. Well, that would be really weird just to forget that one specific thing. In these cases, the amnesia might resolve itself or it might not. The general consensus is that the memories, if lost, are lost, forgotten, or never recovered. There's no walled-off, waiting to be recovered memories. The vivid, in-the-moment physical response that some patients were having with recovered memories could also be explained by the fact that they're now only coming to terms with something awful and that didn't make sense before, and they've become overcome by the horror of it. In a piece in Psychology Today, Forget Me Not, the Persistent Myth of Repressed Memories, David J. Lee writes, research cited by Oscar et al. Suggests that between 40 and 89% of the general population believe that traumatic memories can be suppressed and forgotten, that even an act of murder can be suppressed. Events of our past may sometimes come back to us in sudden recollection, but research finds no evidence that this happens with traumatic memories. Indeed, prospective research, following people after a traumatic event, finds that though trauma victims would like to forget their experiences, they do not. Traumas that involve brain damage may and do interfere in memory, but this is a neurological effect, not a psychological one. Eventually, the recovered memory fad died down, and some patients ended up suing their therapists. The clinics and specialized units for DID started closing down, as it turned out that not so many people were suffering from it as previously thought. Repressed memories started being treated more skeptically, with LegalMatch.com now telling us, quote, in criminal law, the use of repressed memories as evidence is generally met with skepticism and may not be admitted if the court finds them unreliable or if the process of recovering the memories involved suggestive techniques. Yeah, as it should be. They shouldn't be admissible at all. Of course, there are detractors to the detractors as well. Lots of people have come for Elizabeth Loftus, saying her research is flawed, or condemning her for going after Jane Doe, although that was more of an attack on her personally and not really anything to do with her work. I found a piece on teachtrauma.com called Are Recovered Memories Reliable?, which notes, quote, Dallenberg et al. Observed that researchers who challenged the reliability of recovered memories have not offered a single study in which all or most of the recovered memories were false, nor has any study in which evidence of trauma was systematically sought found an absence of corroboration in most recovered memory clients. The thing is, though, you can't really prove every memory is false. Without some sort of checking system, it's impossible. What the challengers are doing is presenting alternative suggestions for what these recovered memories might be, i.e. false memories or fabrications. We've seen in the course of this episode how people can be fed false memories or create them themselves, and while it may not have been done knowingly, it's a branch of therapy that can easily sway impressionable minds. In the end, even Sigmund Freud wavered on his definition of a repressed memory when he found out that things patients were telling him weren't necessarily true. He attributed his patient's symptoms to repressed sexual fantasies. Of course he did, Sigmund Freud, and he used the term repression interchangeably to refer to both a conscious and unconscious process. If you feel you have some unresolved memories going on, then talking to a therapist or seeing a specialist is still the best way to go. An ethical therapist will not ask you leading questions or try to push you in one direction or another. They won't jump straight to CSA, but they won't reject the idea straight away either. You'll find many therapists are still offering recovered memory therapies. Just know what you're getting into if that's the way you decide to go. Also, just a note that in the UK at least, you don't need any formal license training or qualification to call yourself a counsellor or a psychotherapist. To ensure you find someone who has training and has got the qualifications, check places like the UK Council for Psychotherapy's website at psychotherapy.org.uk for a register of alleged non-charlatans. Or you can call me, psychotherapist Katie Watson, at your service. Not really, I'm just joking. I was having trouble thinking of how to end this piece, but then remembered how we talked about Simon getting his hand caught in a mousetrap. I think that experience should be a lesson for us all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never got my hands caught in a mousetrap. That would be a painful memory that I would remember. Also, whenever I'm setting a mousetrap, I'm so afraid that it's going to snap my fingers. I'm always like, I let it go. You know, you set it and then you're like, oh! Anyway, that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. And I'll see you next time.